Chapter 1. Mount St. Pro, the most prosperous mountain in the Duchy of Wanda, yet no one has ever dared to approach it. For atop this mountain resides an immensely powerful dragon. The dragon, dwelling at the summit, possesses earth-shattering strength and has a notorious penchant for the brains of young girls, a fact well known throughout the Duchy of Wanda. At this moment, on the peak of Mount St. Pro, a soft murmur escaped Bufan's lips. It hurts. He pressed his hand against his forehead, still reeling from the incident. He had just been observing a fight from the rooftop of his school dormitory when, in a moment of distraction, he tumbled from his sixth floor, a height that was 2 stories taller than average. The pain of impact with the ground was vivid in his mind, and then everything faded into darkness. Moments later, he opened his eyes, incredulous that he was still alive. After all, he had fallen from the 6th floor. The fact that he had not perished from such a fall was beyond his belief. His entire body throbbed with pain, reminiscent of the time he had rolled down a hill in his childhood. Gradually sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings, and his brow furrowed in confusion. He had arrived in a peculiar place. The ground and the surrounding area shimmered with vibrant colors, while above him stretched a clear blue sky adorned with white clouds. Bufan was apprehensive, fearing a sudden downpour. A strong metallic scent lingered in the air, thick with the aroma of blood. Yet, Bufan paid little mind. His father was a butcher, and he had grown accustomed to the sights and smells of death from a young age. "I'm so thirsty and hungry," he lamented, clutching his stomach and then calling out, "Is anyone there?" He assumed that someone from school had transported him to this strange locale. Silence enveloped him, without a single response. Bufan pursed his lips, mentally cursing. How irresponsible. Due to the pain coursing through his body, he lingered in place for several minutes, but still, no one appeared. His stomach growled incessantly, and his throat felt parched. He could no longer endure the discomfort and resolved to fend for himself. In agony, he could not rise to his feet, so he crawled on the ground like a worm. As he pressed his body against the earth, he sensed something was amiss beneath him. The ground felt unnaturally smooth, akin to the skin of an infant. His instincts tingled with unease, yet he dismissed it as merely a peculiar material. Lying there, the scent of blood intensified. Bufan, possessing a keen sense of smell, followed the trail of the scent, crawling for nearly 10 minutes until he found himself in a remote area. Looking down, he noted he was perched several dozen meters above a patch of green grass, a portion of which had been inexplicably stained a pale golden hue. Bufan found himself in a quandary. He now understood he was clearly at a height. The surroundings he had traversed were uniform, devoid of food. To find sustenance and water, he would have to descend to the ground. However, the drop was significant, and he feared that leaping down might lead to his demise once more. What a predicament! What should I do? He pondered, when suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled violently. In an instant, his body plummeted like a stone toward the earth. With a resounding thud, Bufan landed on the golden-tinted grass, lying there with his mouth agape, devoid of life. Out of nowhere, droplets of golden liquid cascaded from a crack in the colorful mountainside, entering Bufan's mouth, and he felt his wounds begin to heal rapidly. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, and when Bufan opened his eyes once more, he found a foreign memory rapidly merging with his own. A few moments later, the memories fused completely, and Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had uncovered an astonishing truth. He had arrived on an entirely new planet, Saint Eternal Star, a realm dominated by magic. His current identity was indeed unique. He inhabited the body of another individual named Bufan, who also happened to be a traveler from the same world, having arrived 20 years prior. This Bufan was a prince of the nearby Duchy of Wanda. Possessing extraordinary talent by the age of 20, he had become a holy-level mage, the man most likely to ascend to divine-level magic on Saint Eternal Star. Previously, this Bufan sought a dragon crystal and had intended to slay a 7-color dragon atop Mount St. Pro to acquire it. However, unbeknownst to him, the 7-color dragon was also a holy-level being, and in their fierce battle, both met their demise. Lying there, Bufan took time to accept the theatrical nature of this revelation. He had indeed traversed realms, assuming the identity of a prodigy. Would he not then rise to fame and become the envy of many as a super genius prince? The thought filled him with exuberance. Perhaps due to his carefree nature, Bufan readily accepted this new narrative. After all, he had crossed into a new existence, and the past was no longer his concern. His parents had siblings to care for, he was never their pride, and now, this new life seemed rather appealing. Having embraced his new reality, Bufan cast a glance back at the colorful mountain. He now understood that this was not merely a mountain, it was the seven-colored dragon itself. Bufan's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the magnificent creature. "I've struck gold," he exclaimed with glee. Within the memories he had absorbed, Bufan learned that on Saint Eternal Star, besides humans, there existed various extraordinary races, such as elves, dwarves, orcs, gnomes, and more. Dragons were the most formidable beings on this planet, unrivaled in strength. In their class, a single dragon could take on multiple opponents from other races. Their bodies were treasure scales, and hides could be forged into weapons and armor. Their flesh used to enhance physical prowess, and their bones fashioned into magical arrays or alchemical materials. Most coveted were the dragon crystal and dragon core elements that granted immunity to magic. With such immunity, dragons were deemed invincible in this world governed by magic. However, due to their power, if discovered, they would face assaults from countless races. Despite their might, they could not withstand the relentless tide of foes. Thus, most dragons chose to reside high in the skies or the depths of the oceans, with few remaining on the surface. As for how this seven-colored dragon came to be here, the memories offered no insight, and neither did Bufan know. But now, this seven-colored dragon belonged to him. Gazing at the large, sapphire-studded ring on his hand, Bufan concentrated, and the towering dragon vanished into thin air. The ring was a spatial artifact, housing a vast expanse capable of containing numerous items. As Bufan contemplated collecting the pale, golden dragon blood from the ground, a sudden, childlike voice interrupted him from behind. "Return my body to me." Startled by the voice, Bufan turned around to find a basketball-sized egg, radiating seven-colored light, floating nearby. The egg spoke? Bufan was taken aback. "What are you staring at? I demand you return my body to me." The egg's voice, tinged with childish indignation, echoed in the air. "Body? What body?" Bufan's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. "My noble seven-colored dragon body. Hurry up and give it back." The egg insisted. Bufan regarded the egg with a peculiar expression and inquired, "Are you the seven-colored dragon? Address me as the noble seven-colored dragon Princess Leia." The egg declared with an air of superiority. Bufan smirked. "You're rather full of yourself for a dragon." "You lie. I am indeed the seven-colored dragon, not merely an egg." Bufan chuckled, feeling certain that the seven-colored dragon had perished, for otherwise, it could not have been stored in the spatial ring. The egg, sensing Bufan's skepticism, retorted with annoyance, "I am Princess Leia. I failed to ascend to divine level during my breakthrough, and in my weakened state, you ambushed me. In my final moments, I utilized a Dragon Clan secret technique to transfer my soul into this egg I had previously found, allowing me to survive. Now, return my noble body at once." Bufan gazed intently at the egg before him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. With a smile, he remarked, "Since your body has already perished, it would be a waste to keep it. Why not bestow it upon me? At worst, I can take you along with me in the future. What does that sound?" He would never relinquish the corpse of the seven-colored dragon. Among the dragon lineage, it stood as a being second only to the sacred and black dragons. Moreover, this was a body capable of ascending to divine Levilon, invaluable treasure. To forfeit it would indeed be foolish. "You, a mere human, wish for me to accompany you? Dream on," Leia retorted, her tone dripping with disdain. "I am a prodigy, having reached the sacred level at merely 20 years of age. It may not be long before I ascend to divine status. Allowing you to follow me is already a generous offer," Bufan proclaimed, a hint of pride in his voice. This journey through time had imparted upon him an exhilarating sense of rising from the depths of obscurity to the pinnacle of existence. He had transformed from a humble commoner into a prince endowed with extraordinary talent and noble lineage. This revival of his long-dead heroic dreams stirred within him. At that moment, Lia's voice dripped with contempt as she added, "Humph, you remain unaware, don't you? Before my demise, I cast a forbidden spell that siphoned away all the magical power within you. You are now nothing but an ordinary person possessing only physical might, with nothing else to your name." Upon hearing this, Bufan was taken aback. He promptly tested his abilities. Previously a sacred-level fire mage, he found himself unable to conjure even a single fireball. His countenance darkened considerably. He had once thought that being at the sacred level meant he would soon attain divine status, becoming the foremost figure of the eternal sacred star. Now, that dream lay shattered. You Bufan seethed through clenched teeth. From within the egg, Lia's voice, laced with triumph, resonated again. "However, if you are willing to return my body to me, I can grant you the ability to become an alliement mage, just like me. How does that sound? Since you must begin your training anew, if you manage to achieve the sacred level as an alliement mage, you would indeed be the foremost figure of the eternal sacred star. Consider it carefully. Furthermore, I could grant you immunity to magic below your level. Think well about it. This is something many dream of." Hearing Lia's proposition, Bufan felt a flicker of temptation. He understood the significance of being an alliement mage. Generally, one could only wield a single element of magic in the realm of the eternal sacred star. Those with exceptional talent might command 2 or even 3 elements, with the latter being an exceedingly rare occurrence. The only being capable of harnessing all elements was the 7-colored dragon. Bufan realized that if he became an alliement mage, even starting from scratch, he would undoubtedly surpass his current self. Not to mention, the prospect of magic immunity was enticing. If he were to reach the sacred level, he would have no fear of any magic. He wished to agree to Lia's offer, yet something felt amiss. "Were you pondering? Answer me quickly," Lia urged impatiently from within the egg. After a few moments of contemplation, Bufan inquired, "What purpose do you have for your body now that you're dead? Can you even return to it?" Lia hesitated before responding. "I am left with no choice. This beast egg I inhabit is merely a lowly black one. Surely, you cannot expect a noble dragon like me to reside within an ordinary black body?" After a brief pause, her tone grew somber as she continued, "In truth, the dragon crystal and core of my 7-colored dragon possess remarkable properties. By utilizing either, one can wield all forms of magic. This is the secret behind my ability to invoke alliement magic. I merely need to consume the dragon crystal or core. Even if my current body is black, it can still wield all forms of magic." Upon hearing this, Bufan understood Lia's persistent desire to reclaim her body. "You've divulged your secret, aren't you afraid I might turn against you?" he queried, intrigued. Was the 7-colored dragon truly this naive? With a huff, Lia retorted, "Without my assistance, you would be incapable of utilizing those dragon crystal and core." Bufan nodded slightly, contemplating deeply. He then stated, "Since you only require one of the dragon crystal or core, I can provide you with one. However, the remaining parts will remain mine." A dragon of such magnitude possessed valuable components, and Bufan was unwilling to part with the entirety of the dragon's corpse. "I can accompany you for a time, but when I require dragon blood or flesh, you must provide it to me," Lia declared, her form swaying slightly. "Agreed," Bufan responded without hesitation. After all, with such a colossal dragon, a bit of flesh and blood was not a burden he would begrudge. Becoming an alliement mage was of utmost importance. Having reached an agreement, Bufan rummaged through a spatial ring to find a vial, collecting the dragon blood that had pooled on the ground, and gathering several dragon scales. The surface was incredibly smooth and adorned with 7 vibrant colors, confirming that no remnants of the dragon remained. Bufan inquired of Lia, "What shall we do now?" The egg that Lia occupied circled around Bufan a few times before she sighed and said, "Never mind, I am already dead. Keeping these treasures would be a waste. Let us proceed to my dragon's lair. I shall lead the way, and you follow." With that, The egg swiftly propelled itself forward while Bufan hurriedly kept pace. Feeling as light as a feather, as if he could soar into the air at will, Leah flew ahead while Bufan leisurely trailed behind. Surrounding them were numerous bizarrely shaped trees, none of which resembled any he had encountered on his previous planet. As he ran, he checked his physical condition. Relying on his memory, he realized that this body possessed no magical energy whatsoever. Fortunately, in addition to being a saint-level fire mage, he was also a 9th-tier martial artist. And his physical prowess was formidable. Moreover, having recently consumed a considerable amount of dragon blood, his body was now extraordinarily strong. Alas, devoid of magical power, he was merely a brawny brute, in the realm of Saint Eternal Star. Professions were primarily categorized into two main types, mages and martial artists, with the remaining classifications being branches of these two. To qualify as one of these professions, possessing magical energy was essential. The thought of becoming an all-element mage filled Bufan with exhilaration. Standing within a vast cavern, he was awestruck by the sight before him. He had heard tales of dragons' fondness for gold, silver, and beautiful maidens who would hoard treasures within their lairs and slumber atop them. In Leah's lair, however, he found no maidens, but instead a mountain of gold and silver treasures. The dazzling brilliance of the gold was blinding to Bufan. Rendering his eyes nearly unable to open, he stood in stunned silence, realizing that such an abundance of gold could easily purchase a principality. The Saint Eternal Star was home to 3 empires, 20 kingdoms, and 100 principalities, all subordinate to the kingdoms. This is my collection from all these years. It will serve no purpose in the future. If our matters proceed smoothly, I can offer these treasures to you. Leah spoke, her tone laden with reluctance. Yet, she understood that if she did not bestow these treasures upon Bufan, they would inevitably fall into the hands of others. The first rule of dragon lore states that a dragon's hoard may be freely given to others, but must not be seized by dragon slayers. Leah was aware that news of her demise had yet to spread. Once it did, countless treasure seekers would scour St. Pro Mountain, rather than allow these treasures to be taken by others. It was wiser to gift them to Bufan to forge a favorable alliance. Let us begin immediately, Bufan exclaimed, eager to grasp both the gold and the opportunity to become an all-element mage. Enter that pile and find a golden dagger adorned with gemstones. Only with that dagger can you cut open my body to retrieve the dragon crystal and the dragon core, Leah instructed coolly. The notion of directing someone to harm her own body unsettled Leah greatly. Bufan rummaged through the golden mound for quite some time until he discovered a dagger resembling what Leah had described. Resting beside a golden coffin encrusted with jewels, that he returned to Leah's side with the dagger, and she continued, "Extract my corpse. Use that dagger to slice open my skin and locate the dragon crystal and dragon core. I will guide you." Bufan unveiled the body of the 7-colored dragon, which was slightly larger than the mountain of gold. Though lifeless, it still emanated an aura of dread. Leah circled her own corpse, and Bufan could hear soft whimpering in the air that he refrained from commenting. It was clear that Leah was weeping. Leah halted at a particular spot on the body and declared, "The dragon crystal is here. You must dig a hole at this location and excavate with great force until you reach the heart, at which point you will extract the dragon core." I really have to penetrate the corpse? Bufan hesitated. Despite his familiarity with bloodshed, the thought of burrowing into a corpse made him uncomfortable. To go ahead. It's a perfect opportunity for a bath in dragon blood. It will further enhance your physical capabilities. Leah replied impatiently. After a few seconds of indecision, Bufan nodded and began to dig where Leah had indicated. The dagger proved surprisingly effective, slicing through the dragon's scales and hide as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Requiring little effort, before long, Bufan had created an opening in the dragon's body and swiftly made his way toward the heart. The still warm dragon blood dripped onto him, imparting a searing sensation. And Bufan understood that this dragon blood was fortifying his physique, so he paid it little mind. After what felt like an eternity, with the stench of blood nearly overwhelming him, Bufan finally extracted both the dragon crystal and the dragon core. The dragon crystal resembled a perfectly clear orb, roughly the size of Bufan's fist, occasionally shimmering with a spectrum of colors. The dragon core, on the other hand, was about the size of a walnut. Round and smooth, radiating a faint multicolored glow. Bufan sat upon the ground, Gasping for breath, his body drenched in a pale golden hue of dragon blood that rendered him a rather eerie sight. With droplets continuing to fall to the ground, he felt as though his entire being was ablaze, engulfed in excruciating pain. The effects of the dragon crystal and dragon core are identical. Which one do you desire? Leah inquired, her voice tinged with melancholy. Relinquishing her most treasured possessions was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Bufan glanced between the dragon crystal and the dragon core before decisively stating, I choose the dragon crystal. His preference was simply for the larger of the two. Very well. Now you must drink dragon blood. Continue until you can no longer consume any. Leah instructed. Drink dragon blood? Must I drink it just like that? Bufan's lips twitched. He was reluctant to endure the scalding sensation coursing through his veins. Indeed, you must indulge until satisfied if the dragon crystal enters your body without sufficient dragon blood to nourish it. A rejection reaction will occur, resulting in the crystal exploding and turning you to dust, Leah stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Bufan no longer hesitated. He turned and positioned himself over the freshly made wound on the seven-colored dragon's body. Beginning to drink the dragon blood as the blood entered his mouth, he was first met with a robust metallic tang, which soon transformed into a surprisingly sweet flavor. Gulping down the blood, he consumed it ravenously. Before long, his stomach swelled, and he began to feel a feverish heat within. Just as he thought he could no longer continue, the sensation coursing through him was akin to being engulfed in flames. Leaving him in utter agony, quickly, consume the dragon crystal. Leah let out a piercing scream, utterly astonished by the sheer volume of blood that Bufan, the dragon, had consumed. Based on her estimations, she believed that he would be overwhelmed after only taking a few sips. Struggling to reach the dragon crystal, Bufan seized it and thrust it into his mouth, stretching his jaw to an extraordinary extent, astonishingly managing to swallow the dragon crystal whole as the crystal entered his mouth. He felt it begin to writhe slowly within him. With each movement, it felt as though his body was being torn asunder. Golden flames erupted from him, incinerating his clothes into nothingness. The flames blazed fiercely, rendering him as glaring as the sun itself, and Bufan succumbed to unconsciousness. His body levitated, illuminated by the fiery glow, casting a brilliant light throughout the cavern. At that moment, the dragon egg in which Leah resided suddenly cracked open, revealing a miniature seven-colored dragon within. Leah had deceived Bufan. She was still a dragon, not the black creature she pretended to be. Yet, she felt compelled to conceal her true nature, fearing that Bufan might imprison her upon discovering her identity. With a glance at the blazing Bufan, she swiftly consumed the eggshell, followed by a drink of dragon blood, ultimately swallowing the dragon core, transforming herself into a small black dragon, and closing her eyes to sleep. After what felt like an eternity, the flames surrounding Bufan dissipated. His body gradually descended from the air, and moments later, he opened his eyes. The instant he did, his face was awash with astonishment. The once monotonous world before him had transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Whether they were mages or fighters, to grow stronger, one must increase the magical energy within their bodies. This augmentation could only be achieved by absorbing the ambient magical energy, converting it into one's own. Magic was categorized into 7 elements: fire, water, wind, earth, light, darkness, and life, each corresponding to a distinct type of magical energy. Magical energy pervaded the air, yet each type of mage could only sense and absorb the energy corresponding to their own element. For instance, Bufan, previously a fire mage, could only perceive and absorb fire energy. However, now he sensed the presence of all 7 types of magical energy floating in the AI. Bufan could feel the magical energies rejoicing, as if beckoning him to draw them into his being. To absorb this energy, one first needed to cultivate a magical technique. Fortunately, Bufan possessed the fire technique he had practiced before. As he activated this technique, the fire magic in the air surged into his skin and flowed into his body. Bufan remained attuned to the sensations within him, noticing that a significant portion of the fire energy surged directly toward his heart, while a smaller fraction flowed into his brain. This perplexed him. Apart from the dragon race, which possessed both dragon crystals and cores, other races typically had only one. For instance, the beast race had only magic crystals, and humans only had magic cores. According to his recollections, The absorbed magical energy should be directed toward the magic core in his brain. However, now it was gravitating toward his heart, which was quite abnormal. Bufan focused on the area around his heart and was taken aback by what he found. A miniature dragon crystal had formed beside his heart. This was highly irregular and not a good omen. Both magic cores and crystals were exceedingly fragile. Any damage inflicted upon them within the body could spell disaster. Human magic cores resided in the brain, shielded by the skull, making their presence there quite normal. Conversely, the beast race's magic crystals were mobile and less susceptible to harm. But now, with the dragon crystal situated near Bufan's heart, an area of vital importance, should a battle ensue, the heart and eyes would be the most perilous targets. For those of lower levels, an injury to the heart would be fatal. For higher-level individuals, there might still be a chance of survival. However, if the dragon crystal were to be damaged alongside the heart, his fate would be sealed. Bufan was at a loss regarding his current predicament and dared not continue absorbing magical energy. Yet, the fire energy continued to flow into his body, with some still reaching the dragon crystal by his heart and the rest entering his brain's magic core. Unable to halt this process, he glanced around nervously and noticed a small figure on the ground. It was Leah. Seeing that she remained unconscious, he chose not to disturb her. Instead, he stored the dragon's corpse in his spatial ring and proceeded to collect the golden mountain. After all, Leah had already promised it to him, and he saw no reason to decline. Without further inspection, he stuffed the golden mountain into his spatial ring. After a while, the ring ceased to absorb any more gold. Upon inspecting the ring, he discovered it was full. Just then, he noticed another spatial ring nestled within the golden mountain. Bufan claimed it as his own and continued to gather the remaining gold. Once he had collected all the gold from the mountain and thoroughly searched the dragon's lair to ensure nothing was left behind, he returned to Leah's side. Bufan settled beside her, waiting for her to awaken so he could inquire about the nature of the dragon crystal. At that moment, he suddenly heard voices in the distance. "Brother, are we really safe coming in like this?" The sound of conversation made Bufan tense. He was currently devoid of magical energy and could not compete with even a moderately skilled mage using only his physical strength. Bufan scooped up Leah and sprinted toward a small crevice he had discovered while searching for treasures. This crevice was tucked away in an inconspicuous corner, and just as he concealed himself within, he heard an irate voice bellow, "Too late. It's all been cleared out." Bufan's heart sank. Indeed, these were scavengers. If they were high-level individuals, he would be in grave danger. The cultivation levels in the sacred eternal star system were classified into 12 ranks, from low to high, 1st to 9th level, master level, holy level, and divine level. However, divine level mages were exceedingly rare, and it had never been heard of a human attaining such a status, primarily due to the brevity of human life. Ordinary mages with mediocre talent struggled between the 1st and 9th levels. While only a select few prodigies could reach the master level, the holy level was reserved for those with extraordinary talent, and even then, their lifespan was limited to approximately 300 years. Many human holy level mages existed, yet not a single divine level mage could be found. This was because breaking through to divine level transcended the realm of magic. It required the passage of time. Ordinary holy level mages typically achieved their breakthroughs only after turning 100, leaving them little time for the necessary accumulation before death claimed them. Thus, Bufan, who had reached holy level at the age of 20, was hailed as the most likely candidate to become a divine level mage. Currently, Bufan found himself without magical energy, and his journey as a mage would need to start anew, although he remained a 9th level fighter. Without magical energy, he could only contend with 5th level mages or fighters through sheer physical prowess. Bufan could only pray that the newcomers would not find him, or that they would possess lesser strength. Search for him. The scent of dragon blood is still quite potent. They must not have gone far. See if there is anyone hiding around. The irate voice echoed again. Bufan retrieved his golden dagger. Preparing himself with a weapon should trouble arise. He heard several pairs of footsteps approaching, indicating that there were likely many intruders. Among them, one set of footsteps was drawing nearer to his location. Bufan glanced at his current state. His clothes had been burned away by the flames, and he had yet to don anything. While still cradling Leah in his arms, he certainly did not appear to be a typical person. As the footsteps grew ever closer, Bufan deliberated for a moment before stowing the golden dagger back into the spatial ring. He then removed both spatial rings and placed them beneath Leah's fur. Gently setting her down on the ground, he quickly smeared a layer of dust over himself, a foolish grin spreading across his face. To the casual observer, his current appearance would undoubtedly suggest he was a simpleton. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. Uncertain of the strength of the individuals approaching, he deemed it prudent to assess the situation first. Playing the fool seemed the most effective strategy, should he find himself outmatched. Feigning ignorance would provide him a means to evade confrontation. At that moment, he felt a continuous flow of magical energy surging into his body, a faint hint of magic now coursing through him. Bufan estimated that he could conjure a small fireball with this newfound power. Mere seconds later, a figure emerged at the entrance of the narrow crevice. It was a young man, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, wielding a wand in his hand. Upon spotting Bufan, the youth shouted, "Come out." Hee. Bufan chuckled foolishly, obediently stepping forward. The young man scrutinized him, instinctively concluding that Bufan was a simpleton. After all, no sane person would be found bare and grinning in such a place. Bufan, still wearing his foolish smile, discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Besides the young man, he noticed 6 others, all middle-aged and bearing fierce expressions. The 6 turned their gazes towards Bufan, and to divert their attention from the crevice, he continued to prance around, exclaiming, "Dragon! There's a dragon! The dragon has flown away." At this, all of them began to chase after him. Seeing that the young man was also in pursuit brought Bufan a measure of relief. His treasures remained hidden within that crevice, and he needed to tread carefully. Though he was not particularly swift, it was not long before the 7 encircled him. One burly man shouted and kicked Bufan to the ground. "Ow!" Bufan fell to the ground, feigning tears. He had once had a friend who was somewhat simple-minded, and having spent time with him, he had learned to mimic that demeanor quite well. As he lay there crying, he was mentally strategizing how to deal with these individuals. The 7 regarded Bufan, their expressions filled with impatience, save for the young man. How could a simpleton appear here? The burly man who had knocked Bufan down glared at him, exuding irritation. He was hiding in that crevice, and I saw him, the young man murmured softly. The burly man snorted dismissively, but another hefty fellow interjected, "What would a fool be doing in a place like this? What does he mean by the dragon flying away? Is he just pretending to be simple-minded?" The first burly man shook his head, stating, "I doubt it. I sense no magical energy emanating from him. If he were not a fool, he would certainly possess some magical ability." Hearing this, Bufan felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least he had not been unmasked as a pretender. Could it be that his level is too high? The young man queried. A first-level mage cannot sense the magic of a second-level mage, but a second-level mage can easily detect the magic of a first-level mage. The burly man shot the youth a glare, coldly retorting, "Jody, do you look down upon me, a 5th-level fighter?" Upon hearing this, the young man, Jody, quickly shook his head. "No, boss. I have complete faith in you and respect you immensely," he stammered, aware that failing to clarify might result in a beating. He had only recently joined this group of 6, who were part of a nearby mercenary band. All 6 were fighters, while Jody was a 3rd-level mage. When he had been invited to join, he had anticipated being held in high regard. However, upon joining, he quickly realized he had become a slave, unable to escape. Any sign of defiance or resistance would lead to punishment. "Just kill him," the boss remarked dismissively. "I don't expect to glean anything from the mouth of a fool." Hearing that the boss was merely a 5th-level fighter, Bufan resolved to eliminate the 7. In his memories, he recalled that in this world of eternal Saint Star, those who were soft-hearted tended to perish swiftly. In a world where power reigned supreme, everyone bore the stains of blood. The boss clutched a large blade, preparing to strike Bufan. Suddenly, Bufan's body sprang into action. Like a swift leopard, he lunged forward, colliding with one of the men opposite him, sending that individual flying. His physique still retained the strength of a 9th-level fighter, enabling him to contend with a 5th-level fighter even without magic. The man Bufan struck was merely a 4th-level fighter. In the instant of impact, Bufan seized the blade from the man's grasp and turned to face the astonished 6. The 6 were taken aback by the sudden aggression from the supposed fool. Once they regained their composure, the boss bellowed, "You dare to feign ignorance? Get him. Kill him." With the formidable combat instincts of his past self coursing through his mind, Bufan, despite lacking magical energy, gained the upper hand through sheer physical prowess and the blade in his hand. His movements were as quick as a leopard, nearly leaving an afterimage as he swiftly pierced the heart of the nearest burly man. Though the man had been fatally injured, he had not yet collapsed. And he swung his knife toward Bufan's neck. Bufan leaped back just in time, watching as the man fell to the ground, with the additional individual he had previously knocked down still incapacitated. Bufan had already dispatched 2 foes. Noticing the magical energy gathering among the remaining 5, Bufan's expression turned grave. He understood that employing magic and refraining from its use were 2 entirely different matters. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to risk it all. Before taking action, he dramatically proclaimed, "Today marks your demise. Yi Bufan cast a serious gaze upon the seven who remained standing. Truthfully, he felt uncertain. But regardless of the outcome, he had to attempt to fight. He could not simply await his fate. Charge, the leader roared, unleashing a burst of magical energy that formed a red armor around him. As a fifth-level firefighter, the flames coalescing into crimson armor lent him an imposing presence. The other fighters included 2 fourth-level water fighters and 1 fourth-level earth fighter, while Jody remained a third-level dark mage. Yi Bufan's lips curled into a cold smile as he surveyed the area, preparing to retrieve a weapon. The fifth-level fighter charged towards him, his demeanor fierce, resembling an enraged bear. Yi Bufan retreated swiftly. Without a weapon, he lacked an advantage against his foes. To confront them head-on would be folly. Seeing Yi Bufan retreat, the boss's eyes glinted with malice, believing Yi Bufan to be afraid. Yi Bufan dashed towards the crevice where Leah lay. Moving faster than the fifth-level fighter. He needed a suitable weapon. The golden dagger would be ideal, capable of slicing through dragon skin, surely superior to most weapons. As Yi Bufan reached the entrance of the crevice, he was startled to see Leah standing up. We've got trouble. Quick, help me, he shouted. Just as Leah stood, the spatial ring slipped from her form. I need a weapon, Yi Bufan called out once more. At that moment, he sensed an imminent threat and instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a large blade that struck down where he had just stood, embedding itself into the rocky wall beside him. Had he not evaded in time, the blow would have gravely injured him. A surge of anger welled up within Yi Bufan as he instinctively gathered the scant magical energy he possessed. Casting a level 1 fireball spell, the fireball soared forth, aimed at the level 5 fighter. A flicker of disdain crossed the level 5 fighter's eyes. Such a low-level nuisance posed no threat to him at all. When the fireball collided with the level 5 fighter, a blinding burst of fire erupted, instantly transforming into a powerful firestorm that sent the fighter hurtling away. The sheer force of the fireball astonished Yi Bufan. The casting of magic generally falls into 3 categories: instantaneous spells, which require no incantation and are predominantly low-level; silent spells, which necessitate a mental incantation and encompass the majority of magical abilities; enchant-based spells, which are often exceptionally powerful and require extended chanting time to unleash. The wand serves to amplify the magic cast, allowing the user's internal magical energy to resonate with the ambient magic, thus enhancing the spell's potency. Yi Bufan had not anticipated that even without his wand, his magic would possess such formidable strength. This was highly unusual. Level 1 magic typically exhibited minimal offensive capabilities and could not possibly yield such overwhelming power. At that moment, Leah emerged from a crevice, tossing 2 spatial rings to Yi Bufan and boastfully declaring that with the aid of her 7-colored dragon crystal, even without a wand, his magic would be remarkably potent. Quickly express your gratitude to me, human. Realizing that the dragon crystal was the source of such extraordinary power from an ordinary level 1 spell, Yi Bufan felt exhilarated. The potency of that fireball had already rivaled that of a level 3 spell. Drawing forth a golden dagger from the spatial ring, Yi Bufan felt a surge of confidence. 1 against 3, he mused. Leah remarked, transforming into a streak of lightning and instantly appearing beside the level 4 earth fighter. Engaging in combat with him. Yi Bufan wasted no time. Gripping the golden dagger, he swiftly approached the stunned level 5 fighter, who remained in shock. The explosion of the fireball had left him with a sensation akin to suffocation, as though facing a mighty dragon that nearly extinguished his fighting spirit. Moreover, the fiery armor conjured from his own fire magic had been obliterated upon impact with the fireball, as if it had the power to dispel magic. Yi Bufan lunged at the level 5 fighter's neck with his dagger, only to be intercepted by a level 4 water fighter wielding a blade. The golden dagger collided with the water fighter's weapon, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Yi Bufan and the 2 astonished level 4 fighters retreated, while the unfortunate level 5 fighter was nearly impaled by the flying shards. However, as a level 5 fighter, his robust physique prevented any life-threatening injuries. Damn it, the level 5 fighter roared, standing up despite the shards embedded in him and charging directly at Yi Bufan, his blade engulfed in roaring flames, emanating an imposing aura. The other 2 level 4 fighters also rushed towards Yi Bufan. Fighters rely on enhancing their bodies or weapons with magical energy. Observing the 3 fighters, Yi Bufan dared not be complacent. Lacking magical energy, he had no choice but to engage in a direct confrontation. Relying on his agility, Yi Bufan evaded the level 5 fighter's blade, simultaneously thrusting his dagger towards the fighter's neck. A cruel glint flickered in the level 5 fighter's blood-red eyes. In the next instant, searing flames erupted from his blade, reaching 2 meters high and enveloping Yi Bufan. The level 5 fighter believed the flames would incapacitate Yi Bufan, halting his attack, and thus did not bother to dodge. Yet, When the dagger pierced his body, the fighter's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. The flames surrounding Yi Bufan extinguished, revealing him utterly unscathed, not even a hair out of place. As if the flames had never existed. A faint smile curled at Yi Bufan's lips. He understood that the dragon crystal had granted him immunity to magic. Ordinary spells could no longer harm him. Witnessing Yi Bufan dispatch their leader with such ease, the remaining 2 level 4 fighters were filled with dread. At that moment, a scream echoed from a distance. Leah had extracted the heart of the level 4 earth fighter and swallowed it whole. Run was the only thought occupying the minds of the 2 fighters. Knowing their leader had fallen, they realized they stood no chance. As they turned to flee, Yi Bufan had already plunged the golden dagger into their hearts. Staring at the fallen corpses on the ground, Yi Bufan felt momentarily dazed. It was his first kill, yet he felt no unusual sensation whatsoever. The only ones left standing were Yi Bufan, Leah, and Jody. Jody, clutching his wand, gazed at Yi Bufan in palpable fear. He had not participated in the battle, believing the other 6 could handle Yi Bufan. Now, he found himself utterly alone. While Yi Bufan approached Jody step by step, dagger in hand, intent on killing him. The fact that Jody had appeared in the dragon's lair could not be allowed to leak out. If others learned of his access to the dragon's treasure, his fate would be sealed. As Yi Bufan advanced, Jody stumbled backward, pleading, "Don't kill me. I'm not one of them. I mean no harm." A cold smile crept across Yi Bufan's face. He had just heard Jody refer to the level 5 fighter as brother. Realizing his words had no effect, Jody fell to his knees, clutching his wand and weeping, lamenting his misfortune. "Why is my fate so cruel? Here I am, a level 3 mage, tricked into this damned mercenary group before I even had a chance to see the world. And now I'm going to die because of it. My life is wretched." With tears streaming down his face, Jody's plight caused Yi Bufan to halt in his tracks. Leah leaped onto Yi Bufan's shoulder, her tone dripping with disdain as she remarked, "What is this?" Feeling soft-hearted, Yi Bufan shook his head, replying, "Not at all. I simply recalled he might still be of use, retaining the complete memories of his former self." Yi Bufan was certainly not soft-hearted. He merely realized that he had yet to begin his training and could not rely solely on brute force in every battle. He needed a henchman and someone to handle miscellaneous tasks. This fellow, a level 3 mage, appeared decent enough, making him a viable choice. With that thought, Yi Bufan coldly commanded, "Be quiet." Upon hearing Yi Bufan's words, Jody obediently fell silent, though his eyes remained red. Gazing at Yi Bufan with a pitiful expression, "Do you wish to live?" Yi Bufan inquired, his voice devoid of emotion. Jody paused, then vigorously nodded. If he could survive, he definitely did not want to die. "Become my slave and sign a contract with me, and I can ensure your survival," Yi Bufan said, a wicked smile spreading across his face. The slave contract, a form of magic from the Holy Eternal Star, allowed one to control another. More specifically, it was a magical formation. In the slave contract, one party becomes the master, while the other becomes the slave. The slave can never betray the master. Should they do so, they will be punished by the rules. Hearing slave contract, Jody instinctively shook his head. To become a slave meant that unless Yi Bufan released him from the contract, he would be bound to serve Yi Bufan for life. He was unwilling. "I can only kill you then." Yi Bufan's voice turned cold. Jody, unwilling, knew he could not force Jody, yet he would not let him go either. Upon seeing Yi Bufan preparing to strike, Jody was taken aback. He did not wish to die. Faced with the choice between life and freedom, Jody chose life. "All right, I promise you," Jody exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. He felt certain he must have committed some heinous act while dreaming, otherwise, he would not have fallen to such a wretched state. Hearing Jody's agreement, a faint smile curled at the corners of Yi Bufan's lips. This way, he could indulge in the sensation of being served. He retrieved 9 magic stones from his storage ring and began to set up a magic array. The magic stones, a precious or known as Holy Eternal Star, contained magical power, categorized into 7 elements corresponding to the 7 schools of magic. Their uses were vast. They could absorb internal magic to restore and enhance one's own power, be utilized to lay out magic arrays, or traded for resources. Regrettably, magic stones were scarce and divided into 4 tiers, the lowest being star magic stones, followed by moon magic stones, sun magic stones, and finally, divine magic stones. Ordinary magicians might never even catch a glimpse of sun or divine magic stones. The magic array, a higher form of magic, could accomplish more than ordinary spells, yet not everyone could lay it out. To do so required profound insight and meticulous steps. Fortuitously, Yi Bufan was a genius in arranging magic arrays. There were 9 levels of magic arrays, each with a limited number of types. The array Yi Bufan intended to establish, which could forge a slave contract, fell under the first level. He positioned the 9 moon magic stones as per his memory and then poured a bottle of milky liquid over them. This liquid was purified life magic, suitable for array construction. Life magic was unique in its ability to fuse perfectly with other elemental magics. Bufan sensed a connection forming among the 9 moon magic stones. A most peculiar sensation. They emitted a soft white glow, rising into the air, as the light intertwined and outlined a relatively simple pentagram magic array. Magic arrays came in 4 varieties: pentagrams, hexagrams, heptagrams, and nonograms. Bufan was familiar with all pentagram arrays and some hexagram arrays, but he had yet to delve into the other 2 types. A reluctant Jody stood up from the ground and placed his hand on the magic array. Bufan did likewise, beginning to murmur softly. As he murmured, the light of the pentagram array transformed into magical energy, gradually entering the bodies of both Bufan and Jody. Bufan felt that the magic from the array did not flow into his core or dragon crystal like ordinary magic. Instead, it formed a milky white sphere that hovered outside his core. He sensed a subtle connection forming between himself and Jody. Jody's complexion paled. He realized that his future days would likely be difficult. "My name is Bufan. You may call me directly by my name. I will not impose any unreasonable demands upon you, so rest assured," Bufan stated calmly, although it was a slave contract. He, having traversed into this world, did not favor the term slave and would not truly treat anyone as such. Jody, hearing this, took little heed of Bufan's words. Every individual who signed a slave contract faced a dire fate. "My name is Jody, a level 3 dark mage," he said quietly, suddenly recalling something. "You are Bufan, the prince of the Wanda Duchy, aren't you?" Jody asked, his eyes wide with disbelief, upon hearing Jody recognize his identity so readily. Bufan was somewhat taken aback. "How did you know?" he inquired, surprised. Seeing Bufan's acknowledgement, Jody began to grow excited. The name Bufan was indeed renowned, but what of your level? Jody questioned eagerly. Bufan offered a wry smile and replied, "You need not concern yourself with that. Just wait here while I change my clothes, and we shall leave directly. It was imperative to depart swiftly to avoid lingering troubles. On St. Pro Mountain, Bufan and Jody began their descent. Leah lounged lazily upon Bufan's shoulder. Bufan had donned a striking red magic robe, a splendid treasure he found within his spatial ring. This robe automatically absorbed the ambient magic into the wearer's body, was resistant to extreme temperatures, and possessed self-cleaning properties, even rendering bathing unnecessary. "Where would you like to go?" Jody asked softly. Knowing Bufan was a prince alleviated much of his resentment and discontent. Being a prince's slave, albeit a slave, still conferred a nobler status than most. Bufan pondered for a moment. According to his memories, the capital of the Wanda Kingdom was quite far from St. Pro Mountain, requiring months to traverse on foot. Furthermore, he did not wish to return to the capital. In the memories of the previous Bufan, he had 3 brothers and 1 younger brother. His 3 brothers were inept, lacking ability and talent, prone to extravagance, and possessed a strong jealousy that often led them to trouble him. His younger brother, with whom he shared a good relationship, had set out on adventures at a young age, and they had not met for years. His father, the king of the Wanda Kingdom, was well regarded, caring for his subjects, yet possessed a somewhat overly gentle disposition, often bullied by neighboring duchies. He and his younger brother shared the same mother, who vanished shortly after his brother's birth. While his 3 brothers were of different mothers. Bufan did not wish to return to the Wanda Kingdom and invite trouble upon himself. He was reluctant to confront his 3 brothers. There was no option to strike or kill, for that would lead to dire consequences. More importantly, he needed to start his training anew. Returning now could provoke his brothers, as their father had once alluded to passing the kingdom to him. Even if he wished to avoid power struggles, he would inevitably be drawn into them. "I must venture out into the world," Bufan declared solemnly. "I need to ensure my own safety before I can return." Jody nodded, then inquired, "Do you have a destination in mind?" Bufan shook his head, for the memories he possessed were primarily of the capital, leaving him unfamiliar with the outside world and uncertain of where to go. After a moment of contemplation, Jody suggested, "In that case, allow me to take you to a place nearby." With nowhere else to go, Bufan nodded in agreement. With the slave contract in place, he had no concerns about Jody betraying him. The 2 descended the mountain and walked a considerable distance until they arrived at a small town. This was Yufeng Town, the nearest settlement to St. Pro Mountain, serving as Ahub. The left lay the Elven Forest, while the right bordered the Brad Duchy. All manner of people could be found here. It was also a place of great information, as it was predominantly inhabited by mercenaries who traveled far and wide. If you are unsure of where to go, spending a few days here will reveal all the interesting places, Jody elucidated. Upon hearing this, Bufan nodded slightly. Jody's intellect seemed quite agile, which pleased him. As they wandered through the quaint town, Bufan's face was alight with curiosity. His memories were solely of the capital, and this was his first encounter with such a scene. The town appeared to be relatively prosperous. Yet most of the townsfolk were clad in long robes, many of which were tattered and grimy. Their appearances resembled those of the mixed-blood individuals Bufan had previously encountered, albeit with an air of weariness and malnourishment. It was evident that the livelihoods of the majority in this town were rather dismal. Before long, Bufan, dressed in his resplendent robe, began to attract the attention of the townspeople. In Yifeng town, only two types of individuals could afford to don such attire: the affluent nobility or formidable mercenaries. However, both types were seldom seen in this locale. As Bufan strolled along the streets, passers-by would steal glances at him, their eyes reflecting envy, astonishment, and a hint of jealousy. Why do they gaze at me so? Bufan pondered, still trying to comprehend the situation. You stand out too much. Couldn't you have chosen a more understated outfit? Jody murmured. Being noticed can lead to trouble. Bufan shrugged, somewhat exasperated, replying, this is the simplest attire I could find. I have no other options. It wasn't that he wished to draw attention, but within his two spatial rings, he had discovered dozens of garments. Aside from this one, the rest shimmered with brilliance, making this the most subdued choice available. It seemed that even his attempts at modesty were in vain. Noticing Bufan's expression, Jody's eyes flickered with a hint of resignation, and he chose not to press the matter further. Let's rest at the mercenary group's residence in Yifeng town. They are quite renowned here and possess a private courtyard. Moreover, they have no acquaintances in the area, so we needn't worry about being discovered as the ones responsible for their demise, Jody whispered. Sounds good, Bufan replied, having no objections. Upon reaching the heart of Yifeng town, they found themselves amidst standalone houses constructed entirely of a white stone, exuding an air of elegance. They entered the residence of the mercenary group that Bufan had previously dispatched as soon as he stepped through the entrance. Bufan's brow furrowed. The stench inside was unbearable, a nauseating blend of decay and sweat that nearly made him retch. Why does it smell so foul here? Bufan did not conceal his disgust. Jody scratched his head, looking rather embarrassed. This was once the domain of a slaver, and it was recently acquired by those mercenaries. The odor has yet to dissipate. Bufan nodded in disdain. Had he known, he would have preferred to stay at an inn. Allow me to show you to a place to rest, Jody said, guiding Bufan further into the house. Inside, the putrid scent vanished, replaced by a delicate floral fragrance wafting through the air. Bufan sighed with relief. Had he been subjected to that foul stench for much longer, he worried he might become equally odorous. This is where the slaver resided. You may choose any room you like. I shall find someone to clean up the courtyard. Jody spoke softly. Bufan nodded slightly. Recognizing Jody's perceptiveness, he produced a gold coin and handed it to Jody, saying, this should suffice, correct? Upon seeing the gold coin, Jody's face lit up with excitement. Saint Eternal Star. Despite the multitude of nations, each with its distinct currency, they were all equivalent and interchangeable. 10 copper coins could be exchanged for a silver coin, 10 silver coins for a gold coin, and 10 gold coins for a magic coin. This single gold coin could sustain a family of 4 for an entire month. Observing Jody's elation, Bufan chuckled and said, you go ahead and take care of things. The rest is yours. Jody eagerly nodded and departed, while Bufan settled onto the sofa, cradling Leah's 2 front legs, and smiled at her, saying, now that I can practice all forms of magic. Do you possess any magical techniques to impart to me? Leah regarded Bufan with a look of disdain in her large eyes. Human, do not be greedy, she replied in a childlike tone. She had already reached her limit by entrusting Bufan with her body, dragon crystal, and treasures. Now, he had the audacity to request her magical techniques. She longed to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, aware of her reliance on Bufan, she swallowed her words. Bufan, still grinning, raised an eyebrow at Leah and said, this is for our mutual benefit. Without magical techniques, I cannot grow stronger, and thus will be unable to protect you. If anything were to happen, we would both be doomed. Requesting magical techniques from Leah was a last resort. His memory only contained fire-based techniques, and now that he could cultivate all forms of magic, he was unwilling to let his talents go to waste. Leah scrutinized Bufan, and after a few moments, sighed, fine, I can teach you one magical technique, but you must promise not to disclose it to anyone else. Upon hearing Leah's acquiescence, Yi Bufan beamed and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I shall keep it confidential." Magical techniques were not particularly secretive. Most larger magical academies possessed the majority of them, and only a select few were truly rare and needed safeguarding. Yi Bufan understood that the technique Lia was about to bestow upon him was undoubtedly precious. Lia sighed again. "Our seven-colored dragon clan possesses unique magical techniques. I can teach you one. Once you've learned it, you will be able to directly absorb the 7 forms of magical energy." Yi Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment as he nodded vigorously. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity. The ability to absorb all 7 forms of magical energy would allow him to practice all 7 types of magic simultaneously, eliminating concerns that one form might lag behind. Lia leapt up, pressing her forehead against Yi Bufan's, and he felt a magical technique embed itself within his mind. Typically, magical techniques were inscribed in special containers, but Lia's direct transmission included her understanding of the technique as well. Yi Bufan closed his eyes, diligently studying the 7-colored dragon super magical technique that Lia had imparted. With both his understanding of magic and Lia's insights, he quickly grasped the technique. Upon opening his eyes, excitement radiated from him. The 7-colored dragon super magical technique was infinitely more powerful than the fire-based techniques he had previously practiced. Magical techniques were categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary, precious, and legendary. This particular technique was at least of legendary quality, containing not only methods for absorbing magical energy, but also an abundance of spells and magical formations, essentially an encyclopedia of 7 types of magic. Yi Bufan realized he had struck gold. Meanwhile, Lia looked on with a pained expression. This was a closely guarded secret of her clan, and should her kin discover that she had taught a human the 7-colored dragon super magical technique, she would undoubtedly face punishment. Yet, for her own sake, she felt compelled to proceed. Yi Bufan activated the 7-colored dragon's super magical technique. He sensed the magical energy of all 7 forms rapidly flowing into his body from the surrounding air, the speed surpassing that of his previous fire-based technique by a significant margin. Although some energy still entered his magical core, while some seeped into the dragon crystal, he was unbothered. Previously, he had realized that he could utilize the magical energy from both his magical core and the dragon crystal, effectively granting him 2 sources of magical power, which was far superior to what a typical individual of his level possessed. This was indeed a fortuitous development. The only drawback was that the dragon crystal, located near his heart, was somewhat vulnerable. However, in light of the benefits he had gained, Yi Bufan knew that this vulnerability was negligible. Time passed for over 2 hours as Yi Bufan remained in meditation, absorbing magical energy. It took him half an hour to completely fill both his magical core and dragon crystal, with the remaining time spent familiarizing himself with his body. The dragon crystal could accommodate 3 times the amount of magical energy as his magical core, meaning he had now ascended to the rank of a level 1 mage. However, his magical prowess is comparable to that of 4 first-tier sorcerers. Moreover, the manifestation of the 7 elemental energies within his dragon crystal and magic core is quite extraordinary. His dragon crystal and magic core resemble a tranquil lake, evenly divided into 7 distinct, undisturbed sections by the 7 elemental forces. As he slowly opened his eyes, he noticed that the sky outside was already darkening. Where could Jody be? Yi Bufan pondered with a hint of confusion. Surely, it wouldn't take this long just to tidy up the courtyard. Could he have fled? Lia interjected with her own perspective. Yi Bufan shook his head and replied, "That is unlikely. I have a slave contract with him. No matter how foolish he may be, he wouldn't dare violate the contract and escape." Lia yawned and chose not to comment further. That human was of no concern to her. Yi Bufan rose from the sofa to stretch his limbs. Just as he was about to step outside for a look, the courtyard gate swung open, followed by a fierce roar. "Get out of there!" Upon hearing the voice, Yi Bufan sensed the approach of trouble. Could it be that Jody had brought someone to deal with him? The thought flashed through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The slave contract ensured that if Jody sought assistance against him, it would constitute a breach of their agreement, incurring the contract's penalties. "I'll go take a look," Yi Bufan declared, striding confidently towards the exit. His magical energy was at its peak, and he felt no fear whatsoever. As he stepped outside, the sight that met his eyes caused his pupils to constrict, quickly followed by a surge of anger. At the entrance of the courtyard, Jody lay sprawled on the ground, stripped of his clothing, his body marred with wounds, and he appeared to have lost consciousness. Surrounding Jody were 12 burly men clad in leather armor, exuding an air of menace. Each of these robust figures bore a skull insignia around their necks. They were members of a mercenary group. The 12 men noticed Yi Bufan. Their leader, a scar-faced man in his 30s, regarded Yi Bufan with disdain, his tone dripping with contempt. "So you are his master," the scar-faced man sneered, fully aware that Yi Bufan possessed only the strength of a first-tier sorcerer. Yi Bufan's gaze shifted to Jody, suppressing his fury, and calmly inquired, "Did you injure him?" The scar-faced man chuckled coldly. "This little brat wouldn't listen, so I thought I'd teach him a lesson. Are you going to kneel and thank me? Perhaps I might spare your life." As he finished speaking, the 12 burly men erupted into laughter. The glint of murderous intent flickered in Yi Bufan's eyes as a red, exquisitely crafted wand materialized in his hand, followed by a barrage of fireballs hurtling towards the 12 mercenaries. This wand belonged to the deceased Yi Bufan and was of legendary caliber. Fireballs, much like tangible entities, surged forth from the wand. Observing the oncoming fireballs, the scar-faced man summoned a protective water barrier, wielding a large blade to intercept the projectiles. He was a third-tier water combat master, dismissing Yi Bufan, an ordinary first-tier sorcerer, as insignificant. The fireballs collided with the scar-faced man's blade, exploding with a resounding crash, sending him and 3 of his companions flying. Following that, fireballs detonated around the remaining mercenaries, filling the courtyard with their anguished cries. Amidst the dust and chaos of the explosions, Yi Bufan swiftly pulled Jody to safety. As the explosion subsided, he glanced back at the site of destruction, a faint smile playing on his lips. Half of the 12 mercenaries lay charred on the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh, which helped dissipate some of the stench. The remaining 6 now appeared utterly disheveled, their faces a mask of terror as they gazed at Yi Bufan. The power of those fireballs was akin to that of a third-tier spell. The 6 mercenaries stared in horror at Yi Bufan, unable to fathom how a first-tier sorcerer could wield such formidable offensive capabilities. The scar-faced man was the most frightened of all. The strongest among them, a third-tier combat master. He had failed to withstand even a single fireball. Though he had been caught off guard, he realized that even with full defense, it would have likely made little difference. The protective barrier formed by his water magic had vanished upon contact with the fireball, which possessed the ability to nullify magical defenses. "Now, speak. Why did you harm my companion?" Yi Bufan inquired calmly, perplexed as to how Jody had been attacked so brutally upon leaving the house. The scar-faced man stammered, "It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding." He dared not reveal the true reason. Another fireball shot forth, instantly igniting one of the remaining standing mercenaries into a blazing inferno. "A misunderstanding, you say? Think carefully," Yi Bufan replied languidly. "Truly a misunderstanding." The scar-faced man nearly wept, realizing he had unwittingly targeted someone with such a powerful protector. "Speak, or the next to die will be you," Yi Bufan stated coldly. The scar-faced man trembled, hastily confessing, "We were simply short on coins and happened to see this little brat. He looked somewhat familiar, so we thought we'd ask him for some gold. When he refused and insulted me, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. This time, he spoke the truth. Why Yi Bufan's heart swelled with rage. These men were exceedingly tyrannical. Judging by Jody's injuries, they had clearly intended to kill him. "Then you can go to your deaths," Yi Bufan suddenly declared, conjuring 5 fireballs that hurtled towards the 5 remaining mercenaries. The first-tier fire magic only allowed for the fireball spell. Otherwise, he would have preferred a single strike to eliminate all 5, sparing himself the sight of their demise. The 5 mercenaries gasped in shock, and the scar-faced man shouted, "You cannot kill me." As his words left his lips, the fireball collided with his blade. Another burst of flames erupted, leaving only the scar-faced man standing. Observing that the scar-faced man remained upright, intrigued Yi Bufan. "Why shouldn't I kill you?" Yi Bufan asked with a slight smile. "That I belong to the Skull mercenary group. If you kill me, you won't survive in this town. You will certainly meet a tragic end," the scar-faced man declared loudly. Why Yi Bufan narrowed his eyes. This man dared to threaten him even now. Unfazed by the Skull mercenary group, he replied, "If it's just that, then you may die," Yi Bufan said indifferently, casting a fireball towards the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man raised his blade to strike the fireball, but Yi Bufan swiftly maneuvered behind him, transforming the wand into a golden dagger, which he plunged into the scar-faced man's body. The scar-faced man let out a wail as flames enveloped him, transforming him into a blazing figure within moments. Yi Bufan snorted coldly. Kneeling beside Jody, and placing his hand on his forehead, channeling life energy from his body to cast the first-tier healing spell. After several healing spells, Jody's wounds gradually began to mend. Although life magic lacked offensive capability, it possessed a unique ability to heal injuries. Once his wounds were healed, Jody soon regained consciousness. Upon waking and catching sight of Bufan's face, he initially froze before bursting into tears. I can't face anyone anymore. Through Jody's words, Bufan learned the details of the incident. It turned out that after leaving home, Jody had intended to search for someone at the mercenary guild on the west side of the town to help with cleaning. Taking a small path, he fortuitously encountered the scar-faced man and his group. The scar-faced man recognized Jody from his previous encounter with the 6 mercenaries that Bufan had slain and sought to borrow some coins from him. Upon Jody's refusal, they had attempted to assault him, and Jody, unable to contend with the scar-faced man and his companions, had suffered the ensuing consequences. Aren't you a third-tier dark sorcerer? How could you not withstand a combat master? Bufan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, in terms of destructive power, mages far surpass martial artists. Jody, with a look of grievance, murmured softly, I never anticipated they would attempt to rob me. I was too close to them. And coupled with the fact that shadow magic is inherently ill-suited for combat. That is why I was unable to defeat him. Bufan shrugged, realizing that the prospect of enjoying the service of others would likely remain an unattainable dream for the foreseeable future. The two of them proceeded to dig a grave for the ashes that had been reduced to cinders. Night had completely fallen, and it was impossible to summon anyone to clean the yard. They searched the house and fortunately discovered a considerable amount of food. Upon seeing the provisions, Bufan's expression shifted slightly. The inhabitants here had rather unrefined tastes, subsisting on only black bread, some unidentified jerky, and murky water. Observing the food before him, Bufan's lips twitched. It was not that he was being finicky, but rather that the items were genuinely unpalatable. Jody, however, was savoring the food with great enjoyment. While Leah gnawed on a piece of jerky, noticing Bufan's reluctance to eat, Jody curiously asked, Why aren't you eating? He found the food quite delectable, certainly preferable to an empty stomach. I cannot stomach it. Bufan replied with a bitter expression. His stomach was growling with hunger, yet he truly could not bring himself to consume what lay before him. Understanding Bufan's background, Jody recognized that it was quite natural for him to find it difficult to eat. Being a prince and all. After a moment's hesitation, Jody suggested, How about I go out to buy some monster meat? However, there is a curfew at night, so I would only be able to discreetly procure some raw meat to bring back and cook. At the mention of barbecued meat, Bufan recalled that he had a dragon he could eat. Instantaneously, he became intrigued. No need to go out and buy. I have dragon meat here, Bufan stated. In Jody's incredulous gaze, Bufan discovered a dilemma. The body of the 7-colored dragon was too vast. If he were to take it out of the spatial ring, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Though he was confident in himself, he was not arrogant. He knew that if others learned of his possession of a 7-colored dragon's corpse, escaping unscathed would be impossible. Just as Bufan was wrestling with his thoughts, Leah seemed to sense his dilemma. She promptly declared, You two, close your eyes and do not open them. I will handle this. Bufan nodded and shut his eyes, while Jody, albeit puzzled, followed suit. Leah, lying on the sofa, stretched her body, and a diminutive spectral image of the 7-colored dragon emerged from within her, darting into Bufan's storage ring. Moments later, a substantial piece of dragon meat flew out from Bufan's spatial ring, while the smaller spectral form of the dragon returned to Leah's body. You may open your eyes now, Leah announced, her voice tinged with profound fatigue. Without even needing to open his eyes, the pungent scent of blood in the air indicated to Bufan that the dragon meat had indeed materialized. Upon opening his eyes and witnessing the towering piece of dragon meat, he was astonished at how Leah had accomplished this feat. Jody, upon seeing the meat, immediately recognized it as dragon meat, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us eat, Leah exclaimed, rising to pounce on the dragon meat. Bufan quickly shouted, Not like that. It would be a waste. Allow me to prepare it for you. As far as barbecuing was concerned, Bufan was quite skilled. On his previous planet, he had taken the time to learn the art of grilling to satisfy his culinary desires. While he could not claim to be a master, he was certainly more adept than the average person. Under Jody's guidance, Bufan made his way to the kitchen. To his delight, he discovered a barbecue grill present. However, he was taken aback to find that there were no seasonings whatsoever in the kitchen. Do you not have any salt, oil, or cumin powder? Bufan inquired of Jody. Jody appeared utterly perplexed. He had never heard of any of the items Bufan mentioned. Recognizing Jody's expression, Bufan deduced the answer. How do you grill meat then? He asked again. You simply place it over the fire to cook. Jody scratched his head. Without any seasonings? Bufan's brows knitted together. Grilling without spices would strip the dish of its essence. Jody shook his head. Do you nobles really require such things? Jody asked. His curiosity piqued. Bufan's lips twitched. In his memories, food had always possessed a savory flavor. Never mind. Take me to the place where meat is sold. Bufan stated. Jody glanced at the time and replied. All right. Although there is a curfew now, as long as we do not create too much noise, we should be fine. Bufan nodded and returned to the main hall. Leah lay on the ground, fixated on the meat. Bufan stored the dragon meat in his spatial ring, lest it lose its freshness by remaining out in the open. We are going out to buy some things. Do you wish to join us? Bufan asked Leah. Stretching her body, Leah languidly shook her head and replied, No, this princess is tired. Bufan smirked, increasingly feeling that Leah was rather self-absorbed. Very well, wait here. We shall return shortly, Bufan said, departing with Jody. Night had fully enveloped the surroundings as the two walked, with Jody softly warning, due to the chaos at night, there is currently a curfew in Yufeng town. If we are discovered, we will certainly incur a fine, so we must exercise caution. Bufan had no objections, and soon they found themselves enveloped in darkness. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after they departed the courtyard, a group of over 30 individuals forcefully invaded the premises. This motley crew, brimming with aggression, bore the same skeletal insignia as those whom Bufan had slain earlier. They were members of the skeleton mercenary group. Upon entering the courtyard, Leah sensed something amiss and swiftly took refuge atop the roof. The 30-odd intruders scoured the house, and upon finding no one, they set the place ablaze. When Bufan and Jody returned, they immediately noticed the house engulfed in flames from a distance. They rushed to the courtyard entrance, noting that even amidst the raging inferno, no one emerged to offer assistance. What on earth happened? Jody exclaimed, visibly pained. The house was quite valuable. He had intended to sell it if Bufan were to leave Yufeng town, hoping to make a profit. Now it was all in ruins. Leah, Bufan called out. While he did not particularly care about the house, he was concerned for Leah's safety. Leah did not respond, but from a distance, a boisterous laugh echoed. We have found you. Dare to kill members of the skeleton mercenary group? Prepare to meet your demise. Bufan turned towards the source of the voice, spotting over 30 menacing figures striding towards him. Jody's expression paled dramatically as he urged, Run. We cannot provoke the skeleton mercenary group. With that, Jody turned to flee, only to be halted by Bufan's grip. Do not fear. I will handle this. Bufan coldly uttered a statement, conjuring a wand in his hand, standing resolutely in place. With adversaries encroaching upon his doorstep, retreat would be an act of cowardice. Observing Bufan's unwillingness to flee, the skeleton mercenary corps erupted into hearty laughter, their 30-odd muscular men finding amusement in his defiance. In the town of Yufeng, none dared to instill fear in the skeleton mercenary corps. The group, comprised predominantly of combatants, radiated with magical energy, forming an array of protective shields as they charged towards Bufan. He remained immobile, waiting until the fastest fighter crossed into his 10-meter radius. At that moment, a fireball materialized before him, hurtling directly towards the combatant. Subsequently, a multitude of fireballs erupted around him, exuding a searing heat as they descended upon the mercenaries. Jody, witnessing this spectacle, was left astounded. Although first-level magic is instantaneous, even a first-level mage could not summon such a plethora of fireballs simultaneously. Such a display would deplete an ordinary mage's magical reserves entirely. Most of the mercenaries were second-level fighters, with 2 third-level fighters leading the charge. While they were momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of fireballs, they dismissed the threat of mere fireball spells. The first assailant, a second-level fire-based fighter, clashed his knife against a fireball. In an instant, the fireball detonated, sending him hurtling backwards. It was at this juncture that the remaining mercenaries recognized the peril of the fireball spell. Yet, their speed left them no time to halt. The remaining fireballs collided with the throng, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries and bursts of flame. Bufan did not relent in his magical assault, summoning another dozen fireballs to rain down upon the mercenaries. Perhaps due to the nearby burning buildings, the fire-based magic surged with vitality, abundant in quantity. In specific locales. Certain types of magic would manifest more dominantly than others. For instance, water magic thrived near rivers, while earth magic was more prevalent on solid ground. As these fireballs erupted, only the two third-level fighters remained standing. They finally comprehended why their prior companions had perished in this very place. "Run!" one mercenary shouted, pivoting to flee. Yet, at that moment, a dark rope shot forth from Jody's vicinity, ensnaring two individuals, who collapsed to the ground. This was a third-level spell. Shadowbind.ye Bufan smiled approvingly and hastily approached the two fallen mercenaries. Brandishing a golden dagger, the first-level magic was insufficient against these third-level fighters. He preferred the dagger's efficacy. As the effects of Shadowbind dissipated, the two mercenaries attempted to rise and flee. In that instant, Yi Bufan's dagger plunged into one mercenary's heart, withdrawing with a spray of blood. The mercenary, eyes wide, collapsed lifelessly. The second mercenary, witnessing his companion's demise, stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground while Yi Bufan advanced deliberately towards him. The mercenary, seated on the ground in terror, pushed himself backward, pleading, "You can't kill me. I'm the brother of the Skeleton Mercenary Corps leader. If you slay me," before he could finish his sentence, Yi Bufan's dagger had already pierced his throat. "Your words are excessive," he scoffed, wrenching the dagger free from the man's neck. He had already heard such threats earlier that afternoon, and the one who issued them had since turned to ash. He had no desire to waste more time on idle threats. At that moment, Leah appeared from an unknown location, leaping onto Yi Bufan's shoulder. He returned to Jody's side, grasping his arm as they fled. "Are you not going to run? Do you intend to wait for others to capture you?" After running a considerable distance, until the flames were entirely out of sight, they finally paused. Jody was brimming with excitement. Yi Bufan's combat prowess was astonishing, capable of single-handedly vanquishing over 30 mercenaries. Jody felt immensely satisfied. Coupled with Yi Bufan's identity, he realized he had latched onto a formidable ally while Yi Bufan surveyed his surroundings. The area appeared dilapidated, many structures partially collapsed, devoid of light, suggesting it was uninhabited. "Where are we?" he inquired. Jody also glanced around, his expression turning grave as he recognized their location. "This is the slums, the most chaotic part of Yufeng Town. It is inhabited by refugees and slaves, and it becomes particularly perilous at night, with potential for violence lurking at every corner. We should hasten our departure." As Jody spoke, he attempted to pull Yi Bufan away. However, Yi Bufan shook his head. "No need. This place suits us perfectly. The commotion from earlier was quite loud, and the more chaotic it is here, the better we can conceal ourselves." Yi Bufan smiled, feeling confident that the recent explosions and deaths would surely attract attention. "Let us see if we can find an unoccupied house. We cannot spend the night outside," Jody suggested. Yi Bufan nodded in agreement, and the two ventured deeper into the slums. Within the slums, the air was thick with a foul stench, even more pungent than the courtyard they had entered earlier. As they walked along the narrow path, they occasionally spotted individuals sprawled on the ground. "What is the Skeleton Mercenary Corps?" Yi Bufan asked. Curiosity piqued. He had already slain over 40 members and was eager to learn how many remained. After pondering for a moment, Jody replied, "The Skeleton Mercenary Corps is the most powerful force in Yufeng Town. Their leader is a 5th-level fire mage, accompanied by 2 5th-level fighters and at least 100 subordinates. They are quite brazen, seizing whatever catches their eye without offering payment, and frequently mistreating women. They are universally loathed." Upon hearing this description, Yi Bufan furrowed his brow. No one governing them." Jody sighed bitterly. "Govern? There are only 6 5th-level mages in Yufeng Town. One has been slain by you. One is the town mayor, and the remaining one leads their own mercenary group. The 3 5th-level fighters of the Skeleton Mercenary Corps can dominate this town. Who would dare to confront them? Even the mayor must avoid them." Jody's tone was laden with bitterness. With their recent actions against the Skeleton Mercenary Corps, they had essentially stirred a hornet's nest. Yi Bufan nodded slightly. Besides the 5th-level fire mage, whom he regarded with caution, he held no significant concerns. Now that he had regained his magical prowess, his 9th-level fighter's physique would allow him to unleash considerable strength, though not in his prime. He still regarded the 5th-level fighters with disdain. Fortune favored them, as they discovered an unoccupied house in a remote corner. Despite the gaping hole in its structure, they thought little of it. It was far better than being exposed outside. With his stomach rumbling in hunger, Yi Bufan found it difficult to light a fire to roast meat, so he endured the discomfort and soon succumbed to sleep on the ground. The following day dawned bright and fair. Yi Bufan stretched languidly and rose from the floor. Although he had slept sitting up all night, He felt no discomfort in his body, remembering how he had suffered from back pain after just a few hours in a vehicle. He realized that this body was indeed remarkable. As he surveyed his surroundings, Bufan noticed that Xiao Di and Liu were nowhere to be seen. Puzzled, he stood at the doorway and peered outside. In daylight, Bufan could better appreciate the scene before him. His brows furrowed tightly. The environment was abominable. The ground was littered with black refuse, and the noxious air was reminiscent of a garbage dump. On the narrow path outside, numerous individuals wandered aimlessly, their emaciated forms clad in tattered garments, their faces obscured in grime. Appearing more wretched than beggars. Bufan recalled that some of the beggars he had encountered before were still plump and fair-skinned. These people's movements were sluggish, and observing them made Bufan think of zombies. They seemed to possess only the capacity for thought, resembling the undead in almost every other aspect, perhaps even inferior to them. Just as Bufan contemplated venturing out to find Xiao Di and the others, Xiao Di came running back, cradling Liu in his arms. Seeing them return, Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. Having feared for their safety, once inside the house, Xiao Di quietly closed the dilapidated wooden door and said, "I went to assess the situation outside. The skeleton mercenary corps is searching for us. However, they are unaware of our appearance and are questioning the people nearby for leads. For the time being, they should not be able to trace us." Hearing this, a faint smile crept across Bufan's lips. This was fortuitous. It meant he would not have to linger in this dreadful place any longer. "Let us find a place to stay. This wretched location is hardly fit for habitation," he said. Adjusting his garments as the two departed the ramshackle house. As they walked along the road, many eyes were drawn to Bufan due to his attire. He could sense the unquenchable desire in their gazes. Grasping his wand firmly in hand, he felt reassured in his identity as a magician, confident that no one would dare to trouble him. Bufan understood that these were common folk, not even fighters, and would undoubtedly fear a magician. Indeed, after brandishing his wand, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of hostile stares directed his way. People glanced at him briefly before lowering their heads. Such was the power of status. His clothing and wand signaled that he was not to be trifled with, and thus they refrained from further scrutiny. As they ventured further, Bufan's mood soured. Among the throngs, he spotted numerous children. The older ones appeared to be in their teens, while some were still being cradled, all bearing gaunt expressions of near starvation. He silently resolved to assist these unfortunate souls whenever opportunity arose. Having lived in a peaceful era, he found it hard to bear the sight of such pitiable individuals. Upon departing the slums, the surroundings improved somewhat. Though the inhabitants still appeared frail, they at least exuded a semblance of vitality. "You won't be staying here long term, will you?" Xiao Di inquired. Bufan pondered for a moment. He could hardly bear the thought of remaining in such a place indefinitely, and nodded in affirmation. "No, I shall not be staying long." Xiao Di nodded slightly. "Then let us find an inn. There is no need to purchase property here as you wish." Bufan replied with a smile. He was more than willing to avoid unnecessary complications. Under Xiao Di's guidance, they made their way to the heart of the town. As they walked, Xiao Di remarked, "This is the most prosperous area of Yufeng town, where the mercenary guild, the mayor, and most of the influential mercenaries reside. Everything one could desire can be found here, as long as there are gold coins to spend." Bufan nodded in acknowledgement, sensing the distinct difference between this place and others. The architecture was far more refined, and the passers-by appeared to possess a livelier demeanor, their garments considerably more splendid. "We have two options. One is to find a random inn, which may not offer the best conditions, but at least provides a place to rest. The second option is to stay at the Dia Inn." Xiao Di paused, prompting Bufan to inquire, "What is the Dia Inn?" "The Dia Inn is the finest establishment in Yufeng town. The accommodations and meals are exceptional. And there is even a trading venue below. Today happens to be the auction day at the trading venue, and we might stumble upon some treasures. It has been rumored for quite some time that this auction features valuable items." Xiao Di exclaimed eagerly. Bufan shot Xiao Di a sidelong glance, his tone flat as he remarked, "I see it is you who wishes to stay at the Dia Inn." The smile faded from Xiao Di's face, and he lowered his head, apprehensive that Bufan might be displeased. Observing Xiao Di's demeanor, Bufan patted his shoulder and said, "It's all right. I am not angry. We shall go to the Dia Inn." At this, Xiao Di's smile returned. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the Dia Inn. Upon witnessing the so-called Dia Inn, Bufan was momentarily taken aback. The establishment stood 8 stories tall. Constructed of white stone, adorned with glass windows crafted from gemstones, exuding an air of luxury, Yi Bufan had not anticipated such an opulent place existing in this small town. As they approached the entrance, the doors swung open, revealing 2 rows of scantily clad girls who bowed and greeted. Welcome. Yi Bufan was momentarily stunned that in his previous world, he had encountered such welcoming gestures, but he had not expected to find them here. Seeing Yi Bufan at a loss for words, Xiao Di interjected, "Please give us the best room available." He was brimming with excitement, eager to experience the inn, and now finally had the chance. Right this way. A young woman in her 20s, swaying her hips, approached Yi Bufan and spoke. Yi Bufan then followed her to the reception desk. "How many days will you be staying?" the woman inquired, her voice as gentle as water. While discreetly appraising Yi Bufan. 3 days, Yi Bufan replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of staying long-term. 3 days should suffice for him to find his desired destination. The woman nodded, smiling as she stated, 3 days will cost 30 gold coins, and we provide 3 meals and all services. Meals are complimentary. Hearing the price of 30 gold coins for 3 days, Yi Bufan's lips twitched. That was indeed quite expensive. Were it not for his 2 space rings filled with gold coins, he would have hesitated to stay. Retrieving 30 gold coins from one of the space rings, he handed them to the woman, who promptly presented him with a palm-sized token that appeared to be carved from some gemstone. "Here you go. Keep this safe. Without it, you will not be able to access your room. If lost, you will be required to pay 100 gold coins," the woman said with a professional smile. Yi Bufan accepted the token, noticing the number 808 inscribed upon it. This was indeed a room key. He found it somewhat peculiar. How similar this place was to the one he had inhabited before, seated in room 808 of the Jia Inn. Yi Bufan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This chamber was the most opulent he had encountered in many years. The floor was adorned with pure white beast pelts, while the walls were embellished with thin slices of finely ground gemstones, each one twinkling like a myriad of stars, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The bed was a grand affair, measuring 3 meters in length and width, draped with a thick quilt made of beast fur. 2 additional, lighter quilts were neatly stacked at the head of the bed. The surfaces of these quilts resembled silk, and when Yi Bufan touched them, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, a true blessing in the summer heat. Wrapped in this quilt, he relished the comfort of the air conditioning. There was also a spacious balcony, from which Yi Bufan could gaze upon half of Yufeng town. It was worth it, he remarked with a smile. Jody, standing by the bed, expressed his newfound knowledge, noting the considerable value of the beast pelts adorning the floor. Yi Bufan smiled faintly. At that moment, Lia interjected, "What is this compared to my home on Dragon Island? Mine is far more lavish, with walls adorned with magic crystals, far superior to these gemstones." Glancing at Lia, who lay nestled in the center of the bed, Yi Bufan understood that her abode was undoubtedly incomparable, as she was a dragon of immense wealth. "Shall we procure some food before visiting the trading venue?" Jody suggested quietly. "Yes, please arrange it. I am famished," Yi Bufan replied. Jody nodded and departed. Before long, he returned with a large silver platter. Lifting the lid, he revealed a gigantic leg, presumably from a beast. It isn't mealtime yet, so this is all we have. They mentioned that more sumptuous offerings would be provided later, Jody said, his mouth watering at the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat. "Come, let us feast," Yi Bufan urged. As Jody placed the platter on a nearby crystal table, the two of them began to tear into the meat. With the first bite, Yi Bufan's eyes widened in delight. The leg was savory, lacking spices yet far superior to coarse black bread. After devouring the leg, both felt satiated. Yi Bufan mused that he must procure some salt later, having discovered its absence in the small shop he visited the previous night. They rested for a while before Yi Bufan and Jody set off for the trading venue, leaving Lia behind in the room. This was prudent, for Yi Bufan was aware that the inhabitants of St. Eternal Star were rather unfriendly towards beasts, and taking Lia along could incite trouble. As they descended to the first floor, the woman who had previously attended to them approached once more. "Good day. Did you find your meal satisfactory?" she inquired with a smile. Yi Bufan nodded. Truthfully, he was quite pleased. "Where is the trading venue?" he asked. The woman's eyes sparkled at the question. "Are you in search of something to purchase?" she gently probed. Should Yi Bufan wish to buy anything, she would guide him, earning a commission in the process. "I am merely browsing. Should I find something appealing, I might make a purchase," Yi Bufan replied nonchalantly, as he lacked any pressing needs. The woman's expression dimmed slightly at his words. Yet she maintained her smile, producing a golden card from her pocket. "If you require it, this will grant you access to the auction house. Today, there are many fine items up for bid. Bufan accepted the golden card, tucking it into his spatial ring, and expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. With a smile, the woman led Bufan and Jody to the entrance of the trading venue. It was a staircase leading downwards. Seemingly endless as they descended, the woman took her leave. The golden card she provided served as both an entry pass and a scorecard. As long as Bufan spent money within the auction house, she would receive a commission. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Bufan estimated they were at least 20 meters below ground. Before him lay a vast hall, approximately the size of 2 football fields, surrounded by numerous stalls, with a path extending deeper within, suggesting further treasures awaited. Aside from the stall owners, there were few patrons present. The appearance of Bufan and Jody caused the stall owners to stir with renewed energy. Come, behold the 4th-level beast, the Firefox's magical pelt. Acquire it, and winter shall no longer be cold. 3rd-level alchemist crafted potions. Imbibe them to temporarily double your magical recovery. 4th-level beast meat. Delicious and fortifying. The cacophony of sales pitches filled the air. Yet as Bufan perused the stalls, he found the offerings rather mundane. They were of no use to him, nor did they catch his interest, especially considering the treasures he possessed within his spatial ring, which were yet to be categorized. Jody, however, seemed intrigued, wandering around but showing no inclination to purchase anything. Noticing their disinterest, the stall owners gradually quieted their calls. Should it only be these items? I fear I shall find this rather tedious. Bufan mused. Sensing his lack of enthusiasm, Jody quickly suggested, let us venture further inside. There should be shops within that offer rarer and more practical goods. Bufan nodded, and the two continued down the path. After traversing a corridor, they arrived at a somewhat smaller area featuring 5 shops. A beast store, a mage supplies shop, a fighter supplies shop, a rare treasure shop, and a slave shop. Bufan's brow furrowed at the sight of the latter. To his knowledge, the Kingdom of Wanda prohibited the slave trade, a fact he had once advocated for, though the Kingdom of Wanda officially bans the slave trade, Jody whispered, noticing Bufan's gaze fixed on the slave shop. In larger cities or towns, there are always places where slaves are traded in secret. Bufan let out a cold snort, a flash of fury igniting in his eyes. Those who dare defy our laws shall face my wrath upon my return, he declared vehemently. Jody's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he suggested softly, would you like to take a look inside? Bufan nodded and stepped toward the slave shop, with Jody hastily following. Upon entering, a foul odor assaulted Bufan's senses, prompting him to cover his nose. He surveyed the interior, which appeared spacious, featuring a 2-meter-wide aisle flanked by iron bars. Behind these bars were humanoid beings, most of whom were not entirely human. There were beautiful elves with pointed ears, youthful beast women with animal traits, and sea folk adorned with fine scales. This place represented a significant portion of the diverse races within Saint Eternal. Upon seeing Bufan, their eyes reflected a mix of anger and hope, as they recognized him as a potential savior from their plight. A rotund man dressed in a golden robe approached with a greasy, lecherous smile. Welcome, esteemed guest. Your beauty and exceptional aura suggest a noble lineage. What type of slave do you seek? I have a selection for every taste. Bufan, maintaining his composure, inquired, what are the prices for your slaves? The merchant's eyes brightened at the direct question. My slaves are a bargain. Prices vary based on race, gender, aptitude, and beauty. Just tell me your preferences, and I shall provide a quote. Furrowing his brow, Bufan replied, I will take a look first. Please do not follow me. Having said this, he stepped deeper into the shop. While the proprietor attempted to follow, Jody swiftly intervened, gripping the merchant's arm with a smile. My master has asked you to wait here. Do not provoke his displeasure, lest you find yourself in trouble. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the rotund proprietor's eyes, yet he refrained from uttering another word, obediently remaining in place. Meanwhile, Chow Di swiftly followed Bufan's lead while Bufan strode down the center of the path, casting his gaze upon the wretched slaves confined behind the iron bars. Most of them were emaciated, their expressions vacant and almost dazed. Bufan understood that this was a manifestation of their despair. Upon reaching the entrance of one iron-barred enclosure, he halted abruptly. Within, he spotted a young child of the elven race. The child appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with golden hair, azure eyes, and pointed ears, exuding an undeniable charm. However, he bore fresh wounds that oozed blood and some that had begun to fester. Sensing Bufan's gaze, the child instinctively curled up in fright. Observing Bufan's fixation on the boy, The proprietor hastened to his side, fully aware that Yi Bufan might take an interest in the child. This little elf has been with us for nearly a month, he began eagerly. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is remarkably clever and possesses the unique natural magic of his kind. With proper training, he could become an invaluable ally. Natural magic, akin to life magic, is a variant form of magic that only elves can awaken, allowing them to manipulate flora. How much for him? Yi Bufan inquired nonchalantly. The proprietor, beaming, replied, not expensive at all, just 20 gold coins. Before Yi Bufan could react, Xiao Di erupted in outrage. 20 gold coins. Are you attempting to rob us? Don't think we are ignorant. Even the most beautiful elven maiden is worth no more than 5 gold coins. You expect us to pay 20 for this little boy? Do you believe I won't have someone dismantle your black market? Xiao Di exclaimed, his knowledge of slave trading evident. The proprietor, still smiling, countered, that cannot be the basis of comparison. This elf possesses natural magic. At this price, you are getting quite the bargain. He was certain Yi Bufan would acquiesce to purchasing the elf. Having seen Yi Bufan's attire, worth hundreds of gold coins, he recognized him as a man of considerable means. Xiao Di was about to retort when Yi Bufan interjected, I will take him. Ensure he is presentable. The proprietor nodded eagerly and swiftly departed. This single elf cost me less than a gold coin to acquire. Now I stand to profit 20-fold. He is clearly deceiving you. Xiao Di lamented, visibly pained by the transaction. 20 gold coins. What a loss. Yi Bufan's lips curled into a peculiar smile. Rest assured, it won't be long before this money finds its way back to me. He murmured. Xiao Di scrutinized Yi Bufan for several moments, then nodded in agreement, convinced that Yi Bufan had a plan and would not suffer defeat. 2 burly men approached, forcibly extracting the young elf from behind the bars. The child resisted with all his strength, but his frail form was no match for their might, and he was quickly whisked away. Yi Bufan and Xiao Di continued their perusal of the various enclosures when Yi Bufan suddenly asked, what sort of person is the mayor of Yufeng Town? Xiao Di paused, contemplating before replying. He's rather decent, though a bit timid. I encountered him once. As a mayor, he was quite subservient even in the presence of a fifth-tier mercenary. After a brief pause, Xiao Di queried, what are you planning? Yi Bufan shrugged, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he smiled benignly. We shall pay him a visit. I am curious to see how he will account for the illicit slave trade taking place under his jurisdiction. Although the plight of the slaves was pitiful, Yi Bufan knew he could not rescue them all. That he had resolved to address the situation swiftly, thereby liberating the slaves. Once Yi Bufan exchanged gold for the young elf. The boy was brought to his side, now washed and dressed in a well-fitting green robe. He looked considerably more presentable. The child gazed at Yi Bufan with a mixture of fear and indignation. Is there anything else you require? The proprietor asked with a grin. Eager to capitalize on Yi Bufan's generosity, he sought to entice him further. Yi Bufan shook his head, his expression neutral. Not for now. I have seen all there is to see here, and nothing else piques my interest. Hearing this, the proprietor smiled ingratiatingly. If you wish to purchase more, I will have new stock arriving in 2 days. You are welcome to return then. Yi Bufan's eyes sparkled with interest at this remark. What time should I expect them? He inquired. They will arrive at dusk in 2 days. You may come by the following morning. The proprietor replied without hesitation. Yi Bufan nodded, leading Xiao Di and the young elf away. That he intended to surprise the proprietor come nightfall in 2 days. Upon exiting the slave trade establishment, the young elf spoke, albeit in his native tongue, which Xiao Di could not comprehend. We're doomed. These two humans are clearly not good people. Elves possess their unique language, and most elves only speak Elvish. Only those who have interacted with humans learn their tongue. Yet Yi Bufan understood the child's words. Do not worry. I will not harm you. I merely pity your plight. Yi Bufan responded in Elvish. He was proficient in Elvish, as well as the languages of orcs and dwarves. Mastering nearly all tongues of the major races, the young elf regarded Yi Bufan with astonishment, not expecting him to comprehend. How is it that you speak Elvish? The child asked incredulously. Yi Bufan smiled lightly. That is of no concern to you. However, I am curious. How did a child of your age end up captured here? The elven race is governed by a singular king and queen, and other elves live communally in tribes. Before reaching adulthood, they are forbidden from leaving their tribes. The young elf's eyes filled with regret as he confessed, I was playful and snuck away from my tribe, only to encounter a human slaver group that captured me. He sighed, lamenting his choice, realizing that had he not been so reckless, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Yi Bufan, finding the child's naivety somewhat exasperating, nonetheless felt a fondness for the young elf. He had shown resilience by not succumbing to despair and remaining unyielding throughout his ordeal. What do you plan to do now? Will you accompany me or return to your tribe? I will respect your decision. Yi Bufan offered. His purchase of the young elf stemmed from a sense of compassion, a remnant of his peaceful life that still lingered in his heart. The young elf was taken aback by Yi Bufan's directness and his unexpectedly kind choice. After a moment of silence, determination glimmered in the child's eyes as he proposed, "May I invite you to my tribe? You saved me, and I wish to express my gratitude." Hearing this, Yi Bufan hesitated. The majority of other races in the Holy Eternal Star held deep animosity toward humans. He worried that venturing into the elven territory could lead to peril. The young elf looked at him with hopeful anticipation, devoid of malice, simply wishing to show his appreciation. After contemplating, Yi Bufan gently nodded in agreement. After all, he had nowhere else to go, and accompanying the young elf to his tribe might not be a bad venture. Should trouble arise, he could always reveal his identity as a prince of the Wangda Principality, believing that even the elves dwelling near the forest's edge would think twice before challenging him. Yi Bufan and the young elf quickly grew closer, and from the child's lips, Yi Bufan learned that his name was Sheng Nula. "Are you a prince of your tribe?" Yi Bufan was utterly astonished. The elven race was governed by the elven king and queen, who presided over 108 tribes, each akin to human nations, boasting their own princes and princesses. Notably, the first character of the names of these princes and princesses was holy. Within the elven community, only the princes, princesses, the elven king, and the elven queen were entitled to incorporate holy into their names. Sheng Nuola, filled with a touch of pride, nodded and declared, "Indeed, I am the prince of the Withered Leaf tribe." The closest tribe to the Duchy of Wanda within the elven forest. Yi Bufan smiled. Realizing that by a twist of fate, he had stumbled upon a treasure, he was aware that the Withered Leaf tribe was the nearest to the territory of the Duchy of Wanda within the elven forest. Yi Bufan believed that having rescued Sheng Nola, the Withered Leaf tribe would undoubtedly express their gratitude. While Yi Bufan was in high spirits, Xiaoti's mood was rather bleak. This was due to the fact that Yi Bufan and Sheng Nola were conversing in Elvish, leaving Xiaoti unable to comprehend or interject that moment. A sweet female voice suddenly resonated from around them. "The auction is about to commence. Guests with entry tickets may prepare to enter. Today's auction features 3 invaluable treasures: 1 unknown grade beast egg, a precious grade fire wand, and a precious grade dark magic tome." The voice echoed continuously, reminiscent of an announcement. Yi Bufan was captivated by the unknown grade beast egg. Like humans, magical beasts could also cultivate their powers. And at the same level, magical beasts were often stronger than humans. The classification of magical beasts was divided into 3 tiers: ordinary, precious, and legendary. Ordinary referred to the eggs of beasts ranked from 1 to 5, while precious encompassed those ranked from 6 to 9. Legendary eggs belonged to master-level beasts and those above. Since this beast egg was of unknown grade, it could potentially be either ordinary or legendary. It was akin to gambling stones, where one might acquire a priceless treasure at a low cost, or conversely, pay a fortune for worthless junk. "Let us take a look," Yi Bufan stated decisively. He harbored the desire to purchase the beast shop. Should the shop feature beasts of master level or higher, nurturing them could yield a commendable companion. Beasts hatched from eggs recognized the first life they encountered as their master and would remain forever loyal. Xiaoti gazed at Yi Bufan with envy, intrigued by the precious grade dark magic tome, but lamented his lack of funds to procure it. The precious grade magic tome was indeed a treasure. Most individuals would purchase it even if they had no immediate use. Anticipating future exchanges, the trio arrived at the auction house. Yi Bufan observed that the establishment boasted 3 floors, soaring nearly 10 meters high, exuding grandeur and magnificence. 4 robust men stood at the entrance, and those wishing to enter were required to present their entry tickets for inspection. Yi Bufan displayed his golden card to the 4 men, who, upon seeing it, adopted a respectful demeanor. "You may proceed to the 2nd floor VIP lounge," one of the men said with a smile. Surprised to learn of the privileges attached to the golden card, Yi Bufan refrained from further comment, unaware that the auction house was accessible to the public. But only those residing at the Dia Inn and deemed suitable by the staff received such golden cards. Upon entering the auction house, Yi Bufan noted a spacious area in the center, surrounded by rows of seating. A woman clad in a long robe approached the trio with a respectful demeanor, saying, "Please follow me to the 2nd floor. As esteemed guests, You have access to a dedicated lounge. Bufan nodded, and the three followed the woman upstairs. Settling into the VIP lounge on the second floor, Bufan felt quite satisfied. The lounge featured 2 large sofas adorned with white magical beast pelts. And before them stood a crystal table with 4 silver platters, each containing a different fruit. While outside, he had perceived the walls as ordinary. He now discovered that the walls adjacent to the lounge were transparent, allowing a clear view of the spacious area on the first floor. The woman who had led them up softly remarked, "If you require anything, feel free to seek me out. I will be waiting at the entrance." Bufan nodded, but the woman did not leave just yet. Shouty quietly muttered, "Tip." Upon hearing this, Bufan's lips twitched. He had not considered the need for a gratuity. He retrieved a gold coin and handed it to the woman, who bowed gracefully before turning to depart. The three enjoyed the fruits while waiting, and after about 10 minutes, a gap suddenly opened in the spacious area, and a woman dressed in tight leather attire slowly ascended from below. Emerging onto the ground, the woman was extraordinarily beautiful, with a stunning figure that naturally drew attention simply by standing there. However, her pointed ears revealed that she was not human. Bufan recognized her as a member of the Beastman tribe, having encountered 2 at the slave market previously, though none had matched her beauty. "Greetings, everyone. I am Kaiduo, today's auctioneer. Welcome to today's auction." Her voice was melodious, and as she concluded her introduction, Bufan heard a wave of cheers erupt from below. The cheers were predominantly male, indicating her popularity among the crowd. Kaiduo beamed at the eager gazes of the humans, her heart filled with disdain, yet her face maintained a sweet smile. Bufan had to concede that Kaiduo possessed a captivating charm. Without further ado, let us commence today's auction. A fiery red wand materialized beside her as she continued. The first item for auction is a precious grade fire wand, capable of enhancing the speed of magic condensation during use. The starting bid is 100 gold coins, with increments of no less than 10 gold coins. As soon as she finished speaking, someone shouted, 200 coins, 300 coins. This wand is mine, 600 coins. Anyone else bidding will have to contend with my Menglong mercenary group. 1,000 coins. My Dishi mercenary group will claim it. The bidding voices began to rise, and the wand's price swiftly escalated to 3,000 coins before the frequency of bids began to dwindle. Bufan, puzzled, remarked, "Is a precious grade wand really worth so little?" In his memory, a precious grade wand in the capital of the Wanda Kingdom would fetch at least 5,000 gold coins. Chowdy shrugged in response. In this town, where magic users are scarce, very few can wield this wand. Those bidding are likely hoping to acquire it at a low price and resell it in the city for a profit. Hence, they cannot afford to bid too high. Otherwise, their profit margin would shrink. Bufan nodded slightly, understanding why the bidding had diminished after reaching 3,000 coins. 3,990 gold coins. Is there any higher bid? If not, we shall congratulate the friend from the second VIP room for winning the precious grade fire wand. 3-2. Just as Kaiduo was about to call it, a rather shrill voice pierced through the auction house. "For 1,000 gold coins, my skeleton mercenary group will take it." Upon hearing this, the entire mercenary group fell silent. The skeleton mercenary group was not to be trifled with in Yufeng town. Kaiduo's eyes flickered with displeasure. The precious grade fire wand should have fetched at least 4,500 gold coins. Yet, she was aware that with the skeleton mercenary group stepping in, the price was likely settled. Bufan also recognized the skeleton mercenary group. Surprised to encounter them here, frowning slightly, he heard Kaiduo begin the countdown and interjected, "For 1,500 gold coins." He could not allow the members of the skeleton mercenary group to acquire this fire wand. He recalled that the leader of the skeleton mercenary group was a fire magic user, and given his current conflict with them, if the leader obtained this wand, it would only heighten his danger. Sideways' eyes sparkled with delight, though she was unaware of which fool was competing with the skeleton mercenary group for the item. However, as long as the price increases, the rest will have nothing to do with her. A voice from the skeleton mercenary corps echoed with a hint of anger. 4,600 gold coins. If you wish to avoid death, do not raise the bid any further. Bufan let out a cold chuckle. 5,000 gold coins. He would not allow the members of the skeleton mercenary corps to acquire this wand. Even if he bought it, it would be of little consequence. He could always sell it later. Even if it meant incurring a slight loss. Many spectators in the auction house were eagerly watching the unfolding drama. They were unaware of Bufan's identity. Yet they admired his audacity. To dare compete with the skeleton mercenary corps for an item was indeed a rare occurrence. In the private box on the 3rd floor, where the skeleton mercenary corps resided, the expressions of 3 individuals were quite grim. They were a level 5 mage and 2 level 5 fighters from the mercenary group. The man seated in the center, clad in a red robe and appearing to be in his 30s, was Stith, the leader of the skeleton mercenary corps, whose expression was now exceedingly dark. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone bold enough to oppose him. "Brother, should we continue?" inquired one of the fighters beside Stith. Stith shook his head. The wand had already been bid up to 5,000 gold coins. Any further bidding would result in a loss for him. With a little more money, he could purchase a better wand. "Fixate on that box. Anyone who dares to seize my belongings must not leave Yufeng town." Stith's voice was laced with a palpable murderous intent. The two fighters nodded in agreement. Even without Stith's words, they would have kept a close watch on the audacious individual who had just raised the bid. Kai Duo waited a few seconds and, upon seeing that the skeleton mercenary corps had ceased bidding, smiled and announced, "Congratulations to the 8th VIP room for acquiring the precious fire-type wand. We will deliver the item to your room shortly. Now, we shall auction the second item, the magic crystal of the level 5 beast, the wind-chasing tiger." Kai Duo continued with the auction, and in less than 2 minutes, the door to Yi Bufan's room swung open. The girl who had previously attended to them entered, cradling the wand that Yi Bufan had bid on. She placed the wand before Yi Bufan and quietly said, "Please pay 5,000 gold coins." Yi Bufan nodded and retrieved the 5,000 gold coins from his spatial ring. The girl quickly counted the coins, then produced a spatial ring of her own, depositing the coins inside before whispering, "You should be cautious. The members of the skeleton mercenary corps have taken notice of you. Last time, a mercenary group that competed with them at an auction was entirely annihilated within a day." Aware that the girl was offering a well-intentioned warning, Yi Bufan handed her an additional 5 gold coins, saying, "Do not worry about me. I am not afraid of them." Upon hearing this, the girl realized that Yi Bufan might be an outsider. She bowed respectfully and turned to leave while Yi Bufan stored the wand in his spatial ring and continued watching the auction below. As the auction progressed, Yi Bufan found nothing of interest after more than 2 hours. With the fruit platter nearly depleted, he finally awaited the unknown grade beast egg. The egg was the size of a basketball, entirely black and oval-shaped. This beast egg was found in the elven forest. Our appraisers were unable to determine its grade, which is why it is being auctioned. It could be a legendary beast egg, but it might also be an ordinary one. It all depends on luck. For those interested, you may begin bidding, starting at 10 gold coins, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10 gold coins, Kai Duo declared. Upon her announcement, silence enveloped the room. The majority present were mercenaries, who typically do not purchase beast eggs. Moreover, this was a potential ordinary grade beast egg. Ordinary grade beast eggs would not fetch more than a few gold coins, even if they managed to secure this unknown grade beast egg for 10 gold coins. They risked a loss should it hatch into 10 level 1 beasts. Kai Duo had long anticipated this outcome. Such a beast egg might attract the curiosity of nobles if placed in a city. But in this town predominantly occupied by mercenaries, it was unsurprising that no bids were forthcoming. Just as Kai Duo was about to announce the item as unsold, Yi Bufan interjected, 20 gold coins. If he could acquire it for 20 gold coins, he would consider it a profitable venture. 30 gold coins. A voice immediately followed. Yi Bufan recognized it as belonging to a member of the skeleton mercenary corps. In their private quarters, Stith smirked coldly. If Yi Bufan dared to claim his belongings, he would retaliate by seizing something from Yi Bufan. 100 gold coins. Yi Bufan stated decisively. He understood the skeleton mercenary corps intentions. He was not afraid of such a minor group when it came to gold coins. In this situation, losing face would be the least of their concerns. 200 gold coins. The skeleton mercenary corps countered. Kai Duo smiled. This was excellent news. If the beast egg sold, regardless of the price, it would be a profit for them. 500 gold coins. Yi Bufan's voice remained calm. If the skeleton mercenary corps wished to play, he would engage them to the end. Jody grimaced. 500 gold coins could purchase a significant number of beasts. Although it was not his money being spent, he still felt a pang of regret. In contrast, Saint Nola appeared excited. He understood human language and was aware of the unfolding events. 550 gold coins. The voice from the skeleton mercenary corps weakened. If Yi Bufan did not continue bidding, they would suffer a considerable loss. 700 gold coins. If you lack funds, do not push your luck, Yi Bufan remarked nonchalantly. Stith's expression darkened. He was reluctant to continue bidding. The beast egg was hardly worth it. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, how could he afford to lose face? Thus, Stith pressed on. 800 gold coins. Yi Bufan would undoubtedly raise the bid again. 1,000 gold coins. Yi Bufan promptly replied. Stith contemplated bidding once more, but was restrained by one of his companions. Brother, do not forget our objective. We cannot spend too much on this egg, a level 5 fighter whispered. Stith's eyes flashed with reluctance. Yet he ultimately refrained from further bidding. After all, he had already compelled Yi Bufan to pay so much. He was content with that. I am done. A fool spent 1,000 gold coins on a beast egg. Stith scoffed, his voice carrying across the auction house. Yi Bufan paid no mind to Stith's words. As long as he was competing with the skeleton mercenary corps, and now that they had withdrawn, victory was his. Soon, the beast egg was brought to Yi Bufan's room. The delivery was once again made by the girl at the entrance, who regarded Yi Bufan with a look of reverence. Having spent 6,000 gold coins now, there were few individuals in all of Yufeng town capable of such extravagance. The girl turned to leave, and Yi Bufan curiously observed the egg, inquiring, "Do you think I might hatch a legendary level beast from this?" Jody muttered under his breath, "Not likely." Yi Bufan paid little attention, placing the egg aside for hatching later. Upon returning to his room, the final auction item, a precious level dark magic tome, commenced with a starting bid of 1,000 gold coins. With each subsequent bid not to fall below 100,300 gold coins, a voice rang out. 5,000 gold coins. Another bid quickly followed. Observing the fervor surrounding this magic tome, Yi Bufan was taken aback. Why was this tome so sought after? It was merely a precious level magic tome. Yi Bufan murmured to himself. Although precious level magic tomes were not commonplace, they could still be found in larger magic academies, accessible to any student there. Thus, he was puzzled as to why this particular tome was in such high demand. Jody fixed his gaze on Kai Duo, his tone filled with disappointment as he remarked, "It's different. A magic tome that can be auctioned signifies that it has not circulated, and it is likely one of a kind. The exact number of magical manifestations of the Eternal Star remains a mystery to all. And even among those of the same caliber, there exists a spectrum of strength and weakness. Any magical manifestation that finds its way into a magical academy will not be subjected to auction." Yi Bufan cast a glance at Xiaodi and perceived the disappointment in his eyes. "Do you desire this?" Yi Bufan asked in a low voice. Xiaodi instinctively nodded, but then, recalling his own status, gently shook his head. Bound by a slave contract to Yi Bufan, he held no expectation that Yi Bufan would procure this magical manifestation for him. Yi Bufan could discern from Xiaodi's expression that he longed for this magical manifestation. 10,000 gold coins, someone bellowed. The price for this magical manifestation soared to 10,000 gold coins, yet there were still those eager to bid higher. 12,000 gold coins. Yi Bufan interjected. His voice startled Xiaodi, who first froze in surprise. Then a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes that he realized that Yi Bufan's intention in purchasing this magical manifestation might be for him. In that moment, warmth filled Xiaodi's heart. Upon Yi Bufan's declaration, the few remaining bidders halted, awaiting the response from the skeleton mercenary corps. Should the two factions engage in a bidding war, their hopes would be dashed. Surprisingly, the skeleton mercenary corps refrained from placing a bid this time, seemingly uninterested in the magical manifestation. Soon, another voice called out, 13,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins. Yi Bufan stated directly. A hush fell over the surroundings. 20,000 gold coins. There were scarcely a few capable of such expenditure in the entire Yufeng town. No one dared to contest further. Ko was now exhilarated. This magical manifestation had indeed fetched a high price. Her commission from this auction would suffice for a comfortable living for quite some time. 20,000 gold coins once, 20,000 gold coins twice, 20,000 gold coins thrice sold. Congratulations to the 8th VIP room for acquiring a rare dark-type magical manifestation, Kato Duo announced, and a wave of commotion erupted around her. The occupants of the 8th VIP room had just spent a staggering 26,000 gold coins, a hefty sum indeed. Some individuals on the first floor began to depart, having witnessed enough excitement. However, no one on the second or third floor showed any inclination to leave. A woman stationed at the entrance approached Yi Bufan to hand him the magical manifestation. Yi Bufan exchanged the gold coins with her, also offering her 10 coins as a tip. "Let us depart," Yi Bufan said, rising with the magical beast egg in his arms, eager to discover what creature would emerge from at that moment. The woman suddenly interjected, "Please wait." Yi Bufan glanced at her as she lowered her voice. "It would be wise for you to remain here. The skeleton mercenary corps will surely ambush you outside." Only by staying within the dia and can you ensure your safety. They dare not cause a disturbance here. Understanding her good intentions, Yi Bufan smiled in appreciation but did not take her warning to heart. If the skeleton mercenary corps truly sought trouble, he would be more than willing to confront them. Seeing that her words had fallen on deaf ears, the woman appeared anxious, having received a considerable amount in tips from Yi Bufan. She genuinely wished to prevent any misfortune from befalling him. At that moment, Keiduoduo entered, her eyes flashing with surprise upon seeing the three of them. She had not anticipated the occupants of the 8th VIP room to be so youthful. Are you planning to leave? Ko asked with a smile. Yi Bufan, admiring her beauty, nodded and replied, hasn't the auction concluded? There's little for us to do here. However, Ko shook her head gently, her voice soft. The auction has not yet ended. Yi Bufan raised an eyebrow at this statement. 3 of the most significant items had been sold, and the first floor was now deserted. Why did Keiduo insist that the auction was still ongoing? Unbeknownst to him, the auction house held exclusive auctions for VIPs, featuring items far superior to those previously offered, albeit in limited quantities. Keiduoduo glanced at Saint Nora and cheerfully remarked, it appears you have an affinity for the elven race. I believe you will be quite enamored with the next item we are about to auction. Yi Bufan settled back into his seat, nodding with a smile. Very well, let us proceed. Keiduoduo exchanged a knowing glance with the girl, who promptly exited, while Keiduoduo took her place beside the sofa. Allow me to accompany you. I have nothing else to attend to, she whispered. Yi Bufan cast a sidelong glance at her, noting her presence beside him felt somewhat discomforting. Given her appealing appearance, Keiduoduo felt a surge of delight as she happily took a seat beside Yi Bufan. Are you not going to participate in the auction? Yi Bufan inquired with curiosity. Keiduoduo shook her head, her eyes twinkling as she replied, my task has been fulfilled. Other auctioneers will take over from here. Just as she finished speaking, a gasp escaped from Saint Nora. How is this possible? Yi Bufan turned his gaze to where Saint Nora was looking, noticing a large iron cage that had appeared in the space previously occupied by Keiduoduo. The cage stood over 2 meters tall and 2 meters wide, crafted from a golden material. Upon closer inspection, Yi Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment as he spotted a figure within the cage. It was an elf, but not an ordinary one. The elf's skin gleamed a silvery hue, reminiscent of metal, radiating a faint silver light. This female elf had cascading silver hair and a countenance so exquisite and pure that it surpassed even Ko's beauty, complemented by her silvery skin, which exuded a uniquely captivating allure. She gazed ahead calmly, though her eyes appeared vacant. A medicinal elf, Yi Bufan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, observing Yi Bufan's reaction. Keiduoduo felt a sense of satisfaction. As long as Yi Bufan showed interest, she knew he would be inclined to take on this proverbial hot potato. It is truly unbelievable, Saint Nora echoed, her face a mask of shock. Chowdy looked at the elf in the cage with confusion. Aside from her striking appearance and peculiar skin, she seemed similar to any other member of the elven race, and he found himself curious as to why Yi Bufan was so astonished. Yi Bufan was now brimming with excitement. A medicinal elf, a rare aberration among the elven kin, was an extraordinary find. Medicinal elves lacked magical prowess and had virtually no combat abilities. Yet, they possessed an enviable innate talent. Each medicinal elf was a born alchemist, highly attuned to the art of alchemy. Alchemists held a unique position, typically only attainable by life magic practitioners. They refined herbs to concoct various magical potions with profound effects. Some could restore magical energy, others could heal injuries, and the most advanced alchemists could even create potions capable of restoring life. They could also craft various small items to aid in combat. Alchemists were graded similarly to mages. Yet the highest existing grade of alchemist was only 9. Historically, only 3 individuals had ever surpassed the 9th grade of alchemy. Remarkably, all 3 were medicinal elves. To possess a medicinal elf meant that, with proper cultivation, one could ultimately nurture a future master-level alchemist or even one of higher caliber. A 9th-level alchemist would be treated as a distinguished guest by the Empire. Thus, medicinal elves have always been among the most sought-after entities. Just as Yi Bufan was reeling from his astonishment, Saint Nora suddenly realized something amiss. The elf was not a pure-blood medicinal elf. She bore traces of human essence, indicating she was a half-elf. Saint Nora murmured softly, contemplating the rarity of medicinal elves among the elven race. Only the most noble bloodlines, such as those of the elven king or queen, could potentially produce a medicinal elf. How could a half-elf possibly mutate into a medicinal elf? Yi Bufan turned his gaze toward Keiduoduo, inquiring, how did you come to possess a medicinal elf? His voice was grave, though the girl was merely a half-elf. Her identity as a medicinal elf was undeniable. It is certainly beyond the capacity of this humble auction house in Bufan town to obtain such a treasure. Moreover, the fact that this auction house dares to put the medicinal spirit up for bid is astonishing. If it were taken to the capital, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy of bidding. Kai Duo offered a wry smile as she lamented, "We are at a loss. We found her in the elf forest. And although she appears docile and rarely cries or fusses, the moment she strays too far from Bufan town, she begins to bleed profusely. We have inquired and learned that she is under a curse. Unfortunately, we have yet to find anyone capable of lifting it, which prevents us from selling her in a more prominent location. We are also reluctant to let word leak out, inviting those who might resolve the issue or who are indifferent to it to come to Bufan town to purchase her. After all, this town relies on the elf forest, and if the elven kin were to discover that the medicinal spirit was in our possession, they would surely come to seize her. Releasing her is not something we wish to consider, and selling her for a pittance would be a disservice to her status. Therefore, seeing your affluence, if you desire her, feel free to make an offer. Bufan began to comprehend that while the medicinal spirit was indeed remarkable, she was also a troublesome burden. Kai Duo, feeling somewhat anxious, was uncertain about Bufan's choice. After a moment of contemplation, Bufan finally spoke. In that case, let the auction commence. He had resolved to acquire the medicinal spirit. Kai Duo, elated, departed the VIP room. She had lingered there to gauge Bufan's reaction, that if he expressed interest in the medicinal spirit, they would arrange the auction. They planned to have someone act as a decoy to drive the price to a level they deemed suitable. Conversely, if Bufan showed disinterest, they would refrain from auctioning her, as they believed no one else in Bufan town could afford such a hefty sum of gold. Inside the 8th VIP room, Bufan noticed St. Nora's peculiar expression and curiously inquired, "What does that expression signify?" St. Nora shrugged, replying, "I am merely curious as to how a half-elf could transform into a medicinal spirit. Do you have any theories or conjectures?" Bufan, intrigued, asked further. He was aware of the medicinal spirit's origins and was therefore curious about how a half-elf could evolve into one. But could it be the offspring of an elven king or queen and a human? That would be quite intriguing. St. Nora shook her head, stating, "I truly do not know. While I have my speculations, they pertain to the honor and disgrace of our elven kin, and I would not dare to speak recklessly." Soon, an elderly man appeared beside the iron cage, and Kai Duo had vanished. The starting bid is 100,000 gold coins, with each subsequent bid no less than 1,000 gold coins. The old man rasped. Bufan immediately declared, 150,000. He understood that the auction house would likely seek competitors, but he was unconcerned. The medicinal spirit was beyond mere monetary evaluation. Shortly after, another voice chimed in, 200,000. A smile crept onto Bufan's lips. 300,000. 400,000. The price surged upward. The remaining patrons in the auction house buzzed with excitement, perplexed as to why such a spirit could command such a staggering price. Stitt's expression darkened. He recognized that the bidder was from the 8th VIP room. He was astonished that the occupant of that room possessed such wealth. His entire mercenary group could not muster even 100,000 gold coins. Yet the 8th VIP room had already escalated the price to 900,000. Bufan's demeanor remained unfazed. The medicinal spirit, if auctioned in a larger venue, could easily fetch several million gold coins. 1 million, Bufan called again. 1,115,000. The other party promptly countered. Jody stared wide-eyed at Bufan, shocked that he would be willing to spend over 1 million gold coins on a spirit. Unaware of its true potential. 1,300,000. Bufan continued. 1,400,000. Came the response. The bidding quickly reached 2 million. 2,200,000. If it goes higher, I shall withdraw. Bufan stated calmly. While the medicinal spirit was indeed valuable, its limitations were considerable, and beyond a certain price, it would no longer be worthwhile. Although he possessed ample funds, he was not one to squander them recklessly. After Bufan made his remark, the opposing bidder fell silent. Kai Duo wore a delighted smile, accompanied by a burly man. This was the competitor she had enlisted against Bufan. She had initially anticipated the medicinal spirit would sell for 1 million. Now, having reached 2 million, she was thoroughly satisfied. After all, they had found the medicinal spirit, and this 2 million was pure profit. 2 muscular men lifted the iron cage, swiftly transporting it to the 8th VIP room. Kai Duo followed closely behind, settling the gold coins before handing Yi Bufan a card. It was an exclusive VIP card, granting a 10% discount at all Dia hotels throughout the Wanda Duchy. Yi Bufan raised an eyebrow. Is this Dia hotel part of a chain? He inquired quietly. Kai Duo appeared perplexed by the term chain. Yi Bufan elaborated. The Dia hotel has hundreds of establishments across the Wanda Duchy. It is said that our esteemed owner is a prince of the Wanda Duchy. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan's body jolted. He entertained a startling hypothesis. The Dia Hotel bore many similarities to the world he once inhabited, and its owner was a prince of the Wanda Duchy. Yi Bufan sensed that the proprietor of the Dia Hotel could very well be the former Yi Bufan himself. However, he was puzzled, as his memories did not encompass this detail, leaving him uncertain. The medicinal spirit was placed in the 8th VIP room, and the two strong men departed with the cage, while Kai Duo followed. The auction resumed downstairs, presenting the next item. Yi Bufan glanced at it. While it was decent, it was not something he desired. The medicinal spirit sat motionless on the ground, and Yi Bufan retrieved a robe to cover her form. That moment, Saint Nora spoke. She possesses magical energy. I wonder if this will affect her innate talents as a medicinal spirit. Medicinal spirits are typically devoid of magical power. Yi Bufan was unconcerned. He knelt down to meet the medicinal spirit's vacant gaze. Murmuring, "Is she daft?" Saint Nora observed the medicinal spirit and, after a few seconds, shook her head, saying, "No, this is a first-level natural magic transformation into a plant that can render the body sluggish to its environment. Perhaps she has become this way due to overwhelming fear." Upon learning that the medicinal spirit could wield natural magic, Yi Bufan inquired of Saint Nora, "Can you dispel this magic?" Saint Nora nodded but added, "Not at this moment. Once the plant transformation spell is lifted, she will become exceedingly sensitive for a time. Even a loud voice might frighten her. We need a quiet place." Given this, Yi Bufan pondered briefly before suggesting, "Then let us wait until we leave here to dispel it." After saying this, he lifted the medicinal spirit and placed her on the sofa. Resuming his attention to the auction, Jody occasionally glanced at the medicinal spirit. His eyes filled with curiosity, yet he refrained from asking anything. The auction continued, showcasing items that were indeed of superior quality compared to earlier offerings. Yet Yi Bufan found nothing of interest. Soon, the final item of the auction was presented. The elderly man was replaced by Kai Duo, who wore a sweet smile, holding a delicately crafted ring adorned with a substantial gem. A spatial ring. This auction house truly has its fair share of treasures. Yi Bufan muttered. While spatial rings cannot be deemed exceedingly rare, their scarcity renders them exceptionally valuable. Kai Duo, holding the spatial ring with a smile, announced, "This spatial ring was fortuitously acquired by our auction house. Though its space is less than 30 square meters, it suffices for everyday use. The starting bid is 5,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 100 gold coins." Just as she finished her statement, a voice rang out, 6,000 gold coins. I bid 8,000. Once again, the sound of bidding echoed through the air, and the price swiftly climbed beyond 10,000. Yi Bufan refrained from participating in the bidding. He had no shortage of spatial rings, having received a plethora of treasures from Leah. Moreover, this particular spatial ring offered only a modest amount of space, rendering it unworthy of his interest. As the price surged to 20,000. A voice that Yi Bufan recognized resonated through the crowd. 22,000. The skeleton mercenary corps will take it. Anyone who dares to contest this will face dire consequences. Stith's voice oozed with malice. He was in a foul mood today, all due to Yi Bufan. The fact that Yi Bufan could readily produce over 2 million gold coins made Stith acutely aware of the vast chasm between them. Believing he could not retaliate against Yi Bufan, he felt an urgent need to vent his frustrations. This spatial ring, it seemed, was destined to be his. Yi Bufan chose not to contest Stith for the ring. After all, it would not enhance his combat prowess. Just then, a timid voice piped up, 33,000 gold coins. The identity of the bidder remained a mystery, but upon witnessing someone daring to bid after Stith had invoked the skeleton mercenary corps, Stith was thoroughly incensed. In his fury, he bellowed, "Are you looking for death? Just like the scum from box number 8. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan's previously cheerful demeanor turned icy. Stith quickly realized he had overstepped. He knew Yi Bufan was no ordinary individual and had initially intended to avoid provoking him. However, his emotions got the better of him. 30,000 gold coins. Yi Bufan declared resolutely that Stith's insult had crossed a line, and Yi Bufan was determined to make him pay. The moment Yi Bufan spoke, Stith understood that he was likely out of the running for the spatial ring. regret washed over him for provoking Yi Bufan at such a moment. He held back from continuing his bidding, fully aware that he could not compete with Yi Bufan's wealth. The previous bidder also fell silent. Disappointment flickered in Kai Duo's eyes. She had anticipated the spatial ring would fetch at least 40,000 gold coins. But it was evident that would not be the case. After a few moments of silence, with no further bids, Kai Duo announced, 30,000 gold coins once. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of Box No. 8 for acquiring the spatial ring. The auction is now concluded. Thank you all for your support, and please look forward to our next event, where we shall present even more precious treasures. With that, Kai Duo made her way to find Yi Bufan. All the guests were now gathered at the entrance, eager to catch a glimpse of the individual who could produce such a sum of gold. Upon entering box number 8, Yi Bufan had already prepared the gold coins. He stood ready for the exchange. Just as he was about to leave, Kai Duo reminded him, "There are many people outside waiting to see you. Would you like to wait a while? I can arrange for someone to clear the area, allowing you to depart discreetly." Yi Bufan was a significant client, having spent over 2 million gold coins today, a sum that would typically take numerous auctions to amass. Kai Duo wished to foster a good relationship with him, hoping he would frequently visit. She had even planned to showcase her surplus stock of unsold items, hoping that if Yi Bufan took a liking to any, they might finally sell. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Bufan replied, "No need for clearing the area, but I would like you to find someone to help me deliver this medicinal spirit to room 808 upstairs, where I am staying." He was unbothered by the prospect of being observed. Kai Duo nodded and soon returned with 2 burly men. Once the men had lifted the medicinal spirit, Yi Bufan cradled the monster egg and, alongside Xiao Di and Sheng Nuola, exited the box. As they stepped outside, they were immediately surrounded. Dozens of eyes were fixed on Yi Bufan, causing a tinge of irritation within him. The onlookers were filled with disbelief at how someone so young and merely a first-level mage could exude such an imposing presence. They had never seen Yi Bufan before, but it was clear he was an outsider. "Do not encircle me, otherwise you shall bear the consequences," Yi Bufan uttered coldly, emanating an aura of authority that demanded respect. As a prince of the Wanda Kingdom, his cultivated demeanor instilled a sense of submission among those surrounding him. Stith was also among the crowd, his eyes glinting with malice. Despite Yi Bufan's status as a mere first-level mage, he was determined to take action against him. He thought to himself that if he killed Yi Bufan, he could simply flee to another location. Mercenaries often tread the line of danger, willing to do anything for profit, and relocating would pose no issue. However, Stith refrained from revealing his intentions. He could not act in the open without alerting his target. The crowd parted to allow Yi Bufan and his companions to pass. As they reached the staircase to the second floor, Yi Bufan turned back to gaze at the crowd, calmly remarking, "To the one from the skeleton mercenary corps, who just insulted me. Beware, if I find you, I shall sever your head and sew your mouth shut, ensuring you can no longer spew your vile words." With that, he descended the staircase. The remaining onlookers turned their attention to Stith, eager to gauge his reaction. Stith, feeling insulted by their gazes, roared, "What are you all staring at? Be careful, or I may just pay you a visit at your base." With that, he and his men fled in disgrace. Harboring intense hatred for Yi Bufan. As he walked away, Stith muttered venomously, "Find some brothers to keep an eye on this Dia hotel. That brat is surely staying here the moment he steps out. Notify me immediately." The 2 vice captains exchanged glances, concern etched in their expressions, yet they said nothing further. Upon returning to room 808, the medicinal spirit was placed gently on the bed. "Please undo the plant transformation spell. I've spent a substantial amount of gold on her, and I still have questions to ask." Yi Bufan instructed Sheng Nuola 200,000 gold coins could sustain a lavish lifestyle in the capital for quite some time. Sheng Nuola nodded and began to stand beside the medicinal spirit to lift the spell. Yi Bufan could sense a unique magical energy emanating from Sheng Nuola, flowing into the medicinal spirit's body. This energy was of the nature element, a power only the elves of the nature magic lineage could wield. Lia stood by, glancing between the medicinal spirit and Yi Bufan, astonished as she exclaimed, "What on earth have you been doing? How did you manage to bring back a medicinal spirit, and one capable of using magic, no less?" Yi Bufan recounted the events that had transpired after leaving room 808. Upon hearing his tale, Lia could only utter a few words. "Your luck is nothing short of miraculous." In just a short span, he had encountered a spirit prince, a medicinal spirit, and an unknown grade monster egg, events that would be the envy of many. Yet Yi Bufan experienced them all in one go. Feeling a bit bashful, Yi Bufan chuckled and scratched his head, a bit embarrassed to receive praise from a dragon at that moment. Sheng Nuala had successfully dispelled the plant transformation spell. Appearing somewhat fatigued, the medicinal spirit closed her eyes, seemingly drifting off to sleep. I have undone the plant transformation spell. She just needs to rest. Please refrain from speaking loudly, as I, too, require some rest, Sheng Nuala said before closing his eyes and lying down. He had not enjoyed a good night's sleep in ages, and lifting the spell had drained a considerable amount of his energy, leaving him utterly exhausted. Yi Bufan moved to a distant corner of the room. Placing the monster egg on the floor atop a layer of monster fur, he turned to Lia and inquired, "Can you identify what kind of monster this egg belongs to?" Having invested a significant sum in the egg, he hoped for a creature of quality. Xiao Di, equally intrigued, stared at the egg. Lia circled the egg twice, gently shaking her head as she replied, "I cannot identify it either, but it appears that it will hatch soon." Hearing this, Yi Bufan felt a surge of excitement. He would soon discover the true nature of the monster egg. Just then, Lia added, "Perhaps you should soak the egg in some dragon's blood. I sense it is in distress." Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback. A mere egg in distress. How peculiar it sounded. Jody promptly stood up and dashed to the restroom, swiftly returning with a wooden basin, which he placed beside Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan retrieved the dragon's blood he had collected from his spatial ring, pouring precisely half a basin's worth. Suddenly, the egg began to tremble, and Lia suggested placing it in the dragon's blood. Without hesitation, Yi Bufan complied, submerging the egg in the basin filled with the crimson liquid. Once it entered the basin, the shaking ceased. The dragon's blood enveloped half of the egg, and blood-red patterns began to emerge upon its surface. What initially appeared to be an ordinary egg now exuded an otherworldly allure. A surge of vitality blossomed within the egg, gradually intensifying. Yi Bufan observed that the dragon's blood was diminishing, revealing that the egg was astonishingly absorbing it. This revelation heightened Yi Bufan's anticipation. If the egg could sense and absorb dragon's blood, the creature within must possess a certain level of intelligence, indicating it was not a lowly beast. Perched on Yi Bufan's shoulder, Lia's eyes sparkled with insight. As if she harbored knowledge she was reluctant to share, the two remained fixated on the egg. After a considerable time, a fissure appeared on the now entirely crimson egg. As the first crack manifested, the shell rapidly splintered. Meow, two voices echoed from within the EGG. Yi Bufan and Jody were taken aback. Could it be that two creatures resided within a single egg? As the shell disintegrated into dust and fell into the remaining dragon's blood, two small beings emerged before Yi Bufan. One was black, the other white, both looking fluffy and far from the appearance of newborns. They opened their eyes, gazing curiously at Yi Bufan. An uncanny feeling washed over him. Their gazes seemed imbued with intelligence. After a few moments, the two little creatures lowered their heads and began to lick the dragon's blood mixed with eggshell remnants from the basin. Just as Yi Bufan was about to lift them out, Lia hastily interjected, advising him to let them eat, as it would help replenish their nourishment. Nodding slightly, Yi Bufan fixed his gaze on the two creatures. He meticulously searched his mind for any knowledge of magical beasts he possessed. Pure black and pure white creatures were common, yet the emergence of two from a single egg was quite extraordinary. Finding no recollection regarding these two, Yi Bufan turned to Lia for clarification. Magical beasts differ from humans. While human magic varies, each species of magical beast shares the same affinity. For instance, the earth rabbit species is entirely composed of earth-type magical beasts. Utilizing earth magic, absent mutations, the members of a species wield the same elemental magic. This uniformity proves advantageous, as it grants each race unique magical techniques and spells, ensuring they inherit their parents' survival knowledge and appropriate magical practices at birth. What makes these two so peculiar? One embodies darkness, while the other radiates light, yet they emerged from the same egg. Why do I not recall such beasts existing? Yi Bufan inquired of Lia. Lia regarded him with a hint of disdain, remarking, "There are countless species of magical beasts that even the beasts themselves are unaware of. It is inconceivable that humans could possess such knowledge." Her tone dripped with pride that Yi Bufan's lips twitched. Lia's arrogance was becoming increasingly irksome. If I am not mistaken, these two are from the elite race of magical beasts known as Darklight. Added. Yi Bufan raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Darklight? I have never heard of such a species. He replied, puzzled. Lia elaborated. Darklight is among the most elite of magical beasts, a formidable presence within their kind. Upon maturity, they attain master-level status. If their potential is sufficient. Achieving saint-level status is quite achievable, and there have even been instances of 2 god-level dark lights appearing. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had stumbled upon a treasure. However, Lia swiftly doused his excitement with cold water. Yet, your 2 dark lights may only reach master level, she stated matter-of-factly. Why? They appear to be in excellent health. Perhaps both could attain god-level status, Yi Bufan asserted. Lia's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain as she explained. Although dark lights possess commendable potential, their numbers are exceedingly rare, rendering them obscure. Under normal circumstances, only one of the 2 in an egg survives. As the nourishment suffices for only one, the deceased would be consumed by the survivor within the egg, thereby enhancing the survivor's potential, resulting in a typical dark light. However, since your 2 dark lights were born together, their innate potential cannot compare to that of a standard dark light. Even with the aid of dragon's blood, the deficiency at the time of their birth cannot be remedied. Hearing this, Yi Bufan's heart sank. He cast a glance at the 2 dark lights, a flicker of guilt crossing his expression, for he had inadvertently deprived them of the opportunity to become formidable beings. The 2 little creatures, having feasted and drunk their fill, now lay peacefully asleep in the basin, their round bellies and fluffy bodies appearing utterly adorable. Yi Bufan sighed. With their current state, he understood he could only accept the present and resolve to care for these 2 little ones in the future. As night fell, the staff of the Dia delivered a bountiful feast, an exquisitely roasted 2-meter-long magical beast, accompanied by a large jug of fruit juice of unknown origin. Most delightful of all for Yi Bufan was the presence of a sizable mug of beer. Dia staff set down the provisions and departed, leaving Jody staring in astonishment at the food. The Dia is exceedingly generous. This meal must cost several gold coins, he exclaimed. At this remark, Yi Bufan smiled faintly, knowing that the auction house must have contacted the inn, prompting such an extravagant delivery. Come, let us eat together, Yi Bufan called out, and aside from the yet unawakened potion spirit, everyone gathered around the roasted meat. He tore off several pieces of boneless meat for the 2 dark lights before indulging himself. As he savored the meal, Yi Bufan found himself singing its praises, although the roast was merely seasoned with salt and lacked additional spices. Its flavor was undeniably delightful. Saint Nora's eyes sparkled with excitement as well. The elven race typically consumed fruits, rarely partaking in meat, and now, having tasted such delectable roasted flesh, he was too engrossed in eating to utter a word. The group enjoyed their meal, oblivious to the potion spirit, who had awakened and was watching them from a distance. With silver-white pupils, she blinked in confusion upon opening her eyes, clearly entranced by the aroma of the roasted meat. Slowly sitting up, she then noticed Yi Bufan and the others at the table not far away. Upon seeing a human, a flicker of disdain crossed her face, but when her gaze fell upon Saint Nora's pointed ears, her expression softened slightly. With an elf present, she felt a sense of security. The potion spirit gently rose to her feet, and upon hearing the commotion, Yi Bufan turned to see her approaching. Come, join us. He instinctively beckoned. The potion spirit paused momentarily at the sight of Yi Bufan's joyful smile. In that smile, she perceived pure delight, devoid of ulterior motives. She obediently settled beside Saint Nora, finding solace in the presence of her fellow elf. The potion spirit devoured her food with great enthusiasm, her manner of eating shockingly unrefined, leaving Yi Bufan astounded. He had assumed that all elves were graceful and dignified. The roasted magical beast was reduced to nothing but bare bones. Its marrow completely devoured. All present sat contentedly on the ground, rubbing their full bellies. After indulging, Yi Bufan began to doze off. Meanwhile, the potion spirit and Saint Nora engaged in hushed conversation at a slight distance. After a while, the potion spirit, her expression conflicted, turned to Yi Bufan and inquired, "Did you save me?" Yi Bufan, roused from his reverie, nodded affirmatively. "What do you intend to do with me?" the potion sprite inquired once more. She had learned from Saint Nora that Yi Bufan was not a villain, yet she found it difficult to place her trust in a mere human. Upon hearing Saint Nora's question, Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback. What should he do with her? It seemed he had not yet considered this. After a few seconds, Yi Bufan finally spoke. "Since you are a potion sprite, I shall certainly nurture you into an alchemist." The potion sprite was momentarily stunned by his words, her eyes flashing with a hint of disdain as she retorted, "I doubt you will." "Why is that?" Yi Bufan asked with genuine curiosity. The potion sprite shrugged and replied, "I have been cursed by the elf queen, doomed to remain within the confines of the elf forest. Unless you choose to reside here indefinitely, you cannot keep me by your side. Will you remain in Yufeng Town forever? Yi Bufan shook his head resolutely. Once he resolved matters in Yufeng Town, he intended to depart. A glimmer of disappointment crossed the potion sprite's eyes as she softly asked, if that is the case, will you still train me? I cannot accompany you elsewhere, and the gold and resources required to cultivate an alchemist are staggering. Being an alchemist inherently demanded substantial financial investment. Each upgrade necessitated countless alchemical processes, each of which required materials, with the cost of higher-grade materials escalating dramatically. Nevertheless, Yi Bufan smiled and assured her, that is not an issue. As long as you sign a slave contract with me, I promise to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your training. You may go wherever you wish, as long as you assist me when needed. He was willing to invest in establishing a relationship with a future master-level alchemist. Upon hearing Yi Bufan's proposition, the potion sprite was not surprised in the least. For her, signing a slave contract was not an insurmountable concept. Unlike other potion sprites, she lacked noble lineage. As a half-elf, the elf race had refused to accept her. Thus, she had contemplated her fate, either to hide and squander her innate talents as a potion sprite or to seek out a wealthy benefactor willing to support her journey to becoming an alchemist. Opting for the latter would inevitably entail relinquishing her freedom. She had prepared herself for this eventuality. With Yi Bufan's request now posed, she nodded in agreement. At the very least, Yi Bufan appeared to be a decent individual, and she had learned from Saint Nora that he was quite affluent. While Yi Bufan was taken aback by her swift acquiescence, he had anticipated her refusal and resistance. Then let us commence, he declared, beginning to set up the magical array required for the slave contract. The contract was swiftly completed, and Yi Bufan learned the potion sprite's name, Sheng Xingya. You are a princess? Yi Bufan exclaimed in surprise. The first character of Sheng Xingya's name also bore the connotation of sacred, suggesting she too hailed from a noble tribe. A flicker of sadness crossed Sheng Xingya's eyes, and she gently shook her head, saying, I hope you will refrain from inquiring about my lineage. Upon hearing her firm refusal, Yi Bufan merely shrugged, choosing not to press further. If Sheng Xingya wished to remain silent, his persistent questioning would only make him appear overly inquisitive. After conversing for a while longer, Yi Bufan noted that the hour was growing late and decided to attend to more pressing matters. I must step out for a while. You all stay here and rest. I should return soon, he stated solemnly. He intended to speak with the town mayor regarding the affairs of Yufeng Town. I want to go too, Lia interjected. Having spent a day here, she felt she might perish from boredom. Yi Bufan nodded. Lia possessed combat prowess, so bringing her along was acceptable. Meow. The two little darklings gazed at Yi Bufan with wide eyes, seemingly eager to join. While Yi Bufan crouched down and gently patted their heads. Speaking softly, you two should stay home and not get involved. The two little creatures nuzzled against his feet before jumping onto the bed to doze off. A tender smile graced Yi Bufan's lips. These two little ones understood his words and were utterly adorable, endearing them to him. Soon, Yi Bufan set out with Leah and Jody. He left Saint Nora and the others behind in the room. Upon reaching the first floor, Yi Bufan quietly cautioned, the skeleton mercenary group may come looking for trouble, so be cautious once we step outside. He understood that a conflict had arisen with the skeleton mercenary group at noon, and they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Jody nodded, visibly anxious, while Leah appeared nonchalant. As they exited the Dian, the entrance was brightly illuminated, contrasting with the inky darkness that loomed in the distance. It was already curfew, and no one dared to linger outdoors. How far is the mayor's house from here? Yi Bufan inquired of Jody. After a moment's contemplation, Jody replied, if we walk, it will only take a few minutes. But the area is heavily guarded, so we must tread carefully to avoid detection by the night patrol. Yi Bufan smiled and nodded, and the two of them hastened into the shadows. After walking a short distance, Yi Bufan sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him. Someone is watching you, Liao whispered from his shoulder. Yi Bufan nodded slightly, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, it's fine. Let them watch. If they dare to show themselves, I have ways to deal with them. After walking for 2 minutes, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. As they rounded a corner, 5 figures suddenly appeared from both ahead and behind, encircling them. Even in the darkness, Yi Bufan could discern the skeletal insignia upon their attire. They were indeed members of the skeleton mercenary group. The leader, a level 4 fighter, wielding a hefty blade commonly carried by mercenaries, coldly declared, our boss wants to see you. Come along quietly. Yi Bufan's eyes flashed with disdain as he replied nonchalantly, then let your boss come to see me. I have no intention of following you. The level 4 fighter's fury ignited at his words. Seize them. Just don't kill them. He bellowed softly as 10 mercenaries lunged towards Bufan and Liya. This time, he refrained from using fire magic, as it would be too conspicuous in the darkness. Instead, he employed shadow magic, the level 1 shadow spell, Shadow Devouring Sphere. Unlike fire magic, low-level shadow spells possessed minimal offensive power. The Shadow Devouring Sphere was the only offensive spell available before reaching level 3 in shadow magic. 10 Shadow Devouring Spheres emerged from the shadows, concealed perfectly by the surrounding darkness. Except for Jody, who recognized the anomaly as a fellow shadow mage, the others remained oblivious. The 10 spheres shot forth, striking the mercenaries simultaneously. It was only when the spheres made contact that the mercenaries realized the danger, but it was already too late to evade. Upon impact, the shadow-devouring spheres burrowed into their skin. And in the next moment, the areas affected appeared as if scalded by boiling water, erupting with blisters that continued to spread. 10 anguished cries erupted as the mercenaries writhed in agony on the ground. The damage inflicted by shadow magic was persistent. Though its initial power was weak, it was one of the most torturous forms of magic. The level 4 fighter was utterly stunned that he had not anticipated that Bufan could cast magic without a wand. And the potency of the spell was astounding. He had been struck by a shadow-devouring sphere on his left arm, and his entire hand and shoulder were now covered in blisters. Though he attempted to resist with his own magic, the corrosive nature of the spell was overwhelming, rendering his magic ineffective. The pain felt akin to having one's flesh sliced away with a knife. And the magic within him was being eroded as well. Are you still not going to make a move? Bufan murmured, prompting Jody to finally react. He also unleashed a shadow-devouring sphere. But despite exerting all his effort, he could only conjure 3. Bufan, in contrast, quickly cast another 10 shadow-devouring spheres, which, alongside Jody's 3, struck the mercenaries. The number of anguished cries diminished significantly, and a few unfortunate souls were directly struck in the head by the spheres, resulting in their demise. Let us go. The 4th level fighter, enduring the pain, let out a loud cry. Fear gripped him. Under such a dense magical assault, escape was utterly impossible. Bufan's dark devouring orbs were particularly sinister, capable of eroding his magical power, rendering him incapable of utilizing any magic, let alone fleeing. Bufan remained silent, unleashing another dozen dark devouring orbs towards the surviving members of the skeleton mercenary group. Would he allow them to escape? Absolutely not. Having eliminated the members of the skeleton mercenary group, letting anyone leave would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Soon, all were slain. Bufan muttered softly and departed, continuing towards the mayor's residence. Once they left, only 10 bodies, grotesquely corroded by the dark devouring orbs, remained. Barely a minute after their departure, Stith arrived with a group. Upon seeing the corpses, Stith's expression darkened considerably. The ability to eliminate a 4th level fighter, could it be that the young man had a formidable protector by his side? This thought raced through Stith's mind, filling him with agitation. Meanwhile, Bufan and Jody had already reached the entrance of the mayor's house. The residence appeared quite ordinary, merely a small courtyard, seemingly in worse condition than the one ravaged by the skeleton mercenary group the previous night. 2 burly men stood at the entrance, evidently guards. Upon spotting Bufan and Jody, one of the guards coldly inquired, "Who are you? Are you not aware that you are not permitted outside during curfew?" Bufan did not engage in lengthy discourse. He had long been prepared. From his spatial ring, he produced a palm-sized crystal token emblazoned with a large character, 4, accompanied by an intricately carved beast's head. Upon seeing the token, the 2 guards promptly bowed to Bufan. They recognized the token, knowing the beast's head represented the totem of the king of the Wanda Duchy, and the inscription indicated it was the token of the 4th prince. They understood that this individual was associated with the 4th prince, someone they could not afford to offend. "I wish to see the mayor," Bufan stated calmly. This token had been found among the belongings of the former Bufan when he rummaged through his spatial ring earlier that afternoon. "Please, come in," one guard softly replied, while the other opened the door. Once inside, the door was promptly shut behind them. Upon entering the courtyard, Bufan was slightly taken aback. The garden was abundant with blooming flowers and greenery, filling the air with a subtle fragrance. Although modest in size, it exuded a vibrant vitality. The house within the courtyard was a simple 2-story structure, appearing somewhat aged, with its white walls marred by scratches, some even peeling away. He could hardly believe this was the residence of a mayor. The administrators of all cities within the Wanda Duchy received considerable remuneration annually. After all, Yufeng Town was still a town with a reasonably advantageous geographic location. Surely, the mayor here would not reside in such a place. One guard led them toward the house, while another had already entered. As Yi Bufan and Jody approached the main entrance, the guard descended from the second floor alongside a young man. Upon seeing Yi Bufan, the young man's pupils dilated. He recognized Yi Bufan. "Please, have a seat," the young man said to Yi Bufan, gesturing for the two guards to exit. Once they left, Yi Bufan settled onto a sofa that had seen better days. "Might I inquire why the fourth prince has come here?" the young man asked respectfully, standing to the side. While Yi Bufan regarded him, the young man appeared to be in his 30s, possibly having just awoken. Dressed in a white nightgown, his skin bore a slight tan, his eyes sparkled with vitality, giving him an aura of righteousness. "How did you know I am the fourth prince?" Yi Bufan inquired with a smile. He had only displayed the token without revealing his identity, yet the young man had recognized him immediately, piquing Yi Bufan's curiosity. The young man smiled back, a hint of respect in his eyes as he replied, "My name is Dean. My family was once noble in the capital. My father served beside the king. However, due to certain circumstances, my father was demoted and we relocated here. That I had seen you once before. Although your appearance has changed somewhat, your extraordinary demeanor remains unmistakable, and I recognized you at once." Hearing Dean flatter him, a subtle smile crossed Yi Bufan's face. He did not mind such praise. However, he was intrigued as to why a noble family close to the king would end up in this place. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from probing further. "Are you currently the mayor?" Yi Bufan asked nonchalantly. Noticing Yi Bufan's calm demeanor, Dean became serious and nodded. "Yes, I am the mayor now," he replied softly. While Yi Bufan's expression darkened, and he coldly scoffed. "Do you know your crimes?" At Yi Bufan's words, Dean trembled, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes, although he was unaware of how Yi Bufan had ascended to the rank of first-level mage. He understood Yi Bufan's significance to the Wanda Kingdom. A saying circulated in the capital: "You may offend the king, but never the fourth prince." The people of the Wanda Duchy were well aware that their king possessed a gentle temperament and would not resort to killing lightly. However, the fourth prince was known for his vengeful nature. One could never afford to offend him, for he represented the future of the entire Wanda Duchy. Dean's mind raced as he considered his position. Although he had not committed any egregious acts as mayor, he had also not done anything particularly commendable. "Please, enlighten me, fourth prince," Dean murmured. Yi Bufan feigned anger, slamming his hand down on the table before him. Shattering it into splinters, Dean immediately knelt in terror, utterly bewildered as to what he had done wrong. Observing Dean's reaction, Yi Bufan let out a cold snort and continued, "Isn't the slave trade in the Wanda Duchy prohibited?" Upon hearing this, Dean understood. The issue lay with the slaves. He quickly wore a pained expression and responded, "I have no power over that. I cannot control those slave owners, as they have powerful backing. I am merely a modest mayor, a fifth-level fighter. It would be a simple matter for them to eliminate me." Yi Bufan frowned. Was the mayor truly this ineffectual? "Stand up," Yi Bufan commanded coldly. Dean, feeling anxious, rose to his feet, unable to meet Yi Bufan's gaze. Yi Bufan, seeing Dean's demeanor, could not help but twitch his lips. This was the most cowardly leader he had ever encountered. "If I were to instruct you to eradicate all slave trading within Yufeng Town, ensuring such practices do not occur here, would you be capable of fulfilling that request?" Yi Bufan inquired further. Dean lowered his head, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he reluctantly replied, "That would be quite difficult." Yi Bufan's irritation grew. Dean was evidently not treating him with the respect he deserved. Dean hastily explained, "You may not be aware of the situation in Yufeng Town. Although I hold the title of mayor, I can barely ensure the safety of myself and my family. While this place is nominally part of the Wanda Duchy, in reality, it seems the duchy has forgotten about us. I have not received a single reward in the years I have been here, and the local guard has disbanded due to lack of funds. Currently, my authority as mayor pales in comparison to that of a larger mercenary group. The slave trade in this town is controlled by the Skeleton Mercenary Group, the Demon Hunter Mercenary Group, and the Black Sand Mercenary Group. These three are the most powerful factions here, and I cannot afford to provoke any of them, were it not for my fifth-level strength and my decision to remain uninvolved in their affairs. I would likely have been dealt with by now. As Dean spoke, his face flushed with shame. It was embarrassing for him to admit such things. Yi Bufan, too, was left speechless. It was little wonder that Yufeng Town had fallen into such disarray under the leadership of a mayor so inept. Dean did not say anything further, and after a few moments of contemplation, Bufan stated, I have received word that in 2 days, at dusk, a shipment of slaves will arrive in Yufeng town. I am offering you an opportunity that if you can put an end to all slave trading in Yufeng town, I may be able to assist you, potentially allowing you to return to the capital. Upon hearing these words, Dean's eyes brightened. He recognized this as an opportunity. If seized, it could potentially restore his family's former glory. After all, these were the words spoken by the fourth prince, a figure he still held in regard. After pondering for a few moments, Dean solemnly inquired, May I give it a try, but I require a small favor from you. What favor? Bufan asked, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed Dean wasn't entirely inept. At least he had a method to address his challenges. Dean promptly stated, I can procure troops from the nearest high-end city, but I must do so under your name. Upon hearing this, Bufan nodded slightly, saying, Very well, this is for you. With that, he tossed a token to Dean. After all, it was merely a matter of borrowing his name, and Bufan stood to lose nothing. Dean's eyes gleamed with determination. He knew his chance had arrived. After discussing some specifics, Bufan departed from Dean's residence. Dean quickly donned his attire and set off towards high-end city, determined not to squander this opportunity. Meanwhile, Bufan and his companions made their way towards the Dia Inn. Geordie, standing nearby, seemed hesitant to speak. Noticing Geordie's demeanor, Bufan casually asked, What troubles you? Geordie scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied softly, It's nothing. Just that you seem somewhat different from the legends. Bufan raised an eyebrow. In what way? He inquired with a smile. Geordie lowered his gaze, cautiously admitting, I must preface this by saying, please do not take offense. As long as you refrain from scolding me, I shall remain unperturbed. Bufan chuckled heartily. He had previously sensed that the memories he acquired of the former Bufan appeared incomplete, much like the Dia Inn, which did not exist in his recollections. Yet, various signs indicated that the Dia Inn was indeed connected to him, as its operational model bore a striking resemblance to that of his previous planet. Thus, Bufan was eager to discern what the legendary version of himself was truly like. Taking a deep breath, Geordie seemed to make a significant decision as he spoke. The tale suggests that you possess immense power and extraordinary talent, yet your temperament is capricious and violent, though you do not provoke trouble lightly. Should someone cross you, you would annihilate their entire family, all while maintaining an air of indifference. As Geordie spoke, he stole a glance at Bufan, and the darkness did not hinder his vision. He noticed Bufan was not angered, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief as he continued. However, based on my interactions with you over the past 2 days, I feel you are quite different from the legends. While you are indeed ruthless in battle, your heart is not malevolent. Although I am bound by a slave contract with you, you do not treat me as a mere slave, and you even go to great lengths for those under your care, including Saint Nora and the 2 shadow beasts. I genuinely believe you are a good person. Upon hearing Geordie's words, Bufan furrowed his brows. Indeed, the memories he had acquired were not comprehensive. The previous Bufan did not appear to be as cruel as Geordie described. He found himself perplexed over how much of his memory was missing and how many of those memories might prove beneficial. Noticing Bufan's furrowed brow, Geordie, fearing he had offended him, quickly exclaimed, I apologize. I didn't mean to belittle you. Bufan glanced at Geordie. Observing the tremors of fear coursing through him, he chuckled and patted Geordie's shoulder, saying, Fear not. I am not angry that I have yet to reach a point where I cannot tolerate criticism. Geordie let out a sigh of relief as Bufan continued, Let us return. You should rest well these next few days, and once we resolve the matter with the slaves, we shall journey to the Withered Leaf tribe, which belongs to Saint Nora. With that, the two made their way back to the Dia Inn. However, as they turned a corner in a narrow alley, a flurry of fireballs suddenly shot towards them from a distance. Bufan reacted swiftly, summoning his wand and conjuring a barrage of fireballs that collided with the incoming projectiles. The resulting explosion illuminated the surroundings with blinding light. Bufan noted that a group of individuals stood over 30 meters away. Illuminated by the flames, he recognized the skull insignia adorning their attire. His expression turned icy. The skull mercenary group was indeed persistent. Stith, observing the scene, was equally astonished. Even a first-level spell cast by a 5th-level mage would yield vastly different results. Bufan, merely a first-level mage, had managed to counter his fireball spell. This prompted Stith to regard Bufan with newfound respect. What intrigued him further was that Bufan was a fire mage. Yet the 10 corpses he had encountered earlier had been slain by dark magic. Stith remained on high alert, suspecting that a powerful dark mage might be lurking near Bufan. murmuring softly. Yi Bufan strode towards the members of the Skull Mercenary Group. As he approached, Stith's eyes narrowed with caution. If Yi Bufan indeed had a formidable protector, he would need to remain vigilant, stopping 10 meters from the Skull Mercenary Group. Yi Bufan's voice turned cold as he declared, "Those who seek death, will you face me one by one or all at once?" In such a precarious situation, displaying calmness would instill fear in his adversaries. Facing 3 fifth-level warriors, one of whom was a mage, Yi Bufan could not afford to show any signs of fear, lest they be emboldened to strike. Stith, holding his wand, fixated on Yi Bufan's staff. He recognized it was not the one from the auction house, but rather a significantly superior piece. A glimmer of greed flashed in Stith's eyes as he believed he had uncovered the secret to Yi Bufan's astonishing combat prowess. He presumed Yi Bufan's strength lay solely in the wand he wielded. "Hand over your wand, and I may spare your life," Stith sneered, his eyes fixated on the staff as he envisioned the carnage he could unleash once he possessed it. Recognizing Stith as the leader of the Skull Mercenary Group, Yi Bufan smirked wickedly and replied, "Very well, I shall give it to you, but do not blame me if you cannot handle it." With that, Yi Bufan hurled the legendary wand towards Stith. Stith, taken aback by Yi Bufan's unexpected gesture, instinctively reached out to catch it, only to be suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding, forgetting the wand tumbling towards the ground. Stith quickly conjured a level 3 spell, the Flame Shield. A massive shield of blazing magic materialized before him, but the next moment, a barrage of dark devouring orbs struck the shield, causing it to dissipate almost instantly. With half of the orbs remaining intact, fortunately, 2 fifth-level fighters standing beside Stith reacted promptly, intercepting the remaining orbs. Otherwise, Stith would have been struck, furious and astonished. Stith could not believe that Yi Bufan could utilize dark magic without a wand. What astounded him further was that Yi Bufan's magic seemed to possess the innate ability to pierce through his flame shield, a feat beyond the capabilities of a mere first-level spell. As the legendary wand fell to the ground, Stith glanced back at Yi Bufan's previous position, only to find him vanished. "Stay alert," roared one of the 5th-level fighters to in the next instant. A golden dagger materialized from the shadows, swiftly slicing through the throat of the fighter before he could react. The golden dagger flashed by, and before the others could comprehend what had transpired, it vanished. The 5th-level fighter collapsed, his neck nearly severed from his body. Panic ensued among the remaining members. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan had retrieved his wand and distanced himself significantly. After casting the dark devouring orbs, he had seamlessly transitioned into a first-level dark spell, Shadow Technique, allowing him to temporarily conceal his presence within the darkness. The time was indeed brief, merely sufficient for him to eliminate a single adversary. However, that was adequate, for 2 fifth-tier threats had been significantly diminished while Yi Bufan returned to a distance of 15 meters from Stithis and his companions. A golden dagger clasped in his hand as he smiled and remarked, "Did you not desire my wand? Why do you not reach out and take it?" Stithis, eyes fixed on the golden dagger in Yi Bufan's grasp, let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Everyone, attack! Reduce him to mincemeat!" Upon hearing this command, his companions, their expressions grave, gripped their weapons tightly, a spectrum of magical auras flickering around them as they surged towards Yi Bufan. Employing the Shadow Technique once more, Yi Bufan's form vanished in an instant. His physique, that of a 9th-tier combat master, had been further refined by dragon's blood, although the magical power within him was limited, preventing him from fully realizing the combat prowess of a 9th-tier fighter. It sufficed to deal with the insignificant foes before him. Stithis was in the midst of chanting a spell, preparing to unleash his most formidable magic, 5th-tier fire magic. Inferno of the Earth. Yi Bufan, sensing the agitation of fire magic in the air, understood that Stithis was conjuring a powerful spell. Yet, the Shadow Technique could only conceal his body. He could not silently approach Stithis amidst the throng of enemies. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Bufan's eyes as he focused on the nearest 5th-tier combat master, whose body shimmered with blue magical armor, clearly indicating his status as a 5th-tier water fighter. As the effects of the Shadow Technique began to wane, Yi Bufan dashed toward the 5th-tier combat master. Previously, he had managed to slay another 5th-tier combatant primarily through surprise, but the present combat master was acutely alert. Yi Bufan recognized that successfully ambushing him again was rather unrealistic, yet he was determined to take a gamble. Arriving at the 5th-tier combat master's side, Yi Bufan slashed the dagger toward his neck. In that moment, the 5th-tier combat master swiftly intercepted with his weapon, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Ye Bufan felt as though his dagger had become ensnared by the 5th-tier combat master's blade, rendering him unable to retract it. This was a result of the 5th-tier water fighter utilizing the 5th-tier combat spell, Water Dragon's Grasp, combat magic, while inferior in offensive power to the spells cast by mages, served to enhance combat effectiveness. The Water Dragon's Grasp allowed the 5th-tier combat master's weapon to latch onto Ye Bufan's golden dagger, making it exceedingly difficult for him to withdraw his hand. "Perish!" cried the 2 third-tier combat masters, their blades arcing toward Ye Bufan's form. His expression hardened, and instantaneously, a dozen fireballs manifested around him, hurtling towards the 5th-tier combat master and the 2 third-tier combat masters beside him. The members of the Skeleton Mercenary Corps were taken aback by Ye Bufan's ability to wield magic under such circumstances. The proximity of the fireballs caused the 5th-tier combat master to react quickly, retreating while conjuring a water barrier to shield himself from the oncoming projectiles. However, the 2 third-tier combat masters were unfortunate, instantly engulfed in flames as they were struck by the fireballs. As the 5th-tier combat master retreated, Ye Bufan regained his freedom and again employed the shadow technique, vanishing from sight as he charged toward the 5th-tier combat master. The latter felt a surge of trepidation, realizing he was no match for Ye Bufan. In that moment, the golden dagger reappeared behind the 5th-tier combat master. Reacting swiftly, the combat master spun around to block the dagger, but due to the Water Dragon's Grasp, it became ensnared once more. At that moment, Stithis bellowed. Inferno of the Earth, a yellowish flame materialized before him, hurtling towards Ye Bufan like a sword. A sense of impending doom washed over Ye Bufan as he sensed an overwhelming threat approaching from behind. He attempted to flee, yet the Water Dragon's Grasp rendered his body immobile. A cruel smile crept across Stithis' face, for he did not believe Ye Bufan could withstand a 5th-tier spell. In the distance, Jody observed the unfolding scene with alarm, hastily casting a 3rd-tier dark magic, Shadow Shield. Behind Ye Bufan, a black shield materialized, but it was easily shattered by the Inferno of the Earth. The 5th-tier water combat master was filled with dread, realizing Stithis was indifferent to his safety. Given their proximity, the spell would harm him as well. In the despairing gaze of the 5th-tier combat master, the Inferno of the Earth struck Ye Bufan's back, engulfing both him and the 5th-tier water fighter in a towering pillar of flame. Stithis began to revel in excitement. The Inferno of the Earth was the most potent attack spell among 5th-tier magic, and he was convinced Ye Bufan could not emerge unscathed. Jody gasped, deeply concerned for Ye Bufan's safety, while Laya remained unfazed. The members of the Skeleton Mercenary Corps encircled the flames, and mere moments later, when the fire dissipated, they beheld a sight that left them questioning their very existence. Ye Bufan stood unharmed, while the 5th-tier water combat master lay lifeless, reduced to a charred husk. A smile graced Ye Bufan's lips. The magical immunity bestowed by the 7-colored dragon crystal had proven remarkably effective. "This is impossible," Stithis cried out, his voice laced with terror. That was a 5th-tier spell, yet Ye Bufan had emerged untouched. Ye Bufan's gaze fixed upon Stithis, determination burning within. Stithis had to die. Were it not for the magical immunity granted by the dragon crystal, he too would have faced a fate akin to that of the unfortunate 5th-tier water combat master, who had been unable to withstand the Inferno of the Earth despite his best efforts. Ye Bufan's figure vanished from sight, reappearing beside Stithis. With a swift motion, the golden dagger slashed towards Stithis' neck. Although Stithis was astonished that Ye Bufan had sustained no injuries, he hesitated not in the face of death. Flames erupted around him, transforming into a streak of light as he fled into the distance, his speed astonishing. The 5th-tier fire magic flowing fire allowed him to accelerate by consuming magical energy. Stithis' speed was astounding. Despite Ye Bufan's pursuit, he could not keep pace. A flicker of frustration crossed Ye Bufan's mind. Should Stithis escape now, locating him again would pose a considerable challenge. Yet within the 1st-tier magic repertoire, there was nothing that could match Stithis' speed. Just as Ye Bufan grappled with his predicament, a black rope ensnared Stithis' body. It was the shadow binding spell. Ye Bufan recognized Jody's intervention. Although the shadow binding spell could only restrain Stithis for a fleeting second, it was sufficient. That moment, Ye Bufan stood a mere 10 meters from Stithis. Stithis broke free from the binding and prepared to flee once more. Ye Bufan's golden dagger, now enveloped in a layer of azure magical energy, surged towards Stithis' back. The magic enveloping the dagger was wind shadow technique, designed to enhance the speed of an object. With the enhancement, the golden dagger was able to close the distance to Stithis, colliding with the flames enveloping him. Due to Yi Bufan's magic possessing the ability to disrupt spells, Stithis' fifth-tier flowing fire was abruptly interrupted. Stithis, taken aback that his magic had failed, felt the golden dagger pierce his heart, sending him crashing against the wall ahead. Yi Bufan swiftly approached Stithis, withdrawing the dagger from his body. Crimson blood spilling forth, he gazed down upon Stithis, who, though still alive, bore an expression of bitter resentment. "You will die a most tragic death," Stithis rasped, aware that his end was near and his strength waning. "You believe the remaining rabble of the skeleton mercenary corps can do anything to me?" Yi Bufan replied nonchalantly. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Stithis' eyes, a peculiar smile forming on his lips as he summoned his last reserves of strength to declare, "The skeleton mercenary corps here is merely a branch. Our headquarters is in the capital. My death will summon them swiftly for revenge." Upon uttering these words, Stith's neck twisted, and he met his demise, upon learning that the skeleton mercenary corps was merely a subsidiary. Yi Bufan furrowed his brows slightly, but soon cast the matter aside. After all, in a few days, he would be departing, and whether he could locate the headquarters of the skeleton mercenary corps by then remained uncertain. Even if he could, Yi Bufan felt no trepidation. It was equally plausible that the tables might turn on them. The remaining members of the skeleton mercenary corps were now filled with dread. They all understood that they had encountered insurmountable odds. With the death of a commander and 2 vice-commanders, they were no match for Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan relieved Stith of his possessions and then set fire to his corpse. Observing the terrified expressions on the faces of the skeleton mercenary corps members in the distance, Yi Bufan's lips curled into a faint smile as he approached them, golden dagger in hand. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries fell to his knees, exclaiming, "We were wrong. Spare us, please." He did not wish to perish. He had a family to think of. As one person begged for mercy, others soon followed suit. No one wished for death. Yi Bufan halted before them, contemplating their plight. Initially, he had intended to eliminate every member of the skeleton mercenary corps to prevent any future troubles. However, seeing their tear-streaked faces, he began to feel somewhat like a villain. Just as he resolved to eradicate them, a voice rang out from afar, "Please wait." At the sound of that voice, Yi Bufan paused, his gaze shifting from the dagger in his hand. Jody and Leah approached his side, followed by 2 men sprinting toward him. They were 2 burly figures, one clad in white armor adorned with the emblem of a black bell, appearing to be in his 20s, and the other draped in a gray cloak bearing the insignia of swirling black dust, seemingly in his 30s. The 2 men reached Yi Bufan and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, I am Hagong, the leader of the Demon Hunter Mercenary Corps," announced the younger man with a demeanor of utmost reverence. "I am Haisha, the leader of the Black Sand Mercenary Corps," added the older man with a smile. Upon hearing the names of these 2 mercenary groups, Yi Bufan recalled that Dean had mentioned them as partners of the skeleton mercenary corps in the slave trade at Yifeng Town. "Are you here to defend the skeleton mercenary corps?" Yi Bufan asked with a cold smile. He assumed that these 2 groups were allies of the skeleton mercenary corps, and thus had come to their aid. However, Haisha and Hagong exchanged knowing glances and shook their heads in unison. No, we are neither here to defend nor to plead. We are here to propose a trade," Haisha said softly, a smile gracing his lips. Yi Bufan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "At a trade? Pray tell." He was indeed interested. Sensing that these 2 individuals possessed a certain boldness, Hagong gestured towards the members of the skeleton mercenary corps. "That we wish to acquire those members of the skeleton mercenary corps. They are experienced mercenaries, and we would like to integrate them into our own corps, and we kindly ask you to spare their lives." Although the skeleton mercenary corps was notorious, each of its mercenaries was quite skilled. Yi Bufan remained silent, prompting Haisha to continue. "Of course, we are not seeking to take them for free. We are willing to offer you gold in exchange. We understand you are not in need of money, but we propose 1 gold coin for each life. What do you think?" At this proposition, Yi Bufan found himself increasingly intrigued. 1 gold coin for a mercenary sounded quite tempting. Though these mercenaries were all combatants, their potential was limited, and they might never progress further, rendering them undesirable as slaves. The fact that Haisha and Hagong were willing to offer a gold coin was indeed remarkable, but Yi Bufan was aware, however, that the notion of acquiring experienced mercenaries was far-fetched. Once a mercenary joined a corps, they were required to register with the mercenary guild, and registered mercenaries could not easily switch corps even if their original corps was destroyed. Transferring to a new corps necessitated a fee of 100 gold coins. Given that there were dozens of mercenaries here, the transfer cost would be exorbitant, aware that these two individuals likely harbored ulterior motives. Bufan did not outright refuse their offer. After all, once Dean returned, these two mercenary groups would be unable to escape their fate. 10 gold coins per person. Otherwise, the discussion is over, Bufan stated nonchalantly. Haegong and Haisha exchanged glances, a flicker of displeasure passing through their eyes, yet they ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, please wait here while we retrieve the funds, they replied before turning to leave. Jody, standing nearby, expressed his confusion. Typically, these three mercenary groups do not coexist harmoniously. Why would the Black Sand Mercenary Corps and the Demon Hunter Mercenary Corps come to rescue members of the Skeleton Mercenary Corps? Bufan let out a cold laugh, but remained silent. He was not particularly interested in the intentions of the Black Sand Mercenary Corps and the Demon Hunter Mercenary Corps. He only recognized that these two groups would soon meet their own downfall. If he could profit from the situation while he still could, he would seize the opportunity. Soon, Haegong and Haisha returned, having settled the gold coins that Bufan departed with his entourage. As they walked away, both men exchanged glances filled with malice. Let him enjoy his freedom for a few days. Once our reinforcements arrive, we shall ensure his demise is most gruesome, Haegong declared vehemently. Haisha nodded in agreement, directing the remaining members of the Skeleton Mercenary Corps to depart. Upon returning to the Dea Inn, Bufan found Shegnuala and Shangxinjia meditating, absorbing magical energy, witnessing their dedication. Still engrossed in meditation at such a late hour, Bufan felt a tinge of embarrassment. He was not particularly fond of meditation, finding it rather tedious. However, as magical energy naturally flowed into his body, he felt no urgency. Two shadowy figures scurried to Bufan's side. Nuzzling against his feet, he scooped them into his arms and settled on the edge of the bed. I, too, shall meditate. I sense I am on the verge of breaking through to the rank of a level 4 mage. Jody remarked from the side. Bufan nodded slightly, handing Jody the spatial ring he had acquired earlier. Take this, he said. Jody's eyes widened in disbelief. This, he stammered, at a loss for words. Receiving a spatial ring from his master was something he had never encountered before. It left him both astonished and deeply touched. That it's nothing, merely a spatial ring. It isn't large, but you can store a few small items in it, Bufan reassured him, placing the ring beside Jody. He did not view Jody as a mere slave. Having a spatial ring would facilitate matters when Jody assisted him. Although he possessed a considerably larger spatial ring, he felt it unnecessary for Jody's needs. Thank you very much. Jody softly uttered a phrase, joyfully adorning his hand with the spatial ring. His excitement caused his entire body to tremble, and within his heart, he silently vowed to serve Bufan diligently in the future. Jody then commenced his meditation, while Bufan, seated nearby and feeling somewhat bored, closed his eyes to attempt meditation himself. Upon realizing his current situation, he was taken aback. He was on the verge of breaking through to a second-level mage. Reflecting on the time elapsed since he resumed his training, it had only been a few days. Previously, he had taken half a month to ascend from a first-level to a second-level mage, a feat that had already earned him the title of genius. Yet now, he had accomplished this in merely a few days. Bufan recognized that the innate qualities of this body had significantly improved compared to before, which bolstered his confidence in breaking through to the divine level. Motivated, Bufan began to meditate. He activated the 7-colored dragon super magic technique, and the surrounding magical energy surged into his body with fervor. Lia observed Bufan with a hint of astonishment in her eyes. It was hard for her to believe that a human could flawlessly integrate dragon crystals while fully executing the 7-colored dragon super magic technique. However, what transpired before her was undeniable, and her interest in Bufan grew ever stronger as the nights swiftly passed. At the break of dawn, Jordy, Saint Nora, and Saint Xingya simultaneously opened their eyes and gazed at Bufan. A formidable aura of magical power emanated from him, instilling in Jordy and the others a sense of wanting to submit. They understood that Bufan was on the brink of a breakthrough. Moments later, the pressure and magical energy surrounding him receded as he slowly opened his eyes. He had indeed ascended to the second level. What delighted Bufan even more was that the benefits he reaped from this breakthrough far exceeded his expectations. Typically, when a first-level mage advances to the second level, the capacity of their magic core increases tenfold. Yet, Bufan was different. He had enhanced it 70-fold. As a 7-system mage, each system possessed an average person's level, and the capacity for each type of magic was independent. Thus, The magical energy contained within his single magic core equated to the combined energy of 7 cores. Additionally, the dragon crystal had similarly augmented by 70 times, rendering his magical power equivalent to that of 14 second-level mages. Mages often struggle with a lack of magical energy, yet Bufan was entirely free from such concerns. Moreover, he sensed that as his magical energy increased, his physical strength also grew. He understood that this was due to the prior weakness of his level 9 combatant body, which had suffered from a deficiency of magical energy. Now that the magical energy had increased, his body would also become more robust. Bufan was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. Following his advancement to the second level, he developed an interest in meditating to absorb magical energy for self-enhancement. Unfortunately, this interest lasted merely a day. The thought of remaining seated in meditation was utterly exhausting for him. Fortunately, the magical energy automatically flowed into his body, although this method was somewhat less effective than his active meditation. He was untroubled by the prospect of his laziness hindering his growth. By noon the following day, after finishing the lunch delivered by the inn, Bufan gathered everyone together. This evening, a large batch of slaves is expected to arrive in Yufeng town. I have already communicated with the town mayor. If all goes according to plan, we should be able to resolve the slave trade issue in Yufeng town tonight, Bufan stated with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Saint Nora appeared visibly excited. Having once been a slave himself, he understood the hardships endured by those who had fallen into slavery. He felt immense gratitude towards Bufan for taking on this matter. However, Jordy was somewhat apprehensive. This was no trivial concern. Mishandling it could lead to life-threatening consequences. Saint Xingya displayed an air of indifference. Through the past 2 days of interaction, Bufan had gleaned a slight understanding of Saint Xingya. Despite her beauty, she remained aloof towards everything. Observing the expressions of the group, Bufan finally spoke. Jordy, Saint Nora, and I will venture out to address this issue, while Saint Xingya will stay at home with Hai and Baijo. Hai and Baijo were the names he had given to the 2 little ones. The names were derived from the terms for night and day, respectively. The 2 little ones were already capable of recognizing their names and responded when Bufan called them. Additionally, Bufan had discovered that Hai seemed to be a dark-type magical beast, albeit with some differences from the dark magic he wielded, while Baijo was a dual-system magical beast of light and life. Only Lia remained unassigned. Bufan directed his gaze towards Lia. She was not someone he could dictate to. The 7-colored dragon was proud, and Bufan believed it best to allow her to make her own choices. Sensing Bufan's gaze, Lia declared, I wish to go as well. Bufan nodded in agreement, and shortly afterward, the 3 set off. They departed from the Dia Inn and made their way to Dean's residence. As they walked along the path, Bufan noted the scarcity of people. After a few minutes of walking, he had encountered hardly anyone. With still some time left before dusk, he felt a twinge of confusion. Why is there no one on the streets? Bufan inquired in a low voice. Jordy glanced around and, furrowing his brow, replied after a few moments, it seems today is the day of mourning. The day of mourning? Bufan asked, perplexed. Jordy quickly elaborated. It is said that when the town was first established, the entire populace was slaughtered overnight, and the identity of the assailants remains unknown. Subsequently, those who moved here designated that day as the day of mourning. A day when people avoid going out unless absolutely necessary, lest they be taken by the undead. Bufan raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with the undead. In the Star of Eternal Sanctity, there existed a duchy of praise, where a unique magic known as necromancy could control the deceased. However, the undead could only be created by necromancers. Yet, that duchy was shrouded in mystery and had never interacted with other nations. It was improbable for a necromancer to appear here, and the existence of the undead was equally impossible. At this moment, they had reached the entrance of Dean's home. Bufan heard a furious roar emanating from within. Let her go. Recognizing Dean's voice, Bufan's brow furrowed slightly. It sounded as though Dean was in trouble. He hastily took a couple of steps forward, kicking the door open and entering the courtyard, where he found Dean brandishing a long sword, confronting 3 individuals clad in black armor. Beside them stood a girl in tattered clothing, who appeared to have already lost consciousness. The 3 men were burly, their faces contorted with rage, exuding an intimidating presence. What happened? Bufan quickly inquired. Upon hearing Bufan's voice, Dean turned to glance at him, a flicker of joy crossing his features, just as he was about to speak. One of the black-armored brutes raised his hand and swung it towards Dean's head. The fist glimmered with a yellow light, clearly employing earth magic. Dean, sensing the impending attack, was taken aback, turning to retaliate. But it was too late. He could only watch as the fist drew closer, despair flashing in his eyes. The brute was a 5th-level combatant, and without any defense, that punch could easily take half his life. Just as the brute's fist was about to connect with Dean's face, Bufan appeared by Dean's side, delivering a kick that sent the burly man staggering back 2 steps, temporarily ensuring Dean's safety. Though Bufan himself was propelled back 4 meters by the recoil, the expressions of both Bufan and the brute turned grave. They both understood that the other was not an easy adversary. Dean quickly dashed to Bufan's side, while Jordy and the others positioned themselves behind him. The 3 hulking men glared at Bufan with predatory intent. The distance between the 2 groups was less than 3 meters. "Dean, did you summon us here just to cause trouble for me? Do you believe I won't report this to the lord of the town and make you regret it?" The brute's voice was icy as he spoke. He sensed that Bufan was merely a 2nd-level mage. Although Bufan's magical power was extraordinarily strong, it was something only he could perceive in the perception of others. Bufan's magical prowess bore no distinction from that of any other 2nd-level mage. Upon hearing the words of the burly man, Bufan furrowed his brow. Dean had gone to Black Rock City to seek reinforcements, and this giant claimed that Dean had sent them, even mentioning the city lord. It was evident that these 3 imposing figures were indeed summoned by Dean from Black Rock City. Yet, their demeanor left Bufan utterly speechless that moment. Dean interjected, "Hey Bay, do not overstep your bounds." Bufan, disinterested in their bickering, inquired, "What is the matter?" Hastily, Dean explained, "I approached the lord of Black Rock City, and with the token I possessed, he dispatched 100 men to assist me, led by these 3 individuals, Hey Bay, Hyliu, and Hagio from the city's guard. Since you mentioned that those engaged in slave trade only arrive at nightfall, I allowed them to rest at my residence. However, to my shock, they brazenly seized a girl outside. Intending to violate her, I could not condone such behavior, for she is one of our townsfolk. Thus, I confronted them, and then you arrived." At a flicker of disdain crossed Bufan's eyes upon hearing Dean's account. The people of Black Rock City were utterly unreliable. He was aware that such incidents were not uncommon for them. To ordinary fighters, common folk were mere refuse, to be toyed with as they pleased. Likewise, fighters were regarded as insignificant by mages. Just as Bufan prepared to chastise the inhabitants of Black Rock City, Hebei spoke first. "Where do you come from, little one, to dare meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I won't rip your head off and use it as a ball?" Hebei sneered. Unfamiliar with Bufan, he judged him merely a 2nd-level mage who had been fortunate enough to repel him momentarily, and thus treated him with scorn. Bufan's expression turned frigid. Dean, standing nearby, could not suppress a glimmer of schadenfreude. He had deliberately withheld Bufan's identity, knowing that Hebei would undoubtedly seek to provoke him. Though he despised Hebei, he was not a match for him. Thus he intended to use Bufan as a means to eliminate his foe. "How bold! Do you know who stands before you?" Dean began, but was abruptly interrupted by Bufan. Fixing his gaze on Hebei, Bufan coldly inquired, "Are you aware of the 4th prince of the Wangda kingdom?" He had resolved to leverage his identity to overshadow Hebei. He would not let Hebei go unpunished without first bowing 100 times. Hebei paused for a moment, then scrutinized Bufan from head to toe before sneering. "Ah, I see why Dean possesses the 4th prince's token. You're one of his people, aren't you?" Upon hearing Hebei's recognition of his affiliation with the 4th prince, Bufan was about to assert his identity, when Hebei continued, "You may not know this, but it is rumored that the 4th prince is dead. What does that make you? Today, I shall still take your head." Bufan was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It must have been the news of his battle with Leah that had spread, and his prolonged absence had led to rumors of his demise. This was both a blessing and a curse. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he resolved to first deal with this foul-mouthed brute before him. "Apologize." Bufan brandished his wand, an aura of menace radiating from him as he glared at Hebei. Hebei, momentarily stunned, burst into laughter. "Ha! You jest. You expect me to apologize to you?" As he spoke, he suddenly swung his fist toward Bufan's head. Anticipating Hebei's move, Bufan conjured 6 vividly animated flame serpents, which lunged toward Hebei's body. This was the 2nd-level spell Flame Serpent, far superior in attack power to the Fireball spell. Simultaneously, Bufan darted to the side, summoning another 6 flame serpents to assault Hebei and his companions. Xiao Di and the others had already retreated to a safe distance. Hebei dismissed the flame serpents as inconsequential. A mere second-level spell could not possibly harm him. However, upon colliding with the serpents, Hebei quickly realized his error. The first flame serpent shattered his protective earth armor, and before he could react, the remaining 11 serpents engulfed him, though the flames could not damage his black armor. They rendered it a scorching red. Under the intense heat, Hebei found himself unable to muster his magical energy, howling in agony. His companions, Hailiu and Heijio, watched in astonishment, though Hebei was a 5th-level fighter. He was renowned for his formidable defensive capabilities as an Earth-type fighter. Even an average 5th-level mage would struggle to inflict harm upon him. Yet, this 2nd-level mage had managed to reduce Hebei to such a pitiful state. They refrained from intervening, now alert to the threat posed by Bufan. Moments later, the flame serpents dissipated, and Hebei staggered to his feet, his face charred and his hair singed, appearing utterly disheveled. That ha-ha. Saint Nora could not contain her laughter. Enraged, Hebei felt humiliated. "You seek death," he bellowed. Enveloping himself once more in a layer of earth armor before charging at Bufan like a savage beast. Bufan's expression remained icy as another 6 flame serpents materialized beside him. Observing Bufan's ability to instantly conjure 6 flame serpents, Hailiu and Heijio silently stood their ground. It was evident that a 2nd-level mage capable of summoning 12 flame serpents in an instant would be nearly drained of energy. Yet, Bufan continued to summon more, indicating that he was no ordinary individual. Given their tenuous relationship with Hebei, they had no intention of provoking Bufan. This time, Hebei learned his lesson. Instead of braving the 6 flame serpents head-on, he swiftly sidestepped them, his body radiating yellow magical energy as he charged toward Bufan. Only to discover that Bufan had vanished. In the next moment, he sensed a gust of wind behind him and instinctively raised his fist to defend himself. Hebei's anguished cry echoed as the golden dagger pierced his forearm, the searing pain extinguishing his fighting spirit. Hebei had not sustained an injury in a long time. Turning to flee, he yanked his arm from the dagger. Blood gushing forth. Bufan seized the opportunity, thrusting the golden dagger toward Hebei's heart. That a curtain of water materialized behind Hebei, blocking the dagger for a fleeting second and granting him a slim chance of survival. "Do not kill him. Otherwise, those outside cannot be commanded," a voice rang out, prompting Bufan to halt. Hebei and Bufan distanced themselves, their eyes filled with malice. Bufan glanced toward the source of the voice. And Hailiu quickly added, "The men we brought only heed Hebei's command. If he dies, they will not follow our orders." Hearing this, Bufan contemplated sparing Hebei. After all, he had already made Hebei pay a steep price. Yet, to his astonishment, Hebei was undeterred. Covered in a layer of black earth, he charged at Bufan like a bolt from a crossbow. Witnessing Hebei's audacity, Bufan resolved to hold nothing back, retreating while drawing forth his fire-type wand. He unleashed his strongest fire-based spell available. The 2nd-level spell, Flame Giant Serpent, manifested, a colossal serpent several times the size of the previous flame serpents, careening toward Hebei without hesitation. Hebei was taken aback, attempting to evade. But the Flame Giant Serpent collided with him, transforming him into a fiery figure as he emitted a heart-wrenching wail. When the flames finally subsided, Hebei lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. The spell's ability to negate magical barriers was a nightmare for both mages and fighters alike. Bufan approached Hebei, golden dagger in hand, and thrust it into his neck. Hailiu and Heijio looked on with concern, yet refrained from intervening. Would they dare to speak up to thwart Bufan? They dared not. Black 5 was no match for Bufan, and they were even inferior to Black 5. Having dealt with Black 5, Bufan turned his gaze towards Black 6 and Black 9. Black 6 appeared to be in his 30s, handsome enough in appearance. However, recalling that he and Black 5 had previously targeted a girl, Bufan harbored no fondness for him. On the other hand, Black 9 seemed to be merely in his 20s, wielding a blue wand. He was a sorcerer, and the water barrier that had just saved Black 5's life was conjured by Black 9. Noticing Bufan's gaze upon them, both Black 6 and Black 9 felt a surge of nervousness. Bufan coldly snorted and inquired, "Now that he is dead, who among you can still command?" Black 6 and Black 9 exchanged glances, both wearing bitter smiles, as Black 6 murmured, "I fear no one can command now. When we departed, the lord of the city stated that Black 5 was the commander of this operation. With his demise, we are of no use either." Bufan looked towards Dean, who wore a faint smile and reassured, "Do not worry. Leave it to me. You just need to ensure Black 6 and Black 9 follow my lead." Upon hearing this, Black 6 and Black 9 glared at Dean in anger. Dean responded to them with a nonchalant smile, at which point Bufan declared, "In the name of Bufan, the fourth prince of the Principality of Wanda, I command you to obey Dean's orders." Black 6 and Black 9 were taken aback for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, they looked at Bufan with astonishment. "You are the fourth prince?" Black 6 exclaimed. Bufan nodded slightly. Black 6 was far more astute than Black 5. "But how did you end up like this?" Black 6 questioned, both puzzled and astonished. The fourth prince Bufan was indeed the pride of their Wanda kingdom. Bufan replied nonchalantly, "You need not concern yourselves with that. Just follow my orders, and you shall not suffer." Black 6 and Black 9 exchanged a glance, both nodding vigorously in agreement. "The fact that I am still alive must not be disclosed," Bufan instructed, to which Black 6 and the others hastily nodded in acquiescence that he returned to Dean's side. "What are your plans?" Bufan asked Dean. Dean smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with confidence as he replied, "This time, I have acquired 3 level 5, 20 level 4, and 80 level 3 guards from Black Rock City. Although you killed 1 level 5, the remaining forces are sufficient to handle those 3 mercenary groups." Upon hearing this, Bufan interjected, "The skeleton mercenary group has already been dealt with. Their 3 level 5s are dead." Dean's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Bufan and asked, "Did you do it yourself?" Bufan nodded gently, leaving Dean in a state of shock. After a while, Dean remarked, "Though I do not know how you came to be like this, you remain as formidable as ever." He had previously dealt with the skeleton mercenary group and knew how troublesome Stiff and the other 2 level 5s could be. Yet they had been vanquished by Bufan. However, Dean then recalled something and hastily warned, "The skeleton mercenary group here is a branch of the one in Black Rock City. Since you killed their leader, they may come seeking retribution. They have at least 1 level 6 sorcerer among them. Perhaps it would be wise for you to leave Yifeng Town first." He certainly did not wish for Bufan to encounter any trouble, as he relied on the favor of the fourth prince. Bufan nodded slightly, softly stating, "Once I have resolved the matter of the slave trade, I shall depart." Had it not been for this issue, he would have left long ago. Hearing this, Dean nodded fervently. "Good. Then let us set off now. The people from Black Rock City are waiting for us just outside the town." As the sun set, the sky darkened. 1 kilometer from the entrance to the elven forest closest to Yifeng Town, over 100 individuals lay hidden within the dark woods. They were Bufan and his companions, along with the people from Black Rock City. Initially, due to Black 5's death, the individuals from Black Rock City were uncooperative. However, when Dean killed 2 men, and Black 6 and Black 9 did not step in to protect them, fear seized them, and they became compliant. This location was the most accessible path into Yifeng Town from the Elven Forest and aligned with their stronghold, making it inevitable they would traverse this route. Dean whispered, "This is indeed the best route." Bufan nodded slightly, having been previously informed by Dean that the group of slave traders maintained a stronghold within the Elven Forest, where they kept the slaves they captured or purchased, only bringing them to Yifeng Town for sale. Time ticked away, and darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility non-existent. The darkness did not hinder Bufan's sight. He waited for a long time, yet no one approached. "What is going on? Could it be that we arrived late?" Bufan murmured. He recalled the slave trader's owner stating that the time was indeed now. That should not be. Such matters cannot simply be rescheduled. If they lose credibility, no one will cooperate with them in the future. Dean replied quietly. He had previously observed those slave traders, noting that their delivery times were always fixed, and considering the timing, it was indeed today. Thus, he was certain the slave traders had not yet arrived. Just as he finished speaking, Bufan whispered, "They are coming." Dean and the others turned their gaze deeper into the Elven Forest, where they spotted many flames advancing towards them. Others could not see it due to the darkness obscuring their vision, but Jody and Bufan, both dark magic users, could discern the scene illuminated by the torches. It was a procession of over 100 people, 2/3 of whom were slaves bound in iron chains, while the remaining third consisted of fierce mercenaries. The majority of the slaves were of the Elven race, with a few from other races, but they were scarce. Among the mercenaries, leading the group was a figure clad in a black robe, whose face Bufan could not see. Soon, the mercenaries and their captives reached a point directly opposite Bufan and his group. They were concealed 20 meters away from the path, and the approaching individuals had yet to spot them. "Shall we proceed?" Black 6 spoke in a low voice. If the group moved forward, they would soon reach Yufeng Town. Dean shook his head and quietly replied, "Not yet. The reinforcements have not arrived." Bufan glanced at Dean. This fellow seemed to be well versed in these matters, indicating he had likely researched them previously. The group suddenly halted in their tracks, and soon, a contingent approached from the direction of Yufeng Town. Leading them were individuals Bufan recognized, Black Bao and Black Sand. Besides them, there was another member of the skeleton mercenary group whom Bufan had encountered before. Since they were not far apart, Bufan could hear their conversation. "Where is Stith? Why hasn't he come this time?" the robed figure queried, their voice feminine and somewhat shrill. "That he was killed. We have already reported to the skeleton mercenary group in Black Rock City, and they should arrive shortly," Black Bao replied solemnly. The woman suddenly erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Who dares to kill Stith?" As her words fell, a golden dagger appeared behind her, lunging towards her heart. Startled, the woman emitted a fiery glow, accelerating her body just in time to evade the dagger before it could slice her throat. Following a failed ambush, Bufan vanished and reappeared beside Dean and his group, who had already charged out. As the flames consumed the black robe, it revealed a fire-red leather skirt that accentuated her perfect figure and beautiful face, complemented by a mane of fiery red hair that made her stand out conspicuously. At this moment, the mercenaries had encircled the slaves, nervously confronting the individuals from Black Rock City. The red-haired woman regarded Dean and his group without a trace of fear that I wondered who it was. "Turns out it's Mayor Dean. What's the matter? Are you looking for trouble?" The woman drawled leisurely, her gaze fixed on Bufan, who held the golden dagger. Had she not reacted swiftly, she would have been a corpse by now. Meanwhile, Black Bao and Black Sand trembled upon seeing Bufan and hastily declared, "It is him. He is the one who killed Stith." Upon hearing those words, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the woman's eyes. Yet she refrained from making any rash moves. She was well aware of the formidable strength of the skeleton mercenary corps and understood that Bufan, having slain Stithus, was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. "Vivian, I hereby arrest you on the grounds of violating the laws of the Wanda Duchy by engaging in illicit slave trading. I advise you to surrender peacefully. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy," Dean declared, his demeanor serious and his voice icy. Vivian merely smiled lightly. "Heh, do you truly believe that you and your companions are my match?" She scoffed, a chilling laugh escaping her lips as her magical energy surged forth. Upon sensing Vivian's power, Dean and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. Vivian had somehow reached the level of a 6th-tier fighter, her magical prowess far surpassing theirs. A 6th-tier fighter was significantly stronger than a 5th-tier. And with the mercenaries backing Vivian, Dean recognized their disadvantage. "Now, do you still think you can do anything to me?" Vivian's beautiful face bore an expression of disdain, her pride stemming from her formidable strength. Dean found himself at a loss for words. He had been confident just moments ago, but now that confidence had waned. "You are Vivian, correct? You possess a captivating beauty, yet your heart is as dark as the abyss," Bufan remarked with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, Vivian cast a glance at Bufan, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "You dare to harm my brother. You will suffer a most gruesome fate," she hissed through gritted teeth. Bufan smiled faintly. "Those who perish at my hands always utter similar sentiments. In the next moment, both Bufan and Vivian charged towards one another. A massive, fiery red sword materialized in Vivian's hands, flames engulfing her entire being, adding an air of lethal intent to her appearance. Meanwhile, Bufan vanished, only to reappear beside Vivian, thrusting a golden dagger towards her chest. Despite Vivian's beauty, Bufan showed no mercy in his assault. Vivian reacted swiftly, parrying Bufan's golden dagger with her colossal sword, simultaneously delivering a swift kick aimed at his leg. Bufan, unwilling to engage a 6th-tier mercenary head-on, quickly retreated to a less populated area. With Vivian hot on his heels. As the two departed, the mercenaries clashed with the inhabitants of Black Rock City. The latter, bolstered by 3 5th-tier fighters, quickly gained the upper hand in Vivian's absence. Having distanced himself, Bufan used shadow magic to become invisible, but this time, Vivian effortlessly saw through his ruse. Flames from her body transformed into a fiery rope, ensnaring Bufan. He did not evade, instead transforming his golden dagger into a fire-based wand, unleashing a blazing serpent towards Vivian. Both the fiery serpent and the flaming rope struck simultaneously, with Vivian's sword cleaving through the serpent. Suddenly, she felt her magical energy falter, the flames around her dissipating, while the serpent lunged at her, Fortunately, her agility allowed her to evade its strike. As the fiery rope ensnared Bufan, he initially believed his magical immunity would shield him from harm. However, upon feeling the intense heat, he realized his assumptions had been overly simplistic. Faced with the magic of a 6th-tier fighter, although his immunity remained, its efficacy had diminished considerably. He quickly summoned a 2nd-tier dark magic shield to protect himself and broke free from the bindings through sheer strength. Both fighters maintained their distance, warily observing one another, fully aware of the threat the other posed. Bufan remained calm as he regarded Vivian, a 6th-tier fighter employing 6th-tier fire combat magic, the Chains of Fire. Combat mages practiced specialized combat magic, which tended to be more supportive in nature. The recent encounter with the Chains of Fire had made Bufan acutely aware that his magical immunity would be compromised against a 6th-tier mage. Indicating that he must remain vigilant, he understood that the divide between the 5th and 6th tiers was a significant one. Countless individuals found themselves stagnating at this threshold. The disparity before reaching the 5th tier was negligible. Yet the chasm between the 5th and 6th tiers could not be overstated. While he could immunize against magic of the 5th tier and below, he could not do the same against 6th-tier spells. If the magical immunity granted by the Dragon Crystal could enhance in tandem with his own strength, it would be advantageous. However, should the Dragon Crystal only immunize against 5th-tier magic and below, its utility would diminish as he grew stronger. Vivian, too, was taken aback. When she struck the flaming serpent, she distinctly sensed a momentary stall in her magical energy flow, though it lasted but a second. In the heat of battle, a single second could spell the difference between life and death. How did you achieve that? Vivian inquired, her tone grave. What? Bufan momentarily faltered, failing to grasp her meaning. How did you disrupt my magical energy? Vivian's gaze was fixed intently upon him, curiosity evident in her eyes. To interrupt one's magical flow was no trivial matter. The operation of magical energy during spell casting adhered to specific patterns. Any disruption would primarily injure the magician or fighter. Upon hearing her words, Bufan shrugged with an air of mystery. I cannot divulge that information. He could hardly admit that the presence of a dragon crystal within him enabled him to counter magic. Should others discover that he harbored the dragon crystal of the 7-colored dragon, he would undoubtedly become the target of countless pursuers. Seeing Bufan's reluctance to speak, Vivian sneered. Very well, if that is the case. I shall simply kill you. Upon uttering these words, she unsheathed her sword and charged directly at Bufan. This time, she refrained from employing any combat magic. In the fighting style of martial artists, combat magic serves merely as an auxiliary. Even the most formidable martial artists can possess immense combat prowess without resorting to it. As Vivian rushed forward once more, Bufan unhesitatingly unleashed the flames of the serpent. 12 serpents of fire materialized, swiftly darting toward her. In the darkness, the fiery serpents were strikingly conspicuous, igniting the grass and leaves beneath them in an instant, transforming the surroundings into a sea of flames in the blink of an eye. Vivian's agility was remarkable. She deftly evaded the serpents of fire, undeterred by the inferno around her, and soon reached the location where Bufan had stood. However, he had already vanished. With a serious expression, Vivian remained vigilant of her surroundings, well aware of Bufan's penchant for ambush. Yet, this time, Bufan had no intention of stealth. Taking advantage of the fiery chaos that obscured Vivian's vision, he utilized shadow art to create some distance between them, positioning himself behind a large tree more than 30 meters away from her. Given Vivian's acute vigilance, the shadow art was likely to be detected. Thus, Bufan stood concealed behind the tree and cast the 2nd-level earth magic. Quagmire. As the quagmire took effect, the ground beneath Vivian transformed into a swamp, causing her to sink. Simultaneously, Bufan summoned a dozen dark devouring orbs to strike at Vivian, followed by the 2nd-level water magic. Heavy Rain. With the mastery of the 7-colored dragon super magic, he was proficient in all elemental magics. 3 consecutive spells surged toward Vivian, causing a shift in her expression, coupled with the previous fire magic. Bufan had already unleashed 4 types of magic. She had never heard of anyone capable of wielding 4 different types of magic. The magical energy consumption involved was staggering. Furthermore, judging by Bufan's earlier speed, his physical abilities were formidable as well. Vivian understood that someone with such potential, if allowed to grow, would undoubtedly become a remarkable individual. Having already crossed paths with such a person, there was but one solution: eliminate him to prevent future retribution. With this thought, a fierce killing intent flashed in Vivian's eyes. Without using her magical powers, she soared out of the swamp, flames igniting around her like a fiery phoenix as she rushed toward Bufan's last known magical position. When Vivian arrived at the spot where Bufan had just stood, she found only emptiness. Sensing something approaching from behind, she instinctively turned and raised her sword to defend herself. A gusting wind blade collided with Vivian's sword, dispersing the wind and extinguishing the flames enveloping her body under its dispelling force, sending her crashing to the ground. She was taken aback. Wind magic. This marked the fifth type of magic. The mainstream magical arts accessible to humans only numbered 7. And she realized that a person capable of wielding 5 types of magic, especially with such formidable power, was certainly no ordinary individual. As she fell to the ground and rolled, a yellow, earthen arm suddenly emerged from the ground, grasping her foot with the first-level earth magic. Earth arm struggling against the grip of the earth arm. Vivian broke free, but was immediately assaulted by a barrage of earth spikes shooting up from the ground. Narrowly evading them, the first-level earth magic, earth spike, Vivian found herself overwhelmed. Unable to use magic and relying solely on her physical prowess, she was at a loss in locating Bufan, just as she pondered her next move. A blinding light suddenly illuminated the darkness. The unexpected brightness forced her to shut her eyes instinctively. In the next instant, she felt a sharp pain in her back, relying on the quick reflexes honed through her years as a mercenary. She accelerated forward. As the light vanished, Vivian stood on the ground, feeling the blood trickling from her back. She understood her own physical resilience. Even without magical powers, ordinary weapons should not inflict such severe injuries on her. "You wait!" Vivian screamed, her body engulfed in flames as she swiftly retreated into the depths of the elven forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Bufan emerged at the spot where Vivian had just departed. He did not pursue her. Given the current disparity between him and Vivian, attempting to confront her would entail great risk. Just moments ago, he had successfully ambushed her using the first-level light magic. Flash, when she least expected it. Were he to chase her now, she would undoubtedly be on high alert, making another ambush exceedingly difficult. In a direct confrontation, he was no match for Vivian. Casting a glance at the still-burning flames, Bufan employed the second-level water magic, irrigation, summoning a gentle rain to extinguish the fire. If left unchecked, the blaze could devastate a vast expanse of forest. Bufan stealthily returned to Dean and the others using shadow art. Initially, he had intended to launch a surprise attack, but upon his return, he discovered that the battle there had already concluded. Many mercenaries lay dead, while the survivors had been bound and turned into talismans. St. Nora, Geordie, and Dean were engaged in conversation with the surviving slaves. Spotting Bufan's return, Leah leaped onto his shoulder and inquired, "How did it go? Were you able to deal with that 6th-level fighter?" Bufan shook his head with a wry smile, responding, "Not quite. Had Vivian delayed her departure by even a second, he would have been confident in severely injuring her, thereby resolving the matter. He then shared his discovery that magical immunity could only shield against 5th-level magic and lower." Leah's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness as she replied, "This is my fault for not clarifying. Magical immunity cannot possibly provide complete protection against all forms of magic. If you could resist the spells of a 9th-level magician, wouldn't you be invincible? The Dragon Clan would have dominated the Holy Eternal Star long ago. Magical immunity does have its limits. Being able to resist 5th-level and lower magic as a human is already quite impressive. But rest assured, as you grow stronger, your magical immunity will also enhance. Just avoid challenging those far beyond your current capabilities." Upon hearing this, Bufan felt a sense of relief, at the very least. The ability of magical immunity could grow alongside him, rendering it far from useless. Bufan approached Dean, overhearing St. Nora soothing the slaves, perhaps due to Dean's presence as a prince of the elven race. The slaves appeared remarkably calm. "What is the situation?" Bufan inquired of Dean. Dean nodded and softly replied, "You can rest assured. This matter has been resolved." Bufan raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying meaning in Dean's words. "Indeed," Dean continued. "However, by taking this action, we have essentially declared war on those slave traders. There are undoubtedly many more slave traders lurking within the Elven Forest, and they will certainly retaliate. I'm concerned that if the people from Blackrock City leave, I will be unable to defend against them." Dean's voice grew increasingly subdued. Had it not been for Bufan's intervention against that 6th-level fighter, they would have all perished. If the people from Blackrock City departed, he would be powerless to protect himself, fearing that the slave traders would seek him out. A smile crept across Bufan's lips. He understood Dean's intentions. "Then you should continue to carry my token to Blackrock City and request what you desire from the city lord." Yi Bufan said nonchalantly. A glimmer of joy flashed in Dean's eyes, though he feigned hesitation as he replied. But previously, Hei Wu mentioned that the people of Blackrock City believe you are dead. What if, because of this, the city lord refuses to grant me what I need? He needed to ensure that every detail was meticulously arranged. Yi Bufan patted Dean's shoulder, speaking in a calm tone. You know how to intimidate him, right? After all, my token is in your possession. As long as you refrain from actions that would tarnish my reputation, you may handle the rest as you see fit. With those words, he understood that Dean was no fool. If Dean still did not comprehend, then Yi Bufan could offer no further assistance. Dean nodded in satisfaction, saying, Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is handled splendidly. With Yi Bufan's words, he could confidently go to Black Rock City to acquire everything he needed. After all, with Yi Bufan's identity as a backdrop, he believed the Lord of Black Rock City would not dare to disregard him. Yi Bufan, however, said little. He stood beside Saint Nola, who, upon seeing him, eagerly remarked that they had heard there were still many slaves in the hands of those slave traders. Could they not go and rescue them? Saint Nola looked at Yi Bufan with anticipation, clearly in awe of him. Yi Bufan smiled wryly and shook his head, stating that, for the time being, that would be impossible. If he were still a saint-level mage, such matters could be resolved with a mere wave of his hand. However, as a mere second-level mage, he was uncertain if there were more sixth-level mages among those slave traders, and he did not dare to act recklessly. Saint Nola's face fell at Yi Bufan's words. He had hoped to rescue all the slaves. Seeing the disappointment in Saint Nola's eyes, Yi Bufan gently patted his head and reassured him not to be disheartened. He did not say they would not go to save them. Rather, this matter required careful planning, and they would take their time. Saint Nola nodded, and Yi Bufan continued, suggesting they let the slaves go to Yufeng town for now, promising to have Dean arrange accommodation for them. As for what they wished to do, they could choose for themselves. Saint Nola went to communicate with the slaves, while Yi Bufan and Jody sought out Dean. There are still slaves in the Dea Inn as well as the slave shop. Get those slaves out too, arrange some lodging for them, and provide them with water and food. As for their future, let them decide for themselves, Yi Bufan instructed. Dean's eyes flickered with concern. The number of slaves was considerable, and housing them would require a significant amount of time and space. Time could be managed, but finding accommodations for these slaves would require a substantial amount of money. He had little to spare and felt uneasy about asking Yi Bufan for help again, after receiving so many benefits. To require Yi Bufan's assistance for such a trivial matter would make him feel utterly useless. Yi Bufan observed Dean's discomfort and, understanding his thoughts, clapped him on the shoulder with a smile. With the deaths of the Black Bow, Black Sand, and the leader of the Skeleton Mercenary Corps, their territory is now of no use, and their possessions are unclaimed. You catch my drift? Dean's eyes brightened. He had completely overlooked that. All right, leave it to me. You can rest assured, Dean replied, thumping his chest. Yi Bufan then returned to Yufeng town with Lia, Saint Nola, and Jody, heading straight for the Dea Inn. After arriving, it wasn't long before he descended the stairs again, wanting to ensure Dean executed the arrangements properly. Soon, Dean arrived at the entrance of the Dea Inn with individuals from Blackrock City. The guards at the entrance dutifully stopped them, proclaiming loudly, "What do you want? The Dea Inn is under the protection of the king. If you cause trouble, you won't get away unscathed." Each staff member at the Dea Inn had undergone specialized training and was well aware of their backing. Thus they were not at all worried about anyone causing a disturbance. Dean spotted Yi Bufan in the hall, knowing he wouldn't be there merely to oversee his work. In front of Yi Bufan, Dean was determined to handle everything with utmost care. He presented the token Yi Bufan had given him and coldly stated, "We have received reports that you are engaging in slave trading, which is expressly forbidden by the principality. I have been appointed by the fourth prince to handle this matter. If you believe the fourth prince does not hold enough authority, then you may refuse to let me in." Upon hearing the mention of the fourth prince, the guard's resolve wavered. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch someone in charge. I am merely a doorman and cannot make such a significant decision," one guard replied before entering the Dea Inn. Shortly after, another individual came out with the guard, none other than Kai Duo, a familiar face to Yi Bufan. Seeing Kai Duo, Dean and the other's eyes sparkled. Few men could resist the allure of a beauty like Kai Duo. She smiled at Dean as she verified the authenticity of the token he held, having seen it before. "Please come in. Just be careful. If you break anything, I will have to bear the loss," Kai Duo said, leading Dean and his companions toward the underground trading area. Yi Bufan followed behind, eager to observe the unfolding scene. Upon entering the trading area, Bufan noticed the dimness, clearly indicating that transactions occurred here at night. However, this was beneficial, for it would not provoke any disturbances or crowds. They arrived at the entrance of the slave shop and paused. Kai Duoduo's eyes flickered with reluctance as she gazed at the slave shop. The monthly rent for this establishment was substantial, and if it were to be shut down, it would mean a significant loss of income. Yet, she did not attempt to salvage it, for Dean was acting in the name of the fourth prince. No matter her sentiments, she could not afford to offend him. Kai Duoduo opened the door and stepped aside, allowing slaves to be rescued one by one from the shop and brought to the entrance. Bufan observed the dazed expressions of the freed slaves, letting out a soft sigh. Their current state indicated that it would take a long time for them to regain normalcy at that moment. Kai Duoduo noticed Bufan's presence and approached him with a hint of surprise. Before she could speak, Bufan inquired, "Isn't it rather inappropriate for slave trading to occur in this place?" Bufan was aware that the Dea-Inn's true owner might be himself. Although he lacked memories, he could not fathom permitting slave trading within the inn, especially since the prohibition of such practices seemed to stem from him, prompting his curiosity about the presence of the slave shop there. Alas, Kai Duoduo sighed deeply, shrugging her shoulders with a look of helplessness. "I am in a difficult position, aside from the auction house. All other shops are leased out. We rent to whoever pays the most gold coins, as long as we can earn gold. That is all that matters. But this violates the laws of the Wanda Principality." "Does it not?" Bufan questioned. Furrowing his brow, Kai Duoduo cast a meaningful glance at Bufan and replied earnestly, "You may not worry about your livelihood, but I am not in the same situation. I must sustain such a large establishment as the Dea-Inn. All expenses need to be earned, and I have to live as well. There are few who can afford to stay at the Dea-Inn, and it often remains empty if I do not earn a little extra. This place will collapse. Do not be deceived by the appearance of me being in charge. I am merely a pawn. If I fail to make enough money, I will be discarded at that point. I might fare worse than these slaves." As Kai Duoduo spoke, Bufan looked into her eyes, where he could see genuine worry and pain. Witnessing her plight, he felt unable to say much more and turned to leave. Everyone has their own burdens. He could not assist everyone. After a long slumber until noon the next day, Bufan awoke with a stretch. Spotting Saint Nola, Saint Xingya, and Jody meditating on the floor, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. While others were striving, he had merely been sleeping. At his side, the black and white creatures, night and day, nuzzled against him. Filled with joy, Bufan pet them for a moment until a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he found Kai Duoduo standing there with a server. "I have brought you some food," Kai Duoduo said with a smile. The server wheeled in a small cart and placed 2 large silver platters on the table. Uncovering them revealed 2 sizable chunks of monster meat. "Enjoy your meal," the server said before departing, leaving Kai Duoduo standing beside the bed. The aroma of the food drew Jody and the creatures closer. Bufan allowed them to eat first before approaching Kai Duoduo and asking, "Do you need something?" Kai Duoduo smiled at him and softly replied, "It's nothing urgent. I just wanted to inquire if you have any intentions of conducting business." She was aware of Bufan's wealth, and with the slave shop's closure last night, she needed to find tenants swiftly. Thus, the affluent Bufan was her primary choice. Bufan raised an eyebrow and, with a smile, remarked, "I am not in need of money, nor do I have any intention of venturing into business. However, I am quite curious as to why you sought me out." Kai Duoduo scratched her head, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, and replied, "It's because you are handsome and gentle. I am quite fond of you. At this." The corners of Bufan's mouth twitched. He recognized the flattery for what it was and paid it little mind. "If there is something you wish to discuss, please proceed," he said coolly. Kai Duoduo glanced at Xiao Di and the others, a glimmer of envy flashing in her eyes, and said, "Actually, I possess a lucrative opportunity. But it requires a substantial sum of money. If you trust me and are willing to provide some gold coins, I would be willing to share the profits with you, with returns guaranteed to exceed your initial investment." Bufan remained silent. Kai Duoduo continued, "What I speak is the truth. You are aware that we are adjacent to the Elven Forest, which is rich in magical herbs, some of which are unique to that forest. I have seen them fetch high prices in the capital. However, those knowledgeable about these herbs are unwilling to venture into the Elven Forest, and the mercenaries lack the discernment to recognize their value. Hence, the magical herb resources in the Elven Forest are profitable, yet no one dares to exploit them. If you would provide me with some gold coins, I can hire individuals to gather these herbs." We could then sell them in larger markets. It is a venture with guaranteed profit. What do you think? Upon finishing, Kai Duoduo looked at Yi Bufan with eager anticipation that if he agreed, she could finally begin to accumulate wealth. After listening, Yi Bufan found her proposition credible, though he harbored some doubts. You should not be lacking in funds either. Am I correct? Yi Bufan inquired softly. He had learned just the previous night that Kai Duoduo was the steward of the Dian, which implied that she must have some money at her disposal. The hint of bitterness crossed Kai Duoduo's face as she replied, "Would you believe me if I said I do not even possess 10 gold coins?" "I wouldn't," Yi Bufan responded decisively. Kai Duoduo anticipated this answer and sighed deeply. "I truly do not have even 10 gold coins. Otherwise, I would not have come to seek your assistance. Every coin we earn here must be submitted to headquarters. If we are discovered misappropriating funds, the consequences are severe. In a month, I barely receive a handful of coins, and with my expenses, it is impossible to save any. Yi Bufan regarded Kai Duoduo, sensing her intense desire for gold. "Why do you crave gold so fervently?" he asked gently. He felt that her longing for wealth surpassed that of the average person. Kai Duoduo met Yi Bufan's gaze, struggling internally for a long while before finally, with a firm resolve, she whispered, "Because I desire freedom. I do not wish to be a slave here." Through Kai Duoduo's explanation, Yi Bufan came to understand her predicament. Those who managed the Jia Inn in the Duchy of Wanda were all intelligent slaves purchased from the slave market as children. After training, they were deemed capable and dispatched to various Jia Inns. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, they would serve the Jia Inn for life. Of course, freedom was attainable, but it came at a steep price of 100,000 gold coins. However, the Jia Inn was exceedingly harsh on individuals like Kai Duoduo. The coins they earned would never lead to their freedom, and they were prohibited from touching the profits of the Jia Inn. Discovery would lead to dire consequences, with watchful eyes ever present. Thus, Kai Duoduo sought to earn her own money, hoping for a day of liberation. After hearing Kai Duoduo's plight, Yi Bufan found himself at a loss for words. Logically, it should be seen as a good thing that the Jia Inn had rescued slaves like Kai Duoduo, yet it had merely thrust them into another abyss. He felt a pang of sympathy for her. "How much gold do you require?" Yi Bufan asked in a low voice. He was willing to assist, as it would not only help Kai Duoduo but also yield his own profit. Kai Duoduo was heart-sore at this question, realizing Yi Bufan was willing to help her. "Not much, just 10,000 gold coins will suffice. I also need to purchase some storage for the magical potions, along with rental fees and hiring those to gather the herbs." "This should cover it," she said with excitement. Upon hearing that only 10,000 gold coins were needed, Yi Bufan nodded. "Very well, I can provide you with this sum." Kai Duoduo's face lit up with joy, a genuine smile gracing her features for the first time in Yi Bufan's presence. "Rest assured, I shall share 40% of the profits with you. How does that sound?" she asked cautiously, a grin on her face. 40% was her utmost limit. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Bufan, and he shook his head. Kai Duoduo's heart sank, fearing he was dissatisfied. Yet, what Yi Bufan said next filled her with joy. "You need not share any of the gold with me. Instead, since you seek to gather herbs, I shall provide you with another opportunity. Use the gold you owe me to purchase alchemical materials from Shang Xingya. She is a potion fairy. If you supply her with the materials, she will assist you in crafting magical potions. You can then sell those potions. How does that sound?" This was a mutually beneficial plan that had just occurred to him. Shang Xingya could not venture far from the elven forest, so it was impossible for him to take her on adventures, and the fairy's talents should not go to waste. After he departed, Kai Duoduo could generate sufficient income to provide Shang Xingya with ample alchemical materials. He could rest easy knowing both would be secure. Kai Duoduo nodded vigorously. "Of course, I can do that. But will the potion fairy agree? Selling magical potions is far more lucrative than selling magical herbs." Yi Bufan turned his gaze to Shang Xingya. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes before she gently nodded. "I can remain here, but I do not wish to interact with humans, and my meals and rest must be provided in this place." She had grown fond of the food and sleeping arrangements here, far superior to her previous living conditions. "Will you not return to the Withered Leaf tribe with me?" Shing Nuola inquired anxiously. Shang Xingya shook her head, gently patting Shing Nuola's hair, her voice soft. "No, if you take me back, I will not be welcomed by the elven kin. Here, I eat well, sleep well, and can practice alchemy with the materials available. This place suits me better." Having experienced life in the elven tribe, she found the distance felt from them unappealing, even though they did not trouble her. Being a half-elf, she could never fully integrate into elven life. Her previous agreement to return to the Withered Leaf tribe was born of necessity. Now that she had a choice, she naturally opted for the place where she felt most comfortable. Upon hearing Shang Xingya's words, although Shang Nuola felt some reluctance, she refrained from trying to dissuade her. Kai Duo, brimming with excitement, declared, "Then I shall arrange this matter immediately. Let us begin at the soonest opportunity." She could hardly contain her eagerness. After Kai Duo departed, Yi Bufan returned to his meal. Once he finished dining, he and Shang Xingya discussed various matters. Ultimately, Yi Bufan entrusted Shang Xingya with a spatial ring containing 100,000 gold coins, more than sufficient for her extended sustenance. They lingered in Yufeng town for another 2 days, during which Kai Duoduo's venture was set in motion. Dean approached Yi Bufan, informing him that an agreement had been reached with Haiyan City, which would send 2 6th-level fighters to help protect Yufeng town. Yi Bufan prepared to depart, for there was nothing left to keep him in Yufeng town. Before leaving, he allocated 10,000 gold coins to Dean, instructing him to find a way to address the issues in the impoverished district. And on that day, at the break of dawn, Yi Bufan and his companions set out. The weather was quite pleasant. The sky was somewhat overcast, and a gentle breeze had alleviated the earlier heat. Leah perched on Yi Bufan's shoulder, while Xiao Di followed closely behind, cradling Hai and Baizhou. Shang Nuola brought up the rear, leading a group of liberated elven slaves. Most of these elven slaves hailed from the Withered Leaf tribe, as it was the closest elven tribe to Yufeng town. A portion of them came from other elven tribes, but all followed Shang Nuola. Otherwise, if they were to return to their tribe on their own, they might encounter dangers along the way. Upon reaching the Kai tribe, they could accompany the trading party of the Kai tribe back to their own settlement. As for the other slaves from different races, they could only remain in Yufeng town, as their homes were far removed from it. Yi Bufan had instructed Dean to look after those slaves, and they should be able to survive in Yufeng town. Walking through the elven forest, apart from the sound of their footsteps and voices, the only sounds that filled the air were the chirping of birds and the occasional growl of magical beasts. They found themselves at the outskirts of the elven forest, an area devoid of high-level magical beasts, so Yi Bufan felt no concern. Saint Nora bounded to Yi Bufan's side, her small face glowing with excitement as she exclaimed, "At our current pace, we should reach the Kai tribe before nightfall. Once we arrive, my father will surely express his gratitude to you." Yi Bufan smiled and gently patted Saint Nora's head, softly replying, "There is no need for special thanks. I have done nothing extraordinary. To him, rescuing Saint Nora and liberating those slaves were simply acts of normalcy. No. You saved me this time, and you rescued so many of our kin. We must express our gratitude. Considering the timing, it's almost the birthday of the Elven Queen. If you wish, I can take you to meet her," Saint Nora continued, her excitement growing. "Meet the Queen." A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Bufan's eyes. The Elven Queen was not someone one could meet at will. Among the numerous tribes of the Elven race, few were deemed worthy of such an audience. Is it true?" Jody asked, visibly thrilled. Meeting the Elven Queen would give him bragging rights for a lifetime. Saint Nora nodded earnestly. "Of course it's true. I would never deceive you." Jody became even more animated, while Yi Bufan felt a sense of confusion. Why would they want us to meet the Elven Queen? He softly inquired, his curiosity piqued. After a moment's hesitation, Saint Nora whispered, "Because of Shang Xingya. Her identity is undeniably significant. I believe if we wish to uncover her origins and break her curse, we must seek out the Elven Queen. Though she hasn't said it, I can sense her deep desire for freedom." Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan hesitated briefly before nodding. If there was indeed a chance to meet the Elven Queen, he would like to do so to request the lifting of Shang Xingya's curse, and subsequently take her to a more prosperous place to study alchemy, hastening his path to becoming a powerful alchemist. The group did not pause along the journey and eventually arrived at the Kai tribe before dusk. Upon sighting the tribe, Yi Bufan was taken aback by the breathtaking scene before him. Stretching out in front was a verdant forest, filled with astonishingly large trees. Yi Bufan observed that even the thinnest trees would require 4 of him to encircle. These colossal trees grew so closely together that they formed a formidable wall of timber. Further afield stood a towering tree, visible even from several kilometers away, its leaf patterns discernible, with each leaf measuring half a meter in size. He knew this must be the Tree of Life, which every elven tribe possessed. The elven race resided within these great trees, utilizing nature magic to carve out sufficient living space without harming the trees themselves. Every tree in this area housed elves that as they approached. 10 elves armed with longbows appeared in the trees, their gazes fixed intently upon Yi Bufan and his companions. These elves possessed striking features. Clad in matching green leather armor adorned with the emblem of the Tree of Life over their hearts, their bows were drawn taut, arrows shimmering with magical energy, poised to unleash an attack at any moment. The elven race was particularly skilled with bows, with nearly every member being an expert marksman. Upon spotting Saint Nora, the elves swiftly descended from the trees and gathered around her. "Prince, you have finally returned," exclaimed the eldest-looking elf, pulling Saint Nora protectively behind him, while casting wary glances at Yi Bufan and Jody. It was evident that they were not welcoming towards humans. Saint Nora wriggled free from the elf's grasp and rushed to Yi Bufan, saying, "Uncle George, please don't misunderstand. This is Yi Bufan, my savior. If it weren't for him, I would still be trapped in a slave cage." After saying this, she turned to Yi Bufan and added, "This is Uncle George, my father's brother and the second elder of our tribe." George and Yi Bufan exchanged glances, understanding that Yi Bufan had rescued Saint Nora. Eased George's demeanor. In that case, please come in, he said, tugging Saint Nora closer and turning to lead them deeper into the woods. How can he act this way? We saved Saint Nora, and instead of showing gratitude, he treats us like this, Jody muttered, visibly displeased. Meow, meow, both night and day chimed in, seemingly echoing Jody's sentiments. Yi Bufan shrugged. Let's not dwell on their behavior, and followed George into the tribe, while the remaining elves escorted the other slaves away. As they walked through the Kai tribe, Yi Bufan's spirits lifted considerably. The life magic in this area was exceptionally vibrant. Living here could even prolong the lifespan of an ordinary person. Yi Bufan understood this was due to the influence of the Tree of Life. As they progressed along the path, numerous elves watched Yi Bufan and Jody, most of them harboring expressions of animosity and disdain, save for a few young elves who regarded them with curiosity. The Kai tribe was expansive, and after nearly 10 minutes of walking, they approached the vicinity of the Tree of Life. The closer they drew, the more potent and lively the life magic became. Eventually, they halted before a colossal tree situated nearest to the Tree of Life. This tree stood over 30 meters tall, and Yi Bufan estimated that it would take 10 adults holding hands to encircle it. Please wait here for a moment. I will inform them of your arrival, George instructed before carrying Saint Nora into a 3-meter-high tree hollow. Yi Bufan and Jody surveyed their surroundings, noting the sparse trees. As there were only 3 within 100 meters, it seemed this was indeed the dwelling of the tribe's leader. Before long, Saint Nora bounced out of the tree hollow, her face beaming with joy. "Come in quickly. My father has said you may enter." Following Saint Nora into the tree hollow, Yi Bufan was captivated by the scene that unfolded before him. Inside, the space was a grand hall made entirely of wood. The ground was lush and green, dotted with tender sprouts, and in the center stood a green wooden table adorned with delicate purple flowers. Beside it was a wooden sofa, where a middle-aged elf sat. The middle-aged elf bore a resemblance to Saint Nora, and Yi Bufan recognized him as her father. This place radiated vitality, and the concentration of life magic in the air surpassed that of the outside, imparting a refreshing sensation. "Father, this is Yi Bufan," Saint Nora announced, excitedly linking her arm with her father's. "This is my father, Joyce." She then introduced Yi Bufan to him. Joyce scrutinized Yi Bufan, who greeted him with a smile, saying, "Hello." Yi Bufan could sense the formidable strength of Joyce. Typically, an elf who could lead a tribe would be at least level 7. Otherwise, they would be unable to protect their people. Joyce continued to observe Yi Bufan, and after a few seconds, inquired softly, "The 4th prince of the Wanda Duchy is also named Yi Bufan. That name is likely unique in the Holy Eternal Star. What is your relation to him?" Noticing Joyce's awareness of him, Yi Bufan smiled and replied, "I am indeed the 4th prince of the Wanda Duchy." Joyce raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he said, "Recently, there have been wild rumors that the 4th prince, who is most likely to become a god-level magician, vanished after battling a 7-colored giant dragon. I wonder what could have transpired to cause a saint-level magician to regress to a 2nd-level magician." Yi Bufan shrugged, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes as he remarked, "This is something I cannot disclose." Yi Bufan's silence prompted Joyce to refrain from further inquiries. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance in rescuing my son and my kin," Joyce declared as she rose to her full height, revealing herself to be an imposing 2 meters tall. "It was nothing, merely a matter of convenience," Yi Bufan replied with a smile, having acted without much thought when he saved Saint Nora and the others. "I hear you wish to meet the Elven Queen due to the alchemical sprite," Joyce continued, gesturing for Yi Bufan to take a seat while retrieving several crimson fruits from a small tree hollow by the wall. Placing them on the table, Sitting on the sofa, Yi Bufan surmised that Saint Nora had likely divulged all the pertinent details to Joyce. Indeed, it would be a waste of her talent if the alchemical sprite were to remain here. If I could introduce her to a more formidable alchemist, she could flourish rapidly. Yi Bufan expressed his thoughts candidly. Joyce settled beside him, observing Laya and the duo of night and day, before softly advising. I suggest you refrain from going, for even if you do, this matter is beyond your resolution. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan realized Joyce might possess some insider knowledge. Pray tell, if I ascertain that I truly cannot manage this, I shall forego meeting the Elven Queen, he replied with a smile. Try this. It's exceptionally delicious, Saint Nora said, handing Yi Bufan one of the red fruits from the table, while she began to eat one herself. Yi Bufan took a bite of the fruit, and it burst with a sweet and tangy flavor, indeed delightful. Joyce regarded Yi Bufan and softly remarked, "This situation pertains to the Queen's reputation, and I cannot discern its veracity. Thus, I cannot divulge any information, but I must caution you that your involvement will not resolve the issue and may, in fact, invite trouble." Just then, an elf rushed into the treehouse, panic etched on his face as he addressed George. "Elder, it's dire. The Grand Elder has sensed a large group of humans approaching. He urges you to command the defense." Upon hearing this, George and Joyce turned their gazes toward Yi Bufan. The timing of the human arrival, coinciding with Yi Bufan's visit, inevitably led to speculation. Why Yi Bufan quickly shook his head and asserted, "It wasn't me. He had no desire to bear the blame. That I'll go take a look." George scoffed, shouldering his bow and departing. Joyce remained silent, observing Yi Bufan. Aware of Joyce's lingering suspicion, Yi Bufan declared, "I will accompany you. I can offer assistance." Joyce nodded, saying, "Very well, let us proceed together." With Saint Nora and the duo of night and day left in the treehouse, Yi Bufan, George, and Laya followed Joyce out. As they walked, Yi Bufan inquired, "Do humans frequently venture to your territory?" Joyce, leading the way, shook his head. "The strength of the Withered Leaf tribe is quite formidable. I have served as chieftain for over 30 years. And never have we faced a large-scale human assault. Those humans have only ever dared to ambush our wandering kin. Their sudden approach must indicate some underlying issue. At this juncture, Joyce cast a glance at Yi Bufan. The simultaneous arrival of humans with Yi Bufan was too coincidental. Had it not been for Yi Bufan's unique status, Joyce would have likely dealt with him already. A bitter smile crept upon Yi Bufan's lips as he felt somewhat cornered. To be unjustly blamed was indeed unfortunate. Yet, if Joyce's words held truth, that humans had never launched a significant attack on the Withered Leaf tribe, Yi Bufan couldn't help but feel the oddity of the situation. Could it be that they were coming for me? This thought flickered in Yi Bufan's mind before he promptly dismissed it. The likelihood seemed low. However, upon witnessing the advancing humans, he realized that they had indeed come because of him. Outside the outermost boundary of the Withered Leaf tribe, a makeshift wall of colossal trees stood, and there were thousands of humans gathered, clad in similar uniforms. They were evidently members of a mercenary group. At the forefront stood 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman. While Yi Bufan did not recognize the 2 men, he was familiar with the striking woman in fiery red leather armor and flowing crimson hair, Vivian. The sight of Vivian confirmed his suspicion that these individuals had come seeking him. Standing atop the great tree, Yi Bufan caught Vivian's gaze. Her face was contorted with rage as she pointed at him, exclaiming, "It's him. He is the one who led the others to seize those slaves and killed Stythus." Yi Bufan's lips twitched at her words, astonished that they had journeyed all this way to find him. Joyce shot Yi Bufan a glance, and he sheepishly scratched his head, muttering, "It seems they truly have come for me." Joyce remained silent as one of the men beside Vivian, appearing to be in his 30s, coldly stated, "Hand over that human to me, and we shall spare your tribe." The Withered Leaf tribe held a notable reputation, and Vivian's group clearly wished to avoid conflict with them. Joyce glanced at Yi Bufan once more, saying nonchalantly, as the 4th prince, "How have you found yourself in such a predicament? To be pursued by a band of mercenaries is quite the embarrassment." Yi Bufan pouted, muttering, "It's because they are unaware of my identity. Otherwise, even if they had 100 times their current audacity, they would not dare lay a finger on me." His confidence was not unfounded. He knew that no matter how formidable these mercenaries were, they would not challenge a principality. "Why not reveal your identity and cause them to retreat?" Joyce inquired. Yi Bufan hesitated briefly before shaking his head gently. "Until it becomes absolutely necessary, I cannot disclose my identity." Look at how weak I currently am, that if ill-intentioned individuals learn of my status, I would be in even greater peril, he replied softly. The glimmer of insight flashed in Joyce's eyes as he suddenly proposed. Then let us proceed this way. I can assist you in navigating this crisis, but you must aid me in return. What do you require? Bufan asked warily. Joyce smiled faintly. Fear not. It will be a simple task for you. However, I cannot disclose it at this moment. Just inform me whether you agree or not. If you do, I can ensure your safety. If you refuse, I must, regrettably, surrender you for the sake of my kin. After a few moments of contemplation, Bufan nodded in agreement. Refusing would jeopardize his safety, and given that he could not defeat even Vivian alone, he recognized that he was outmatched by the two individuals standing with her as well. Reluctantly, he chose to acquiesce. Noticing Bufan's agreement, Joyce smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, Let me show you the might of the Withered Leaf tribe. These interlopers will face dire consequences for their threats. Upon hearing this, Bufan's interest was piqued. His memories of other races were vague, primarily because the previous Bufan had focused solely on cultivation and had little interest in exploring beyond that. The opportunity to witness the combat prowess of the elven race delighted him, as he understood that each race possessed a unique fighting style, and observing them would broaden his horizons. Joyce leapt from the tree, which stood over 20 meters tall. In the instant of his descent, a vine, as thick as half a meter, shot up from the ground below, catching Joyce and suspending him in midair. Witnessing this spectacle, Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment. He realized that Joyce must also be a practitioner of nature magic. He marveled at the miraculous nature of the newly sprouted, spiked vine. Joyce commanded, Leave now. Or face death. Joyce spoke in a subdued tone. Vivian and the other two exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious. All three of them were at level 6, yet they could not sense the magical prowess of the elf before them. It was evident that this elf was superior, likely at least level 7, but recognizing the futility of provoking the elf, Vivian smiled and declared, We do not wish to be adversaries with your kind. We only seek him. With that, she pointed her finger at Bufan. They all understood that the elven race had an aversion to conflict, thus they felt that this elf would not resort to violence over a mere human. As Bufan entered the elven forest, their people had already set their sights on him. However, on their way back to report, they encountered magical beasts, and by the time they received the news and returned, it was already too late, leaving them with no choice but to come here with trepidation. Vivian could not swallow her pride without eliminating Bufan. I shall say this one last time. Leave. Or face death, Joyce scoffed, and in an instant, hundreds of tendrils erupted from the ground, coiling like vines beneath his feet, swiftly forming into a massive emerald serpentine creature composed of vines. Level 6 nature magic, the vine serpent. The sight of the towering 100-meter-long serpent instilled a flicker of fear in Vivian and her companions. They exchanged another glance, and just as Vivian was about to retreat, suddenly, a fireball shot towards Joyce from the crowd behind them. The fireball was cast by a level 4 mage, who had lost a leg taken by the natural mages of the elven race. Unable to restrain himself upon seeing the vine serpent, he unleashed the fireball. The fireball was intercepted by the vine serpent, leaving Vivian and her companions aghast. Run! Vivian shouted. She knew that the fireball would surely incite Joyce's wrath. After her command, the three of them fled into the distance. Simultaneously, countless arrows glowing with magical energy were shot from the tree walls of the Withered Leaf tribe towards the mercenaries. The mercenaries were taken aback, just as they were about to flee. The vine serpent had already burrowed into the crowd, and suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked open, revealing numerous azure vines that ensnared every mercenary. Although Vivian and her companions ran swiftly, azure vines began to emerge from the ground beneath them, reaching out to ensnare them. Among the three, one was a wind mage, whose speed was the slowest. He was quickly ensnared by the vines and was dragged underground, wailing. Vivian and another man ran even faster, fully aware that stopping meant death. Suddenly, the towering trees around them came to life. They emerged from the ground like walls, obstructing their path, and the branches transformed into tendrils reaching toward them. Level 7 nature magic, control technique. Vivian, wielding a flaming greatsword, swiftly broke through the tree walls. However, the man behind her was not so fortunate. He was a water-based fighter, lacking the speed and destructive power of Vivian. And soon he too was yanked underground by the vines. In the end, out of over 1,000 individuals, only Vivian managed to escape. The trees returned to their original positions, dragging the lifeless bodies into the earth. The surroundings fell silent, devoid of any trace of humanity. Bufan stood in a daze, utterly astonished by the spectacle. The combat prowess of nature magic in a group battle was undeniably formidable, truly at a dominating level. Previously a saint-level fire mage, Bufan compared it to his own experiences and concluded that fire magic could achieve such feats, but it would inevitably cause destruction to the surroundings, never reaching the perfection of nature magic. Joyce, lifted by the vines, returned to Bufan's side and calmly remarked, "Do not forget the promise you made to me." Bufan nodded vigorously. With Joyce's formidable strength, he dared not to go back on his word. They returned to the treehouse, where the night had fully enveloped the sky. The table was laden with an array of fruits, devoid of any meat, aware that the elven race had an aversion to flesh. Bufan refrained from bringing forth his dragon meat. Before leaving, he had procured a substantial amount of salt from Kai Duo, ensuring that he could enjoy flavorful barbecues even while away from home. As he ate, Bufan inquired of Joyce, "What do you wish for me to do?" He needed clarity on the matter, lest he be burdened with worry even in his sleep. Joyce took a bite of the golden fruit, swallowed, and said, "It is not a grand affair. We are not far from Yufeng town, and we wish to engage in a barter with them." Bufan was taken aback for a moment before understanding. The Withered Leaf tribe, rich in resources within the elven forest, sought to exchange their surplus for human goods. Why not go directly? Bufan asked, puzzled. He assumed that the people of Yufeng town would not oppose such an arrangement. The elven forest was a treasure trove. The various resources within could fetch a handsome price in the bustling human cities, and as long as the townsfolk were not foolish, they would surely welcome the trade. Joyce shook his head solemnly. It is not as simple as you think. We do not trust humans. In the past, we entertained such ideas, only to be deceived terribly. He fixed his gaze on Bufan, stating, "I wish for you to mediate, so that the humans of Yufeng town treat us as equals." Bufan, recalling Kai Duo, nodded in agreement. "This is manageable. When I return to Yufeng town, I will help you sort it out." He smiled, confident that Kai Duo would be eager to engage in business with the elven race. Joyce sighed in relief. The location of the Withered Leaf tribe was indeed precarious, situated not in the heart of the elven forest. Their resources were already scant compared to other tribes. Although proximity to humans was an advantage, it had yet to be capitalized upon. If this endeavor succeeded, Joyce believed the Withered Leaf tribe could flourish, perhaps even ranking among the top in the next tribal hierarchy of the elven race. By the way, that group of people, slave traders, there should still be slaves at their stronghold. You wish to rescue them? Bufan suddenly recalled and spoke up that to his surprise. Joyce shook his head in refusal. "That is not feasible," Joyce said softly. "Why not?" Bufan was utterly perplexed. Many of the slaves were of the elven race. Had he been in Joyce's position, he would certainly have sought to rescue them. Saint Nora also regarded Joyce with confusion in her eyes. Sensing their scrutiny, Joyce sighed deeply. "It is not that I am unwilling, but even if I go, I may not be able to rescue them." Upon hearing this, Bufan was taken aback. If Joyce's strength was insufficient to save them, did that imply the presence of formidable foes among the slave traders? Joyce continued to explain, "I have been there once, and there is a level 7 fire mage within. Nature magic attacks rely on various plants for execution. If I were to face him one-on-one, his fire magic would precisely counter my nature magic. If he were to approach the vicinity of the Withered Leaf tribe, I would be able to manage him, as the underground there is filled with seeds I have planted. I would not fear him then. However, seeking him out is a different story, as I would not be his equal. I cannot afford to be injured. Various threats loom over the Withered Leaf tribe, and if I were to be harmed, they would undoubtedly retaliate against us." Upon hearing this, Bufan fell silent. In the face of the majority, one could only relinquish the few, though it was a cruel reality. No one could alter it. Bufan and his companions had remained in the Withered Leaf tribe for 4 days. During this time, they spent their days meandering through the tribe with Saint Nora or frolicking in the surrounding woods. Thanks to Saint Nora, the elves of the Withered Leaf tribe no longer harbored animosity towards Bufan, yet neither did they grow particularly close to him. Nevertheless, Bufan gained a relatively comprehensive understanding of the elven race. The elves bore resemblance to humans, save for certain individuals who wielded nature magic. The rest possessed mastery in one of the 7 schools of magic, akin to humans. However, they lacked warriors. Their professions were confined to mages, nature mages, and magic archers. Among these, nature mages commanded the utmost respect, for the existence of an elven tribe hinged upon them. Only nature mages could carve out tree houses within the great trees. Moreover, nature mages could be further categorized. For instance, Joyce was a plant nature mage, most adept at commanding flora in battle. Saint Nora shared this specialization. Yet, during his time in the Withered Leaf tribe, Bufan also encountered a druid, another type of nature mage who was not skilled in combat, but excelled in healing and support. Possessing abilities in divination and surveillance, the elder of the Withered Leaf tribe was a druid. Druids were exceedingly rare. Among 1,000 elves, one might find a nature mage, and among those, perhaps only one druid would emerge. Aside from druids, nature mages encompass several other rare types, none of which Bufan had encountered in the Withered Leaf tribe. Do you think I can cultivate nature magic? Bufan inquired at the entrance of St. Nora's treehouse. Addressing Leah, Leah shook her head resolutely. Impossible. Only the elves, who revere life and nature, can acquire nature magic. You cannot. Her response was succinct. Bufan pouted, feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, having attained mastery over the 7 schools of magic, he was content to be a full-fledged mage among humans. At that moment, Joyce approached from behind Bufan. A month from now is the birthday of the Elven Queen. If you wish to meet her, I can arrange for you to go in the name of the Withered Leaf tribe. However, you must promise me not to engage in any conflicts with the other elves, and do not dwell too much on the matter of that medicinal sprite. It is best if you do not mention it at all, Joyce said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Bufan's excitement surged. He had grown somewhat weary of his stay, and the prospect of meeting the Elven Queen was indeed a delightful opportunity. Rest assured, I shall behave myself, Bufan replied, his eyes narrowing into slits with a smile, observing Bufan's demeanor. A flicker of concern flashed in Joyce's eyes. He was reluctant for Bufan to meet the queen, but had succumbed to St. Nora's earnest pleas. Thus he had no choice but to acquiesce. He believed that, given Bufan's status and identity, he would understand what actions were permissible and which were not. They arranged to set off 2 days later. And for the next 2 days, Bufan did not see St. Nora. He and Jody chose to remain indoors, engaging in meditation. On the second day, Bufan was pleasantly surprised to discover that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. With just a little more time, he could elevate his status to a level 3 mage. The speed of his progress was astonishing, even to himself. That day, a light drizzle fell from the sky. And under the shroud of gray clouds, Bufan and 30 elves from the Withered Leaf tribe stood outside the tribe's perimeter. Leading the group was George, with St. Nora among them. St. Nora was brimming with excitement, while Joyce, observing them, solemnly cautioned, "Remember my words. Absolutely do not cause trouble." Bufan and St. Nora nodded in acknowledgement, and the group set forth, delving deeper into the elven forest. Joyce remained behind, watching as St. Nora and the others faded into the distance. An elderly figure, stooped with age and sporting a mane of white hair, emerged slowly from the Withered Leaf tribe, taking his place beside Joyce. He was the elder of the tribe. Do you think I acted correctly? Joyce asked softly. The elder's profound gaze sparkled with insight as he replied, "Whether it was right or wrong is no longer significant. Once an action is taken, do not question its morality, but rather focus on the outcome." Initially filled with excitement at the journey ahead, Bufan's enthusiasm dissipated entirely after 3 days of travel. During these days, their only breaks consisted of half an hour for meals and 6 hours of rest at night. The remainder was spent walking. To compound their misfortunes, the continuous drizzle made the paths treacherous, and as they ventured deeper into the elven forest, they encountered an increasing number of magical beasts, ranging from level 1 to level 6. Fortunately, George, a formidable magic archer, ensured they sustained minimal harm even when faced with level 6 earth beasts. As darkness enveloped the sky, a group of elves busied themselves gathering dry leaves beneath a tree to prepare for rest. How many more days must we endure this? Bufan could no longer contain his frustration and inquired during a meal. St. Nora glanced at George, who, while munching on a vibrant red fruit, replied nonchalantly, "If we were to travel without rest, 5 days and nights would suffice. However, at our current pace, we will need at least 7 more days." Hearing that they would have to endure such conditions for another week left Bufan speechless. Had he known it would be so arduous, he would have refrained from joining this venture. For 7 days, he had been deprived of proper nourishment and rest, subsisting solely on fruits that had utterly dulled his palate. Jody, being a mage with a naturally frail constitution, struggled even more. His feet were blistered from the relentless trek. Despite Bufan's daily healing, it remained a grueling ordeal. George cast a glance at Bufan and stated matter-of-factly, "Stop complaining. I sense that the rain will cease tomorrow. The path should become easier to traverse, allowing us to quicken our pace." Bufan, unenthused by the prospect of enduring another week of such hardships, merely nodded absently, contemplating how he might procure some meat to satisfy his cravings. If he continued consuming fruits, he felt he might just transform into one himself. As the other elves succumbed to slumber, leaving only George on night watch. The fire was extinguished. Bufan nudged Jody and whispered, "Let's take a stroll under the cover of night." With that, Bufan picked up Leah and stood, prompting Jody to follow closely behind. "Where are you going?" George asked with his eyes still shut, his tone casual. "I can't sleep. Just going for a little walk." Bufan replied with a smile that he intended to find a place to indulge in some meat. It wasn't that he desired to sneak food away from the elves, but rather that George and the others did not enjoy meat and disliked watching others consume it. Thus Bufan had to hide away to eat. George did not pry further, simply advising, "Don't wander too far. If something happens, I may not be able to assist you in time. Rest assured, we won't stray far," Bufan assured him as he led Jody away. Although rain fell from the sky, the lush foliage of the elven forest shielded them from much of it, allowing them to traverse beneath the trees without fear of getting drenched. After walking nearly a kilometer, they paused beneath a massive tree. This tree, towering over 20 meters, was adorned with a dense canopy that made it appear like an enormous umbrella. Beneath it lay a crude stone fire pit, indicating that others had previously cooked here. "Jody, go gather some dry branches and leaves that we shall roast dragon meat." Bufan uttered a phrase, prompting Xiao Di to excitedly place the Black Knight and White Day upon the ground and stride to the side. Bufan tidied the stone furnace, retrieving dragon meat from his spatial ring. During his idle moments in Yufeng Town, he had already sliced a considerable amount of dragon meat into smaller pieces. And now all that remained was to kindle a fire. Leah, alongside the Black Knight and White Day, stood in a row, observing Bufan's bustling activity. Soon, Xiao Di returned with an abundance of dried leaves and twigs, while Bufan produced a barbecue rack, positioning it atop the furnace. He had scoured Yufeng Town for any grilling apparatus available, though it was not a complete set, it sufficed for their needs. Using the fireball technique, he ignited the fire, and the twigs blazed into flames. Before long, the aroma of the dragon meat wafted through the air, the juices beginning to flow. The 2 men and 3 elves fixated on the sizzling dragon meat. After a considerable wait, once the meat was thoroughly cooked, he sprinkled it with salt and retrieved a golden plate, a treasure gifted by Leah, to distribute the meat among Xiao Di and the others. Before commencing the second round of cooking, the dragon meat, when tasted, was imbued with an exceptionally rich meaty fragrance, accompanied by a hint of magic. As it descended into their stomachs, they could distinctly feel a warmth circulating within their bodies, providing immense comfort. The 2 men and 3 elves consumed nearly 10 pounds of dragon meat before finally pausing. Bufan then prepared some jerky to store away for future indulgences. By this time, 3 hours had elapsed since their departure. "Let us return." Bufan stretched lazily, ready to retreat for a brief slumber before setting off once more. After gathering their belongings, they made their way towards the resting area of the elven clan. As they approached, Bufan suddenly sensed something amiss. He heard the sounds of combat and glimpsed the flames erupting from the direction where the elves had gathered, indicative of a fire-based magical explosion. "You stay here. I shall investigate," Bufan intoned gravely, cloaking himself with shadow magic as he advanced toward the source of the commotion. George was currently engulfed in fury. They had been attacked by humans, and among their assailants was a level 7 Dark System fighter. This fighter had ambushed him, leaving him gravely wounded, thereby stripping their side of any capacity for resistance. At present, 30 elves were bound, encircled by a throng of humans. These humans were clad in black robes, devoid of any symbols or insignia denoting their identities. Except for the leader, whose face remained partially obscured, the others concealed their faces entirely. The leader was the level 7 Dark System fighter who had ambushed George. "You are here to celebrate the Elven Queen's birthday, aren't you? Which tribe do you belong to?" The man in the lead inquired with a smile, appearing to be in his 40s, slight of build, slightly hunched, and bald, exuding a rather unsavory demeanor. "Despicable humans. Had you not ambushed me, you would surely have met a grim fate." George spat through clenched teeth. He had merely let his guard down for a moment, only to be struck unexpectedly. "If you do not answer my question, you may find yourself dead first," the leader remarked with a chuckle, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the faces of the elves. Swiftly honing in on the sole female among the 30, he leered at her, causing the female elf to nervously inch closer to her companions. "If you dare lay a finger on her, I swear I shall rip you to shreds." George bellowed in a frenzy that he was leading the group and felt obligated to protect everyone. The leader turned to glance at George, then in an instant appeared beside him. Delivering a vicious kick to George's face, growling, "You wretched elf, dare utter another word, and I shall sever your tongue." Elves looked down upon humans, and humans reciprocated this disdain. Larger races often held mutual contempt for one another. Bufan concealed himself behind a large tree. Watching as the lewd man approached the elf, he realized he must reveal himself, yet he also understood he could not contend against so many adversaries. Thus, he resolved to employ cunning. At the very least, he needed to ascertain the identities of these individuals. Concealing his golden dagger within his robe, he strode directly into the throng. "Who are you?" Bufan inquired coldly. His presence drew the attention of all, both humans and elves alike. Upon spotting Bufan, George hastily gestured for him to flee, shaking his head in alarm. The leader of the humans halted as well, locking his gaze onto Bufan for several moments, during which Bufan had reached the front of the human group. The leader of the humans swiftly approached Bufan, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he remarked, "I feel as though I recognize you." Hearing this, Bufan's heart stirred. The man's recognition implied he might be from the kingdom of Wanda, making matters more manageable. "Who are you?" Bufan asked coolly. The man sensed Bufan's familiarity but refrained from making any hasty moves, responding, "I am Zoe. Have we not met somewhere before?" Upon hearing the name Zoe, Bufan felt a sense of familiarity as well. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Zoe was a guard to the prince of the neighboring kingdom of Nyes, with whom Bufan had crossed paths several years prior. Realizing that these individuals were not from the kingdom of Wanda, Bufan hesitated to disclose his identity. The kingdom of Nyes and the kingdom of Wanda were neighboring states, outwardly amicable, yet harboring underlying tensions. Bufan felt that if he revealed his identity, Zoe would likely take advantage of his current vulnerability. "I do not know you, but I demand that you release these elves," Bufan stated flatly. Upon hearing this, Zoe momentarily froze, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the most amusing jest. "What are you, to dare command me?" Following this declaration, Zoe prepared to teach Bufan, whom he deemed arrogant, a lesson. Bufan's heart raced with apprehension, yet he maintained a facade of indifference, asserting, "If you dare lay a hand on me, I guarantee you will perish in the next moment." He aimed to intimidate Zoe, though he could not assure himself of its success. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to proceed with bravado. Zoe scrutinized Bufan, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. Had Bufan been a complete stranger, he would have attacked without hesitation. However, having previously accompanied the prince of the kingdom of Nyes, he had encountered many individuals of high standing, and few had left a lasting impression on him. Yet, each of those who had made an impression was a person of significance. Although he could not ascertain Bufan's identity, he was certain it was not trivial. Individuals of such caliber often had skilled protectors hidden in their shadows. Should Bufan's protector surpass his own strength, any aggression toward Bufan could result in dire consequences for him. Contemplating his mission, Zoe ultimately resolved not to engage in a confrontation with Bufan. That he dared not gamble, for should he lose, he would be the one facing calamity. Meanwhile, Bufan was exceedingly anxious. If Zoe were to unravel his ruse, he knew he would be in grave peril. In such a scenario, the one who faltered first would be the loser. After a few seconds, Zoe scoffed and remarked, "I shall grant you this favor. I can spare them, but you must reveal your identity to me." Relinquishing the elves posed no issue. Initially, his intent had merely been to capture a guide among them. Now, however, he was more curious about the identity of the youth before him. "Who are you to question my identity? Begone, or I shall ensure you find it impossible to leave," Bufan replied icily, his eyes glinting with menace, feigning anger. Despite the rudeness of his words, the more defiant Bufan appeared, the more Zoe dared not offend him. "That we depart." Zoe coldly uttered a remark, swiftly departing with her entourage. Bufan stood in place for 2 minutes, carefully sensing his surroundings. Once he confirmed that there was no one else nearby, he hurriedly ran to George's side to free him from the ropes binding him. In addition, he employed life magic to cast several healing spells on George, aiding in the recovery of his injuries. Although George's wounds could not be entirely mended, he was at least able to move. George regarded Bufan with a complex expression. Previously, he had not held Bufan in high esteem, yet he recognized that it was thanks to Bufan that they had avoided disaster. "We must prepare to leave this place quickly. I just deceived them, and we need to depart before they realize it, finding a location where they cannot discover us," Bufan said while assisting the elves in unbinding their ropes. "Thank you for this," George murmured softly. Bufan paused momentarily, then smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. We are in this together. It is my duty to help. You all prepare to leave. I will go fetch Jordy. We must hurry. With that, Yi Bufan turned and departed. He did not wish to remain in place should Zoe return unexpectedly, as he lacked confidence in deceiving her a second time. That he had managed to trick Zoe this time was merely a stroke of luck. Upon locating Jordy and the others, Yi Bufan briefly recounted the events concerning George. Jordy, with a look of trepidation, remarked, "Thank goodness we sneaked out to eat meat. Otherwise, we would have faced total annihilation." Yi Bufan nodded in agreement. Realizing that their gluttonous tendencies had proven beneficial, the trio made their way toward George, when suddenly Leah spoke up, saying, "Zoe's presence here seems rather suspicious. You mentioned she is a guard of the prince. Yet we are deep within the elven forest, a place difficult for humans to access. Why, then, would Zoe appear here?" Yi Bufan did not ponder too deeply and merely replied, "Perhaps they require something, or they are here for an adventure." Leah, perched on Yi Bufan's shoulder, lightly tapped his face with her paw, her eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation as she said, "Consider this with your small brain. This area is home to level 7 magical beasts and is exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, it is the time when various elven tribes gather to celebrate the queen's birthday, making it a period rife with potential conflict among the elves. Would a prince's guard simply appear here without cause? Unless he is foolish, he would abandon his comfortable life to venture into such a dangerous place. I wager a bet with you. They surely have some nefarious scheme afoot. Do you dare to wager?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Bufan shook his head and replied, "I shall not wager, but you have indeed reminded me of something." With a mysterious smile, Yi Bufan rejoined George and the others, altering their path to avoid the direction from which Zoe had departed. After traveling a considerable distance from their previous location, they finally came to a halt. The sky was beginning to brighten. "Let us rest for a moment," George suggested, and the group settled beneath a tree. George sat cross-legged, focusing on recovering from his injuries, as the strongest among them. It was imperative for him to ensure he could respond to any potential threats. The other elves appeared exceedingly weary, while the youngest, Saint Nora, seemed unaffected. The experiences during her time as a slave had made her far more resilient than most elves. Observing the weary elves, Yi Bufan gently offered, "You all rest. I will venture to find food for you." Seeing their exhaustion, he felt compelled to assist. At that moment, George shook his head and quietly replied, "No need. Magical beasts abound here. Our elven kin have long dealt with them, and high-level magical beasts do not attack us. However, you are different. If they see a human, they will surely devour you. Humans are not well received among other races." At this juncture, Leah interjected, "You could offer them some dragon meat. It would aid in their recovery." Yi Bufan glanced at George, hesitating before stating, "I have dragon meat. Consuming it should expedite your healing. Would you like some?" Truthfully, he felt a pang of reluctance, for although dragon meat is not as valuable as other parts, it remains exceedingly rare. George's eyes flickered with uncertainty. The elves were not fond of consuming meat, not because they could not, but because they refrained from killing, ensuring they bore no sin of blood, which allowed them to coexist peacefully with high-level magical beasts in the elven forest. However, given the current circumstances, swift recovery from their injuries was undoubtedly advantageous. Suddenly, George recalled the term dragon. "Is it truly dragon meat?" His face lit up with delight. He had previously overlooked the significance of the word. If it is indeed dragon meat, then he would accept it. Consuming dragon meat would strengthen their bodies and hasten their recovery. Observing George's reaction, Yi Bufan knew he would likely agree, and thus nodded gently. Retrieving a previously cut piece of dragon meat from his spatial ring, sensing the immense energy contained within the dragon meat, George's gaze ignited with fervor. "How much do you possess?" George inquired directly. Yi Bufan surveyed the eager elves and quietly replied, "It should be sufficient for you all. Why do you ask?" A smile crept onto George's lips as he produced a peculiar fruit from the box he had been carrying. The fruit was round, with an odd flesh-like hue, resembling an egg and approximately the size of a basketball. Upon seeing the fruit, the name sprang to Yi Bufan's mind. The fruit of life. Yi Bufan and Leah exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. George nodded solemnly. "Yes, this is the fruit of life. That if you can provide me with more dragon meat, I can exchange it for the fruit of life." George fixed his gaze on Yi Bufan, speaking softly. Yi Bufan and Leah exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement. "We shall trade. We will provide as much as you require." Yi Bufan was generous, producing a 2-meter-high piece of dragon meat and placing it upon the ground. The ground was covered in leaves, so he was not concerned about dirt. Upon seeing such a large piece of dragon meat, George's face lit up with joy, and he handed the fruit of life to Yi Bufan before instructing the elves to prepare to consume the dragon meat on the spot. Both George and Yi Bufan were elated. After all, Leah's body was over 100 meters tall, so this amount of meat was inconsequential. To acquire the fruit of life was a remarkable gain. The fruit of life is a sacred artifact of the elven race. Each year during spring, the mature life tree produces a flower, which coalesces into a fruit of life by summer. The fruit of life decays after a month. Yet it has never been observed to rot, for all life trees produce their fruits of life simultaneously. Furthermore, the appearance of the fruit coincides with the birthday of the elven queen, and these fruits are gathered and presented to her. The birthday of each elven queen occurs on the same day. The fruit of life rarely has the chance to spoil before reaching the queen. It is said that each elven queen retains the appearance of youth even in old age. Thanks to the fruit of life, there was once a king from a duchy who seized a fruit of life and experienced its effects. He transformed from middle-aged to youthful after just one bite. Unfortunately, shortly thereafter, he was torn to pieces by the enraged elven kin, resulting in the demise of an entire duchy. Thus, despite the miraculous effects of the fruit of life, no one dares covet it. After all, the elven race is a powerful lineage. Unless all humans unite, a single duchy or even a kingdom cannot stand against them. Now, having obtained a fruit of life so easily left Yi Bufan feeling somewhat incredulous. Was it truly this simple? Yi Bufan posed a question to George. George nodded, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes as he gazed upon the fruit of life. He was reluctant to part with it. However, he felt satisfaction in exchanging such a precious item for an ample supply of dragon meat. Wasn't the fruit of life meant to be presented to the queen? Did you truly have the authority to give it to me? Yi Bufan inquired with 2 additional questions. Others had been annihilated for acquiring a single fruit of life, yet he had obtained one so easily, leaving him with a sense of disbelief. George shrugged and replied softly. In the past, that might have raised concerns, but this year is different. Our tribe's tree of life bore 2 fruits of life. This one is a surplus, and in exchanging it for dragon meat, we incur no loss. 2 fruits of life. Yi Bufan expressed his astonishment. He had never heard of any elven tribe possessing 2 fruits of life. Why not keep one for yourselves? Yi Bufan asked again. Such a treasure would surely rank among the top 10 in the realm of Sanctum Aeternum. George looked at the fruit of life and sighed with a hint of bitterness. Though this item is extraordinary, our tribe is not blessed enough to utilize it, he explained gently. Yi Bufan, puzzled, prompted George to elaborate on the reasons. The effects of the fruit of life were immensely powerful, not only restoring one to their prime age but also enhancing one's aptitude, increasing the magical energy within the core, and rendering it pure. If transformed into a magical potion, it could serve as an exquisite remedy for injuries. However, this item was exclusively for the queen. She alone could decide its use, and we are forbidden from tampering with it. Should we attempt to use the fruit of life, the queen would detect it immediately, and that would be a blatant affront to her authority, jeopardizing the entire tribe. At this point, Yi Bufan comprehended the implications. The fruit of life was akin to the queen's personal property. If any elf dared consume it, they would be opposing the queen and face dire consequences. Realizing this, Yi Bufan remarked with a wry smile, if that's the case, even if you give me the fruit of life, I cannot use it, for I have no desire to incur the wrath of your queen. Hearing this, George smiled faintly and reassured him, rest assured, we elves can be identified by the lingering aura the fruit of life emanates within our bodies. The queen can sense it. However, if a human consumes the fruit, that aura lasts no more than 3 days before it dissipates. After 3 days, should we not encounter the queen, she would remain oblivious to your consumption. Curious, Yi Bufan asked, how do you know that the aura disappears after 3 days for humans? George replied with a mysterious smile, the occurrence of 2 fruits of life from the tree of life has happened before. In such instances, the surplus fruits were discreetly sold to those who could afford them. Humans have consumed the fruit of life, and this is based on experience. Yi Bufan and George exchanged glances and shared a hearty chuckle. Sitting beside a great tree, Yi Bufan took a bite of the fruit of life. It dissolved instantly in his mouth, imbued with a subtle sweetness. After a few bites, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. He understood that this was the fruit of life enhancing him and paid it no further mind. Before long, he had consumed half of the fruit, letting out a contented burp, unable to eat more. Recalling George's words that each person's absorption capacity for the fruit was the same, and that being full indicated his body had reached saturation, he handed the remaining fruit to Jody. Your turn. Bufan said before closing his eyes to meditate. Jody was taken aback by the unexpected share, his eyes glimmering with gratitude as he accepted the fruit and began to eat. He had only managed to consume a third before feeling overwhelmingly full. "Give it to me," Leah exclaimed as she leaped beside Jody. He placed the remaining fruit beside her, then closed his eyes to meditate as well. Leah glanced at the two lively creatures, Night and Day, playing joyfully nearby. She deftly clawed away the portion Jody had bitten, then called out to the two little ones, "Come and eat." With that, she swiftly finished the rest of the fruit. Stretching her limbs, she leapt onto Bufan's shoulder and fell asleep. Night and Day circled around the remnants of the fruit that Leah had gnawed, then shared the scraps between them, having consumed half of the substantial fruit. Bufan found that Jody and the others quickly finished what remained. After a while, a surge of magical energy erupted from Bufan. He opened his eyes, sparkling with newfound brilliance. He had ascended to the rank of a level 3 mage. To achieve such a breakthrough in less than a month was a feat that would astonish anyone. Bufan stretched lazily, noticing Leah frolicking with Night and Day. Upon seeing him awake, she instantly adopted a serious demeanor. "How do you feel?" she inquired. Bufan smiled as he stood, responding, "I feel remarkably well." The magical energy within him was now vastly superior to what it had been at level 2. His elemental affinity was now equivalent to that of a level 7 mage combined. More importantly, under the influence of the Fruit of Life, his magical energy had been compressed to illustrate. Previously, he would expend 1/10 of his magical energy to cast a spell, whereas now, he required only 1/20. Additionally, his magical energy was already significantly greater than that of a typical level 3 mage, allowing him to wield magic as effectively as 28 level 3 mages combined. Furthermore, he felt an invigorating lightness in his body. With the speed of magical energy absorption also considerably accelerated, the benefits bestowed by a single Fruit of Life were astounding. Soon, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted from Jody as well. He had now attained the rank of a level 4 mage. Jody opened his eyes and, upon seeing Bufan, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "This is wonderful! I have finally broken through." Without the Fruit of Life, such a breakthrough would have taken him much longer. He also felt his body had gained considerable strength, and his sensitivity to magical energy had heightened significantly. Bufan gazed at Jody, astonished. "You look much younger," he remarked, noting that Jody now appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old. Jody smiled in return, saying, "You too have become younger. You now look no older than 17 or 18. That your inherent charm is simply irresistible. I might just fall for you." Bufan's lips twitched at this blatant flattery. Recognizing it as a side effect of the Fruit of Life, he dismissed Jody's compliments and continued on their journey. When they eventually found George and the others, the dragon meat was nowhere to be seen, but George and his companions appeared vibrant and revitalized. Although their consumption of dragon meat did not match the effects of the Fruit of Life, it had nonetheless strengthened their bodies. The saying that dragons are mobile treasure troves was not mere hyperbole. 3 days had passed since consuming the Fruit of Life, and Bufan distinctly felt the myriad benefits it had conferred. He now absorbed the ambient magical energy more effectively than during his previous meditative sessions. Whenever he began to meditate, the influx of magical energy into his body was astonishingly rapid, typically as 1's level increases. So does the rate of magical energy absorption. Bufan's current speed surpassed even that of when he was at level 5. It was worth noting that he had always been considered a prodigy. With his rate of absorption previously unattainable by others in high spirits, he mused that, at this rate of progress, he might restore his peak combat prowess in less than 20 years. 1 day, as they sat together enjoying fruit, George remarked while eating, "This area is the most perilous of all. Everyone must refrain from wandering off. We are nearing the heart of the Elven Forest, where 9th-level magical beasts have been sighted in the past. Outside the monster forest, the chance of encountering such formidable creatures is exceedingly rare." Bufan and his companions nodded in acknowledgement. The 9th-level magical beasts represented the pinnacle for the vast majority of monsters, and they certainly wished to avoid such formidable creatures at all costs, lest they find themselves unable to escape. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the distance. A sound not singular, but a chorus of menacing growls that radiated an overwhelming pressure, instilling a deep sense of dread. It was an 8th-level magical beast. George's anxiety began to mount. Moreover, there were at least 2 of them. As Liao pointed out, "We must leave this place at once," George shouted, prompting all the elves to spring to their feet and hasten in another direction. Encountering an 8th level beast was no trifling matter in terms of individual combat prowess, aside from the mightiest dragon lineage. The magical beasts were the strongest in the realm of Saint Eternity. Other races struggled to achieve victory against magical beasts of the same level. Furthermore, high-level magical beasts typically led solitary lives. However, if 2 or more were present, it indicated the potential for a pack, a scenario far beyond their capacity to contend with. George and his companions fled with all due haste, yet the sounds of the beast's roars drew ever closer. "Are we being targeted?" Bufan inquired, tension creeping into his voice. George's expression darkened as he surveyed their surroundings, noting a massive tree nearby. St. Nola quickly transformed that tree into a treehouse. "It may be our only chance," he commanded. St. Nola dashed to the tree, placing his hands upon it and beginning to chant an incantation. His demeanor was grave, and George's face reflected profound concern. Generally, creating a treehouse was a feat achievable only by 5th-level nature mages. Yet they had no choice but to have the 3rd-level St. Nola attempt it. All eyes were fixed anxiously on him. As St. Nola sped through the incantation, his pace quickened, and his expression began to contort with pain as the tree expanded wildly, revealing a hollow roughly half a meter high. "Hurry inside," George commanded, and the elves swiftly entered the tree hollow. Within moments, only George, Bufan, and St. Nola remained. "You go first," Bufan urged, and Lia, along with Hei Yi and Bai Zhou, entered the hollow. Just then, St. Nola collapsed, prompting Bufan to tell George, "You go in first." George nodded and carried St. Nola into the hollow. Once Jody followed suit, a significant problem arose. The hollow was full. The elves were packed tightly, leaving no room for Bufan. The roars of the beast were now less than 100 meters away. "What should we do?" Jody exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Bufan's eyes gleamed with resolve. There was no room to squeeze in. "Stay hidden inside," he instructed, using shadow magic to conceal himself in the nearby shadows of a tree. All he could do now was hope that the beast would not detect him. Just as Bufan completed this maneuver, he caught sight of a figure darting past him within 10 meters. Although the figure moved swiftly, Bufan recognized it as Zoe from the Kingdom of Nyes, whom they had encountered previously. Had that beast been stirred by her? Bufan thought, astonished. Following her, 3 more figures flashed by. 2 towering, pitch-black wolves, each standing 3 meters tall, their countenance fierce. Bufan identified them as 8th-level magical beasts, the Shadow Wolves. While the Shadow Wolves were considered the weakest among 8th-level beasts, they were also among the most troublesome due to their pack mentality. An adult Shadow Wolf was classified as an 8th-level beast, and a typical pack comprised dozens of mature members. Even as the weakest 8th-level creatures, their sheer numbers posed a formidable threat. Bufan swallowed hard, grateful that they had not encountered a larger group. At that moment, 2 more Shadow Wolves sprinted past. Bufan remained motionless behind the tree, counting the wolves as they passed. In under a minute, 7 had gone by. After another 2 minutes without further appearances, he felt a slight relief, knowing that the remaining wolves had likely moved on. "Let us exit. We need to change directions," he whispered to the elves, who gradually emerged from the hollow. However, Bufan's expression suddenly shifted as a Shadow Wolf raced past him, halting abruptly upon spotting him, eyeing him with predatory intent. Clutching a golden dagger, Bufan stared at the approaching wolf, his heart racing with trepidation. An 8th-level beast was not something he could contend with. At that moment, Hei Yi and Bai Zhou stepped in front of him, emitting low, menacing growls, an aura of formidable pressure surrounding them. The wolf, sensing the threat posed by the 2 small creatures, whined and turned tail, retreating. Bufan stood in stunned silence, realizing that while Darklight was indeed a high-level magical beast, he had not anticipated that these 2 small beings could intimidate an 8th-level creature. He had always heard that the hierarchy among beasts was strict, and this experience had certainly broadened his understanding. Hei Yi and Bai Zhou rubbed against his feet, as if seeking praise. Lia observed them with a hint of confusion, clearly taken aback. Soon, all the elves had exited the hollow. Yet St. Nola remained unconscious. "We must leave here quickly," George urged, cradling St. Nola. "The Shadow Wolves might return without warning, and we cannot linger." They hastened away. Bufan recounted his encounter with Zoe. George, contemplating, remarked that human must have provoked the Shadow Wolves, resulting in their pursuit. "We must remain vigilant." The group nodded, fully aware of the gravity of their situation. Is it always this perilous when you celebrate the queen's birthday? Bufan muttered softly. The elves certainly faced a daunting challenge, engaging in such dangerous affairs annually. George shook his head, a look of confusion in his eyes. Not typically. Magical beasts beyond level 7 possess a certain intelligence. The higher their level, the more astute they become. Generally, the magical beasts and the elven tribe coexist amicably, and incidents during the queen's birthday celebrations have been rare over the years, under normal circumstances. Magical beasts tend to avoid us, but it's wise to remain cautious to avert unnecessary trouble. Bufan nodded, but suddenly he caught a whiff of fresh blood in the air. Stay alert, George warned. Having sensed the anomaly himself, and promptly reminded the elves to be cautious. Bufan remained still, discerning the source of the blood scent. It was fresh and not far off. In the distance, he could still hear the faint howls. Reminiscent of the shadow wolves, curiosity ignited within him. We must leave this area, George asserted, indicating they should head in the opposite direction of the blood scent. Regardless of who had slain whom, it was best to avoid entanglement. You all go ahead. I'll investigate, Bufan stated. What do you intend to do? George asked urgently. I wish to ascertain who has fallen, Bufan replied softly. That's reckless. George's eyes flashed with anger. This is no trivial matter. If a magical beast is feeding and senses another nearby, it will perceive it as a threat and attack. He could not afford to let Bufan fall into danger, especially since he had promised Joyce to assist the Dry Leaf tribe with their dealings with humans. Rest assured, I shall be cautious. Bufan murmured softly, his curiosity piqued by the possibility that Zoe had fallen prey to the spectral wolves. He merely wished to venture forth and take a look. I will accompany you, Leah declared, leaping onto Bufan's shoulder. Observing Bufan's determination to proceed, George nodded, acknowledging that he could not dissuade him. Be cautious, you two. We shall not alter our course. Simply follow the direction we departed from to find us. Bufan nodded in response, while Jody, cradling the embodiment of night and day, added, take care. Direction, Bufan said, patting Jody's shoulder before George and the others departed. That moment, Bufan, accompanied by Leah, cautiously made their way toward the source of the sanguine scent he had sensed. After traversing nearly 200 meters, the unmistakable sound of furious beastly roars reached their ears. Be careful. There are 10 formidable magical beasts, Leah whispered. Bufan nodded, glancing up at the overcast sky, which had begun to drizzle, standing beneath a grand tree. He summoned his newly acquired third-tier water magic, Water Mirage, a spell accessible since his ascension to the rank of third-tier mage. Water Mirage could conjure an illusion of any watery scene within 100 meters of his surroundings. Although devoid of combat capability and demanding a monumental amount of magical energy, it was perfectly suited for the current predicament. As he cast the spell, the raindrops around him coalesced into a shimmering water mirror. Within this mirror, a scene materialized. 2 spectral wolves were engaged in a fierce battle with a gigantic crimson serpent. Surrounding them lay the lifeless bodies of 4 spectral wolves. Bufan recognized the serpent's identity. It was the 8th-tier beast, the fire dragon python, stretching over 10 meters in length. Its fiery red scales glimmered with flames, exuding an air of majesty. It was said that the fire dragon python bore the bloodline of a dragon, placing it among the upper echelons of 8th-tier magical beasts. Presently, it appeared to hold the upper hand. Let us proceed, Bufan stated, dispersing the water mirage as he prepared to leave. This was not a battle he could intervene in. Wait a moment, Leah called out, halting Bufan. He looked at her, puzzled, uncertain of her intentions. With a glint in her eyes, Leah said, I require the fire dragon python's magic crystal. Her words, Bufan's mouth twitched. Don't be absurd. We are hardly enough to contend with the fire dragon python, he replied hastily. He was a 3rd-tier mage, and though he could not gauge Leah's level, he sensed that even if she were stronger than him, it would not be by much. Could they truly hope to slay an 8th-tier beast? He wasn't ready to meet his end just yet. However, Leah, her eyes gleaming with determination, asserted, if it were any other magical beast, we might not stand a chance. But the fire dragon python is certainly within our grasp. Follow me, and I assure you shall not suffer any loss. With that, she leaped from Bufan's shoulder and dashed toward the fire dragon python. Though reluctant, Bufan felt compelled to follow her, leaping from the tree to join her. Meanwhile, the 2 beleaguered spectral wolves, still grappling with their foes, were growing increasingly agitated. They had been peacefully playing with their young in their territory when they sensed a group of humans attacking their kin. Such an affront was intolerable. Thus, they charged forth to defend their own, dispatching most of the intruders, save for one who managed to escape. They could not allow the human to flee. It would be a blow to their pride. In their haste to pursue, they unwittingly crossed into the territory of other magical beasts, only to find themselves in the presence of the formidable fire dragon Python. Now, they found themselves trapped, unable to flee. And the human had vanished from sight. Truly, they had suffered a double loss. Meanwhile, the fire dragon Python reveled in its newfound fortune. Having consumed most of the nearby magical beasts, it was facing a dilemma of needing to relocate. Just then, 6 spectral wolves appeared, providing the perfect opportunity for a sumptuous feast, ensuring it could indulge for days without worry. With that thought, the fire dragon Python unleashed its ultimate technique, flames erupting from its body as it swelled to several times its size. Effortlessly consuming the 2 fleeing spectral wolves, the dark-hued beasts barely registered what was happening before they were swallowed whole. Once the fire dragon Python returned to its original size, it prepared to devour the corpses of the remaining 4 spectral wolves and search for the human that had escaped when suddenly a small figure appeared before it. Had it not looked down, it would have missed the diminutive being entirely, so trivial was its size that it elicited no interest from the python. Yet, it then noticed a human approaching the small figure. Although this human bore slight differences from the one it had previously encountered, the python remained undeterred, intent on devouring this new human whole. But in the next moment, fear gripped it. The inconspicuous small figure instantaneously transformed into a magnificent 7-colored dragon. The 7-colored dragon was among the pinnacle of dragonkind. Meanwhile, the fire dragon Python possessed only a trace of draconic bloodline. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the 7-colored dragon rendered the Python utterly incapable of resistance, forcing it to lie motionless on the ground. Though its mind acknowledged its capacity to slay the dragon, its body was paralyzed beneath the weight of the dragon's aura. Bufan gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. He had heard of the oppressive force advanced magical beasts could exert over their lesser kin, but had never anticipated such strength. Leah had effortlessly subdued an 8th-tier beast. What shocked him further was the revelation that Leah was a 7-colored dragon. He had always believed her to be merely a little creature, unaware of her true form. "What are you standing there for? Finish it." Leah's icy voice broke through his astonishment, prompting Bufan to quickly retrieve his golden dagger and plunge it into the fire dragon Python's eye. Blood gushed forth as the powerful 8th-tier beast fell lifelessly to the ground. Still in a daze, Bufan clutched the golden dagger, grappling with the reality of the situation. Leah transformed back into her smaller form and hopped onto Bufan's shoulder. "Don't just stand there. Find the fire dragon Python's magic crystal that I need it for something useful, and gather the corpses of the spectral wolves as well. These can be exchanged for gold coins." "We mustn't let anything go to waste," Leah said cheerfully. Bufan nodded, searching for the magic crystal while asking, "What is this all about? You claimed you were left with just your soul, yet you can transform into a 7-colored dragon?" Leah showed no inclination to answer his query, simply stating, "This matter does not concern you. We are allies, and I will not betray you." Bufan cast a glance at Leah, nodded, and refrained from further inquiries. He eventually found the fire dragon Python's magic crystal nestled within its carcass. The crystal was the size of a basketball, and as Bufan held it, it felt like clutching a searing hot stone. Having secured the crystal, he stored the other magical beast corpses in a separate spatial ring. "What do you need this magic crystal for?" Bufan asked, puzzled. The crystals of magical beasts had numerous applications. They could absorb the magical energy within to replenish one's own, albeit rather extravagantly. They could also serve as replacements for magic stones in the formation of magical arrays or be utilized in alchemy. Among other uses, the higher the tier of the magic crystal, the more valuable it became. Bufan knew that if this fire dragon Python's magic crystal were auctioned, it could fetch at least several 100,000 gold coins. Leah jumped beside the magic crystal and, without hesitation, began to devour it, finishing it in the blink of an eye. Bufan stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his mind racing with the thought that several 100,000 gold coins had just vanished. The fire dragon Python possessed a trace of draconic bloodline. Consuming its magic crystal could benefit me as well. If only I could encounter a true dragon and consume its dragon crystal and core. It would expedite my growth, Leah mumbled, her words leaving Bufan utterly speechless. "You can't just eat dragon crystals like that." However, he did not elaborate further. Irrespective of the utility of Leah consuming the magic crystal of the fire dragon Python, he had undeniably profited handsomely this time. Leah surveyed her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with brilliance as she remarked, "There is a significant chance of treasures being found in areas inhabited by high-level magical beasts. Let us seek out the lair of the fire dragon python. We may stumble upon something valuable. I am currently quite weak and require numerous resources to restore my vitality. To this proposal, Bufan expressed no dissent. He had always harbored a fondness for treasure hunting. Leah closed her eyes to sense the atmosphere for a moment, then pointed in a direction, stating, "Let us head that way. I sense a more potent concentration of fire elemental magic over there." Fire magical beasts are often attracted to such locales. Bufan followed the direction indicated by Leah, and after walking approximately a kilometer, he noticed a change in the surrounding forest. The trees were no longer adorned with green leaves. Instead, they had transformed into vibrant red foliage, and the temperature was significantly higher than in other areas. As Bufan glanced ahead, he observed that the trees along the path were all of this striking red variety. It was astonishing to find such an extensive grove of fiery maple trees here. No wonder the fire dragon python chose to reside in this vicinity. Bufan appeared somewhat relieved. Typically, fire dragon pythons inhabit regions near volcanoes, where there is an ample supply of fire elemental magic. Fiery maple trees are peculiar plants that possess the innate ability to accumulate fire elemental magic. The longer they grow, the greater the concentration they amassed. Bufan surmised that the fire dragon python had remained here due to these fiery maples. As they ventured deeper, the temperature continued to rise. The rain from the sky intensified, and as they passed by a tree of considerable girth, Bufan's pupils narrowed. He sensed the presence of someone beside the large tree. However, he chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. After walking a few dozen meters, Bufan quietly inquired, "Did you sense the individual hiding by that tree just now? It seems to be of the shadow affinity. Yet, they must be injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have detected them." Bufan speculated that it was likely Zoe, as he had not encountered her body at the site of the previous battle with the magical beasts. "Let us not concern ourselves with him. We have our own matters to attend to," Leah stated, and Bufan nodded in agreement, disregarding Zoe. Under Leah's guidance, Bufan soon halted beside a massive fiery maple tree. There was a downward opening cave, towering several meters high, presumably the lair of the fire dragon python. He leaped inside without hesitation, and shortly thereafter, Zoe arrived at the cave entrance. Zoe's complexion was pale, his arms hanging limply, clearly indicating severe injuries to his limbs. His eyes glinted with cold fury as he jumped into the cave. Upon entering, Zoe was immediately engulfed by the oppressive heat. After descending nearly 10 meters, the ground finally leveled out. The surroundings were pitch dark, and as he prepared to use shadow magic to conceal himself, two glints of cold light suddenly appeared before him. Startled, he instinctively raised his hand to defend himself but forgot about his injured arms, rendering him unable to lift them. The golden dagger and Leah's claws pierced into Zoe's shoulders from either side. With a forceful tug, they severed his arms from his body. Zoe let out a wail as his arms fell to the ground, blood gushing from the wounds as if it were flowing freely. After their successful strike, Bufan and Leah retreated simultaneously. They both understood that Zoe had been trailing them, so they anticipated he would follow them into the cave. Thus, upon landing inside, they had both employed shadow magic to conceal themselves. Under normal circumstances, Zoe might have detected them, but in his current weakened state, he failed to notice or expect Bufan's sudden attack. "You seek death," Zoe bellowed, dark magical energy coalescing around him, swiftly healing his wounds. Unfortunately, with the loss of both arms, he would be rendered useless unless he found a holy level life mage to restore them. A fighter without arms is akin to a tiger without teeth. A flicker of disdain crossed Bufan's eyes. He was no longer afraid of Zoe. Combat magic generally serves to assist fighters in battle, and with Zoe incapacitated, his higher level held little significance. "Why are you following us?" Bufan asked coldly. Zoe gritted his teeth and replied, "I merely wanted your assistance. I never expected you to be so vicious." "Nonsense. You have been shadowing us, clearly harboring ulterior motives. If you genuinely sought our aid, you would not have concealed yourself. You should have revealed your presence." "Do you take me for a fool?" Bufan's voice was frigid. Zoe bowed his head, falling silent. He had indeed followed Bufan and the others to ascertain their actions, and should the opportunity arise, he would have killed Bufan. Noticing Zoe's silence, a cold smile crept across Bufan's lips. "In that case, you may perish." Having uttered those words, Bufan gripped the golden dagger, ready to eliminate Zoe. Having already established enmity, it was imperative to leave no survivors. Zoe turned to flee when a fireball struck him, sending him hurtling away. Having narrowly escaped from the jaws of the phantom wolf, he had exhausted all his magical energy, leaving him to rely solely on his physical endurance. As the fireball struck, he collided against the wall. Bufan swiftly approached Zoe, intent on finishing him off. At that moment, Zoe shouted, "I have a secret. If you spare me, I will tell you." The golden dagger paused, piquing Bufan's curiosity. A secret that Zoe deemed worth trading for his life intrigued him. "Speak, and if it is worthy of your life, I shall let you go," Bufan replied nonchalantly. A flicker of reluctance flashed in Zoe's eyes. But in the name of survival, he gritted his teeth and began. "I came to the Elven Forest to assassinate the Elven Queen. This is a conspiracy orchestrated by several duchies. If you kill me, and they trace it back to you, you will not escape." Upon hearing this, Bufan and Leah exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Assassinating the Elven Queen? How audacious! The Elven Queen, the most revered among the Elven race. Although the Elven King also bore the title of king, he was in no way comparable to the Elven Queen. The Elven race openly boasted 10 holy-level beings, 6 of whom resided within the same tribe as the Elven Queen. It was one thing to contemplate the assassination of the Elven Queen, but merely encountering her was an arduous task for humans. Now, Zoe claimed that several duchies sought to assassinate the Elven Queen. Bufan found it utterly ridiculous. Observing Bufan's amusement, Zoe realized what he was thinking. "I speak the truth. Someone has received word that the Elven Queen's lifespan is nearing its end, rendering her exceedingly vulnerable. The position of the Elven Queen is maintained through lineage. Should she be assassinated, the lineage will be severed, and the Elven race will swiftly crumble. At that point, each tribe will only concern itself with its own affairs, allowing us humans to encroach upon the Elven race. You are also human. You should contribute to this cause. Hence you cannot kill me." Zoe spoke at length, and while Bufan still found it amusing, he suddenly recalled a crucial matter and grew solemn, asking, "Did the Wangdo Duchy involve itself in this affair?" In Bufan's view, any involvement in such a plot would be tantamount to courting death. If the Wangdo Duchy were implicated, he could not approach the Elven Queen without risking entanglement. Zoe shook his head coldly, stating, "The Wangdo Duchy is uninvolved. Their king is a coward. I heard their 4th prince has died, and now the king is like..." Zoe's words trailed off as he suddenly widened his eyes at Bufan. Realization dawned upon him. He recalled who Bufan was. He had sensed something familiar about Bufan earlier, but upon hearing mention of the 4th prince of the Wangdo Duchy, it all clicked into place. "Bufan, you're alive?" Zoe exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing Zoe recognize his identity, Bufan chose to remain silent. "Wait, why is your magic power so diminished?" Zoe inquired. Why Bufan naturally had no intention of answering him. Zoe suddenly realized something and shouted, "You were deceiving me all along." Recognizing Bufan's identity, he understood that the people of the Wangdo Duchy believed Bufan to be dead, making it impossible for anyone to protect him. Zoe realized he had been played. Now he is filled with deep regret. Had he known that the last time he encountered Bufan, he should have simply killed him, he wouldn't have fallen to such a deplorable state. "It is too late for you to realize this now. Your demise is imminent." Bufan smiled as he crouched down, holding a golden dagger and gazing at Zoe with a cheerful expression. Zoe's body trembled as he shouted, "You promised to let me go. You are a prince. If your words hold no weight, then what kind of prince are you?" He understood that these nobles are profoundly concerned about their status and reputation. Thus, he aimed to provoke Bufan, hoping that it would remind him of his own identity and compel him to honor his promise of clemency. Unfortunately, Zoe miscalculated. The Bufan who had traversed realms held no regard whatsoever for status or reputation. In an instant, Bufan's dagger pierced directly into Zoe's heart. "You deserve to die." Zoe uttered those final words before collapsing to the ground, swiftly succumbing to death. Bufan withdrew the golden dagger, and Leah leapt onto his shoulder, suggesting that they extract the magic core from this human, which could be sold for some coin. The magic core of a human is akin to the magic crystal of a magical beast. "That won't be necessary," Bufan remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. After all, they were both human. Now, having killed him, he felt a twinge of remorse at the thought of desecrating the body. "Let me do it myself," Leah said, jumping down to swiftly extract the magic core from Zoe's mind, munching on it with a crunch. Bufan then located the spatial ring on Zoe's hand, igniting a fireball spell to incinerate Zoe's corpse before proceeding deeper into the lair of the fire dragon python. Do you think those humans have any hope of assassinating the Elven Queen? Bufan inquired as he walked. Leah, her tone dripping with disdain, replied, "Let me ask you, if the Elven race were to attempt to assassinate the king of your empire, do you think they would succeed?" Yi Bufan shook his head with conviction that a king of an empire, surrounded by hundreds of guards, could never be assassinated. That's why I say you humans are utterly arrogant. The Elven Queen. She has undergone rigorous training since childhood. Let me put it this way. Every individual who stands above others has faced numerous trials. The current Elven Queen was chosen from over 20 candidates, each formidable in their own right. And with a tightly secured entourage, assassinating her is simply out of the question, Leah muttered. Not necessarily, Yi Bufan suddenly interjected. Assuming Yi Bufan intended to counter her argument, Leah was about to speak when he continued. What if there are those within the elven race who conspire with humans? Wouldn't that present a possibility for success? Upon hearing this, Leah narrowed her eyes. It is indeed a possibility, but the likelihood is exceedingly slim. The elven clan is fiercely loyal to their queen. If any elf were to ally with humans, then their tribe would be despised and opposed by the others. No elf would be foolish enough to act in such a manner. With that, Yi Bufan chose not to pursue the topic further. At this moment, he had opened Zoe's spatial ring. The contents within were scant. Apart from a heap of gold coins, there were only a few magic crystals and some meat from magical beasts. The only items that piqued Yi Bufan's interest were two objects. A letter made of beast skin and a black dagger. Yi Bufan drew forth the black dagger and struck a nearby stone, easily cleaving it in two. This dagger is impressive, yet it pales in comparison to his golden dagger that if sold, it should fetch a decent sum of gold. Next, he examined the beast skin lettered. It was exceptionally white, with only a few words inscribed. Special Envoy Zoe of the Naze Duchy. Yi Bufan surmised that this beast skin served as Zoe's means of verifying his identity, and he paid it little mind. How impoverished, Yi Bufan muttered. After all, Zoe was someone who had served alongside the Prince of the Naze Duchy, yet the contents of the spatial ring were so meager, just as Yi Bufan lamented Zoe's lack of wealth. They arrived at the innermost part of the fire dragon python's lair. This area appeared quite expansive, spanning over 1,000 square meters, with the ground strewn with numerous snake skins and pelts from other magical beasts. Aside from these, there were only a few fire-red flowers blooming in a distant corner. They're nothing of value here. Yi Bufan expressed his disappointment. It seemed a waste of the time he had taken to come here. Leah jumped down from Yi Bufan's shoulder and ran over to the flowers, exclaiming excitedly, "Who said there are no treasures? Come see what this is." Yi Bufan approached Leah and examined the flowers. There were 6 in total, each standing 30 centimeters tall and as thick as his pinky finger, adorned with just 6 tiny leaves. However, the fire-red blooms were the size of a baby's fist, rendering the entire plant quite disproportionate. Upon getting closer, Yi Bufan caught a whiff of the enchanting fragrance emanating from the flowers, and inhaling deeply nearly caused him to faint. That moment, he realized what these flowers were. Dragonbone flowers. How can there be such a thing here? Yi Bufan exclaimed incredulously. Dragonbone flowers, an exceedingly rare and wondrous magical herb. They can only thrive on the corpses of giant dragons. And depending on the magical energy of the deceased dragon, they embody different magical properties. Those growing on the carcass of a fire-type dragon possess fire attributes, while those on a water-type dragon's carcass carry water attributes. The rarity of dragonbone flowers stems from their stringent living conditions, as the bodies of giant dragons are exceedingly scarce. Their miraculous nature refers to their effects. Consuming dragonbone flowers can grant one the magical power of a dragon and a degree of magical immunity, making them highly valued in the market. However, if uprooted from their natural habitat, dragonbone flowers will wither rapidly, losing their extraordinary properties, which is why they are seldom encountered by ordinary individuals. The presence of fire-type dragonbone flowers here suggests the existence of a fire-type dragon's carcass. Yi Bufan's eyes gleamed with excitement. A dragon's carcass. What a treasure. Leah surveyed the surroundings and remarked, given the state of this place, even if there is a dragon's carcass, it must have been here for many years and is likely decayed. I sense no trace of a dragon. That dragon has probably been dead for over a century. Hearing this, Yi Bufan felt a slight pang of disappointment at that moment. Leah added, "However, we can search for it. If we find the remains of that dragon, it could be worth quite a bit of gold." This statement made Yi Bufan want to roll his eyes. Leah was always thinking about gold. "What about the dragonbone flowers before us?" Yi Bufan inquired again. "They are indeed valuable. While the magical immunity effect of the dragonbone flowers holds little use for him, they can enhance his magical power." "3 for you, 3 for me," Leah stated, unceremoniously consuming an entire flower from the plant. Yi Bufan, not to be outdone, quickly crouched down and devoured a fire-red dragonbone flower. The flower tasted faintly sweet at first, But in mere seconds, it turned incredibly sweet, and Yi Bufan had no time to savor it before swallowing. He sensed the surrounding fire-type magical energy becoming more vibrant than before, and his magic core and dragon crystal contained an increase in fire-type energy. Seeing the effects, Yi Bufan promptly consumed the other 2 flowers as well. With 3 dragon bone flowers in his stomach, the fire-type magical energy in both his magic core and spirit core surged significantly. He felt that if he had several hundred dragon bone flowers, he could break through to level 4. But that was merely a fanciful thought at that moment. Leah finished off the remaining dragon bone flowers and licked her lips, saying, "I wonder why that fire dragon python didn't eat these dragon bone flowers. It's fortunate it didn't, or we would have lost out." Yi Bufan nodded with a smile, and Leah looked around, stating, "I'll see if I can find the dragon's carcass. You should also look around for any clues." Leah finished speaking and walked to the side, while Yi Bufan began to meander around. He collected the fire dragon python's shed skin and the monster hides scattered on the ground, knowing that these could be sold for gold coins. Before long, Yi Bufan had gathered all useful items from the ground. Leaving it tidy and organized, it was then that he noticed a patch of ground, approximately 3 meters in diameter, riddled with numerous fine cracks, each only a few centimeters wide, leaning down to peer beneath the fissures. He discovered a wealth of fire elemental magic stones hidden below. "Leah, come take a look here," Yi Bufan called out, and Leah promptly approached his side. He pointed towards the cracks, and as she glanced down, a spark of delight flickered in her eyes as she exclaimed, "This is it." Yi Bufan positioned himself at the edge of the fissures. "Are you absolutely certain that a dragon's corpse lies beneath?" he queried once more. Leah, perched on Yi Bufan's shoulder, nodded vigorously. "I can assure you, magic stones do not just appear anywhere. They manifest only in areas rich with magical energy. The presence of fire elemental stones here strongly indicates something significant below. If there is indeed a dragon's corpse, it must be beneath this very ground." Yi Bufan nodded in agreement, then unleashed a level 3 earth magic spell, summoning a clay golem. The clay golem, capable of consolidating soil into a giant form, lacked offensive power, but served well as a shield at this distance. A 3-meter-tall clay golem emerged, creating a cylindrical pit 3 meters wide and deep, though referred to as a clay golem. It resembled a plump sphere without a head, which appeared somewhat eerie. Yi Bufan directed the clay golem to move aside, squatting next to the wall. Peering into the cylindrical pit, he noticed an even greater abundance of fire elemental magic stones. Continuing to summon clay golems, he excavated the pit to a depth of 9 meters, with 3 rotund clay golems squatting beside the wall. Upon looking down again, Yi Bufan's gaze fell upon an unusual object resembling a bone. Though it appeared to be bone, it was a vivid red, akin to a form of jade, emanating a faint crimson glow. "I'll go take a look," Leah said, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she leapt into the pit. Yi Bufan stood above, watching her burrow into the earth. Approximately half an hour later, Leah emerged, a new object clutched in her claws. Yi Bufan's eyes brightened. It was a space ring. As Leah hopped out of the pit, Yi Bufan observed that the red bone had transformed into a normal white hue. "Here, this is for you. I've exhausted what I needed, and the contents are quite decent," Leah stated with satisfaction. Yi Bufan's lips twitched. Had he known earlier, he might have joined her descent, for perhaps there were items of use to him as well, and he would not have had to scavenge the remnants left behind. Though he had little hope for the space ring, Yi Bufan examined its contents. Upon seeing what lay within, his previous disappointment evaporated instantly. The space within the ring was vast, filled with an assortment of gold coins, magic crystals, and peculiar items. Most thrilling for Yi Bufan were the 2 wands he discovered inside. He hastily retrieved the wands. Both were of the dark magic variety, and their quality was legendary. Yi Bufan was immensely pleased. Among the 7 elemental magics, he primarily utilized fire and dark magic. Having already acquired a legendary fire wand, obtaining a legendary dark wand as well filled him with joy. Testing each wand, he noted their distinct effects. One wand, entirely obsidian and seemingly carved from jade, reduced the magical energy consumption of dark spells by 40%. The other, resembling a gray wooden stick adorned with a black gem, doubled the intensity of the spells cast. Without hesitation, Yi Bufan decided to keep the wand that enhanced spell strength, planning to gift the other to Xiaodi. After all, having an extra wand would serve no purpose for him, and strengthening Xiaodi would ultimately benefit him too. Having tasted success, Yi Bufan meticulously searched the contents of the space ring and eventually discovered a tome of magic. It was a fire magic tome, recording a single spell, the 9th level fire spell. Summon Fire Dragon. This spell was not included in the super magic tome of the seven-colored dragon, and its mere mention sounded formidable. Unfortunately, Yi Bufan was not yet capable of utilizing it, besides the magic tome. He also found a map tucked away in a corner. Examining it closely, he couldn't decipher its meaning. "Do you recognize what this map is?" Yi Bufan inquired of Leah, after a brief moment of contemplation. She hesitantly replied, "This appears to be a treasure map. Look here." Pointing to a black pentagram on the map, her voice turned icy as she declared, "This is the mark used by dragon slayers to denote dragon lairs. If I'm not mistaken, this map indicates the lair of the fire dragon." Yi Bufan hesitated. But how could a dragon possess a map marking its own lair? Is it lost? Leah rolled her eyes dramatically. "Who told you this belongs to the dragon?" She retorted. "To suggest a dragon is lost is a grave insult to their kind. Not the dragon's belongings?" Yi Bufan finally comprehended that I found this inside the belly of the dragon's skeleton below. "It likely belonged to a wizard," Leah said tersely. Yi Bufan nodded, understanding how this explained the presence of a map denoting a dragon's lair. Leah scrutinized the map for a few more seconds before suddenly saying, "I think I recognize this place. It's also within the elven forest." Yi Bufan's eyes sparkled. That a dragon's lair would be a splendid locale, for dragon treasure would undoubtedly be hidden within. "Shall we go investigate?" Wuxing proposed eagerly. Leah glanced at Yi Bufan, aware of his thoughts. "Don't get your hopes up. The fire dragon has been dead for at least 50 years. The treasures within its lair have likely long since vanished. You must understand, countless humans have their eyes on a dragon's lair. Once a dragon meets its end, its lair is certainly no longer secure." Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan's excitement waned somewhat. He no longer harbored expectations for the dragon's lair. "What about the dragon's corpse below?" he asked. "Even if the body has decayed to mere bones, it still holds value. Some kings, eager to display their might, often seek to acquire dragon bones, as even a fragment offers prestige. If the dragon's bones remain intact, they could fetch a significant sum. Those bones are of no use now. I have consumed the dragon crystals and cores, while the scales and hide have already decayed. The bones are now merely ordinary. A slight touch may cause them to shatter. Best to leave them underground." Leah sighed, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. The dragon's body, though relatively intact, had already been compromised by Yi Bufan's actions. With Leah's words, Yi Bufan decided against insisting on the dragon's remains. He commanded the 3 clay golems to jump into the pit and fill it in, and together they departed the dragon's lair. Pursuing the direction where George and the others had previously left. As they walked, Yi Bufan distinctly sensed the surrounding temperature had dropped significantly. The fiery maple trees were visibly wilting. "What is happening here?" he inquired of Leah. Leah, resting on his shoulder, replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. The transformation of this place is simply a consequence of the fire dragon's corpse. Now that the dragon crystals and cores have been taken, the corpse has lost its energy, leaving the surrounding flora devoid of nutrients. Soon, it will resemble other areas." Following the direction in which George and his companions had departed, Yi Bufan and his group pursued them for quite some time before finally catching up. Upon handing the dark magic wand to Jody, an expression of disbelief washed over his face. The legendary wand, something he had never dared to dream of possessing, was now firmly gripped in his hands. And Jody was nearly bursting with excitement. He had completely submitted to Yi Bufan's authority. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan relayed the information he had gleaned from Zoe to George, upon hearing that there was a plot to assassinate the queen. George scoffed derisively. In the eyes of the elven race, their queen was the mightiest and utterly invulnerable to such threats. Nevertheless, George quietly took note of the matter, intending to inform his kin upon reaching their destination. As it was indeed no trivial issue, the remainder of the night was spent in haste, and after dark, the group halted beneath a grand tree. A gentle drizzle fell from the sky as they munched on fruits. And George remarked that, at their current pace, if they rested for the night and set off again before dawn, they should reach their destination by morning. Hearing this, Yi Bufan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After so many days of travel, he had yet to enjoy a proper night's sleep. He resolved to rest thoroughly once they arrived at the tribe of the Elven Queen. After finishing their meal, the group prepared to rest when a sudden, anguished scream pierced the air from a distance of no more than 100 meters. Instantly alert, Yi Bufan spoke in a low voice. "I'll go take a look." George, reluctant to stir up trouble, suggested, "Why not just leave? Prepare to retreat at any moment. I will investigate alone. If anything seems amiss, I will leave immediately," Yi Bufan declared as he vanished into the shadows using his shadow art. "Everyone, Stay vigilant, George shouted, his eyes scanning their surroundings warily. I in the darkness. Bufan stealthily advanced, now a third-level magician. He found that the duration of his shadow art had significantly lengthened. It wasn't long before he spotted a massive python in the gloom, voraciously consuming a plump human. A level 7 dark beast, the dark python. Glancing around, he noted that aside from the unfortunate human and the python, there was nothing else in sight. Bufan deduced that the earlier scream must have originated from the fat man. And wishing to avoid disturbing the creature, he hurried back to rejoin George and the others, leading them swiftly away. That night, they did not rest, encountering several instances of magical beasts attacking humans along the way. Fortunately, they managed to evade any direct confrontations with the beasts as dawn broke and the rain subsided. The group took a brief respite to eat before setting off again. By midday, Bufan caught sight of a sprawling tribe in the distance. This tribe bore resemblance to the withered leaf tribe, encircled by towering trees forming a protective wall, with a colossal tree of life standing deep within. This tree of life dwarfed that of the withered leaf tribe by several times. Resembling a giant from afar, exuding an imposing presence, this was the tribe of the Elven Queen, the Life Tribe. George's face beamed with pride as he finally relaxed. This tree of life is the mother of all trees of life among the tribes. The trees of life in other tribes sprout from its roots. Once we enter, just remember not to provoke other elves or approach the tree of life. We should stick together, he advised, aware that elves generally harbored animosity towards humans and wishing to keep Bufan safe. Nodding in agreement, the group marched towards the grand entrance of the Life Tribe. Upon arrival, 10 fully armed elves stood guard at the entrance, led by a stern-looking middle-aged elf, spotting Bufan and Jody. He obstructed their passage. Which tribe are you from to dare bring humans here? He spoke coldly, his eyes glinting with menace. With an unyielding expression, George replied, we are from the Withered Leaf Tribe. These 2 humans are our friends, and we vouch for them in the name of our tribe. They pose no threat to the Queen's birthday festivities. The middle-aged elf regarded George with a flicker of disdain. The Withered Leaf Tribe. The ones who always lag behind. You still possess any honor. You dare speak of vouching for it. His words incited laughter among the surrounding elves of the 108 recognized tribes among the elves. The Withered Leaf Tribe consistently ranked among the lowest, primarily due to its proximity to humans, leading to frequent disappearances among its members, coupled with scarce resources that hindered its rise in rank. In any setting, those ranked lower would invariably be bullied, and the Withered Leaf Tribe was no exception, often facing ridicule during the Queen's birthday celebrations. I challenge you to a duel. George unsheathed his longbow. Incensed by the middle-aged elf's derision, the elves took their tribe's reputation seriously, and the elf's insult had ignited George's fury. The middle-aged elf's eyes sparkled with intent, eager to accept the challenge, having sought to provoke George for a lesson. At that moment, Bufan interjected nonchalantly, it is said that elves are inherently pure and benevolent. I once believed this to be true during my interactions with the Withered Leaf Tribe, but having arrived here, I now realize that such rumors cannot be wholly trusted. Some elves possess dark hearts and foul mouths. No wonder they are only fit to guard the gates. As he spoke, Bufan exuded an air of disdain. He understood that if George were to engage in combat, he would surely be no match for the middle-aged elf. Otherwise, the elf would not have provoked him. Hence, Bufan sought to prevent George from acting rashly, as he relied on him for the journey ahead. Should anything happen to George, it would complicate matters further. You seek death, human. The middle-aged elf summoned a green wand, ready to strike. Just then, a vine erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the elf's hand. How audacious! Do you dare raise a hand against me, Saint Nora? Saint Nora's face was stern, exuding an air of authority. The middle-aged elf trembled, his eyes flashing with anger, yet he sheathed his weapon, knowing better than to provoke the royalty of the elves. Please, proceed, he said, stepping aside. Saint Nora huffed. Bufan is right. Your words are foul, a disgrace to the noble identity of the elven race. With that, George and his party entered the Life Tribe, leaving the middle-aged elf standing there, his face alternating between shades of blue and red, mortified by the indignity of being insulted by a human. He etched Bufan's figure into his memory, vowing to seek an opportunity for retribution in the future. As they traversed the Life Tribe, Bufan was astonished to discover that it was not solely comprised of tree houses. There were also human dwellings. Though constructed of wood, these houses were built high along the roadside and appeared exceedingly exquisite. How come there are human houses here? Bufan inquired, having assumed that elves resided solely in tree houses. Still fuming over the earlier incident, George answered tersely, the population of elves in the Life Tribe is quite large. If everyone lived in tree houses, they would occupy too much space and disrupt traffic. Human houses take up less area, and more elves can reside within one compared to a treehouse. Moreover, humans frequently come here to discuss matters with the queen. They are not accustomed to treehouses. Hence the increasing number of human houses. Bufan nodded slightly, acknowledging that houses were indeed a testament to human ingenuity. It seemed even the elven race could not resist the allure of human architecture. As they walked further into the life tribe, stepping upon the smooth ground, Bufan observed a myriad of elves bustling about, significantly outnumbering those in the withered leaf tribe. However, he had yet to spot a single human. Following George, they arrived at a 7-story wooden building known as the Queen's Inn, where George and his 30 elves, alongside Bufan and Jody, would be assigned a total of 16 rooms. Originally, there were only 15 rooms. But the presence of Bufan and his companions necessitated an additional one. However, it was ultimately George's plea that secured a room for Bufan and his companions. Take a moment to rest. The celebrations will commence in 5 days, and during the interim, you may venture out. However, remember to accompany our kin. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in peril, George advised, as Bufan and Jody stepped into their modest quarters. The room appeared somewhat dilapidated, furnished only with a large bed, a table, and 2 chairs, exuding an air of stark simplicity. A small window, facing the bustling street, allowed the sounds of passers-by to permeate the space. Bufan's lips twitched in dissatisfaction at the accommodations. After all, they had traveled a great distance to honor the Elven Queen's birthday, yet they found themselves in such meager surroundings. He muttered to himself, but eventually reclined on the bed, stretching lazily. Although the room was far from the comforts of the Jiayin, it was still preferable to sleeping in the woods. Night and day danced playfully within the confines of the room. While Lia perched on the windowsill, gazing outside, Jody sat on the floor, delving into meditation. He had become increasingly diligent, seizing any opportunity to reflect. Meditation, akin to slumber, posed no threat to one's health. Meanwhile, Bufan, accustomed to reclining in repose, soon drifted off into slumber. He awoke to the sound of knocking, the darkness of night enveloping him. Stretching again, he approached the door and opened it to find Saint Nora standing there. "Let us go out and explore. It is a rare occasion to visit the Life Tribe. I wish to introduce you to our elven kin. There will be celebrations over the next few days, and the atmosphere promises to be lively," Saint Nora exclaimed, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Bufan was eager to venture forth, yet George had advised against him going alone, prompting him to seek out Bufan instead, reluctant to remain cooped up. Bufan nodded in agreement. "All right, just give me a moment." Turning back, he inquired of Jody, "Would you care to join us?" Jody shook his head, whispering, "I would advise against it. The elves have a strong aversion to our kind." He had no desire to face ridicule or hostility. "I shall not be joining either. I would prefer to sleep," Leah added. Night and day, however, nudged against Bufan's feet. Yearning to accompany him, he recognized their desire to explore but resolved not to bring them along, for they were still too young to face potential dangers. As none of them intended to join him, Bufan left some dragon jerky for Leah and the others before stepping out with Saint Nora. By now, the night had fully descended. Exiting the inn, Bufan found himself enveloped in darkness, glancing into the distance where faint lights twinkled like stars. Acknowledging the elves' renowned archery skills, he refrained from asking questions. Allowing Saint Nora to lead the way. As they walked, Saint Nora remarked, "Let us head to the Queen's Square. It is bound to be the most vibrant spot." Nodding, Bufan, unfamiliar with the area, decided to trust her guidance. From Saint Nora, he learned the purpose of the celebration. It was an occasion for various elven tribes to gather in honor of the Queen's birthday, exchanging precious items they had no use for with one another, either through barter or coin. Such gatherings often featured astonishing treasures. After a considerable distance, Bufan finally beheld a brightly lit area. It was a grand square, dominated by an exquisite statue, which he deduced must be that of the Queen. The square was teeming with elves. Some were selling goods, others were leisurely strolling, while a few engaged in commerce. Saint Nora clutched the hem of Bufan's garment tightly, wary of being swept away by the crowd. As they moved through the throng, it seemed no one noticed the solitary human amidst them. "Come and see the potions gathered by our tribe. Our potions are preserved in excellent condition, thanks to our alchemists," cried one vendor. "Don't miss the seeds of the thorn vine and thorn tree, essential for any nature mage. Called another, I have various items obtained from human mercenaries, including rare wands. Echoed yet another. Ye Bufan followed the crowd. Yet nothing piqued his interest. As he approached a small stall, he halted. The vendor was a diminutive elf, slightly older than Saint Nora, dressed in a tattered, mud-stained black robe, his face smeared with dirt. The items on his stall were stained with blood. And he surveyed the surroundings with a fearful glimmer in his eyes, as if anticipating danger. This elf was the sole one Ye Bufan encountered who appeared so wretched. Crouching to examine the wares, he found only a collection of worthless trinkets, common mercenary blades and various baubles meant exclusively for humans. These items hold no value. No one will purchase them, Ye Bufan softly remarked. They're of no use to the elves. The small elf gazed at him with trepidation, and Ye Bufan soon realized that the little one likely did not comprehend human speech. He repeated his words in the elven tongue, and this time the small elf understood, replying in a hushed tone, "You need not concern yourself with this." Taken aback by the elf's response, Ye Bufan stood up to leave, respecting the elf's wish for autonomy. However, just as he took a couple of steps away, a commotion erupted behind him. "What are you doing? Let me go," a high-pitched voice cried out. Recognizing it as the small elf's voice, Ye Bufan turned to see a familiar figure, the middle-aged elf he had confronted earlier at the entrance of the Life Tribe. This elf, wearing a disdainful expression, was gripping the small elf's garment and had just flung him away. The small elf screamed in despair as he fell toward a large tree, and Ye Bufan realized that, given his frail form, a collision could result in severe injury. The onlookers erupted in laughter, showing no inclination to assist the small elf. Meanwhile, the middle-aged elf wore a cruel grin as he gestured toward Ye Bufan. Mimicking a throat-slitting motion, Ye Bufan's eyes flashed with fury. It was evident that the small elf was being targeted due to their earlier interaction. As the small elf neared the tree, a protective water barrier enveloped him, preventing any injury upon impact. Level 3 water magic, Water's Guardian, Ye Bufan declared, intervening. He could not stand idly by while the middle-aged elf sought to harm the small one simply for speaking with him. A sinister smile crept across the middle-aged elf's face. "How dare you, a mere human, use magic freely within the Life Tribe? I shall arrest you," he bellowed, pointing at Ye Bufan. All eyes turned to Ye Bufan. Many elves only now realizing a human stood amongst them. Their gazes were filled with disdain as they instinctively distanced themselves from him, leaving a 2-meter radius around Ye Bufan, save for Saint Nora. The middle-aged elf approached, wielding a green wand, revealing himself to be an 8th-level wind mage. The atmosphere grew tense, anticipation palpable among the elves, eager to witness the human's downfall or capture. Saint Nora, her expression serious, was about to intervene when Ye Bufan shook his head. He understood that a decisive action was required. Otherwise, this elf might continue to pose a threat. Well, if it isn't the foul-mouthed scoundrel," he retorted. "How is it that you have disgusted me for 100 days during the daylight, and now you persist in tormenting me at night? Must you make my sleep unbearable for your own satisfaction?" Ye Bufan's face was etched with disdain, his tone dripping with contempt. "Silence. You have violated our elven decree prohibiting the use of magic within the Life Tribe. That I shall arrest you. Comply, and come with me, or I shall be forced to eliminate you on the spot," declared the middle-aged elf, his voice chillingly cold. At this moment, he wielded the advantage. Had it not been for the multitude of elves surrounding them, he would have already struck. As long as Ye Bufan acquiesced to his demands, he had countless ways to dispose of him. Conversely, should Ye Bufan refuse to comply, the middle-aged elf could justify his actions under the guise of righteousness. Ye Bufan understood that if a fight ensued, he would not stand a chance against this formidable opponent. Yet escaping amidst so many onlookers would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, he resolved to adopt a more assertive stance while contemplating his next move. At that moment, the little elf who had been flung aside had navigated through the crowd and stood before Ye Bufan. He recognized that Ye Bufan had come to his aid. "Thank you." The little elf bowed deeply. Just as Ye Bufan was about to respond with a dismissive "It's nothing," the middle-aged elf bellowed, "You wretched forsaken elf, how dare you grovel before a human? You deserve to die." Upon uttering these words, a blade of wind shot forth from the middle-aged elf, aimed directly at the back of the little elf's head. The wind blade emanated a formidable sharpness, leaving the little elf paralyzed with terror. Awaiting his demise. Ye Bufan's eyes glinted with lethal intent as he brandished his fire magic wand, summoning a flame shield and a fiery serpent. The serpentine embodiment of fire lunged towards the wind blade. While the flame shield enveloped the little elf, the fiery serpent collided with the wind blade, instantaneously disintegrating into a cascade of magical fire energy, while the wind blade's power was significantly diminished. Dissipating harmlessly upon striking the flame shield, sparing the little elf from harm. The middle-aged elf was evidently taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bufan could withstand his magic. As an 8th level mage. He regarded Bufan, a mere 3rd level mage, as inconsequential. The surrounding elves were expressions of astonishment. Bufan swiftly pulled the trembling little elf behind him, confronting the middle-aged elf head-on. You would kill your own kin. How utterly monstrous. Bufan seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. He was incensed. Had he still possessed the powers of a saint-level mage, he would have decisively dealt with the middle-aged elf by now. This is utterly shameless. The Forsaken Elves are not part of our elven lineage. Do not place such labels upon me. If you do not accompany me willingly, I will not hesitate to take action. The middle-aged elf's patience had evaporated. Bufan's ability to withstand his magic had ignited a sense of urgency within him. Gripping his wand, Bufan roared defiantly, "If it's war you desire, then let us engage without further ado. This prince will not rest until I shatter your hideous head." As Bufan's words echoed, he summoned 16 fiery pythons, their presence instantly elevating the ambient temperature. With an unwavering momentum, they surged toward the middle-aged elf. Creating a stunning spectacle, the surrounding elves instinctively recoiled, while Saint Nora pulled the little elf back into the throng. That a gentle breeze swirled around the middle-aged elf. He did not hold back, unleashing a powerful tornado that bore down upon the fiery pythons with tremendous force. 8th level wind magic. Wind tornado. The wind tornado tore through the fiery pythons with ease, annihilating them in the blink of an eye before barreling directly toward Bufan. The stone slabs beneath them, composed of an unknown material, were sent flying. The wind tornado obscured the middle-aged elf's vision, preventing him from noticing that Bufan had vanished from sight. At that moment, Bufan had stealthily employed shadow magic to position himself behind the middle-aged elf. From the outset, he had no intention of engaging in a magical duel. The fiery pythons had merely served to divert the middle-aged elf's attention. His adversary would never suspect that he possessed not only formidable magical prowess, but also physical strength and mastery of shadow magic. Bufan thrust his golden dagger toward the middle-aged elf's heart. Sensing an imminent threat, the middle-aged elf instinctively unleashed a gust of wind, propelling himself into the air. 6th level wind magic. Wind wings. The wind wings allowed the wind mage to temporarily soar through the air, generating a tempest that could deflect attacks. Fortunately, thanks to the wind wings, the middle-aged elf emerged unscathed. Bufan's expression was one of frustration. He had been a heartbeat away from dispatching the middle-aged elf, concealing himself with shadow magic. He lamented that in the eyes of an 8th level mage, his current stealth was practically non-existent. The middle-aged elf glared at Bufan with seething rage, summoning a flurry of wind blades that hurtled toward him. Bufan did not attempt to withstand the assault. Though the wind blades were swift, he was agile enough to evade them. Furthermore, with so many witnesses present, the middle-aged elf could not unleash overly destructive magic, which worked to Bufan's advantage. Having successfully dodged the wind blades, Bufan summoned fireballs to hurl at the airborne middle-aged elf. The latter's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Being harried by a 3rd level mage was intolerable. If he failed to subdue Bufan, he would lose all face in this realm. As the fireballs approached, the middle-aged elf conjured a 4th level spell, Wind Wall, erecting it before him as he continued to chant. The fireballs erupted upon impact with the wind wall, but due to the disparity in their levels, the inherent dispelling effect of Bufan's magic was significantly weakened. Before long, the fireballs detonated against the wind wall, which, though wavering, held firm. Bufan's demeanor grew grave as he prepared to unleash his most potent spell. Suddenly, an acute sense of danger surged through him, akin to a knife poised at his throat, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Run! Bufan's mind fixated solely on this thought, and he bolted. Just then, the middle-aged elf bellowed, "Die!" As he shouted, Bufan felt a gale force barreling toward him from behind, yanking him backward. Around them, panicked voices cried, "8th level magic! Wind kill! This madman has lost his mind! Everyone, flee! 8th level magic! Wind kill!" The most powerful offensive spell in the Wind Mage's arsenal. Those struck by Wind Kill would be torn to shreds. The middle-aged elf cackled maniacally. The invisible Wind Kill surged toward Bufan, and in 2 seconds, he would relish the sight of Bufan being obliterated. Despair flooded Bufan's heart, his eyes filled with resentment. He had not anticipated that his moment of glory would be so swiftly extinguished. Though he felt bitterness, he understood that he could not alter this grim reality. Just as the Wind Kill approached within 20 centimeters of him, an ancient bronze root erupted from beneath his feet, ensnaring him and lifting him into the air. The wind kill struck the bronze root. Yet it sustained no damage. The middle-aged elf's expression shifted drastically as he hastily dispelled the wind kill. "Bold fool," a furious voice echoed from afar, and soon a giant strode toward them, towering nearly 5 meters high. The giant moved with astonishing speed, covering hundreds of meters in mere breaths. Bufan was astonished to realize that the giant was a humanoid tree. The tree, a deep bronze hue, bore cracked bark. Possessing a trunk, 2 legs, and 2 arms, yet lacking a head. Perched upon the giant's shoulder stood a young elf garbed in a green robe, his silver-white hair cascading down, with skin so pale it glowed even in darkness. He wielded a light green staff, capable of commanding the tree in T.ye. Bufan surmised that this individual was a formidable nature mage. The young elf cast a glance at Bufan before coldly addressing the middle-aged elf. "Who permitted you to wield such potent magic within the life tribe?" The middle-aged elf trembled slightly, lowering his head as a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Before him stood the youngest of the 10 elders of the elven clan. The queen of the elves held the highest esteem, followed by the elven king, the princes of various tribes, and the 10 esteemed elders who served beside the queen. Each of the 10 elders was a master-level warrior, with several rumored to be of saintly caliber. This particular elder, being the youngest, had not yet reached 40 but had already attained master-level prowess, a remarkable feat within the elven lineage. And it was said that the queen held him in high regard. Now that the elder had made his appearance, the middle-aged elf dared not act carelessly and hastily shifted the blame onto Bufan. It was that human. He instigated trouble first, and even used magic within the life tribe, the middle-aged elf declared, pointing an accusing finger at Bufan. At this moment, Bufan had regained his freedom, and Shungnola, along with the little elf, had rushed to his side. Bufan regarded the middle-aged elf with cold disdain and scoffed. "What's wrong? Are you afraid now and trying to sully my name? If you hadn't attacked this little elf, would I have used magic at all? You truly have no shame." The middle-aged elf's face contorted with fury, nearly choking on his anger. An outcast elf should not even be here. I know not how he managed to infiltrate, but is it wrong for me to purge him? He retorted, seething. Bufan furrowed his brow in confusion. "Outcast elf? I don't recall ever hearing of such a classification among the elven kin." Sensing his bewilderment, Shungnola leaned closer and whispered, "Outcast elves are those not recognized by the 108 tribes of the elven race. They often form their own tribes, but lack the tree of life, resulting in their small numbers and widespread ostracization. Larger tribes typically do not allow outcast elves to enter, and some extreme factions even hunt them down. They are also the most frequently captured among elves turned into slaves." Bufan nodded slightly, realizing how exclusionary the elven race truly was. Yet, he was puzzled as to why he had never heard of outcast elves before. Upon reflection, it became clear the elven society would scornfully dismiss outcast elves, and the latter, for the sake of pride, would refrain from sharing their plight, thus rendering such matters seldom known to outsiders. Both the 10 elder and the middle-aged elf regarded Bufan, the former's eyes glimmering with excitement, believing he had gained the upper hand. However, Bufan disdainfully regarded the middle-aged elf, curling his lips in contempt. "Who said he is an outcast? He is mine. If you doubt it, just ask him." With that, Bufan cast a sidelong glance at the terrified little elf, signaling him to be clever. The 10 elder turned his gaze toward the little elf, asking with a neutral expression, "Is what this human says true?" The little elf met Bufan's eyes, understanding the unspoken message. Acknowledging his precarious situation, he earnestly nodded and proclaimed, "Yes, he is my master." With the outcast elf's declaration, a cold smirk graced Bufan's lips. This outcast elf was rather astute. "You just attacked my person. Should I simply stand by and watch you harm him? As for my use of magic first, do you expect a mage to engage in a brawl with you?" Bufan retorted coolly. The middle-aged elf was about to rebut when Bufan continued, "I journeyed a great distance to arrive here, facing numerous dangers along the way. It would have sufficed for you elves to treat me well. Yet you dare to lay hands on me. Are you challenging my kingdom? I am a prince. If you injure me, can you bear the consequences?" Before the middle-aged elf could respond, the 10 elder interjected, "Since both sides are at fault, let us resolve this. You must apologize to this human." The middle-aged elf stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that the 10 elder would favor a human. Bufan, too, was taken aback, not expecting the elder's support. Moments passed, and seeing no intention from the middle-aged elf to apologize, the 10 elder coldly declared, 3 seconds, apologize, or face dire consequences." The middle-aged elf shuddered and quickly uttered, "I am sorry. It was my mistake." With a scoff, Bufan turned to leave, taking Shung Nuola and the outcast elf with him. The 10 elder remained behind, and the other elves dared not move until Yi Bufan and his companions had departed. After the commotion, Yi Bufan lost his desire for further exploration and headed toward the inn with Shang Nuola and the outcast ELF.A. As they walked, Yi Bufan felt something amiss. The 10 elder had clearly aided him. Yet he had just arrived and had no prior dealings with the elder. There was no reason for him to extend such assistance. Unable to unravel the mystery, they soon approached the Queen's inn. "Thank you for helping me. I must take my leave now." The outcast elf suddenly spoke up. Yi Bufan, interrupted from his thoughts, glanced at the outcast elf with a hint of confusion. "Where could you possibly go here?" An outcast elf would find it exceedingly difficult within the life tribe. "I cannot burden you," the outcast elf murmured softly, aware that his identity rendered him a liability in the life tribe. Had he not been a geomancer, sneaking in from underground, he likely would never have made it here. "Do not worry. I have my own troubles to contend with," Yi Bufan replied with a faint smile. With Yi Bufan's reassurance, the outcast elf chose not to persist in his intent to leave, recognizing that following Yi Bufan was far safer than venturing alone. Why would an outcast elf come to this place, especially at this time? Shung Nuola inquired curiously. He bore no contempt for outcast elves and was intrigued by their presence, especially during the Queen's birthday celebration when the crowd was at its peak. The outcast elf lowered his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. "My previous home is not far from here. The elves in my outcast tribe are those who escaped slavery after being captured by humans, along with a few who were cast out due to conflicts with their original tribe leaders. Though our lives were not idyllic, we had access to decent resources and lived in a warm and peaceful environment. A few days ago, a group of powerful humans invaded our tribe, slaughtering the elves within. Thankfully, as a geomancer, I managed to hide underground, but when I emerged, I found myself the sole survivor. Many humans perished as well. It is nearly impossible for me to survive in the elven forest alone, so I scavenged useful items from the mercenaries, hoping to come here to sell them and find a small tribe willing to take me in. I never anticipated encountering such a situation. The outcast elf spoke. He broke down in tears. An orphan. He had finally found a semblance of family among those who, though not blood relatives, felt akin to him. Now, everything had been shattered. Seeing the outcast elf's sorrowful state tugged at Yi Bufan's heartstrings. The cycle of violence in Shangyang Hangsing was relentless, with the weak suffering the most. Soon, they arrived at the Queen's inn. Yi Bufan instructed Shang Nuola to help the outcast elf freshen up. Just as he returned to his room, a knock echoed from the door. Yi Bufan, "Are you there?" Recognizing George's voice, Yi Bufan approached and opened the door to find George standing there with a cheerful grin. George, seemingly in good spirits, wasted no time and asked, "Did the 10 elder come looking for you? Did he manage to find you?" Yi Bufan paused momentarily, then grasped the reason behind the elder's earlier assistance. "Yes, he found me. Did you inform the Queen about the impending ambush on her by the humans?" Yi Bufan inquired in a deep voice. George, with an embarrassed expression, nodded slightly. Yi Bufan shook his head gently. He had speculated on numerous reasons why Elder 10 would assist him, yet this matter had eluded his contemplation. Previously, he had believed it was his charm that captivated Elder 10, but it seemed he had overthought it. "What did your queen have to say?" Yi Bufan asked with a smile. George shrugged, his face displaying helplessness. "I didn't see the queen myself, but I met several elders. They took this matter very seriously upon hearing about it, stating that our withered leaf tribe had made a significant contribution. By the way, didn't Elder 10 come to inquire about the specifics? What did he ask you?" "He is quite pleased now with this news. Our withered leaf tribe will undoubtedly gain considerable resources." Yi Bufan recounted the events that transpired at the Queen's Square, concluding with, "Elder 10 didn't ask me anything." After hearing Yi Bufan's words, George exclaimed in anger, "Haru is being utterly outrageous, troubling you like that." "Haru, is that the name of the person I encountered at the entrance during the day?" Yi Bufan inquired. George nodded. "Yes, that's the one. He is from the Life Tribe, and has always enjoyed causing us trouble. In the past, when the Grand Elder accompanied him, he would temper his behavior, but now he is completely unrestrained." The more George spoke, the angrier he became. Yi Bufan scoffed. "Haru is rather petty. Never mind him. I won't be going out much anyway." Yi Bufan remarked. George nodded, patting Yi Bufan on the shoulder, saying, "If anything comes up, just find me. I will certainly do my utmost to assist you." With that, George turned and departed. Yi Bufan returned to the side of his bed, and Saint Nora entered, bringing along a little girl. Though her hair was short, Yi Bufan instantly recognized her as a young girl. Is this the abandoned elf from earlier? Yi Bufan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that she would be such a little beauty. Don't call her an abandoned elf. Her name is Mitsai, Saint Nora said with a cheerful grin. Mitsai lowered her head, her little face turning slightly red. Seeing Saint Nora's joyful demeanor, Yi Bufan realized that Mitsai likely no longer required his care. Saint Nora was more than capable of looking after Mitsai. Then I will leave Mitsai in your care, Yi Bufan said casually. Saint Nora nodded vigorously, her expression earnest as she replied, Sure, I have already told Mitsai that she can join our withered leaf tribe from now on. I will protect her. Yi Bufan smiled faintly, having noticed that Saint Nora was quite fond of Mike. As Saint Nora prepared to leave with Mitsai, the latter suddenly spoke, You are different from other humans. I really like you. Let me share a secret. That group of humans went to our tribe with several elves. I have seen those elves when I entered the life tribe. Yi Bufan raised an eyebrow. And Mitsai continued, I overheard one of the elves mention the Blacklight tribe. You should be cautious of them. Being with humans, those elves are certainly not good people. Yi Bufan nodded, smiling as he ruffled Mitsai's hair. I understand. You can go play now. Mitsai nodded and turned to leave. Yi Bufan sat back on his bed, pondering Mitsai's recent words, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Things seemed to be becoming increasingly interesting. In the following days, Yi Bufan spent the majority of his time at the Queen's Inn, only occasionally wandering around the vicinity, never straying far and encountering no troubles. George, however, was quite busy, frequently seen coming and going. Elder Tin had yet to make an appearance, and soon the day before the Queen's birthday arrived. That evening, Saint Nora came to find Yi Bufan, accompanied by Mitsai. Mitsai had grown familiar with Yi Bufan, displaying a lively spirit akin to a mischievous boy, utterly transformed from her previous demeanor. Brother Bufan, we have something to tell you, Mitsai said with a grin, tugging at Yi Bufan's arm. Yi Bufan nodded. And Mitsai looked towards Saint Nora. Saint Nora, with a serious expression, stated, Tomorrow we will meet the Queen. My uncle asked me to convey some matters to you. Yi Bufan smiled, and Saint Nora continued, First, we will likely set off around noon tomorrow. In terms of ranking, our Withered Leaf tribe is among the last few to enter the gathering of 108 tribes. Second, there will undoubtedly be many elves present tomorrow, some of whom may harbor hostility towards humans. If any elves provoke you, please refrain from acting impulsively, as tomorrow's events are of utmost importance. Even a minor issue could escalate significantly. My uncle will assist you with any problems that arise. Third, either the Queen or the elders may wish to meet with you, so exercise caution during such encounters, and do not provoke them. If you do, my uncle will not be able to protect you. After finishing, Saint Nora, with a worried expression, added, Brother Bufan, you must remember this. Although you are also a prince, your identity as a human prince holds no weight here. Yi Bufan understood that Saint Nora and George were looking out for him. He gently patted Saint Nora's head and reassured her, Do not worry. I still have many years ahead of me and will certainly avoid any dangerous situations. Saint Nora smiled and nodded. And the two little ones chatted with Yi Bufan for a while before leaving his room. Lying on his bed, Yi Bufan inquired of George and the others, Are you all planning to see the Elf Queen tomorrow? He was definitely going, and if George and the others wished to join, he would take them along. I want to go, George declared without hesitation. Although he typically preferred to stay indoors, he was eager to see the Elf Queen. After all, it was the Elf Queen. Being able to say he had met her would be quite impressive. I want to go too, Lia chimed in directly. She was also keen to see the Elf Queen, having never encountered her even during her time as a dragon. Meow meow, Night and Day chimed in. Eager to join the excitement. Yi Bufan considered for a moment and nodded. Then we will all go together tomorrow, but you must listen and not stray too far from me, especially the two of you. No separating from me. The last part was directed at Night and Day, as he worried most about those two. Both George and Lia possessed a certain degree of self-defense capability, with Lia potentially being stronger than him. It was the two little ones who lacked any combat ability. Night and Day nodded obediently, having been cooped up for too long and now thrilled at the prospect of going out. All right, let us rest well today. We shall meet the Elf Queen together tomorrow. We are a team, so we must not make any mistakes, Yi Bufan said with a smile. George and the others nodded. And soon the group settled down to rest, even the usually diligent George foregoing meditation for a direct slumber. Early the next morning, Yi Bufan awoke. The outside was quite noisy, making sleep impossible, so he decided to rise. As he got out of bed, George also opened his eyes. Yi Bufan cheerfully addressed George, Perfect timing. Come, let us choose our outfits. Saying this, he retrieved a dozen robes from his storage ring. In Saint Eternal Star. Robes symbolize status. Since robes are not suitable for extensive movement, combatants cannot wear them as it would hinder their fighting abilities. Ordinary people also refrain from wearing them due to their generally high prices. An ordinary robe costs at least several gold coins. The primary wearers of robes are mages. The robes Bufan produced were among the treasures he had found in Leah's collection. Both the robes and armor she had collected were characterized by their lavishness. Adorned with shimmering gems and intricate designs, Bufan displayed the robes. The entire room transformed, radiating opulence. The glimmering robes were almost blinding. "Come on, George, hurry up and pick one. We need to dress formally today." Bufan greeted Chowdy, saying that there would surely be many elves arriving soon, and he resolved to make everyone envious of him. Chowdy gazed in astonishment at the array of robes before him. Any one of these garments, if drawn forth, would incite a frenzy of competition. He finally comprehended that the red robe Bufan had donned upon entering Yufeng town was indeed the most understated of the collection. "Can I really wear this?" Chowdy inquired cautiously, extending a hand towards one of the robes. Such attire, he mused, would likely elude him throughout a lifetime of mercenary work. "Choose one that you like. I shall gift it to you." Bufan replied generously. He never hesitated to be magnanimous towards friends, and since Chowdy was by his side, his friend's status also reflected positively on him. Excitement sparkled in Chowdy's eyes as he scrutinized each robe for several seconds before finally selecting a black one adorned with the image of a colossal beast. The creature depicted was a massive python, its scales embedded with gems of various hues, presenting a breathtaking sight. Without delay, Chowdy stripped off his current attire and quickly donned the black robe. He could distinctly feel the dark magical energy from his surroundings flowing into him through the fabric. "This is a legendary robe," Chowdy exclaimed in awe. Robes and armor, among other items, belong to the category of magical artifacts, which are designed to protect mages and combatants. Just like wands and spells, magical artifacts are classified into 3 tiers: ordinary, precious, and legendary. Although the price of legendary magical artifacts does not match that of equally ranked wands or spells, they are exceedingly rare and each commands a hefty price, often without a market to support them. Legendary magical artifacts possess numerous functions, the most potent of which is their ability to automatically absorb magical energy. The robe Chowdy selected, being of the dark type, could absorb dark magical energy from the air. Never in his wildest dreams had Chowdy imagined that by accompanying Bufan, he would acquire a legendary magical artifact and wand, treasures that previously might have taken him a lifetime to obtain. Observing Chowdy's joy, Bufan felt equally pleased and chose a robe for himself, replacing his red garment. While the red robe was relatively modest, he now sought something more ostentatious. The robe he selected was a creamy white, encrusted with a multitude of colorless gems. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. Yet the robe's most intriguing feature was its ability to change color based on the wearer's magical energy. Upon shedding the red robe and donning the creamy white one, it transformed into a brilliant display of 7 colors in the next moment: red for fire, blue for water, cyan for wind, brown for earth, white for light, black for darkness, and silver for life. The spectrum harmoniously adorned the robe, and the previously colorless gems now radiated with vibrant hues. Clad in this robe, Bufan resembled a peacock in full display. "Your outfit is quite tacky," Leah bluntly critiqued. "It looks magnificent and suits your aura perfectly." Chowdy chimed in, gazing at Bufan with envy. "Meow meow." The 2 little creatures, Hai and Bei, also chimed in, though Bufan could not discern whether they were complimenting or mocking him. Retrieving a large silver gem from his spatial ring to use as a mirror, Bufan admired his reflection for a few moments, nodding in satisfaction. Despite the robe's flamboyance, it did not appear out of place. Rather, it exuded a sense of harmony. "Where is the tackiness? It looks splendid." Bufan chuckled heartily, pulling out a pair of silver shoes for himself and a pair of black ones for Chowdy. After completing these gestures, he turned his gaze to Hai and Bei. Though he lacked clothing suitable for magical beasts, he had other items to offer. Soon, he discovered 2 perfectly fitting necklaces. They appeared identical. Entirely silver with a fist-sized level 9 magic crystal embedded in each, one a light-type crystal and the other a dark type. "Here you go, a gift for you both. Please don't lose them, they look rather valuable," Bufan said with a smile, placing the light-type crystal necklace on Bei and the dark-type one on Hai. The 2 little ones seemed to delight in their gifts, gnawing on the magic crystals. Bufan's lips twitched. He sensed that the magic crystals on those necklaces might not last long. Finally, He turned his attention to Leah. Is there anything you desire? He asked with a grin. Leah resolutely shook her head. I want nothing. Don't even think about it, she replied directly. Though she was fond of shiny, sparkling items, she preferred not to adorn herself with such trinkets, feeling they were unworthy of her noble stature. Since Leah declined, Bufan did not press her further to tea that moment. Saint Nora burst into the room, accompanied by Mia. They had intended to invite Bufan and the others out for a meal, but were taken aback upon seeing the radiant robes within the room. Wow! Both Saint Nora and Mia exclaimed in astonishment that Bufan, observing their reactions, retrieved 2 more necklaces from his spatial ring. That a gift for you, he declared, handing the necklaces to Saint Nora and Mia. Although the necklaces appeared unremarkable, they were precious magical artifacts capable of saving lives in times of peril. Delighted with their gifts, Saint Nora and Mia eagerly donned the necklaces. That Bufan stored the remaining items in his spatial ring and joined Saint Nora and the others for a meal. When George and his companions from the Withered Leaf tribe spotted Bufan and his entourage, their expressions were filled with astonishment. This was precisely the effect Bufan desired. He understood that the more ostentatiously he presented himself, the less likely the elves would dare to provoke him. No one wished to bully those who seemed formidable. They only preyed upon the meek and timid. As noon approached, George and his group donned their unified attire. Emerald green leather armor emblazoned with a yellowed leaf of the Tree of Life, the symbol of their Withered Leaf tribe. Saint Nora's outfit was even more resplendent, a light green robe adorned with the same yellowed leaf emblem. Though not a legendary robe, Bufan sensed a magical essence within it, indicating it was no ordinary garment. The necklace Bufan had gifted was prominently displayed against the backdrop of Saint Nora's light green robe. The group set off with great enthusiasm. But the once bustling streets were now nearly deserted. As they ventured further, nearing the Tree of Life, the number of onlookers began to increase. The elves recognized the members of the Withered Leaf tribe. But the primary focus remained on Bufan. There was no denying his conspicuousness. A multitude of elves regarded him with expressions of envy and astonishment, while a small fraction harbored jealousy. Bufan remained unfazed by their gazes. Relishing the effect he had created, the elves surrounding them belonged to the Life tribe, while those from other tribes had already entered the Queen's palace. Leading the way, George basked in the attention, feeling elated despite knowing that the crowd's fascination was not directed solely at the Withered Leaf tribe. Yet, the sheer number of onlookers compelled him to hold his head high. Some individuals even recognized Bufan as the human who had previously stolen the spotlight in the Queen's square, prompting them to engage in hushed conversations. With an air of curiosity regarding Bufan's arrival, George and his companions swiftly navigated through the throng, reaching the periphery of the Tree of Life. There, Bufan beheld a grand palace adjacent to the tree, constructed entirely of living wood, adorned with a profusion of leaves and blossoms, exuding a striking beauty that bordered on the eerie, like a corpse animated. A multitude of elves, garbed in various attire indicative of their distinct tribes, congregated at the entrance of the palace. A disheveled yet robust elf bellowed, "George, hurry up. We've been waiting an eternity." Entry into the Queen's palace was strictly regulated by rank, and since the members of the Withered Leaf tribe were not permitted inside, neither could the tribes ranked below them. "Titan, no need to rush. We shall enter shortly," George replied with a smile, displaying no signs of annoyance, suggesting a camaraderie between him and this Titan. As George passed by Titan, the latter clapped him on the shoulder, at which moment he noticed Bufan trailing behind George. "Who is this human? He is practically blinding," Titan exclaimed. Bufan's lips twitched at the remark. Among the myriad of elves he had encountered, Titan's reaction was the most pronounced. George, exasperated yet understanding of Titan's nature, softly interjected, "He is a friend from the Withered Leaf tribe. I brought him to broaden his horizons. We can converse later." With that, George ushered Bufan into the Queen's palace. Upon entering, Bufan was greeted by an immense hall. Directly opposite him stood a raised platform, upon which sat an exquisitely crafted tree chair, occupied by an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her long, pale green hair cascaded elegantly, and she wore an elaborate, opulent robe of the same hue, wielding a grand staff crowned with a delicate green flower perpetually blooming and wilting. Her beauty radiated a purity that evoked the most cherished thoughts in one's heart. Bufan understood that this was undoubtedly the Elven Queen. To his astonishment, she bore a striking resemblance to Shang Xingya, the only difference being their skin tones and hair colors. Observing Bufan's unwavering gaze fixed upon the Elven Queen, George hastily cautioned, Don't stare. It is rather impolite. Realizing his faux pas, Bufan nodded slightly and shifted his gaze. He noticed that the hall's walls were lined with individuals seated around tables, with only a few tables remaining vacant at the edges. George led the group to one such table, where a cluster of female elves nearby smiled at them. Their attention swiftly centering on Bufan, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, as women are often drawn to such radiant beings. Bufan returned their smiles politely, but just as a young elf, appearing around 12 or 13, stood to approach him, she was pulled back by another. Before long, Titan and his companions settled at a table closer to the edge. After a brief interval, only one table remained unoccupied. Where's the Hidden Leaf Tribe? George muttered, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. The Hidden Leaf Tribe ranked last among the 108 elven tribes, traditionally proactive in such matters, so their tardiness puzzled George greatly. Sitting at the table, Bufan picked up a piece of fruit and bit into it. George appeared contemplative yet hesitant to speak further. As the wait continued without any sign of the Hidden Leaf Tribe, whispers began to circulate among the elves in the hall. At that moment, an elf seated at one of the tables closest to the Queen's platform stood up. Esteemed Queen, the Hidden Leaf Tribe has yet to arrive. They must be facing some issues on the road. Perhaps we should not concern ourselves with them, he stated in a calm tone. This elf appeared to be in his 30s, handsome and exuding an air of refinement. That is the leader of the Immortal Tribe, ranked second, George explained quietly. Upon learning this, Bufan couldn't help but steal a few more glances, discerning the strength emanating from the elf despite the distance. We cannot proceed without all 108 tribes gathered. That has been our long-standing tradition, and we must not break it. A burly elf clad in purple leather armor protested, standing to voice his dissent. He is the leader of the Star-Left tribe, ranked sixth, George elaborated. Indeed, I concur that it is best to wait for everyone to arrive, that we are all of the elven lineage. We should not look down upon any tribe. A slender youth languidly commented, rising to speak. That is the leader of the Star-Right tribe, ranked seventh, George noted, his lips twitching slightly. But what if they do not come? Are we to wait indefinitely? A middle-aged man in black leather armor interjected coldly. He is the leader of the Blacklight tribe, ranked third, George whispered, a flicker of discontent crossing his features. Bufan's brow furrowed at the mention of the Blacklight tribe. Wasn't that the tribe Mia had spoken of, the one allied with humans? He glanced towards Leia, who was glaring at the members of the Blacklight tribe with an expression of fury, feeling Bufan's gaze. Leia turned to him and said, I recognize that individual. I saw him with those humans when they attacked my tribe. George turned his attention to Mia, momentarily bewildered by Leia's words. Bufan nodded slightly, confirming his earlier suspicions that certain tribes among the elves had allied with humans. It seemed most likely that it was indeed the Blacklight tribe. The tradition must not be broken, the burly elf from the Star-Left tribe stated with a chilling tone. Indeed, such customs have persisted for years. They cannot simply be altered, the frail youth from the Star-Right tribe concurred. Then why don't you go retrieve the Hidden Leaf Tribe? The leader of the Immortal Tribe remarked blandly. Why should we heed you? Who do you think you are? The leader of the Star-Left tribe retorted dismissively. The higher-ranked tribes were perpetually embroiled in rivalry, a spectacle that elicited no surprise from the other tribes. However, Bufan found himself increasingly astonished. The more he interacted with the elven race, the more he realized that the rumors surrounding them were misleading. The elves were reputed to be aloof and peace-loving. Yet his recent experiences suggested that they were driven by self-interest, much like humans. Meanwhile, the leaders of several tribes had begun to bicker among themselves when the Elven Queen interjected. Are you not concerned about being ridiculed by humans? Her voice, gentle yet commanding, silenced the squabbling leaders, for they dared not oppose her. The Queen cast a glance in Bufan's direction, then stated, I require a brief respite. You shall wait here, and I will return once everyone has assembled. With that, she descended from the platform, and soon others came to assist her in departing. The surrounding elves exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding events. Bufan, feeling somewhat bored, thought to himself that had he known it would be like this, he would not have come at all. Just then, Elder Ten appeared at his side, gently patting Bufan's shoulder and saying, Come, the Queen wishes to see you. Bufan followed the 10th Elder, with Leia perched upon his shoulder. As they departed, numerous elves cast their gazes upon them, their attention inevitably drawn to Bufan, whose presence was undeniably captivating. He walked with an air of confidence, even a hint of pride. They soon arrived at a small door and proceeded through it. Before them lay a corridor, at the end of which stood another door. Upon reaching this door, The 10th elder opened it and calmly advised Yi Bufan to maintain decorum in the presence of the queen. Yi Bufan nodded and stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, a flash of white light momentarily blinded him, prompting an instinctive closing of his eyes. Moments later, he opened them to find himself in a quaint garden, where a vibrant meadow of blooming flowers spread at his feet. Approximately 10 meters away, a small tree stood, beneath which the elven queen, whom Yi Bufan had glimpsed earlier, smiled warmly at him. The air was saturated with an astonishingly rich life energy, and Yi Bufan took a step towards the queen. When he was just a meter away, he paused and softly greeted her. "Hello." The elven queen gazed at him with a smile, her voice gentle as she remarked, "We have met before, do you not recall?" At her words, Yi Bufan felt a jolt of surprise. Had they indeed crossed paths? That must have been the former Yi Bufan. Recently wounded, he had forgotten much of his past. He murmured, "I have lost many memories due to recent injuries." The elven queen smiled faintly, saying, "No wonder you have only reached the rank of a third-level mage. I almost thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Xingyi Yui Yao. Yi Bufan smiled back, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. While he was curious about the queen's prior acquaintance with the former Yi Bufan, he refrained from asking, "How is it that you find yourself here?" Shang Yuyo inquired. Yi Bufan hesitated for a moment before softly explaining, "I rescued a half-elf named Shank Sinjia from an auction house. I heard she bears a curse from you and came to see if you might lift it." At the mention of Shank Sinjia, a glimmer of urgency flashed in Shang Yuyo's eyes. "You saved her?" she asked, her tone tinged with anxiety. Yi Bufan nodded, prompting a long sigh of relief from her. "I cannot thank you enough," she exclaimed, her face alight with gratitude. Yi Bufan observed her closely, intrigued by the connection between Shengyo and Sheng Xingya. It was evident that Shank Sinjia held great significance for her, igniting Yi Bufan's curiosity. Recognizing his inquisitive expression, Shang Yuyo continued, "What outsiders may not understand is that our elven queen is not selected by hereditary lineage. Rather, she is chosen from among the princesses of various tribes. Although the daughters of queens have a higher probability of becoming queens themselves. Shank Sinjia is the child of my younger sister, who was the most suitable candidate for the throne during my selection. However, she fell in love with a human before her ascension and vanished with him, leaving me to assume the role of queen. We had no news of my sister until 20 years ago, when she suddenly returned, entrusting me with Shank Sinjia and imploring me to protect her from humans. After which she took her own life. In fulfillment of my sister's dying wish, I placed a curse upon Shank Sinjia, forbidding her to leave this place. Yet, the child is quite sensitive, and being a half-elf, she is not well received among our kind, often running away in her frustration. This time, after a quarrel with my daughter, she left the life tribe. I had assumed she would return as she had in the past, but her prolonged absence has been concerning. Thankfully, I have heard news of her through you, which offers me some solace." After absorbing this information, Yi Bufan felt a sense of unease. He realized that the elves possess significantly longer lifespans than humans, leading him to ponder how Shengyo's sister could have had a child 2 decades ago. Is it possible for you to lift the curse on Shank Sinjia?" he inquired softly. "Alas, no," Shengyo replied firmly, shaking her head. She had promised her sister not to allow Shank Sinjia to associate with humans, and keeping her within the elven forest was the most effective means of ensuring her safety. But surely she deserves some measure of freedom? Yi Bufan gently argued. Shengyo cast him a sidelong glance, shaking her head lightly. "You know she is a medicinal elf, and freedom may not serve her well. Remaining in the elven forest ensures her safety among our kind, who would not seek her harm. However, should she venture beyond its borders, her fate becomes uncertain." Realizing that he could not sway the elven queen, Yi Bufan acquiesced, agreeing to pass along her message for Shank Sinjia to return. He nodded softly, choosing not to press the matter further. Understanding the disparity in their statuses, it was prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with the elven queen if he wished to navigate this realm successfully. "By the way, have you heard about the plot against your life?" Yi Bufan asked, shifting the conversation. Shengyo nodded slightly. "I am aware. George informed the elders, who then relayed the news to me." As she spoke, a glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes. Those who dared to threaten her would find themselves met with her preparedness. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Bufan added, "I suspect the Blacklight tribe may be involved in this scheme alongside humans." He then recounted his experiences with Mia, detailing her claims about the Blacklight tribe working in concert with humans. Upon hearing this, Shengyo furrowed her brow. "You trust the words of a discarded elf?" "I cannot. This statement left Yi Bufan perplexed. Shengyo elaborated. Discarded elves are typically those who have repeatedly failed to conform to our ways and have been cast out from their tribes. They harbor resentment towards their kin and often seek to incite conflict among tribes. I advise you not to take their words to heart. Yi Bufan's brow creased with skepticism. He found it hard to believe that Mia would deceive him. Although their acquaintance was brief, he sensed her innocent nature, even shy around strangers. Yet, given Shengyo's strong stance, he chose not to press the issue further. You summoned me for a reason? Yi Bufan inquired, his tone serious. He understood that if the Elven Queen had called upon him, it must be of significance. Shengyo regarded him with a solemn expression. "I wish to request your assistance," she said softly. Yi Bufan maintained his composure, though inwardly he was surprised that the Elven Queen sought his help. It was a testament to her regard for him. "Please, elaborate," he urged, his voice steady. With a sigh, Shengyo continued, her tone heavy with resignation. "I am gravely injured. Barring a miracle, I have at most 10 years left to live." Her words struck Yi Bufan with shock. She composed herself and added, "After this birthday celebration, our elven tribe will begin the search for a new queen. However, I must confide in you that this task will be arduous, as selecting a suitable queen from among numerous princesses will require more than 10 years. Yi Bufan found this perplexing. It seemed unrelated to him. Shengyo locked her gaze with his, her voice barely above a whisper. "I implore you to help me extend my life, at least until a worthy queen can be chosen." At her plea, Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled ruefully. "You overestimate my abilities. I am merely a third-level mage. How could I possibly assist you in such a matter?" It is not that he is unwilling to assist. Rather, he is utterly incapable of doing so. Shengyo, the Elven Queen, is a figure of immense power. If she herself cannot accomplish something, how could he possibly succeed? Yet, with unwavering determination, Shengyo proclaimed, "Aside from a divine-level life magic practitioner, you are likely my only hope. However, the existence of such a divine-level practitioner has never been recorded. Thus, it seems that only you can aid me." Yi Bufan furrowed his brow. "What exactly do you require my assistance with?" he inquired once more. Shengyo's statement piqued Yi Bufan's curiosity about how he could possibly be of help. She gazed at him and softly replied, "The elder beside me is a druid skilled in prophecy. He foretold your arrival and stated that only you can assist me." Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback, then helplessly shook his head, saying, "I wish to help you, but I am at a loss. Perhaps you should consult the elder to clarify how I might assist you." He genuinely did not know what actions could benefit Shengyo. "At this moment," she responded, "I have already inquired thoroughly. The elder merely stated that you can help me." Now, Yi Bufan was left uncertain about what steps to take. He rummaged through several spatial rings but found nothing that could be of assistance. Would the fruit of life not suffice? Yi Bufan asked. Shengyo gently shook her head. "I have already consumed too many fruits of life. Otherwise, I would not have endured until now." Her tone was laden with sorrow. "But I truly do not know how to assist you," Yi Bufan murmured softly. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Shengyo's eyes, but she soon smiled and said, "I trust the elder's foresight is infallible. I have 10 years remaining, and I believe that within this decade, you will undoubtedly find a way to aid me. Therefore, I hope you will remember my request today." As she spoke, a sense of desolation enveloped her. She, who ought to have stood majestically and unrivaled, now found herself in a state of desperate need for assistance. The disparity was staggering. Yi Bufan nodded gently, his voice low as he assured her, "Rest assured, I will keep this matter close to my heart, and should I find a solution, I will surely return to assist you." A sweet smile graced Shengyo's face as she nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Bufan was her sole beacon of hope, and she could only place her trust in him. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and the 10th elder spoke softly. "The people from the Hidden Leaf tribe have arrived. Let us proceed." Shengyo nodded, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Let us go," she said quietly, stepping out the door with an expression of calmness. Yi Bufan walked beside Shengyo, deciding it was prudent to offer a word of caution. "I still believe what Mia said. Be wary of the Blacklight tribe," he stated softly. Shengyo turned to glance at Yi Bufan, nodding gently. "Oh, not worry. I will remain safe. I must endure until the day you come to my aid." A hint of tenderness graced her smile. Yi Bufan returned the smile, and the two exited the room, traversing the corridor. "You may return on your own," the 10th elder instructed Yi Bufan, who then departed. The 10th elder and Shengyo remained where they were, the former respectfully stating, "Everything has been arranged. What of the Blacklight tribe? Shangyo inquired, her voice flat, yet her eyes glinted with ferocity. The 10th elder allowed a slight smile to creep across his lips as he replied, "You need not worry. With us present, even 10 more from the Blacklight tribe would pose no threat." Shangyo nodded. Among the numerous members of the Elven clan, her utmost trust resided solely with the 10 elders. "And what of the Elf King?" she asked again. The 10th elder hesitated before softly saying, "He remains unwilling to come. However, according to the information I've received, he sent the prince and princess, though they have yet to arrive." "Let us go," Shangyo said with a composed expression, as she walked out with the assistance of the 10th elder. Yi Bufan returned to his seat, where George, with a curious expression, asked, "What did the queen want to discuss with you?" The elves at the adjacent tables also turned their gazes toward Yi Bufan. "Just some reminiscing," Yi Bufan replied with a smile that he had no intention of disclosing the details concerning Shangyo, knowing she would not publicize her vulnerabilities either. "Did you know the queen before?" George asked, incredulous. "Yes, we have met once," Yi Bufan answered awkwardly, unsure of how that singular encounter had come to pass. Yet, since Shangyo had claimed they had met, he felt no reason to doubt her. George was about to pose another question when Shangyo returned to the high platform. "Welcome, everyone, to the celebration of my birthday," the Elven Queen began to speak. Yi Bufan barely paid attention. Her words were overly formal. Reminiscent of the speeches made by principals during yearly welcome events at school, the elves gazed at their queen with reverence. While Yi Bufan's eyes wandered around the room, he noticed a table that had previously been empty. Now occupied, Yi Bufan recognized it to be the table of the Hidden Leaf tribe. The members of the Hidden Leaf tribe were clad in black leather armor, their faces obscured by dark cloth, exuding an air of mystery. However, several of their garments bore rips and were covered in dust, indicating they had likely been in battle prior. Some from the Hidden Leaf tribe sensed Yi Bufan's gaze upon them. Looking back with surprise, realizing he had been caught observing them, Yi Bufan quickly shifted his attention toward Shangyo. He did not look at her, but instead directed his gaze toward the Blacklight tribe. As their members had their backs turned to him, concealing their features, perhaps subconsciously, he had already regarded the Blacklight tribe as aligned with humans, prompting him to steal a few more glances in their direction. The leader of the Blacklight tribe turned to Yi Bufan, causing him to hastily avert his gaze. "Well, I have concluded my remarks. We may now proceed with the ranking competition," Shangyo declared, gracefully descending from the high platform. The tree chairs atop the platform followed her descent, landing softly on the ground just before she did. As Shangyo settled into the chair, the platform became vacant. It then soared into the air. Swiftly exiting the Queen's Hall, the roof and surrounding walls of the hall also lifted away, transforming into distant towering trees. Yi Bufan stood in awe, witnessing this extraordinary transformation. The wooden planks had somehow morphed into grand trees. Akin to a rebirth, the elves turned to watch the direction from which the platform had flown, and Yi Bufan glanced as well, astonished to see the platform suspended 30 meters above them. Its dimensions having expanded to 100 meters, gradually descending onto the cleared ground below. The previous occupants and treehouses had vanished. "What is happening?" Jody inquired with curiosity. "It is the tribe's ranking challenge. An annual event," George explained. Jody nodded in understanding, and Yi Bufan finally found himself intrigued by the Queen's birthday celebration. The 10th elder ascended the high platform, his expression impassive as he announced, "The tribe ranking challenge commences. Today, we will engage in a combat challenge. Any tribe dissatisfied with its current ranking may challenge another. Only those participating today will have the opportunity to compete in subsequent challenges." After delivering his statement, the 10th elder remained rooted in place. Yi Bufan was still grasping the rules when a titan from the adjacent table rushed to the platform, shouting, "We, the Titan tribe, challenge the Stone Giant tribe." Currently ranked 80, as soon as the titan spoke, a burly elf, nearly 3 meters tall, stood up and strode purposefully toward the high platform. The surrounding elves erupted in cheers, and George and the others joined in the excitement. Yi Bufan understood that it seemed the lower-ranked tribes were permitted to challenge those ranked higher. However, he was curious. If the Titan tribe defeated the Stone Giant tribe, would they then ascend to the 81st rank? Yi Bufan voiced his perplexities, to which George responded with a smile, explaining that the challenge bore no rules, provided that lethal force was not employed, just as my Withered Leaf tribe ranks 103rd. However, we can challenge the Premier Life tribe. If we prevail against the Life tribe, we shall ascend to the 1st rank, relegating them to 2nd, and so forth. Is it truly that simple? What if a formidable warrior unexpectedly emerges from a lower-ranked tribe? Would they not soar to great heights? Bufan muttered. George shook his head repeatedly, stating, "It is certainly not that straightforward. The overall ranking of tribes is determined by scores, with combat prowess being just one aspect. Other factors such as resources, population, and so on contribute to the overall score. The higher the total score, the higher the rank. At this juncture, George, with an expression of helplessness, remarked, "If combat prowess were the sole criterion, my withered leaf tribe would not be languishing at such a low rank. Yet, our tribe's position is insufficient, leaving us with no recourse." Bufan nodded in understanding, while the Titan and the burly man from the elf tribe had already engaged in combat. Both were powerful, excelling in close combat, relying solely on brute strength and agility without weapons. Their exchanges were fierce, with the surrounding elves erupting in frenzied cheers. It appeared that neither was superior to the other. Bufan found himself thoroughly engrossed. Watching the battle was far more captivating than listening to the grand speeches of the Holy Moonlight. Ultimately, the Titan triumphed over the giant from the Spirit tribe. The Titan roared in celebration atop the platform, yet the defeated giant bore no expression of despair. Aside from combat strength, the Titan tribe possessed nothing else, thus he was unconcerned about the overall ranking. "Is there anyone who wishes to challenge me?" the Titan bellowed. The surrounding area fell into a profound silence. The lower-ranked tribes were no match for the Titan, while the higher-ranked tribes looked down upon engaging in battle with him. After a few seconds without any challengers, the Titan excitedly returned to his tribe's table, laughing heartily as he resumed his conversation with George. This was the only time in the year he felt a sense of pride. Soon after, several elves from lower-ranked tribes ascended the platform, challenging those of higher ranks. Although victories were mixed, the lower-ranked tribes won more often than not. "Aren't you going to challenge them?" Bufan inquired curiously of George. With the Titan tribe now ranked 80, the position of the Withered Leaf tribe had slipped further back. George gently shook his head, his eyes reflecting a sense of resignation as he replied, "I cannot. Before coming here, my brother explicitly advised me against participating in such matters. Unless we defeat the top-ranked tribes, victories against lower-ranked tribes will not aid our overall standing. Bufan nodded, understanding that Joyce likely wished to prevent George and the others from stirring trouble. At that moment, an individual ascended the platform. "I challenge the Withered Leaf tribe," he stated flatly. Upon hearing this, Bufan thought he had misheard. George, too, appeared bewildered. He recognized the challenger as a member of the 25th-ranked Liquid tribe. The Withered Leaf tribe had no prior interactions with the Liquid tribe, leaving George puzzled as to why they sought trouble with them. "Can higher-ranked tribes challenge lower-ranked ones?" Bufan quickly asked. George nodded, his expression darkening as he whispered, "Yes, but this typically occurs only when two tribes have a conflict. However, the Withered Leaf tribe has had no such issues with the Liquid tribe." George was utterly perplexed. "Are you going to confront them?" Bufan asked, concern etching his features. "Of course I will." George replied with determination, "I cannot allow anyone to look down upon my Withered Leaf tribe." With that, he rose, striding confidently towards the platform. A flicker of worry crossed Bufan's eyes. There was something amiss. The Liquid tribe would not provoke the Withered Leaf tribe, without reason. Bufan felt a sense of unease. George ascended the platform, drawing forth his longbow. As a magic archer, he was the most formidable member of the Withered Leaf tribe aside from Joyce and the Elder. Opposite him stood another magic archer of equal rank. Their battle commenced, relying heavily on skill rather than brute force. Though not as visually exhilarating as the Titans' brawls, it was undeniably more elegant. It appeared that neither could gain the upper hand for the time being. The elves of the Withered Leaf tribe watched anxiously as George engaged on the platform, while members of other tribes were curious as to why the Liquid tribe would challenge the Withered Leaf tribe. The Titan took his previous seat beside George, quietly inquiring, "Have you offended the Liquid tribe?" St. Nola shook his head. He was certain that there had been no friction or conflict between the Withered Leaf tribe and the Liquid tribe. They had maintained a low profile during their time away. The Titan, perplexed, remarked, "That is indeed strange. The Liquid tribe is typically very discreet. Why would they suddenly seek to trouble you?" The elves of the Withered Leaf tribe were equally bewildered. Suddenly, Bufan felt a piercing gaze upon him from behind. The source of this scrutiny was now much closer, having previously been the farthest from the platform. Those behind him belonged to higher-ranked tribes. Bufan turned abruptly, only to find the leader of the Blacklight tribe wearing a sinister smile as he regarded him. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that he has discovered my message to the Elf Queen? Bufan pondered. If that were the case, it would imply that there was indeed a traitor beside the Queen. The Blacklight tribe leader's gaze drifted aside, and Yi Bufan was struck by a more terrifying realization. The Liquid Tribe's challenge against the Withered Leaf Tribe might not be motivated by animosity towards the tribe itself, but rather by him. At that moment, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Yi Bufan turned his attention back to the platform, where he saw George being hurled backward, only to be caught by the 10th Elder just before hitting the ground. The Elder gazed coldly at the Liquid Tribe member atop the platform. "I warned you not to kill." The 10th Elder's voice was frosty. The Liquid Tribe member simply smiled, retorting, "But he is not dead." Meanwhile, Saint Nola and the others had rushed to George's side. Yi Bufan observed George, noting a gaping wound in his abdomen, blood seeping out. "Uncle," Saint Nola exclaimed in alarm. The 10th Elder produced a vial of magical potion, pouring it into George's mouth before handing him to another elf from the Withered Leaf Tribe. He then turned his steely gaze back to the platform. "Next time, you shall pay with your life." The 10th Elder declared icily. He recognized that the Liquid Tribe member had indeed attempted to take George's life, but George's quick reflexes had thwarted their efforts. The Liquid Tribe's elf descended from the platform without any reaction. The elves of the Withered Leaf Tribe assisted George back to their table, where his condition had improved significantly. "That scoundrel employed underhanded tactics and struck ruthlessly. It infuriates me." George seethed through gritted teeth. "If he had been serious, I would not have found myself in this predicament. I simply did not expect the Liquid Tribe to be so vicious." Yi Bufan remained silent, as several elves from lower-ranked tribes approached to express their concern for George. At that moment, another voice rang out from the platform. "We challenge the Withered Leaf Tribe." All eyes turned towards the platform, where the 38th-ranked Flame Tribe stood. The Titan spoke in a low voice. George's eyes blazed with fury. It was evident that the Withered Leaf Tribe was being targeted. Yi Bufan glanced at the Blacklight Tribe, confirming that the leader's smile remained fixed as he watched him. Yi Bufan realized that the assault was indeed directed at him. "I will go." George struggled to rise. "You cannot. If you go again, you might truly perish," the Titan warned sternly. "But if I do not go, there is no one else who can stand against them," George retorted, his face a mask of anger. That moment, Yi Bufan spoke up. "I will assist you." Others were seeking trouble. He could not allow the Withered Leaf Tribe to shoulder the burden in his stead. George and the others turned their gazes towards Yi Bufan. "You are too weak." Titan spoke directly. Yi Bufan's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with brilliance as he calmly reassured, "Rest assured. They wish to bring me down, yet I possess 100 ways to eliminate them." Yi Bufan rose to his feet, not advancing towards the high platform, but instead striding directly to the side of the Blacklight Tribe. He stood tall and faced the leader of the Blacklight Tribe, disdain evident in his gaze as he remarked, "Using such despicable tactics, I truly find you contemptible." The leader of the Blacklight Tribe was taken aback by Yi Bufan's audacity to confront him directly. He had anticipated that Yi Bufan would hide, planning instead to deal with the members of the Withered Leaf Tribe one by one, believing that Yi Bufan would inevitably emerge alongside them. To his surprise, Yi Bufan had boldly stepped forward. Other elves watched the confrontation, most with expressions of confusion, while some were astonished, including those from the Spirit Liquid Tribe. The leader of the Blacklight Tribe, known as Haimo, stood up, feigning ignorance, and asked, "Human, what do you mean?" Yi Bufan, showing no mercy, replied, "Aren't you just looking to cause me trouble? There's no need for the likes of the Spirit Liquid Tribe to pick a fight. I am here to play with you." At this, a flicker of surprise crossed Haimo's eyes. While the members of the Spirit Liquid Tribe wore expressions of fury, Saint Moonlight smiled at Yi Bufan, her eyes reflecting admiration. Yi Bufan bowed slightly to Saint Moonlight and stated, "I wish to represent the Withered Leaf Tribe in a challenge against the Blacklight Tribe. What do you think?" He understood that Saint Moonlight had a vested interest in him, and she would surely agree to his request. Saint Moonlight nodded slightly, and a glimmer of joy flashed in Haimo's eyes. In his view, Yi Bufan's actions were tantamount to courting death. He believed it would be an effortless task to eliminate Yi Bufan. A mere third-level mage, Yi Bufan noticed the joy in Haimo's expression and suddenly smiled, saying softly, "However, as a third-level mage, if you were to challenge me, it would appear that your elven kin are bullying me. Let us make it this way. Anyone below level 5, regardless of how many of you there are, I will accept the challenge. If you lose, you will have to apologize to the Withered Leaf Tribe and relinquish your ranking to them, effectively placing you at their current standing. What do you think?" Below level 5. Haimo glanced at the members accompanying him. Among them, the weakest were 4 level 5s. "We only have 4 level 5s, he stated nonchalantly. "Very well," Yi Bufan replied with a nod. He possessed magical immunity, and even facing 4 would pose no concern for him. "Have you made up your mind?" Saint Moonlight inquired softly. She was aware of Yi Bufan's former strength, yet now he was merely a third-level mage. If anything were to happen to him during the battle, the consequences would be dire for her as well, prompting her to urge him to think carefully. As for the underhanded tactics of the Blacklight tribe, Saint Moonlight had taken note, but now was not the time to intervene. As long as the Blacklight tribe agrees to my earlier conditions, I am ready to commence at any moment, Yi Bufan stated calmly. Saint Moonlight turned her gaze to Haimo, asking in a flat tone, Haimo, what about you? Haimo, the leader of the Blacklight tribe, smiled and nodded. We can proceed. In his mind, victory was assured. He could not fathom how Yi Bufan, at third level, could possibly overcome 4 level 5s, especially when they were the strongest of his tribe. Let us go, Yi Bufan said with indifference, turning towards the high platform. The members of the Flame tribe atop the platform appeared somewhat awkward. Yet, with the Elven Queen having spoken, they had no choice but to retreat in defeat. The 4 level 5s of the Withered Leaf tribe stood up, and Haimo gestured toward them, his eyes glinting with malice. The 4 level 5s nodded and made their way to the high platform. On the platform, Yi Bufan stood on one side, while the 4 level 5s of the Blacklight tribe occupied the other. Yi Bufan drew his Fire Element wand. The opposing 4 included a Fire Element archer, a Nature Mage, an Earth Mage, and a Light Mage. The two sides faced each other, neither making the first move. On the Withered Leaf tribe's side, George and the others wore worried expressions. They had yet to grasp why Yi Bufan was confronting the Blacklight tribe. Jody, however, appeared excited, showing no signs of concern. Why Yi Bufan had previously been able to defeat level 5 mages, let alone now that he was a third level. Haimo was quite pleased as well. He had received intel that the human had spoken ill of the Blacklight tribe in front of the queen. Thus, he had instructed allied tribes to provoke the Withered Leaf tribe, hoping to draw Yi Bufan out and eliminate him directly. What he hadn't anticipated was that Yi Bufan would come to him willingly. To him, Yi Bufan was merely a brute, easily dealt with. Saint Moonlight focused intently on the high platform. Her expression tensed. If Yi Bufan were in danger, she would need to rush to his aid. At last, the members of the Blacklight tribe made their move. The Nature Mage hurled several seeds towards Yi Bufan, which rapidly expanded in the wind, transforming into massive thorns that lunged at him. The Earth Mage unleashed a swamp spell, while the Light Mage cast the 4th level spell, Light Chains. The archer released 2 flaming arrows toward Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan countered the thorns with a fireball. Ignoring the other 3 spells entirely, the swamp appeared beneath his feet, but he remained rooted in place, unaffected, while the Light Chains dissipated upon contact with him. The flaming arrows erupted in a fiery explosion against him. The 4 elves believed they could conclude the battle effortlessly, but they failed to notice a shadow swiftly approaching them. Yi Bufan employed shadow magic to close the distance with the 4 elves. Though it was daytime and the flaws of shadow magic were significant, the 4 elves had not anticipated that Yi Bufan could wield dark magic, rendering them oblivious to the threat. The moment the flames subsided, Yi Bufan's golden dagger had already pierced the shoulder of the Earth Mage, who had been standing in the front with his wand. The Earth Mage cried out in anguish, the pain causing him to drop his wand. The other 3 were alarmed. Just as they were about to retaliate against the now revealed Yi Bufan, his golden dagger had already embedded itself into the hand of the Nature Mage. Another wail echoed as the Nature Mage collapsed to the ground, his wand falling from his grasp. The remaining Fire Element archer and Light Mage were struck with terror. The archer quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Yi Bufan, simultaneously releasing 2 more fiery arrows toward him. If Yi Bufan wished to avoid being hit, he would need to distance himself from the Light Mage. However, Yi Bufan harbored no concern for the flaming arrows. As the arrows struck him, his golden dagger had already pierced through the Light Mage's hand, causing him to scream and discard his wand as he fled. Had Yi Bufan not known that killing was not permitted here, the 3 elves would have already met their demise. The remaining Fire Element archer stood at a distance, visibly shaken as he swallowed hard. He had just witnessed the flaming arrows strike Yi Bufan without inflicting any harm. Though he had not used real arrows in his panic, the flaming arrows still possessed the destructive power of a 5th level spell. Yet they had failed to harm Yi Bufan, leaving the archer questioning his very existence. Yi Bufan advanced step by step towards the Fire Element archer, who continued to shoot arrows at him, yet Yi Bufan did not bother to defend himself. Even if they were real arrows, they would not pierce his 7-colored robe. Aside from Jody and Laya, the others watched in astonishment. Even Saint Moonlight wore an expression of disbelief. She had never imagined Yi Bufan could be this powerful, so strong it was hard to believe. The countenance of Haimo had darkened to an extreme. Yi Bufan stepped forward to confront the Fire Element archer. As he raised his dagger, the archer promptly cast his bow and arrow to the ground in surrender. He had no desire to meet the same fate as the three before him. As an archer, his hands were of paramount importance, and he could not afford any injury to them. Observing the fire element archer's demeanor, Yi Bufan disregarded him and directly addressed Xing Yueyao, asserting, "I have triumphed, and I hope you will ensure that the Heguang tribe does not renege on its word." Upon hearing this, Haimo's expression soured even further. He could not fathom that Yi Bufan possessed such formidable strength. "Haimo, a bet is a bet," Xing Yueyao remarked calmly to why Yi Bufan descended from the platform and returned to the side of the Kai tribe. Quietly observing Haimo, should Haimo dare to deny his obligations, Yi Bufan had ample means to embarrass him. Haimo stood rooted, head bowed, his eyes brimming with resentment. To apologize would be to lose face entirely. How could he face others afterward? Thus, Haimo resolved to default on his debt. With a cold snort, he declared, "The Heguang tribe can concede the third-place position to the Kai tribe. However, as for apologies, I see no reason for us to offer one." A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Bufan's eyes. Haimo was indeed shameless. Yet, Yi Bufan was unperturbed by their denial. Since Haimo wished to know where an apology was warranted, Yi Bufan would oblige him. "I am uncertain where I have offended you, but you sought trouble with the Kai tribe by involving that so-called Lingya tribe, and you even left George in such a state. Should you not apologize for that?" Yi Bufan said coldly. The surrounding elves murmured among themselves, and judging by their expressions, most did not believe Yi Bufan's words. Haimo smiled faintly, adopting an air of calm as he replied, "You claim I sought trouble with the Lingya tribe against the Kai tribe? Human, you must think carefully before you speak. Do not slander me recklessly. And as for seeking trouble with you, do not overestimate your own importance. To me, you are but a lowly human. Why would I trouble myself with you?" Although Yi Bufan had exposed Haimo's actions, Haimo was unwilling to admit to them. Such a scandal, if it leaked, would bring disgrace upon the Heguang tribe. Observing Haimo's obstinacy, Yi Bufan stated directly, "Because I know one of your secrets. A secret that, if revealed, would spell doom for the Heguang tribe. Do you wish for me to disclose it before all these elves?" At this point, Yi Bufan paused, surveying the area before coldly adding, "Let your companions see if they can still hold their ground among the elven race." Upon Yi Bufan's declaration, not only did Haimo's expression darken, but several others among the elven tribes also appeared gravely unsettled. "Do not speak nonsense," Haimo retorted, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. If Yi Bufan were to reveal such information, it would be his undoing. The plan would be thrown into disarray, and he would have to endure the wrath of the entire elven race. "Now, do as I say, or I will reveal it," Yi Bufan said in a calm tone. He was reluctant to act hastily, but he could no longer afford to hold back. If Haimo refused to apologize, he would not hesitate to speak. Haimo's body trembled with rage, yet he dared not lash out. With so many witnesses present, he had no opportunity to silence Yi Bufan through violence. For the sake of the plan, he had to endure whatever humiliation came his way. After all, once the plan succeeded, even if he suffered disgrace today, no elf would dare mention it again. With this thought in mind, Haimo gritted his teeth and approached the Kai tribe. "I sincerely apologize," Haimo said in a low voice. George was somewhat taken aback, about to respond with reassurance when Yi Bufan interjected, "Your sincerity is lacking. You must kneel to apologize." Since Haimo had previously attempted to employ underhanded methods against him, Yi Bufan would not allow Haimo an easy way out. Hearing Yi Bufan's words, Haimo outright refused. "That is impossible." Coming forward to apologize was already a considerable concession for him. Now, to kneel, that would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. If he knelt, not only would he suffer disgrace, but his entire tribe would be implicated. The leader of a third-place tribe kneeling before the first and third tribes, the Heguang tribe would be unable to maintain their standing among the elves thereafter. Yi Bufan had anticipated Haimo's refusal. He spoke slowly and loudly. "I have heard that recently, a tribe of abandoned elves was slaughtered, with only one abandoned elf surviving. The assailants were a group of humans, and among them was a powerful saint-level individual who wishes to meet you." As Yi Bufan spoke, Haimo erupted, "Silence." He understood that if Yi Bufan truly revealed such information, it would spell disaster for his tribe. Yi Bufan wore a smile as he regarded Haimo, knowing that if Haimo continued to defy him, he would persist in revealing the truth. That at worst, they could both perish in the attempt. He knew that the Elven Queen would undoubtedly protect him. Haimo was consumed with rage, wishing nothing more than to seize Yi Bufan by the head and crush it. Yet he realized that as soon as he made a move, someone would swiftly intervene to stop him. Must he truly kneel? Haimo felt a profound sense of despair. Should he submit, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to regain his standing among the elven race. Just then, an elf rushed in from a distance. He approached the queen and whispered urgently, "It is dire. The princess and prince have been kidnapped on the way. It was humans who did it, and among them is a saint-level powerhouse who demands to see you." A fierce glint of murder flashed in Sheng Yao's eyes, and in an instant, 10 figures appeared at her side, her 10 elders. "Elder, I entrust this matter to you," Sheng Yao commanded coldly. The elder, also of saint-level strength, was her most formidable ally. "Rest assured, I will take old 3 and old 5 with me," the elder replied respectfully before departing with the 3rd and 5th elders. Most of the elves remained unaware of the unfolding situation. Their attention focused on the queen while neglecting the tension surrounding Haimo. Haimo snorted coldly and turned to return to his tribe, while Bufan furrowed his brow and sat back down, refraining from pressing Haimo further. He understood that something significant was amiss, and he would leave the remaining matters to the elven queen. Haimo resumed his seat among his tribe, glancing at the leader of the undying tribe. Haimo shook his head and turned his gaze toward the elven queen. The queen regarded Haimo with an unchanging expression, appearing unperturbed. Soon, the elder, 3rd elder, and 5th elder returned, empty-handed. "That human is exceedingly cunning. He concealed the prince and princess. And when we questioned him, he refused to answer, ultimately escaping with some secret technique," the elder reported, his expression one of utmost displeasure. "Had he not been so careless, the human would not have slipped away." The elven queen's countenance also darkened. "Do we have any leads on them?" she asked in a low voice. They were her son and daughter, and though she appeared calm, her heart was filled with dread for their safety. The elder shook his head again. The elven queen's face turned as cold as ice as she looked at the 10th elder. "Reel them in. The plan is off," she said coldly. Originally, she had intended to catch a big fish, but now she had to abandon the plan. The 10th elder nodded and swiftly approached Haimo. Haimo's heart raced as the 10th elder seized his throat. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the surrounding elves. They had not expected the 10th elder to turn on Haimo. Several tribal leaders' expressions changed drastically but quickly returned to normal, including those from the Undying tribe, Lingya tribe, and Luin tribe. No one is to leave, the elven queen declared, rising and following the 10th elder as they took Haimo away. The other 9 elders were left in confusion, but as the queen had not summoned them, they remained in place to maintain order. Soon, the 10th elder returned. He whispered a few words to the other 9 elders, and together, they acted swiftly, capturing the leaders of the 10 tribes. The elves of those tribes were subsequently restrained. The remaining elves stood in bewilderment, only Bufan and his companions grasping the full scope of the situation. "Everyone, do not panic. Remain where you are. We will provide you with a satisfactory explanation shortly," the 10th elder spoke loudly. Then approached Bufan's side. "The queen wishes to see you," he stated. Bufan rose and followed the 10th elder as they departed. This time, they arrived beneath the Tree of Life, where the elf queen stood waiting. Beside her knelt Haimo, covered in blood and seemingly in a daze. "I will arrange matters over there," the 10th elder said before leaving. Bufan glanced at the prostrate Haimo, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "I need you to do me a favor," Shang Yu said solemnly. Bufan nodded as Shang Yao's eyes glinted with cold light. "This scoundrel conspired with humans to abduct my son and daughter. I have learned of a possible location where they might be held. However, it is swarming with humans, and we cannot storm in. Otherwise, my children could be harmed. I wish for you to assist me in retrieving them." Upon hearing this, Bufan's brow furrowed. Sending him to recover the children was no simple task. "Please elaborate on the details," Bufan said in a low voice. Shang Yao turned towards Haimo, who obediently replied, "Our plan was for the humans to attack the Life tribe, causing chaos, while we few tribes would seize the opportunity to ambush the queen. However, for some unknown reason, the humans changed their minds." As he spoke, Shang Yao's eyes were filled with fury. In his view, had the humans followed through with the original plan, the matter would likely have been settled by now. "How many humans are there?" Bufan asked coldly. He had received scanned intelligence from Zoe, and if he were to rescue someone, he needed sufficient information. If he determined he was outmatched, he would not throw his life away. Haimo, aware that performing well might save his own life, cooperatively responded, "I do not know the exact number, but there must be at least several hundred, led by 2 saints and 10 masters. They are situated in a forsaken elven tribe less than 100 miles from the Life tribe. The mention of several hundred humans, Bufan's lips twitched as he looked at Shang Yao, saying, "It is not that I am unwilling to help you. Rather, I am powerless that I am but a lone individual, and merely a third-tier mage at that. They possess not only saints and masters, but also outnumber me by several hundred. My involvement would be tantamount to seeking death. Sheng Yu Yao gazed at Yi Bufan and gently shook his head, that I do not require you to fight them. I merely ask that you help rescue my children. The rest, my elven kin will handle, and we will remember your assistance today. Whenever you require aid in the future, we shall do our utmost to support you. Yi Bufan hesitated. He desired to assist Sheng Yu Yao, yet felt utterly powerless. With so many powerful elves in your tribe, cannot one of them stealthily rescue your children? Yi Bufan murmured. Sheng Yu Yao shook his head gravely. I cannot risk any exposure. If we elves are discovered, the humans may react with wrath. Thus, having a human covertly retrieve them is the safest option. Just as Yi Bufan was about to respond, Sheng Yu Yao continued, rest assured. I will arrange everything meticulously. I shall provide you with a life ring. When you locate my children, simply place them within the ring, and you will face no danger as you depart. Do you believe you can manage this? Upon hearing about the life ring, Yi Bufan's eyes brightened. If he had the life ring, he might indeed give it a try. The life ring was a uniquely magical artifact of the elven race. It was said that using the life ring could temporarily encase a life within it, causing no harm, merely inducing a state of slumber. Moreover, only the elf queen and elders possessed such rings. Seeing Yi Bufan agree, the elf queen produced a delicate, emerald green ring. The ring appeared to be feminine in design, made of a wood-like material, shaped like a leaf of life. It fit perfectly on his pinky finger. Yi Bufan felt the surrounding life energy rapidly flow into his body through the ring. If I rescue your children, can this ring be mine? Yi Bufan inquired. He held no high hopes, merely asking casually. Sheng Yu Yao shook his head decisively. That is not possible. The life rings can no longer be produced. Our elven tribe possesses only a few, each one a priceless treasure. Yi Bufan nodded, undeterred at that moment. To alleviate any disappointment Yi Bufan might feel, Sheng Yu Yao added, however, if you successfully bring back my children, I can offer you several life fruits. This statement made Yi Bufan's eyes gleam with excitement. Previously, consuming merely half a life fruit had yielded substantial benefits. Now Sheng Yu Yao is offering several. This was indeed a boon. Even if he could not consume them all, they could be sold for a handsome price. All right, let's arrange for someone to guide me. I assure you I will return with your children, Yi Bufan said cheerfully. Motivated by the prospect of the life fruits, he felt invigorated. Sheng Yu Yao nodded, softly stating, you may return now. I will have the 10th elder take you later. Yi Bufan returned to the Withered Leaf tribe and eagerly shared the news with George. Now the entire elven tribe knows that Mo and his faction have betrayed the queen. Their tribe will be disbanded, and once this matter passes, our Withered Leaf tribe's rank will rise significantly. We will no longer be at the bottom. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan curiously asked, but if the Mo tribe is disbanded, won't the number of tribes decrease, leaving you still at the back of the pack? George smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling. That will not happen. The number of the 108 elven tribes remains unchanged. After the disbandment of the Mo tribe, the elders will arrange for individuals to form new tribes, and some powerful tribes will split off a portion of their kin to establish new ones. Just like the formation of the Xingzhua and Xingyou tribes, newly formed tribes will be at a disadvantage in terms of resources and strength. Thus our rank will undoubtedly improve. Yi Bufan nodded slightly. This turn of events inadvertently benefited the Withered Leaf tribe. Sensing the hostile gazes fixed upon him from afar, Yi Bufan turned to see the members of the controlled tribes. What will happen to the elves from the Mo tribe? Yi Bufan inquired softly. Being the target of such animosity from numerous elves was hardly a favorable situation. George glanced at the controlled elves, responding in a calm tone. The leadership of the tribe has been entirely eliminated. The ordinary elves will be dispersed among various tribes. Yi Bufan fell into silence. Mo had indeed led an entire tribe into peril, suddenly recalling the matter the queen had entrusted to him. Yi Bufan addressed Jody. I have a matter to attend to and may not return for some time. You may either wait here at the Life tribe or accompany George back to the Withered Leaf tribe. Jody nodded, and George, curious, asked, where are you going? Sensing that Sheng Yu Yao had likely not disclosed the abduction of her children by humans, Yi Bufan refrained from elaborating, simply asking George to look after Jody and the others. At that moment, the 10th elder arrived to escort Yi Bufan away. I want to go too. Leah suddenly interjected. Yi Bufan glanced at the 10th elder, who made no objection, considering that Leah might be even stronger than he. Yi Bufan nodded in agreement and took her along. Leah nestled against Yi Bufan's shoulder. while he and the 10th elder perched upon the shoulder of a tree man. The tree man's strides were long, and he moved swiftly, providing a smooth ride with no jarring sensations. Yet, one concern nagged at Bufan. Won't we be discovered, marching so boldly? Bufan murmured. He was well aware that those humans would undoubtedly have sentries along the route. The 10th elder chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain in his in this elven forest. I can sense all life within several kilometers around me. Should any humans discover us, we shall eliminate them without hesitation. Bufan was taken aback. This was indeed a case of skill matched with audacity. The 10th elder then turned to Leah, inquiring, "You are quite impressive. Which tribe do you hail from? I do not recall such a beast." The 10th elder inquired softly. Bufan turned his gaze towards Leah, who shot a glance at the 10th elder and replied bluntly, "Just mind your own elven affairs. Why do you concern yourself with me?" Bufan felt somewhat helpless upon hearing this, worried that the 10th elder might take offense. He glanced at the 10th elder, only to find a smile gracing his face, showing no sign of anger. "You have quite the temper, yet I can't shake the feeling that your aura seems oddly familiar," the 10th elder remarked to Leah. Leah, disdain etched in her eyes, retorted, "Don't try to get close. I've never met you before." The 10th elder, still smiling and unfazed, turned to Bufan and said softly, "We have crossed paths before, but I heard from the queen that you seem to have forgotten much of your past?" Bufan nodded in acknowledgement. The 10th elder continued with a smile, "No wonder I sensed a different vibe from you this time. It's rather refreshing." Bufan, feeling perplexed, was about to inquire about the meaning of his words when the 10th elder produced a rather ordinary black robe and handed it to him. "Change out of that. It's far too conspicuous. I also have their identity tokens, which I will provide you," the 10th elder added, pulling out a haphazard assortment of items. Among them, Bufan spotted something that looked familiar, a piece of pristine white beast skin. He had seen this item in Zoe's spatial ring. "I possess an identity token," Bufan stated. Pulling out Zoe's identity token, he deemed it safer to use Zoe's token, as she had yet to meet these individuals, likely ensuring that few recognized her. After donning the plain black robe, the 10th elder placed his hand on Bufan's face and recited a few incantations. Bufan felt a tingling sensation on his face. "What are you doing?" he asked curiously. "I am altering your appearance. Most of those coming are elites from various nations, and some may have seen you before," the 10th elder explained. Withdrawing his hand, Bufan took out a gem that could serve as a mirror and was astonished to discover that he had transformed completely. His previously handsome visage had morphed into something quite ordinary, even somewhat unattractive. "I won't remain like this forever, will I?" Bufan asked hastily, discontent with his new appearance. "Fear not, this guise will last only 3 days. After that, you shall return to your original form," the 10th elder reassured him, prompting Bufan to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the train halted. The 10th elder spoke, "I cannot proceed further. According to Hayamo, if you continue straight ahead, you should reach your destination in about an hour. I shall wait nearby. Once you have rescued the individuals, return here to find me." Bufan nodded and, with Leah, dismounted from the train, waving goodbye to the 10th elder as they ventured forth. As they walked, the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound. "Why do you meddle in such matters?" Leah remarked with a hint of displeasure. To her, Bufan's involvement seemed like unnecessary interference. Bufan scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he replied, "I initially had no intention of helping, but we are, after all, in the territory of the elves, and some matters are beyond my control. Moreover, the Elven Queen mentioned that once everything is resolved, she would reward me with some life fruits, which I had no reason to refuse." Upon hearing about the life fruits, Leah's expression softened somewhat. The prospect of obtaining life fruits was beneficial for her as well. After covering his face with the black robe, Bufan walked for nearly half an hour before being stopped by 2 individuals clad in black robes identical to the one the 10th elder had given him. Bufan recognized that these 2 were likely affiliated with the faction aiming to assassinate the Elven Queen. The 2 figures scrutinized Bufan and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" Bufan did not elaborate but merely presented the piece of white beast skin from Zoe's storage ring for their inspection. The 2 exchanged glances, and one of the black-robed figures asked in a low voice, "Why has someone from the Nye's Duchy only just arrived? We encountered some unforeseen circumstances in the forest and got injured, which delayed our arrival." Bufan replied solemnly. "Are you Zoe?" another black-robed figure queried. Unsure if they would recognize Zoe, Bufan shook his head and said, "No, Zoe is dead. Before he passed, he entrusted his belongings to me, and I have come in his stead. Remove your hood so we can see your face." The black-robed figure commanded coldly. Bufan pulled down the hood of his robe, and the two scrutinized him for a moment before stating, "A third-level mage, your presence here is of little use. You should leave. You would only hold us back." Realizing that his current abilities would not be of much assistance, Bufan quickly asserted, "Though I may be somewhat weaker, I am the last remnant of the Nye's duchy, and I must fight alongside my comrades." His expression was resolute, while the two black-robed figures merely sneered, saying, "Since you seek your own demise, we shall not hinder you. Proceed." With that, the two black-robed figures stepped aside, and Bufan smiled as he thanked them before moving on. After another half-hour of walking, he encountered 3 groups conducting inspections, which he cleverly navigated past using the same ruse. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of a tribe. The village appeared small, presumably the refuge of the abandoned elves from Hayam. Bufan entered without any hindrance. Inside the village, he noticed that many tree houses had collapsed, and the ground was strewn with a multitude of tents. At least 100 could be seen at a glance. His heart raced. There were undoubtedly more than 100 humans present. At that moment, a rotund figure clad in an ornate robe emerged from one of the tents. Upon seeing Bufan, he unabashedly commanded, "Come here and assist me," initially unaware of what was required of him. Bufan nodded and followed. As they walked, the rotund man asked, "Whose side are you on?" "I am from the Nye's duchy," Bufan replied quietly. "Isn't the Nye's duchy supposed to be absent? How did you arrive?" The rotund man inquired curiously. "We encountered phantom wolves in the forest. While fleeing from them, we got separated. Our leader, Zoe, was killed. I was fortunate to escape and inadvertently found my way here." Bufan recounted the fabricated tale. The rotund man scoffed. "Well, you seem to have lucked out. However, it reflects poorly on the Nye's duchy that their personnel are dying on the road." Bufan managed an awkward smile but said nothing further. His sole desire was to locate the child of the same moon radiance and leave this place. The rotund man led Bufan to the innermost tent and said, "Inside, we have captured members of the elven race. Keep an eye on them and ensure they don't escape." Bufan's heart raced. "Who is inside?" He whispered. He suspected that the captives were likely the elven prince and princess. If so, he would have stumbled upon a stroke of immense fortune. The rotund man, growing impatient, replied, "Why ask so many questions? With your abilities, you can't do much else. Just watch them closely and prevent their escape. Otherwise, I'll have your head buried here." Bufan feigned fear and nodded. The rotund man then glanced at Leah perched on Bufan's shoulder, expressing puzzlement. "Why is this magical beast so obedient? Does the Nye's duchy possess beast-taming skills?" Bufan shook his head. "No, this creature grew up with me, so it listens to my commands." Upon concluding his statement, the rotund man swiftly turned and departed. Bufan stepped into the tent, where he beheld a silvery cage. This cage, forged from anti-magic refined iron, rendered any magical abilities useless for those imprisoned within. Furthermore, the anti-magic refined iron was extraordinarily resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to breach by brute force. Inside the cage were 2 male elves, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, which was dissimilar to the children spoken of by Sheng Yueyao. Sheng Yueyao's offspring were a pair of twins, 1 male and 1 female, merely 12 or 13 years old. Both elves within the cage were bound, and upon noticing Bufan's entrance, their eyes were ablaze with fury and murderous intent. Bufan did not observe any humans in this vicinity. Thus, he hurriedly approached the cage and whispered, "I am sent by the Elven Queen. Do you know the whereabouts of the Queen's children?" Inquiring with the elves would be the quickest resolution. The 2 elves snarled vehemently, "You lie. How could the Queen send a human?" Upon hearing this, Bufan revealed the injured life ring. "Surely, you recognize this?" He intoned gravely. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the 2 elves as they recognized the life ring, having seen it depicted in the Queen's portrait. Only then did they begin to believe that Bufan was indeed sent by the Queen. Although they were perplexed as to why the Queen would send a human, they nonetheless spoke. "We are the Prince's guards. The Prince has also been captured alongside us. However, we do not know where he is located." Upon hearing this, Bufan felt a pang of disappointment. With so many tents in this area, it would be nearly impossible to search each one individually. "But we have a way to find the Prince," one elf suddenly interjected. Bufan turned to look at him as the elf continued in a hushed tone. "I wear a necklace around my neck, which has a sensing orb. As long as this orb is within 10 meters of the Prince, it will emit light that if you wish to locate the Prince, You can take the sensing orb and give it a T or Y.ye. Bufan's eyes brightened at this revelation. After a moment's hesitation, he drew his golden dagger and severed the anti-magic refined iron lock. Liberating the two elves, that I will store you within the life ring and take you with me, Yi Bufan said softly. The two elves exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. One of the elves handed Yi Bufan a verdant orb and cautioned, "Keep a constant watch on the sensing orb. Our prince and princess rely on you." Yi Bufan nodded, clutching the sensing orb tightly. He then stored the two elves within the life ring and stealthily exited the tent. Once outside, he employed shadow magic to traverse the encampment. His pace was measured, careful to avoid detection, and after nearly 20 minutes of searching beside each tent, the sensing orb remained unresponsive, concealed in a corner. Yi Bufan whispered to Leah, "We are in trouble. I cannot find the elven prince and princess." The lack of response from the sensing orb suggested two possibilities. Either the prince and princess were no longer present, or the sensing orb had malfunctioned. Yi Bufan felt the former was more likely, as such orbs rarely cease to function. "Then we should return," Leah stated matter-of-factly, having never desired Yi Bufan to embark on this quest. Yi Bufan's expression reflected his inner turmoil, and after a few seconds, he murmured, "But I have already promised the Elven Queen. It would be quite inappropriate to go back on my word." Leah regarded him with a hint of annoyance and muttered, "Humans are so concerned with face." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Bufan scratched his head and asked, "Can you devise a plan for me?" With no other options, he was left to place his hopes in Leah. After a brief silence, her eyes brightened as she proposed, "Since we cannot locate them, let us find someone who might know their whereabouts. Who should we seek?" Yi Bufan inquired, perplexed that Leah's eyes sparkled with insight as she replied, "It is simple. Let us find that rotund man from earlier." Realizing her intent, Yi Bufan felt a surge of determination. "I know what to do," he exclaimed joyfully. Leah smiled faintly, pleased with Yi Bufan's cleverness. Returning to the tent of the plump man, Yi Bufan tore several pieces from his dark cloak and smeared dirt upon himself, adopting a fearful demeanor as he burst into the tent, exclaiming loudly, "There's trouble. Someone has abducted the two elves." The rotund man, who had been enjoying a meal, was startled by this revelation. "What is the matter?" he exclaimed, appearing before Yi Bufan with surprising swiftness for his size. Yi Bufan was taken aback, realizing that the man was likely a formidable wind-type martial artist. "I was guarding the two elves when suddenly a cloaked figure invaded the tent and swiftly overpowered me. Then he took the two elves away, and I lost consciousness, only just regaining awareness." Yi Bufan feigned fear as he recounted the event. The man's countenance darkened, and with a disdainful snort, he retorted, "You had better hope I can find them." With that, he turned and exited the tent, prompting Yi Bufan to hastily follow. The rotund man moved with remarkable speed, yet Yi Bufan, a 9th-level martial artist, kept a distance of about 10 meters as he trailed behind. The man arrived at the tent where the elves had been confined, glaring at the anti-magic refined iron lock that had been severed by the golden dagger. His expression grim. It was evident that safeguarding these elves was his responsibility, and with their disappearance, he would bear the brunt of any inquiries that might arise. That moment, Yi Bufan entered the tent, and the rotund man, eyes gleaming with menace, glared at Yi Bufan, accusing him of being utterly useless. Internally frustrated yet maintaining his facade of fear, Yi Bufan remarked, "My lord, please do not be angry. I have a secret to share." "What secret?" the man asked coldly. Feigning trepidation, Yi Bufan replied, "I know a little Elvish. I overheard the one who came to rescue the two elves mention the prince and princess." Upon hearing this, the man's body tensed, and he exclaimed, "This is bad." With that, he dashed outside, and Yi Bufan hurriedly followed. Trailing behind the rotund man, Yi Bufan soon arrived at the heart of the encampment, where a magnificent golden tent stood. Having previously visited this location, he noted that the sensing orb remained unresponsive. Expecting the man to enter the tent, he was surprised when the rotund man circled around it, lifting a large stone from the ground to reveal a substantial hole beneath. The man leaped into the opening. But Yi Bufan refrained from following. That he surmised that Sheng Yuiao's son and daughter were likely within that very cavity. Recognizing that the rotund man would be concerned about the safety of the elven princess and prince, Yi Bufan seized this opportunity to ascertain their location. Now aware that the prince and princess were indeed present, he took his time before entering. Observing his surroundings, Yi Bufan found an unoccupied tent nearby to hide within. Ensuring he would not be discovered by the rotund man, from his concealed vantage point, Yi Bufan watched as the rotund man emerged from the hole with a relaxed expression, replacing the stone over the opening. Yi Bufan quickly concealed himself, and the rotund man glanced around, muttering, "You really ran fast. I hope I catch you next time." Upon uttering these words, the rotund figure departed, leaving Yi Bufan to conceal himself within the tent for a brief 2 minutes before stealthily making his way to the large boulder nearby. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the eerie silence that enveloped the area, filled with trepidation at the thought of being discovered. Crouching low, Yi Bufan heaved the stone aside and leaped into the chasm below. The pit was significantly deep, descending at least 10 meters to the ground, and after a challenging landing, he discovered a staircase leading further down. Thankfully, the darkness shrouded the surroundings, allowing Yi Bufan to employ shadow magic, rendering him difficult to detect. Together with Leah, they utilized the shadow technique, each descending the staircase into the depths. After a while, Yi Bufan stumbled upon a dungeon. Inside, 2 small elves, resembling twins, were ensconced in splendid robes. Bound hand and foot, their mouths gagged, while Yi Bufan felt a surge of certainty that these were indeed the offspring of Shengyo, as they bore a striking resemblance to her. However, stationed in front of the dungeon was a formidable figure, a burly man clad in black armor, exuding an intimidating presence. Standing menacingly before the cell, he posed a significant obstacle to Yi Bufan's intentions of rescuing the 2 small elves without being detected. His eyes flickered with contemplation, and moments later, he resolved to take a risk. While Yi Bufan retreated to the entrance of the cave, whispering to Leah, "I'll give you the life ring, and I'll distract that brute. You can capture the 2 small elves." "How does that sound?" Leah cast him a skeptical glance, hesitating before replying, "Are you sure you can? He is a 9th-level fighter, being a dragon." She could discern the strength of a human. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Bufan's eyes as he replied resolutely, "If I cannot, I must find a way. I will do my utmost to keep him occupied. You need only act swiftly and avoid unnecessary confrontation." Committed to fulfilling his promise, he understood that this risk was unavoidable. Seeing Yi Bufan's unwavering resolve, Leah nodded, "Very well, but do exercise caution." Yi Bufan nodded, handing the life ring to Leah's claw. Then brandishing Zoe's black dagger, he cautiously advanced toward the burly man. While Leah concealed herself nearby, poised to act. 0.5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, Yi Bufan's heart raced with anxiety. A 9th-level fighter could easily injure him with a mere punch, or worse, end his life. Yet the burly man remained oblivious. Eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Yi Bufan positioned himself less than half a meter from the giant, a glimmer of lethal intent in his gaze as he thrust the black dagger towards the man's neck. In that instant, the burly man's eyes shot open, and he swung a fist toward Yi Bufan's dagger with crushing force. He had already sensed Yi Bufan's presence, curious about his intentions, which was why he had refrained from intervening immediately. As the giant swung his fist, Yi Bufan pivoted and dashed toward the exit. The burly man, without a second thought, pursued him. Meanwhile, Leah slipped into the dungeon, swiftly capturing the 2 small elves within the life ring and darting out. At this moment, Yi Bufan and the 9th-level fighter emerged onto the surface. The fighter's speed was not particularly impressive, and Yi Bufan managed to stay ahead of him. However, their commotion soon attracted the attention of other humans. "Capture that brat," the burly man roared, his voice echoing far and wide. His slow speed infuriated him, and the inability to catch such a seemingly weak opponent only added to his frustration. Soon, 2 humans approached Yi Bufan menacingly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Bufan thought grimly that these 2 were also stronger than he, and escape seemed unlikely. Turning back, he spotted Leah standing at the entrance. Silently, he urged, "Leave." Leah nodded and fled with the life ring. Because Yi Bufan had drawn the majority of attention, none noticed her departure. Upon seeing her escape, Yi Bufan exhaled a sigh of relief. No matter what lay ahead, at least half of the mission had been accomplished. He could only hope that Leah would find Elder Ten safely, for there remained a glimmer of hope for him. At that moment, the 2 humans had successfully cornered Yi Bufan. They pinned him to the ground, and he offered no resistance. The 9th-level fighter approached. Fury etched upon his face as he pressed his foot onto Yi Bufan's head. "Who is this trash attempting to ambush me?" The burly man's voice was as cold as ice, with his head pinned down. Yi Bufan's face burned with indignation, yet he refrained from expressing it. Given the current predicament, it was prudent to bide his time. After all, he was outmatched. At that moment, the rotund figure returned, and upon seeing the burly man and Yi Bufan, he quickly inquired, "What transpired here?" This brat just attempted to ambush me. The burly man growled fiercely. The rotund figure scrutinized Yi Bufan on the ground. Sensing something amiss, suddenly, it dawned on him. The burly man should not be here. Hurriedly, he descended underground, and upon discovering the absence of the elven prince and princess, he was struck with horror. Those two were their leverage against the elven race. If the prince and princess were lost, they would be utterly helpless against the elves. The rotund figure, his face pale, returned to Yi Bufan's side, crouching down to question him vehemently. Where are the elven prince and princess? He was certain that Yi Bufan was to blame. Yi Bufan feigned fear, whispering, I know not. I merely spotted a hole and jumped in. This giant pursued me without discerning right from wrong, and I fled. I truly do not know where the prince and princess have gone. At this juncture, he had no choice but to act. The rotund figure turned to the burly man, who quickly shook his head, insisting, he tried to ambush me. I only pursued him. We've only just arrived. The elven prince and princess could not have vanished. The rotund figure furrowed his brow, pondering for a few moments before asking Yi Bufan, what of your accomplices? He suspected Yi Bufan must have allies. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he would be here while the elven prince and princess were missing. I have no accomplices. It is truly a misunderstanding. Yi Bufan trembled with feigned terror. The rotund figure scoffed. Clearly skeptical of Yi Bufan's words that if you refuse to speak, I shall end you now. As he spoke, he brandished a beautifully ornate longsword, an exquisite weapon of great value. Yi Bufan, eyeing the sword, realized that pretending ignorance would yield no results. His mind raced, conjuring a cunning idea. If you dare to harm me, I assure you, you shall never find them. Yi Bufan's expression shifted from fear to cold derision. He was outmatched by these individuals, yet he merely needed to buy time until Leah could locate the elven clan. Then, he might have a chance at survival. Seeing Yi Bufan's acknowledgement, the rotund figure sheathed his sword. He truly did not dare to kill Yi Bufan. Speak quickly, or I will end you. He growled menacingly. Yi Bufan glanced at the burly man, his eyes brimming with impatience as he retorted, tell this dim-witted giant to remove his foot. Otherwise, I shall divulge nothing. A flash of irritation crossed the burly man's features, yet upon receiving a fierce glare from the rotund figure, he complied. Lifting his foot from Yi Bufan's head, Yi Bufan sat up with a smirk. Observing that over 20 individuals had surrounded him, that a hint of bitterness crossed his features as he coldly declared, I am hungry. Do not waste my time with trivialities. The rotund figure bellowed. Here, he was in charge. As the holy level individual had departed. If the elven prince and princess were to vanish under his watch, he knew his fate was sealed. He had to locate them before the holy level returned. Noting the rotund figure's urgency, Yi Bufan decided against further confrontation. Accompanying me are elves from the Hagwang tribe. One of them is a powerful dark-type elf who instructed me to draw attention. Which I did. However, I truly do not know where he is. Yi Bufan spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the rotund figure's eyes glinted with malice as he declared, in that case, you shall perish. He would rather send someone out to search now than waste time with Yi Bufan. A surge of wind-type magic manifested in the hands of the stout man, who aimed a swift strike directly at Yi Bufan's head. This hefty individual was a 9th-level wind-type fighter, and should this slap connect, it could very well spell instant doom for Yi Bufan. To his surprise, Yi Bufan did not anticipate such decisiveness from this man. Instinctively, he shouted, I'll tell you. Just let me explain. After all, Leah had been gone for quite some time, and he believed it would be quite difficult for this man to find her even if he set out now. The stout man halted his attack, and Yi Bufan continued to fabricate a story, claiming he was headed to the Blacklight tribe. Upon hearing this, a glint of ruthless intent flashed in the stout man's eyes. As long as the elven prince and princess were not delivered to the queen, it would suffice. Send someone to the Blacklight tribe. They must bring them back to me. With a commanding tone, the stout man ordered, and those surrounding him rushed out. He cast a menacing glance at Yi Bufan and whispered, If you dare deceive me, I will ensure your demise is most gruesome. Yi Bufan remained motionless and silent, inwardly praying for Leah to be swift in her movements. Leah, equipped with the life rings, was stealthily traversing underground. Uncertain if humans would pursue her, she deemed it safest to remain hidden below. Her speed was remarkable. While Yi Bufan took an hour to cover the distance, she managed it in less than 20 minutes. Emerging from the earth, she spotted Elder Ten lost in thought atop a treeman. Hurry and rescue Yi Bufan, Leah exclaimed, leaping beside Elder Ten and handing him the life ring, surprised by her prompt return. Elder Ten remained still, prompting Leah to shout, Go save Yi Bufan. He has been captured. Only then did Elder Tin snap into action, placing the life ring into a hollow on the treeman's shoulder. I must return to gather reinforcements, he murmured. Initially, their plan involved reinforcements from the Elven clan arriving later to assist Yi Bufan in rescuing the prince and princess, but they had been too swift. The elves had yet to arrive. You must hurry. If anything happens to Yi Bufan, I will not spare your Elven clan, Leah declared, annoyance evident in her tone. During their time together, she had grown fond of Yi Bufan. Despite occasional grievances, although her words were somewhat brusque, Elder Ten understood her concern for Yi Bufan and bore no anger. I will return promptly. Do not fret, Elder Ten assured her, controlling the treeman to sprint away. Leah stood still for a moment, a flicker of contemplation crossing her face before she burrowed underground again, hastening toward the human camp. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan was engulfed in frustration. He found himself imprisoned within a magic restraining iron cage. His limbs bound, while several onlookers monitored him closely. Escape was utterly impossible. The burly man from earlier stood beside him. Little brat, I will make sure to end you, the man growled, still seething from having been insulted moments prior. Yi Bufan rolled his eyes in disdain, maintaining an unyielding facade as he coldly retorted, if you have the guts, release me. The outcome of this encounter is far from certain. The man's rage intensified at Yi Bufan's defiance, and he prepared to drag him from the cage for a thorough reprimanding. At that moment, a man entered the tent, a man appearing to be in his 50s, yet possessing a vigorous presence and exuding an air of sophistication. Upon seeing him, the burly men promptly knelt, exclaiming, Lord Sage. Recognizing the title, Yi Bufan turned to observe the man. Sage was a revered title for those of the saintly level. Yi Bufan had encountered several saints from nearby nations, but he had never met this particular sage. Is it he who rescued the elven prince and princess? The sage remarked, a glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes. Yes, that's him, the burly man quickly affirmed. The sage approached the magic restraining iron cage, fixing his gaze on Yi Bufan for several seconds before coldly inquiring, why do you, a mere human, associate with the elven race? Yi Bufan remained silent, unsure of how to respond. If he claimed to have been sent by the elven queen, he feared it would only render him a pawn in this man's threats against her. Noticing Yi Bufan's silence, the sage scoffed. You dare to be obstinate. I shall soon see how resilient you truly are. Within the elven territory, the Grand Elder, Third Elder, Fifth Elder, and 10th Elder, accompanied by 400 elven warriors, hurried toward the human camp. The life ring had already been returned to the elven queen. Leah, meanwhile, remained hidden outside the camp, sensing two powerful auras within that made her wary of entering. Even stealthily, she would likely be detected. Seated in his cage, Yi Bufan feigned indifference despite his inner turmoil. The surrounding humans continued to observe him, yet they took no action. As time ticked by, the sage returned before the cage, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. A wicked smile curling at his lips as he intoned, well, it is time for you to meet your end. Fear not, I shall not allow you to die too easily. Conveniently, we have an alchemist here who requires a test subject. And you seem quite suitable. Upon finishing, the sage signaled to a burly man, who opened the magic restraining cage and yanked Yi Bufan out. Panic surged within Yi Bufan, yet he maintained a facade of nonchalance, declaring, if you dare lay a hand on me, I assure you, your fate will be grim. Pleading for mercy was futile. It was better to display some bravado. The sage chuckled dismissively, his eyes filled with contempt. It has been long since a human dared to threaten me. I hope you can still utter such words later. He was a saint, the pinnacle of human existence, and none would dare threaten him. Yi Bufan chose silence, fervently hoping that the elven clan would soon arrive to rescue him. After all, he had finally glimpsed a future filled with infinite possibilities and did not wish for his life to extinguish here. As the ropes binding his feet were untied, Yi Bufan was shoved forward by two burly men. Following the sage out of the tent, he noticed that the camp was now more bustling than before, with black-robed figures prevalent everywhere. Had it appeared thus upon his initial entry, he doubted he would have ever located the elven prince and princess. The sage halted before an unremarkable tent, gesturing to the two burly men, who promptly thrust Yi Bufan inside. Upon entering, Yi Bufan's gaze was immediately drawn to an individual, a white-robed elder with graying hair. The elder's demeanor was gentle, and he held a crystal vial containing a potion filled with a mysterious black liquid. After observing Yi Bufan for a few moments, he remarked, at your age, only achieving the 3rd level, your aptitude is rather lacking. Come, Let me offer you a chance. As he spoke, the elder approached Bufan with a warm smile. Bufan quickly shook his head. I refuse, he shouted vehemently. The elder merely smiled faintly, showing no signs of offense, as a green vine suddenly emerged from the ground beneath Bufan, ensnaring his body in an instant. Bufan gasped in shock. Nature magic? He exclaimed, utterly incredulous. This man was undoubtedly human. Yet how could a human wield nature magic? The elder approached Bufan, speaking in a calm tone. Ah, so you are aware of nature magic. You appear to be quite well informed. If you obediently heed my instructions, perhaps I might allow you to wield nature magic as well. Upon uttering these words, Bufan was about to respond when the elder abruptly grasped his chin and poured a vial of black liquid directly into his mouth. Bufan felt a sudden sweetness in his mouth and instinctively swallowed the potion. The elder watched Bufan with eager anticipation, yet Bufan sensed no difference. Moments later, a flicker of disappointment crossed the elder's eyes as he muttered to himself. Has it failed? Where did I go wrong? After speaking, he produced another vial, this one green, and poured it into Bufan's mouth as well. Bound in place, Bufan could only protest with his gaze. But the elder disregarded his furious expression and continued to administer various colored potions, each with distinct flavors. Meanwhile, members of the elven clan swiftly approached the human encampment, leaving a trail of slain human sentinels in their wake. The humans received word of the impending elven assault, realizing that within this enchanted forest, they stood no chance against the elves. Previously, they had some leverage, which had eased their concerns about the elves resorting to desperate measures. However, now that the leverage was lost, the humans split into two factions, one advocating for a fight against the elves, and the other urging a retreat. In light of the dire situation, their plans lay in ruins, and remaining was tantamount to waiting for death. The two factions remained at an impasse until two sages made a decisive announcement. They would fight. If they fled now, returning to their homeland would not guarantee a better fate. It was better to gamble everything. As sages, they had confidence in preserving their own lives, while the lives of others were of little concern to them. With the sage's decree, no one dared to dissent. The sage who had escorted Bufan to the elder exited the tent and entered the one where Bufan lay. Upon seeing Bufan sprawled on the ground, devoid of life, the sage's expression remained utterly impassive. The battle is about to unfold here. I must ask you to leave. The sage respectfully addressed the elder. The elder's status was unique, and he could not permit any harm to come to him. The elder cast a sidelong glance at the sage and replied coolly, Are the elves approaching? The sage nodded. Allow me to assign a few 9th-level mages to protect you, he suggested softly. The elder's own power was limited, and the sage could not let him venture alone. However, the elder countered, There is no need. If I cannot handle this matter, then no one can. I only require the boy on the ground. Hearing this, the sage looked at the elder in confusion and quietly questioned, He is merely a corpse. Carrying him would be a burden, would it not? To the sage's eyes, Bufan appeared entirely lifeless, a complete cadaver. At that moment, the elder smiled faintly and said, You brutish fellows would not comprehend. If that is the case, I shall take my leave with him now. With that, the vines binding Bufan followed the elder as he departed. The sage lingered for a moment before ultimately leaving to find two 9th-level shadow fighters to stealthily follow the elder. After the elder's departure, the elven forces arrived at the outskirts of the encampment. The battle erupted instantaneously, with the human forces outnumbered and outmatched, swiftly falling into disarray. Meanwhile, the elder rode upon a treant, with the unconscious Bufan nestled in its arms, hastening away into the distance. He was exhilarated. As an alchemist, though his personal strength was not formidable, his true power lay in the magical potions he crafted. His natural magic stemmed from the very potions he produced, while there might be some differences compared to the pure natural magic of the elves. Each had its own merits. What he desired most was a suitable subject for experimentation, and he had found it in Bufan. Previously, he had poured a dozen of his research magical potions into Bufan's mouth, each with varying effects. Even a sage-level mage would struggle to withstand such a barrage of potions, likely facing catastrophic consequences. Yet, Bufan endured. Though he appeared lifeless, the elder understood it to be a state of false death. As long as he had Bufan, he felt capable of conducting even more experiments, a thrilling prospect for any alchemist, just as the elder reveled in thoughts of the experiments he would perform on Bufan. A diminutive figure suddenly leaped from a nearby tree, appearing before the elder in an instant, claws extended toward the elder's eyes. By the time the elder reacted, One of his eyes had already been clawed out. Ah! The elder howled in agony as Lia's sharp talons severed the bindings around Yi Bufan and tore through the Trent's body, causing Yi Bufan to tumble to the ground. The elder, clutching his eye, bellowed, "You seek death." At this moment, the two 9th-level fighters emerged to attack Lia. She deftly evaded their assault, but a furious roar echoed from a distance, startling the three as a magical beast entered their line of sight. The 9th-level magical beast, the golden-winged eagle, was a flying creature renowned for its speed, ranking among the top 3 within its class, a nightmare for countless lives. The golden-winged eagle stood before the elder and his companions. Their first instinct was to flee. However, Lia remained unfazed, for the golden-winged eagle was her ally. She had followed the elder when he took Yi Bufan away, but lacking the confidence to confront him. She fortuitously encountered the eagle along the way. The 9th-level beast possessed the intelligence of an adult. After Lia offered it a small favor, it chose to assist her. Thus, Lia had no fear that the eagle would harm her. Lia leaped to Yi Bufan's side and quickly took him underground. After 2 minutes, she cautiously peeked out, discovering the golden-winged eagle feasting on flesh, while the elder and the two 9th-level fighters had vanished, leaving only 3 dismembered corpses behind. Satisfied that the eagle had dealt with the 3, Lia pulled Yi Bufan from his subterranean refuge. As soon as he resurfaced, Yi Bufan's eyes flew open, filled with anguish. He felt as though countless insects were gnawing at him from within, an unbearable itch pervading his body from bone to skin. "Why is it so itchy?" he lamented, scratching himself frantically. Lia observed Yi Bufan's distress and calmly remarked, "The magic within your body is chaotic. You must organize it swiftly. Once the magic stabilizes, you should feel better." Yi Bufan, hearing this, nodded eagerly and began meditating to sort through the chaotic magic within him. Lia, noticing that the golden-winged eagle had reduced a person to mere bones, spotted a spatial ring discarded nearby. Most magical beasts seldom utilized spatial rings and rarely paid them any mind. Delighted, Lia dashed over, retrieved the spatial ring, and brought it to Yi Bufan, subsequently collecting the remaining 2 rings as well. With the eagle focused on the remains before it, Lia noticed Yi Bufan lost in thought. Meanwhile, he was struggling immensely. Although the itching sensation was gradually subsiding, the pace was agonizingly slow. At this rate, it would take him at least half an hour to organize the magic within his body. Half an hour was a perilous time frame. If someone were to arrive during that period, it would spell trouble. Soon, the golden-winged eagle finished its meal, exchanged a few words with Lia, and took flight. Only then did Lia finally breathe a sigh of relief, having previously worried that the eagle might renege on its assistance. After all, the orc tribe is known for its fierce temperament, and now that the golden-winged eagle has departed, Lia feels quite pleased with it. Half an hour later, Yi Bufan opened his eyes, and his expression took on a peculiar quality. The itchiness that had plagued his body was now gone, yet some changes had undeniably occurred. Firstly, within his magic core, he discovered the presence of 3 additional forms of magical energy: a pale green natural magic, a violet lightning magic, and a dark energy of which he was unfamiliar. Though these 3 energies were quite weak, Yi Bufan could not afford to disregard them. The emergence of more magical energy within his body was no trivial matter. That I now possess natural magic, lightning magic, and another enigmatic form of power, Yi Bufan murmured to Lia. Lia was momentarily taken aback, incredulous as she replied, "That cannot be possible. Magical energy is not something one can simply acquire. It is typically determined at birth. Individuals like you, who possess the magic crystal of the 7-colored dragon and can wield all forms of magic, are exceedingly rare." However, she acknowledged that such occurrences were not entirely impossible, albeit under stringent conditions, making them difficult for most to attain. As for someone like Yi Bufan, who could harness both natural and lightning magic, Lia had never heard of such a phenomenon among humans. Natural magic was unique to the elven race, while lightning magic was typically held by only a select few extraordinary beasts and lightning dragons. These 2 forms of magic had never before been seen in human beings. Regarding the dark energy Yi Bufan mentioned, Lia overlooked it entirely. "See if you can channel that magic," she suggested softly. Yi Bufan nodded. Although he lacked the incantations to manipulate these 3 types of magic, he found that he could still summon their energies. He attempted to channel the natural magic, which obediently coalesced at his fingertips. If he had the incantations, he could now wield this natural magic to cast spells. Next, he tried to summon the lightning magic, which similarly responded to his will. Finally, he turned his attention to the dark energy he did not recognize. This energy felt reminiscent of dark magic, but bore an added aura of foreboding. As Bufan concentrated on the dark energy, it gathered at his fingertips, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Leah's eyes. Is this death magic? Her expression was one of sheer surprise, rendering her momentarily speechless. Upon hearing the name of the magic that Leah had uttered, Bufan was equally taken aback. Death magic, it was said, could only be possessed by the death dragons of the dragon race. Legends warned that these creatures were harbingers of doom. Any living being encountering them would swiftly meet their demise. This Bufan found himself at a loss for words. Logically, acquiring an additional form of magic should be a boon. Yet the notion of death magic left a rather unsettling impression on him. How did you manage this? Leah inquired, her curiosity piqued. She understood that magical energy could not simply manifest out of thin air. Something must have transpired during Bufan's capture. After a moment of contemplation, Bufan concluded that it must be related to the elderly man from earlier. Only that old man had meddled with him. He recounted the incident involving the potion the old man had forced upon him, ultimately stating, "If we locate that old man, we may find the answers we seek." Leah glanced over at the now skeletal remains of the old man, her eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. That old man had been reduced to bones, leaving them without any possibility of answers. Following her gaze, Bufan understood the implications of the scene before him. His eyes fell upon the 3 space rings, igniting a spark of hope within him. Surely, within these rings lay the answers they sought. With that thought in mind, Bufan bent down to retrieve the 3 space rings. He opened the first ring, which contained only some clothing and gold coins. The second yielded similar results. However, when he opened the 3rd space ring, his eyes widened in excitement. Inside lay numerous magical potions and magical herbs, though none were labeled, leaving Bufan uncertain of their effects. In addition to these potions and herbs, he discovered various vials and instruments that he could not comprehend, which he surmised were the tools of an alchemist. Lastly, he stumbled upon a diary titled Mungif's Experimental Notes. Upon seeing those 7 characters, Bufan felt a surge of anticipation. He knew this contained the answers he sought. As he opened the experimental notes, Bufan and Leah leaned in to read together. "I have uncovered a significant secret. If this experiment succeeds, it may alter the fate of all humanity," the first page of the parchment boldly declared. Bufan and Leah exchanged glances, sensing they had unwittingly stumbled upon something of great importance. As Bufan perused the notes, his brow furrowed slightly. Much of the content consisted of the old man's musings, along with some complex terminology and symbols that eluded Bufan's understanding, resembling a series of formulas. Through the old man's ramblings, Bufan gleaned a general idea of the contents. The elderly researcher had discovered a method to augment one's magical energy by extracting the energies from various magical crystals or cores and combining them with different magical herbs to create potions, with a slim chance of granting an additional type of magic. The 3 types of magic he had successfully experimented with so far were natural, lightning, and death magic. The old man had tested a potion for natural magic. Although he had succeeded by a stroke of luck, it had cost him dearly, taking nearly half of his life. Subsequently, he had sought numerous subjects for further experiments, but none had proven successful, leading him to continuously refine the formula. Bufan realized that his newfound abilities were indeed a consequence of the old man's endeavors. Sadly, the old man was now deceased. Otherwise, Bufan felt he could have extracted even more information. Nonetheless, the notes contained valuable insights, and he intended to share them with Saint Xingya, hoping it might aid her in some way. Should Saint Xingya manage to glean insights from the old man's experiments, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. The prospect of acquiring a potion capable of granting an additional type of magical energy would transform the entire realm of the Holy Eternal Star. Bufan carefully tucked the notes away, prompting Leah to exclaim, "No wonder it is said that humans and gnomes are the most intelligent beings. It seems to be true. The Holy Eternal Star has existed for countless years, and I have never heard of a method to grant an additional type of magical energy. It is astonishing that you humans have managed to achieve it." Bufan chuckled softly, remarking, "This is merely an experimental phase. Who knows how long it will take to translate this into practical application." The notes indicated that the old man had succeeded only in his own trials, and Bufan was the second individual to achieve success. He was unaware of how many had perished in the course of these experiments, but the notes described the tragic fates of those who had failed. Leah chose not to dwell on the matter, instead asking in a serious tone, What do you plan to do now? Naturally, I shall return to the tribe of life, Bufan replied with a smile, having rescued the prince and princess of the elven race. He was now free and determined to seek the rewards he was owed from the elven queen. Leah nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the elven forest and the tribe were the safest places for them. As they turned to leave, the 3 skeletal remains were left behind on the ground. After walking for a while, they realized with some exasperation that they had lost their way. Didn't you recognize the path when you came here? Bufan asked quietly, puzzled as to how he had arrived in this location and even more unsure of how to return to the tribe of life. Leah shot him an annoyed glance. Retorting, I was too busy trying to keep up with you to pay attention to the route. Bufan pursed his lips and murmured, so how do we get back to the tribe of life now? This is the elven forest, teeming with magical beasts. Only the elven tribe is safe. Leah shook her head, her patience wearing thin as she replied, just wander about, as long as we encounter an elven tribe. We will surely find our way back to the tribe of life. Bufan nodded slightly and proceeded to walk straight ahead. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and many magical beasts had risen to hunt for prey. They treaded cautiously, needing to evade any encounters with these creatures. However, not every magical beast was as amenable as the golden-winged eagle. After meandering for a while, Bufan and his companions found themselves utterly lost. Just as Bufan contemplated stopping to find a place to rest, cries for help echoed from a distance. Help? Is there anyone who can assist us? The cries were not singular but came from dozens of voices. Had someone encountered magical beasts, Bufan quickly became vigilant. Let us go check it out, suggested Leah, eager to join the fray. Bufan nodded and, alongside Leah, employed shadow magic to hasten towards the source of the cries. After running for approximately 30 meters, Bufan spotted a throng of elves. This group consisted of at least 100 individuals, predominantly young elves and females, desperately fleeing as though pursued by magical beasts. Bufan and Leah perched atop a large tree, peering back at the fleeing elves. Less than 30 meters away, a dozen humans clad in black armor were visible. The sight of these humans reminded Bufan of those encountered previously at the camp. Observing the fleeing elves, a thought struck him. Could these elves be from the Blacklight tribe? Humans were rarely seen in this area, suggesting a strong likelihood that these were the individuals from the earlier human camp. Previously, he had mentioned that the elven prince and princess were taken by the Blacklight tribe, and he recalled that the rotund man had dispatched someone to the Blacklight tribe. Thus, it was highly probable that these elves belonged to the Blacklight tribe, while the humans behind them were likely those deceived into following them. Contemplating this, Bufan felt a twinge of guilt. He glanced at Leah. "Oh, you think we can defeat those humans?" Bufan asked softly. If what he suspected was true, he felt compelled to assist these elves, for the calamity had been inadvertently drawn upon them by his actions. Leah regarded the leisurely humans trailing the elves and replied in a calm tone. There is no chance of victory. With only the 2 of them against a dozen formidable humans, the odds were decidedly stacked against them. Although both she and Bufan possessed commendable combat prowess and could fight above their level, such capabilities were effective only under ambush circumstances. Faced with so many opponents, if they failed to resolve the conflict swiftly, they would inevitably be overwhelmed. Leah was unwilling to take such risks. Hearing her unequivocal response, Bufan refrained from making any rash moves. He understood that Leah was more powerful than he. If she deemed their chances bleak, then even his involvement would be futile. At that moment, the group of humans passed just beneath their tree. One of them suddenly glanced in Bufan's direction. "We've been spotted." Bufan's heart sank, and he instantly turned to flee. "Someone's running." After them, bellowed a burly man among the black-armored humans, prompting 4 of them to pursue Bufan's direction. Bufan, swift and agile, easily outpaced them. He had no intention of escaping entirely. Drawing forth his legendary dark magic staff, he silently uttered incantations, sending a flurry of dark orbs towards the 4 pursuing humans. Unfortunately, these 4 were far more powerful than Bufan had anticipated, and they quickly detected the approaching orbs. "1 for each," Bufan murmured, and Leah understood his intent, leaping from his shoulder to take cover beside a large tree. Bufan launched another volley of dark orbs, and as the 4 humans shattered them, he activated a blinding flash of light. A dazzling white radiance enveloped Bufan. At his 3rd tier, the effect of the flash was significantly amplified, catching the 4 black-armored humans off guard, causing them to instinctively shut their eyes. In that fleeting moment, both Bufan and Leah lunged at separate targets. Yi Bufan's golden dagger transformed into a streak of light, aimed at one black-armored man's throat. The individual reacted swiftly, parrying the dagger with a massive sword, producing a sharp crack as both combatants were sent reeling. The black-armored man's sword shattered into fragments. Failing to land his blow, Yi Bufan vanished into the shadows, retreating. From the earlier exchange, he sensed a notable increase in his strength. Remarkably, he had not expended any magical energy, yet he felt nearly equal to the black-armored man. Yi Bufan surmised that this enhancement was linked to the potion given to him by the elderly man. Of course, if the black-armored man had utilized his magical power, he would undoubtedly surpass Yi Bufan. The black-armored man, now alarmed, realized that had he not reacted quickly, the dagger would have severed his throat. He was a 7th-tier Earth-type martial artist, renowned for his strength, yet Yi Bufan had proven a formidable adversary. This unfolded in the blink of an eye, and a wailing cry pierced the air as 3 black-clad individuals turned their gazes toward the source of the lament. They beheld a figure darting into the shadows. While their companion lay lifeless on the ground, throat slit, the trio was taken aback, scanning their surroundings warily. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan and Leah had sprinted several hundred meters away, hiding behind a tree. Their earlier success in ambushing one was sheer luck. Now, those humans would certainly be on high alert. Therefore, another ambush would be futile, and facing them head-on would yield no advantage. Retreat was their only option as for the elves from the Blacklight tribe. They were beyond their aid. After running a considerable distance, they glimpsed an elven tribe in the distance. Yi Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. If they could find an elf who knew the way back to the Life tribe, they would be safe. Yi Bufan hurried towards the elven tribe. As he approached, he was met with a pungent stench of blood hanging in the air. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Upon reaching the entrance of the elven tribe, Yi Bufan was confronted with a grim sight. Corpses lay scattered throughout, predominantly of elves, with a few human bodies among them. Though no insignia marked the scene, Yi Bufan instinctively recognized this place. It was highly likely the Blacklight tribe. Gazing upon the lifeless remains and the absence of any living soul in the Blacklight tribe, Yi Bufan felt a profound discomfort. When he had previously mentioned that the accomplices were elves from the Blacklight tribe, it had merely been a ruse to buy time. He never anticipated such calamity befalling them. Strictly speaking, the devastation here was largely his fault. Leah surveyed the surroundings, closing her eyes to sense the area, and remarked, "There are no living beings left. However, many elves have likely fled. We must locate what we need and depart before their return. Otherwise, we may be mistaken for the culprits." Yi Bufan regarded Leah, then quietly inquired, "What are we looking for?" Leah glanced toward the distant tree of life and softly replied, "Every elven tribe possesses a map of the elven forest. If we can find that map, we will be able to locate the Life tribe. Then let's go find it." Yi Bufan exclaimed, making his way toward the tree of life. He knew such a vital item would likely be housed within the leader's dwelling, which, based on his observations, was typically situated beside the tree of life. As they traversed the path, the sight of the fallen elves weighed heavily on Yi Bufan's heart. He silently vowed to confront all challenges himself in the future, ensuring that his words would not lead to the destruction of so many lives again. Approaching the majestic tree of life, Yi Bufan gazed in awe at its grandeur. The tree of life appeared as lush as ever, seemingly untouched by the surrounding death. Placing his hand upon the tree, he felt a surge of vitality in both his nature and life magic, which began to dance with excitement. The life magic around him surged rapidly into his being. In that moment, Yi Bufan realized he could perceive the rich, pale green nature magic permeating the air. Regrettably, he lacked the nature magic incantation to absorb this energy. Noticing Yi Bufan lost in contemplation with his hand resting on the tree of life, Leah urged him to hurry, fearing that if the elves returned to find them there, they might mistake them for enemies, compelling them to flee once more. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Bufan withdrew his hand and surveyed his surroundings. Nearby stood a solitary treehouse. Drawing from his experience, he surmised that it was likely the dwelling of the leader of the Blacklight tribe. Upon entering the treehouse, Yi Bufan was greeted by an array of human artifacts. Given the previous alliance between the Blacklight tribe and humans, he was not entirely taken aback. The layout of the treehouse resembled that of Joyce's, featuring a living room on the ground floor and a staircase leading upwards. After a thorough search of the first floor, he found no map, only tables and sofas. He and Leah proceeded to the second floor. The upper level revealed 3 doors. "Let us each take a room and find the map quickly," Leah whispered before parting ways with Yi Bufan. They ventured into separate rooms, leaving the central one for later exploration. Entering the left room, Bufan discovered it seemed to be a bedroom, complete with a bed. A dressing table adorned with a mirror, combs, and several jars. Uncertain of the contents of the jars, he paid them no heed. After rifling through the fur blanket on the bed and discovering nothing, he meticulously searched the room again, yet still found no map. Having exhausted the room, he exited just as Leah emerged from another. She shook her head, signaling her lack of findings. That left only the final room. Both approached the last door, and Bufan cautiously pushed it open. Beyond lay what appeared to be a storage area, the wooden floor strewn with a considerable pile of coins, each differing in shape and likely sourced from various nations. Against the wall stood several wooden cabinets, atop which rested some high-grade magic crystals from formidable magical beasts. The walls bore 3 large pieces of beast hide, one depicting the elven queen, another a male elf, and the last, a grand map. Upon seeing the map, Bufan's heart soared. This was the very map they sought of the elven forest. Just as he reached for it, Leah exclaimed, "Look what's in that cabinet." I sense a familiar aura. Nodding at her words, Bufan approached the cabinet, carefully opening it. Inside, however, was a pitch-black void, obscuring its contents from view. Yet, he sensed a magic energy emanating from within. Was it death magic? Bufan murmured, uncertain. Leah leaped into the cabinet and soon emerged, pushing forth 2 objects. As they tumbled to the ground, Bufan's eyes widened in disbelief, while Leah's gaze ignited with fervor. Before them lay 2 dragon crystals. One a pure black, representing dark magic, and the other, also black but exuding a chilling aura, signifying death magic. Leah fixed her gaze upon the crystals, proposing, "How about we each take one? I'll take the dark crystal, and you can have the death crystal." She believed consuming the dragon crystal would expedite her growth, as she wielded dark magic. It would greatly benefit her. Conversely, she lacked death magic, rendering the death crystal useless to her. Thus she offered it to Bufan. With a smile of gratitude, Bufan nodded. These dragon crystals were exceedingly rare. Unexpectedly, they had stumbled upon 2. Seeing his acceptance, Leah wasted no time, leaping to the ground and beginning to gnaw on the dark crystal as if it were candy, reducing it swiftly to the size of Bufan's thumb. Glancing at him, she casually remarked, "You can have the rest." Taken aback, Bufan shook his head. He was uncertain why Leah could digest the dragon crystal, but he knew that consuming it would be beyond his capacity. Sensing his hesitation, Leah smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, it will only benefit you." After a moment of contemplation, Bufan crouched down and grasped the small dragon crystal. Upon contact, he felt the dark magic around him come alive. Gritting his teeth, he decisively placed the crystal in his mouth, contrary to his expectation that it would feel like stone the moment it entered. A pull emanated from the 7-colored dragon crystal in his heart, instantly drawing the dark crystal into his stomach. Startled, Bufan quickly assessed his body's reaction. As he concentrated, he felt the dark crystal rapidly transforming into rich dark magic within him, the majority funneling into the dragon crystal in his heart, with a small portion entering his own magic core. The infusion of dark magic augmented the power within both his dragon crystal and magic core. Within moments, Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment. With just a few more days, he was confident he could break through to become a level 4 mage. His gaze then shifted to the death crystal. If such benefits could arise from the small dark crystal, he pondered the potential of consuming the death crystal. Could it propel him directly to level 5? Leah, sensing his thoughts, interjected, "Forget about the death crystal. You lack the death magic incantation. Even if you were to consume it, it would only lead to your demise without any other advantage." Bufan's expression twitched at her words. Acquiring the death magic incantation was no simple task. "Do you know where I could find it?" he inquired. He was aware that the dragon of death would possess the incantation, but he had no means to reach it and thus sought Leah's assistance. Leah regarded him thoughtfully before responding. "The Dragon Island indeed houses the dragon of death. I will inquire about it when I return. For now, just wait patiently." After securing the death crystal, Bufan gathered all valuable items around. Leaving behind the cabinet and the portraits of the elven queen and the male elf, they studied the map for a few moments before Leah exclaimed, "Bring out the map of the fire dragon's lair that we found." Obediently, Bufan retrieved the map, and Leah compared the two, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I now know the location of the fire dragon's lair, while I'm not certain if its treasure remains. Would you like to investigate?" Without hesitation, Bufan replied, "Of course we must go." A flicker of delight passed through Leah's eyes, for she was well aware that the avaricious Yi Bufan would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. However, the destination lay in the opposite direction of the Life Tribe, and should they venture there, it remained uncertain when they would return to the Life Tribe. Leah spoke again, feeling the need to clarify the stakes involved to Yi Bufan. Otherwise, should he have a change of heart midway, the situation could turn dire. Indeed, upon hearing that the path diverged from the Life Tribe, a hint of hesitation flickered in Yi Bufan's gaze. He was eager to return to the Life Tribe post-haste. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "How long would it take us to return to the Life Tribe after visiting the Fire Dragon's lair? If it's excessively prolonged, I shall need to reconsider." After all, Jody and the others were still within the Elven clan, and if their absence extended too long, Yi Bufan feared they might presume him to be imperiled if that were to occur. And Jody and the others departed the Elven clan, it would spell trouble. He was inherently a person of great loyalty, thus unable to dismiss thoughts of Jody and the two little ones. Leah perused the map, and after a few moments, she softly remarked, "If all goes smoothly, a month should suffice." Yi Bufan pondered for several seconds before nodding gently. "Very well, let us proceed to the Fire Dragon's lair." A month's duration fell well within his realm of acceptance. Having made their decision, Yi Bufan stowed away the two maps and departed the Blacklight Tribe, heading towards the location marked as the Dragon's Nest on the map. 7 days elapsed, during which Leah had memorized the route, alleviating Yi Bufan from undue concern. They traveled by day and rested in trees by night, covering considerable distance over the week. Along the way, they encountered several elven tribes, yet Yi Bufan chose not to intrude upon them. In these 7 days, they also faced numerous magical beasts, except for one level 6 beast that attacked them, which they vanquished together. The other magical creatures did not pose any threat. Yi Bufan and Leah pressed onward. At that very moment in the Life Tribe, Sheng Yueyao stood beside the Tree of Life, facing the 10 elders. "I have dispatched individuals to scour the vicinity of the human encampment for hundreds of miles, yet we have found no trace of Yi Bufan. The human saint we captured claims that Yi Bufan was abducted by an alchemist. If that is the case, locating him will prove exceedingly challenging." The 10 elders' tone was gentle, laced with a hint of resignation. The expanse of the elven forest was vast, rendering it impossible to search every nook and cranny. They had scoured every conceivable location over the past few days, yet had come up empty-handed. It had been 7 days. The 10 elder had all but abandoned hope of finding Yi Bufan. Sheng Yueyao remained silent, confident that Yi Bufan would not perish so easily. After all, he was a child of destiny. "Have the other matters been resolved?" Sheng Yueyao inquired coolly. The 10 elder nodded. "The rebel tribes have all been disbanded. Aside from the destruction of the Blacklight Tribe, the remaining tribes have dispersed among others. I have already commenced efforts to form a new tribe, so you need not worry. The elves of the Withered Leaf Tribe have departed, leaving behind their prince, that human named Jody, and 2 others here, awaiting Yi Bufan's return. I have ensured their well-being. They shall not suffer any indignities." Upon concluding his report, the 10 elder observed that Sheng Yueyao remained silent. Her gaze lifted to the Tree of Life. She prayed for Yi Bufan's safety. Otherwise, her own fortune might also take a turn for the worse. 3 more days passed, and the sky drizzled lightly. The towering trees of the elven forest served as natural umbrellas, shielding Yi Bufan and his companions from the rain. Yi Bufan sat within an abandoned beast cave, eyes closed, as potent magical energy gathered around him. Entering his body, he was on the brink of a breakthrough. After consuming the dark elemental dragon crystal and feasting on dragon meat and blood during this time, Yi Bufan was finally ready to ascend. This breakthrough proved somewhat arduous. An hour had elapsed with no signs of success. The primary obstacle stemmed from the newly emerged life, lightning, and death elemental energies. Had there only been the original 7 elemental magics, Yi Bufan would have easily achieved his breakthrough. However, due to the addition of 3 new elemental forces, he now needed to designate a specific area within his magic core and dragon crystal for these energies. Otherwise, they would intermingle. Since these 3 elemental energies were still at level 1, he could not advance to level 4. After considerable effort, Yi Bufan finally succeeded in segregating the 3 elemental energies within his magic core from the other 7. Next came the dragon crystal, which proved easier to separate. Following this, Yi Bufan achieved his breakthrough. An immense surge of magical power erupted from him, instantly shattering the beast cave. He and Leah leaped outside, where he stretched his limbs, feeling invigorated. The magical energy within him had multiplied significantly, now exceeding that of a typical level 4 mage by 14-fold. This outcome had been anticipated. What he eagerly awaited was his ascension to level 6 mage. For the transition from level 5 to 6 represented a pivotal threshold. Before level 5, each advancement yielded only modest gains in power. Yet the leap from level 5 to 6 brought about a transformative surge. In Yi Bufan's recollection, his previous self had experienced a 100-fold increase in magical power when transitioning from level 5 to 6. Given his current rate of advancement, he anticipated achieving that status in due time. After the exhilaration subsided, a twinge of concern crept in. Following his breakthrough, the once painstakingly separated 3 elemental energies had once again mixed with the other 7, if the disparity between these energies continued to grow. Future separation would become increasingly difficult, complicating his subsequent advancements. Yi Bufan understood the urgency of acquiring the magical techniques for the other 3 elemental magics. With this thought in mind, Yi Bufan turned to Leah and asked, "How much longer until we arrive?" Leah, resting her head on his shoulder, replied softly, "Approximately 7 days more, but we must exercise caution from here on out. Have you noticed the increase in magical beasts nearby? Many possess dragon bloodlines. While such bloodlines are generally rare and weak, they do indicate that numerous dragons have inhabited this area." Upon hearing Leah's warning, Yi Bufan nodded in agreement. He would certainly tread carefully. They pressed on through the light rain, initially believing that the remaining 7 days would unfold smoothly. However, after 2 days, they encountered a significant complication. They had attracted the attention of a formidable magical beast. It was a colossal lizard, towering over 5 meters in height, resembling a small mountain, adorned with striking yellow scales that exuded an air of majesty. This lizard trailed them closely, maintaining a distance of 5 meters. Neither attacking nor departing, Yi Bufan found it increasingly uncomfortable to have such a massive creature following them, despite its seemingly benign demeanor. "What manner of beast is that?" he inquired of Leah, quickening his pace. Leah shook her head, responding leisurely, "It is likely a hybrid beast born of a dragon and some lizard species. However, its dragon bloodline is remarkably potent. It is the most robust hybrid beast I have encountered recently. Generally, magical beasts mate within their own kind, yet some higher-tier beasts do interbreed with others, resulting in hybrid offspring. Such hybrids can sometimes surpass their parents in strength, while others may be weaker. The dragon lineage is known for having the most hybrid descendants. Due to the reproductive limitations of female dragons, it may take several years, or even decades, for 2 dragons to produce offspring. In contrast, male dragons frequently engage with other magical beasts, resulting in hybrid offspring whenever such encounters occur. Given the potency of dragon blood, any hybrids possessing this lineage will invariably surpass their mothers in strength. Yi Bufan inquired why the creature persistently followed them. Leah glanced back at the lizard and softly suggested, "Perhaps it can sense the dragon blood coursing through my veins. But rest assured, I possess the ability to restrain such hybrids as long as they are not pure-blood dragons and do not reach the master level. They will not dare to confront me." These words eased Yi Bufan's concerns. "Can you drive it away?" he mumbled, feeling uneasy with the lizard's presence. "No need. Its presence is beneficial as it deters lesser magical beasts from approaching us," Leah replied before settling down for a nap on Yi Bufan's shoulder. With no means to rid himself of the lizard, Yi Bufan resigned to its company. 2 days passed, and the lizard remained with them, to which Yi Bufan had grown accustomed. However, he refrained from roasting dragon meat, fearing that the lizard might attack him upon catching sight of it, for dragon flesh is immensely tempting to magical beasts. The skies had cleared, and Yi Bufan and Leah leaped onto a fruit tree to pluck the plump, red fruits. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. "Run, we've stirred the magical beasts." This cry was accompanied by a fearsome roar of a tiger. A realization struck Yi Bufan. Someone had encountered a magical beast. "Run," was his immediate thought. In this area, the first beast encountered would soon be followed by another. The abundance of magical beasts here was overwhelming. Just as he turned to flee, figures emerged from afar, coming into his line of sight. They were a dozen elves. Yi Bufan paused, recognizing these elves as the ones from the Hidden Leaf tribe, who had arrived last at the Queen's birthday celebration. Then he spotted the beast pursuing them, a massive python, over 20 meters long, adorned with black scales, clearly a hybrid creature. Yi Bufan prepared to depart. The enormous lizard behind them suddenly let out a roar, charging towards the python as if enraged. The two beasts clashed. Bufan was unsure of the situation, but it seemed fortuitous for him. The Hidden Leaf tribe elves were equally perplexed by the sudden skirmish between the two beasts and hastily turned to flee. Hesitating for a moment, Bufan jumped down to call out to them. Wait! Upon seeing Bufan, the members of the Hidden Leaf tribe were momentarily taken aback before responding. What are you doing here? Having encountered Bufan at the Queen's birthday celebration, they recognized his identity but were puzzled as to how he found himself in such a distant locale from the Life tribe. This is a long story. What brings you here? Bufan inquired softly. In response, the leader of the Hidden Leaf tribe whispered, Our tribe resides nearby. Bufan raised an eyebrow. The Hidden Leaf tribe was in proximity. The number of magical beasts in this area far surpassed that around the Life tribe. Their survival here indicated impressive strength. The leader of the Hidden Leaf tribe glanced back at the two beasts still locked in combat and stated, Let us leave this place first. I invite you to visit my Hidden Leaf tribe. He preferred not to wait until the beasts finished their battle, potentially bringing trouble upon them afterward. Bufan nodded and departed with the elves. Leaving the lizard behind, feeling relieved by its absence, they walked. Bufan became acquainted with the leader, named Mu'in, a level 9 dark magic user. After traveling for several kilometers, they arrived at a peculiar tribe. Unlike other elf tribes, which were typically enclosed by towering tree walls, this tribe was surrounded by thorny walls bristling with spikes, exuding a sinister aura. The thorns, glimmering with a dark sheen, created a chilling ambience, resembling a fortress of iron, instilling a sense of intimidation. Your tribe is quite unique, Bufan remarked, struggling to find more flattering words. This tribe, from afar, did not convey the vibrant life typical of other tribes. Mu'in understood Bufan's sentiment and softly explained, We face an abundance of magical beasts, many of which possess dragon blood, making communication impossible. Thus, we have resorted to protective measures throughout our territory. These cursed thorns are plants that most magical beasts detest, providing us with a measure of safety. Bufan nodded slightly. To survive, people often devise their own ingenious solutions. They entered the Hidden Leaf tribe. Bufan noted that it resembled other elf tribes, with residences in tree houses, though the trees here were much shorter, only about 10 meters high. Furthermore, the concentration of life magic in the air was significantly lower than in other tribes Bufan had encountered, while dark magic was notably more prevalent. Even the Tree of Life appeared malnourished. Bufan turned to Mu'in, who sighed and murmured, The location of our Hidden Leaf tribe is quite peculiar. The dark magic in the air is abundant, and even the Tree of Life cannot alter this outcome. Consequently, most elves born here are of the dark affinity, hindering our tribe's development. Mu'in began to express his grievances, and Bufan listened attentively, gaining insight into the circumstances of the Hidden Leaf tribe. Seated in Mu'in's treehouse, Bufan noticed that Mu'in had 2 children, a boy and a girl, both gazing at him with curiosity. Having never seen a human before, soon, the children were taken away, and Bufan joined Mu'in in the hall. Your arrival here must have alarmed the Life tribe. They were frantically searching for you when we left, Mu'in said with a smile. Hearing this warmed Bufan's heart. It was reassuring to know someone was looking for them. No worries. I'll return in a few days, he replied softly. Mu'in regarded Bufan thoughtfully, then hesitated before asking, But how did you end up here? This place is quite far from the Life tribe. Bufan could not disclose the existence of the dragon's lair, as it was a sensitive matter, and he was not well acquainted with Mu'in. Revealing such information could potentially lead to complications should Mu'in harbor any ill intentions. After a brief pause, Bufan casually remarked, I found a map in the Blacklight tribe, but due to my poor sense of direction, I became lost and inadvertently wandered here. Even Bufan found this explanation hard to believe. Mu'in recognized that Bufan was not being entirely truthful. But since Bufan chose not to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. Oh, you know why there are so many dragon-blooded magical beasts here? Bufan inquired, given the Hidden Leaf tribe's proximity to this area. He assumed they might possess some knowledge. After contemplating for a few seconds, Mu'in replied, I am unaware of the true circumstances, but there exists a legend within our tribe. Bufan's interest was piqued, and he awaited Mu'in's continuation. After pondering for a few seconds, Mu'in began, It is said that long, long ago, when the mighty dragons had not yet departed from the earth, many dragons resided within the elven forest. At that time, they were also social creatures, dwelling not far from our withered leaf tribe. Consequently, numerous hybrid magical beasts, possessing dragon blood, emerged in the vicinity. Eventually, as the dragon clan left the ground, these hybrid beasts occupied the dragon's nests. However, due to the rarity of finding kin among hybrids, their reproduction proved challenging, leading to the gradual extinction of the majority of magical beasts with dragon lineage. The few remaining hybrids, unable to find dragons to mate with, saw their dragon bloodline dilute over time. They could no longer inhabit the nests infused with the essence of dragons, thus they now guard the areas surrounding those nests. Upon hearing this, Bufan exchanged glances with Leah. This narrative seemed plausible, yet if it were indeed the case, the dragon nest here should encompass more than just the fire dragon's lair indicated on their map. There should be other dragon nests as well. From your words, it seems there are numerous dragon nests in this vicinity. Dragon nests are laden with treasures. How could you have fallen into such a plight? Leah interjected suddenly, Muin, taken aback by Leah's articulate speech. Cast her a surprised glance, but chose not to elaborate further. He continued, we too desire to locate the dragon nests. Yet over the years, countless members of our hidden leaf tribe have scoured the area for miles without discovering any dragon lairs. As he spoke, Mu Yin's eyes reflected a deep sense of helplessness. If he could find the dragon nests, the hidden leaf tribe would not have descended into such disarray. After Mu Yin's words, Bufan and Leah shared another glance. Leah realized they were nearing the location marked on the map as the fire dragon's lair. If the fire dragon's nest still existed, the hidden leaf tribe should not have been unable to find it. After all, each dragon's nest is unmistakably conspicuous, given the size of the dragons and their enormous lairs. Therefore, there could only be one possibility. The treasures within the dragon's nest had vanished, rendering the hidden leaf tribe unable to recognize it as such. If that were the case, they might have come here in vain. Then you should rest for a while. If you wish to return to the life tribe, I can find someone to escort you back. Mu Yin said softly. Upon hearing Mu Yin's words, Bufan nodded, expressing gratitude. That would be much appreciated. Mu Yin smiled and arranged accommodations for Bufan and his companions in his treehouse. Since the hidden leaf tribe rarely received guests, they had no choice but to host Bufan and the others in his home. Lying on the bed in Mu Yin's treehouse, Bufan quietly conferred with Leah. Should we continue searching? He whispered. Through Mu Yin's account, they discerned that finding the dragon nest seemed increasingly implausible. If it were confirmed to be impossible to return, Bufan wished to head back to the life tribe sooner rather than later. Leah, reclining beside Bufan and grooming her fur with her claws, replied leisurely, rather than the fire dragon's lair. I am more curious as to why this location became a gathering point for dragons. Bufan looked at Leah in bewilderment as she continued. The places where dragons reside are undoubtedly extraordinary. Especially a location that can accommodate a dragon congregation must harbor remarkable treasures that entice the dragons to gather and coexist. That's so. What are you implying? Bufan inquired softly, sensing Leah's underlying meaning. With a subtle smile, Leah responded, what we dragons deem valuable may not necessarily hold significance for you humans. Moreover, we possess a map and have arrived at this location, so let us search for the dragon's nest. I can't shake off the feeling that something peculiar is afoot. Bufan gently nodded. Having come this far, he too was unwilling to turn back. All right then, at dawn, we shall set off, following the marked location on the map to explore the fire dragon's lair. With that, Bufan closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, sleeping soundly until the sun had risen high in the sky. The light rain had ceased as well. Upon waking, Bufan sought out Mu Yin to inform him of his desire to explore the vicinity. Mu Yin cautioned him to not wander too far, and thus, Bufan and Leah departed from the hidden leaf tribe. Once outside the tribe, Leah took the lead as they made their way toward the location of the fire dragon's lair indicated on the map. They walked for less than 2 kilometers when the lizard that had fought the giant python the previous day unexpectedly rejoined them from an unknown direction. Observing the lizard, Bufan realized he could not drive it away. He would have to allow it to follow him. Based on the lizard's previous encounter with the python, he understood that it would be a helpful ally. Thus, they journeyed for 2 days, arriving at the edge of a cliff. The chasm was unfathomably deep, and there were no other paths forward, only an expanse of emptiness leading into darkness. Leah, puzzled, surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "This is strange. According to the map, this should be a small hill, and the fire dragon's nest should be situated atop it. Yet, there is no hill in sight. Could this map be a forgery? But if this map were false, we would not have been able to reach this point. She continued. Hearing Leah's words, Bufan took out the elven map, placing it before her. Can you see if this corresponds with the elven map? He whispered. Currently, only Leah could decipher the map, so he had to rely on her. Leah scrutinized the elven map for a few seconds, her eyes filled with intrigue. In the elven map, this location is referred to as the Endless Gorge. It is said to be bottomless, and once one enters, they can never return. Pausing momentarily, Leah added, since the elven map indicates this endless gorge, yet the other map does not mention it, there is only one possibility. She turned her gaze toward Bufan, who glimmered with excitement as he responded. This suggests that the map we obtained predates the elven map, indicating that the fire dragon's nest was still present when that map was created. However, as time passed, the fire dragon's nest disappeared, and this area transformed into the Endless Gorge, implying that the fire dragon's lair is likely situated beneath the gorge. Leah nodded in satisfaction, having arrived at the same conclusion. Bufan continued, if that is the case, coupled with Mu Yin's words, does it not imply that all dragon nests may lie within this endless gorge? At this point, Bufan was brimming with excitement. Leah, too, became elated. If all the dragon lairs were beneath the endless gorge, they would indeed strike it rich this time. However, a pressing thought suddenly crossed Bufan's mind. Even if the dragon nests were within the endless gorge, they would likely be unable to enter it. Standing at the cliff's edge, he peered into the inky darkness below, unsure of its depth. A mere misstep could lead to a fatal fall. Additionally, he was unaware of any dangers lurking beneath. If threats existed below, given their current strength, they would have nowhere to flee. As Bufan contemplated whether to take the risk, the lizard approached them. Seeing the lizard, Bufan felt a surge of anxiety. He was still uncertain whether the lizard was friend or foe. If it were to push him off the edge, he would be doomed. In the midst of Bufan's guarded gaze, the lizard approached, stopping 2 meters away before obediently climbing down the cliff. Bufan and Leah exchanged glances, puzzled by the lizard's intentions. At that moment, Leah leaped in front of the lizard and asked calmly, "Are you suggesting we follow you?" The lizard, displaying remarkable intelligence, nodded and gently flicked its tail against its back, inviting Bufan and Leah to climb aboard. They soon understood the lizard's intention. This is improbable, Bufan thought, struggling to believe. Was the lizard truly offering to assist them in entering the Endless Gorge? He was somewhat incredulous that the lizard could be so benevolent. Why not give it a try? Leah suggested with a faint smile, as she leapt directly onto the lizard sprawled on the ground. The lizard remained utterly still. "Come on up," Leah whispered gently. Bufan nodded and cautiously approached the lizard's side. Gently jumping onto its back, he settled down, grasping 2 of the lizard's raised scales, and upon noticing that the creature showed no signs of resistance, he finally relaxed. However, the next moment, Bufan was startled into a scream. The lizard had unexpectedly leaped into the endless chasm ahead, its body plunging like a cannonball towards the ground. "I'm going to die," Bufan exclaimed, his heart racing in terror. He could feel the fierce winds tearing at his clothes and skin, his hair standing on end in a comical display. By his estimation, if he were merely an ordinary level 4 mage, the winds here would have shredded him to pieces. Fortunately, his physique was inherently strong, having undergone numerous enhancements, allowing him to endure the onslaught. In contrast, Leah was unfazed. In fact, she was exhilarated. She could sense the rich aura of dragons surrounding them. Dragons were immensely powerful, and their presence lingered in a location long after they had departed. This aura remained detectable by other dragons, and Leah sensed that there were at least 100 dragons in the vicinity. The descent continued for about 10 minutes, and upon feeling a sensation akin to passing through a membrane, the lizard plummeted into a pool of water. A tremendous splash resounded, and Bufan felt as if a mountain was pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the lizard and Leah swiftly dove deeper into the water, leaving Bufan stranded. "What the hell?" he shouted. He was on the surface, yet could not move at all. His eyes were filled with the silvery waters of the lake, which appeared stunningly beautiful. The water's magical essence was extraordinarily dense, forming a mist of water magic in the surroundings. Even though he was unable to move, upon witnessing the abundance of water magic, Bufan hesitated not a moment and began to meditate. After all, since he couldn't move and saw no immediate danger, he might as well absorb the magical energy here. While Bufan absorbed the magic at the water's surface, Leah and the lizard had already reached the bottom. Leah had transformed into the form of a 7-colored dragon. The large lizard that had brought them down looked at Leah in terror. Leah's dragon bloodline exerted a natural dominance over it. The bottom of the water was strewn with silvery stones, and apart from the rich water magic, there was nothing else of note. "Why did you bring me here?" Leah asked the lizard, turning her head. The lizard gestured animatedly, trying to convey something to her, yet it could not speak. After a while, Leah could not decipher the lizard's meaning. Aware that communication was futile, the lizard stepped on the ground and began to walk away. Leah understood that it wanted her to follow, and upon glancing upward, she saw that Bufan had become a mere speck in the distance. With a flicker of hesitation, Leah resolved to follow the lizard. Promptly leaping onto its back, after more than 3 hours, Bufan could no longer endure. Despite the abundance of water magic, the silence was unsettling. All he could hear were his own breaths and heartbeat, which made him feel extremely uneasy. He was deeply concerned about Leah. They had faced life and death together, and now that Leah was missing, he had to find her. That moment, the pressure around him lessened somewhat, allowing him to move slowly. Unbeknownst to him, Leah and the lizard had descended into the depths of the water. As he scanned the area, he noticed a spot behind him glowing with a deep blue light. Without a second thought, Bufan made his way toward the shimmering blue light. People are drawn to brightness. In darkness, a glimmer of light signifies hope, and Bufan was no exception, struggling through the water. It took him nearly 3 hours to reach the source of the blue light. Upon getting a closer look, Bufan found himself questioning reality. It was a dragon crystal, seemingly a water-type one. The mere sight of a dragon crystal before him momentarily left him speechless. Dragon crystals were coveted treasures sought after by countless individuals, and he could hardly believe his luck in stumbling upon one now. Once he regained his composure, Bufan hurriedly stowed the dragon crystal in his spatial ring. He knew that if Leah saw it, she would certainly consume it. After securing the dragon crystal, Bufan gleefully surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted another blue light not far ahead. Could there be another dragon crystal? He mused. The blue glow ahead resembled the one he had just discovered. Filled with anticipation, Bufan felt invigorated. As the surrounding pressure diminished further, he hastened toward the source of the blue light. When he reached it, he was overwhelmed with joy. It was indeed a dragon crystal, and 2 of them at that. He had found 2 more water-type dragon crystals, and he could hardly contain his glee. "I've struck gold," he laughed heartily. This was nothing short of a stroke of luck. He carefully examined his surroundings once more and spotted yet another blue light. Without a moment's hesitation, Bufan made his way toward it. Thus, when he finally stepped onto dry land after leaving the water's surface, he had collected 10 water-type dragon crystals. Bufan radiated joy. 10 dragon crystals could significantly enhance his strength, even if he chose not to use them himself. Selling them would yield a handsome sum of gold coins. Such treasures were rare and highly sought after. Upon reaching the ground, Bufan felt a twinge of disappointment. The area around him was an ordinary forest. And when he glanced back at the vast expanse of water he had just emerged from, the mist rising from the surface looked utterly enchanting. He had no idea where Leah had gone. But having finally escaped the water, he was reluctant to return and thus turned to walk along the land. As he ventured into the forest, he was enveloped by the rich essences of life and earth magic. He refrained from meditating. His utmost priority was to locate Leah. After traversing a considerable distance across the verdant grass, Bufan realized a significant issue. The place was eerily quiet. There were no birds singing, no insects chirping, and even the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves was conspicuously absent. This unsettling silence sent shivers down his spine. The only explanation that came to mind was that a fearsome beast had wreaked havoc on the local wildlife, annihilating all life in the vicinity. Only a monster would commit such acts. If that were the case, this place could be perilous. He became increasingly cautious, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. After wandering for another half hour, the silence persisted. Bufan estimated he had walked nearly 10 kilometers since reaching land, yet he had encountered not a single creature, apart from the sounds he had made himself. There was no other noise. The atmosphere was so eerie that it filled him with dread, and he longed to escape. He leaped up into a tree to survey the distance, where he saw nothing but dense woods. save for a distant outline that resembled a mountain. Upon returning to the ground, he made his way toward the mountain he had spotted. The surrounding silence was unnerving, and it took him a full half-hour to reach the mountain's base. As he approached, Bufan made a startling discovery. It was not a mountain at all, but rather the corpse of a colossal dragon. The dragon's remains appeared even larger than Leah's, its scales a dusty yellow, suggesting it was an earth-type dragon. Yet again, he had stumbled upon the carcass of a dragon. Bufan was almost overwhelmed with joy. This was indeed a tremendous treasure. However, as he approached the corpse of the colossal dragon, a putrid stench assailed his nostrils, causing his heart to sink. If the dragon's body had already begun to decay, its value would diminish significantly. Bufan circled the dragon's remains, forming a preliminary assessment. The corpse undoubtedly belonged to a terrestrial dragon, but it appeared to have perished a long time ago, as the flesh had completely dried out. The fatal wound was located in the eye, where a black longsword was embedded. Although the dragon's flesh had lost its worth, the body bore no other wounds besides the injury to the eye, indicating that the most valuable dragon crystal and dragon core should still be intact. Furthermore, the dragon's scales and hide remained usable, and the bones likely retained their integrity. Despite a tinge of regret, Bufan felt a surge of happiness. After all, the value of the flesh paled in comparison to that of other parts. Uncertain of the circumstances surrounding him, he decided to collect the terrestrial dragon's corpse and continue onward. After wandering aimlessly for several more minutes, he still encountered no signs of life. The surroundings remained eerily silent. However, he soon spotted another dragon's corpse in the distance. Having roamed this place without purpose for 3 days, Bufan had amassed an astonishing bounty: 10 water dragon crystals, 10 terrestrial dragon corpses, 10 fire dragon corpses, 10 wind dragon cores, and 2 light dragon corpses. This was a fortune he had never dared to imagine. Yet, despite this windfall, his spirits were dampened by a grave realization that it was evident that these dragons had suffered a massacre, as every corpse he collected bore fatal wounds to the eyes. The being responsible for slaying so many dragons must be a formidable entity. He could not ascertain whether this being still lingered in the vicinity. Based on his deductions regarding the positions of the corpses and the dragon crystals and cores, it appeared that these dragons' remains constituted a powerful magical formation. But a magical array formed by dragons was something he had never even heard of. The landscape seemed boundless, and after traversing for another 2 days, the scenery transformed into a vast grassland. Yet it retained an unsettling tranquility. Apart from the sounds he himself made, there was no other noise. He still had not encountered Leia or the lizard, nor had he stumbled upon any treasures. The solitude over these past few days made Bufan increasingly uneasy. If he could not escape this place or find Leia soon, he felt he might lose his sanity. After 3 more days of searching in vain for Leia, he ultimately surrendered to despair. Given the lack of immediate danger in his surroundings, he found himself less worried about threats. As time passed, Bufan wandered intermittently, and before long, he had lingered in this place for half a month. Presently, he stood by a small lake at the junction of desert and grassland, savoring roasted meat while gazing vacantly at the water. He mused that this location seemed perfect for retirement, though it appeared ill-suited for him. Just as he finished his meal and prepared to pack away the skewered meat and grill, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Bufan's heart raced, and he quickly turned to investigate that in such a desolate place, the presence of footsteps could herald trouble. Upon turning around, he spotted an elderly man approaching him. The old man was clad in dragon scale armor, crafted from the scales of various dragon types, resplendent in color and exquisitely designed. Yet, the elder appeared exceedingly frail, his hair and beard stark white, his face marred by age spots, and wrinkles rendering his visage akin to a crumpled piece of paper. He swayed as he walked, but Bufan dared not underestimate him. Not only was this old man the first living being he encountered in this desolate expanse, but the aura emanating from him instilled a profound sense of danger within Bufan. "Little one, may I have a taste of the roasted meat you just prepared? I am on the brink of starvation." The old man's voice was gentle, reminiscent of a cherished elder speaking to a beloved junior. While the old man did not seem malevolent, Bufan remained cautious. "Who are you? How did you end up here? What is this place?" Bufan queried, posing 3 questions in rapid succession. The elder smiled at Bufan, and his grin rendered his face eerily skeletal. He did not respond to Bufan's inquiries, but instead asked, "If you do not know where this is, how did you arrive here?" Bufan refrained from mentioning Leia. as he felt an instinctual unease toward the old man that I was playing above the endless gorge and accidentally fell, only to find myself in this place. What exactly is this place? Yi Bufan inquired again. The elder settled beside Yi Bufan and casually remarked, "If you provide me with some roasted meat, I shall tell you." Observing the old man's demeanor, Yi Bufan hesitated before nodding in agreement. This elder was the first person he had encountered here, and he sought to glean information about his surroundings. He retrieved the grill and a fresh piece of dragon meat, slicing it into strips with his golden dagger and commencing the roasting process. The elder watched Yi Bufan with a smile, saying, "A dragon-slaying dagger and fresh dragon meat. Although your strength is lacking, the items you possess are quite impressive. Have you truly slain a dragon?" Embarrassed, Yi Bufan scratched his head and replied, "I definitely could not kill a dragon. I merely had the luck to find some dragon meat." The old man instantly recognized the meat as dragon flesh, leading Yi Bufan to believe the elder was quite familiar with dragons. "Your dragon-slaying dagger is remarkable. It must be one of the earliest forged in that series. Does your family have a dragon slayer among them?" The elder inquired, while Yi Bufan shook his head, realizing that the golden dagger in his possession was indeed a dragon-slaying dagger. No wonder it effortlessly sliced through dragon flesh and hide. It was said that dragon-slaying daggers were specially tempered to be particularly effective against dragon bodies. Are there really dragon slayers? Yi Bufan asked with curiosity. He had heard of dragon slayers, a group dedicated to hunting dragons, though their numbers were likely fewer than those of dragons themselves, and he had never seen one in person. The elder's eyes glimmered with pride as he replied, "Of course there are dragon slayers. I am one of them." Yi Bufan's eyes widened in disbelief. To bear the title of dragon slayer, one must have slain at least one adult dragon. This meant the old man had indeed killed a dragon. As he recalled the corpses of the dragons and the strange elder before him, a thought struck Yi Bufan. Could it be that this elder was responsible for the deaths of these dragons? "Who exactly are you?" Yi Bufan inquired respectfully. If his suspicions were correct, and the elder had killed all these dragons, then the elder's strength must be formidable. Such a person would be unwise to offend. Upon hearing Yi Bufan's respectful tone, the elder's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. At your age, you may not be aware of my renown. However, if we were to look back 200 years, my name was indeed thunderous. Yi Bufan's astonishment deepened. This elder must have lived for at least 300 years, given that he mentioned his name was well known 2 centuries ago, an acknowledgement that would require a person to be at least at the saint level, who generally lived for over 100 years. This meant the elder had indeed lived for 3 centuries or more. A man of over 300 years. No wonder he appeared so aged. "What is your name?" Yi Bufan quietly asked, as he held a certain understanding of powerful figures from history. If this old man is indeed a renowned figure, Yi Bufan might be familiar with him. The old man, with an air of pride, looked at Yi Bufan and proclaimed loudly, "Remember my name. I am the formidable dragon slayer, Mialong." Upon hearing the name Mialong, Yi Bufan searched his memory and instantly recognized the individual. Just as Mialong had claimed, his name had resonated through the ages, echoing with notoriety 2 centuries ago. Though not for commendable reasons, Mialong was a genius, a prodigy among prodigies. He attained the saintly rank at the age of 50, and by the age of 100, he was already unrivaled among the saints. Yet, his brash demeanor and volatile temper led to dire consequences. After offending a powerful divine dragon, Mialong's kingdom was laid waste by the beast, resulting in the demise of all his family and friends at the dragon's hands. Following that tragedy, Mialong became a dragon slayer, relentlessly seeking out the whereabouts of dragons to exact revenge upon the divine dragon. However, he eventually vanished without a trace, leaving no one aware of his fate. Some speculated that he had been slain by a dragon, while others believed he had grown weary of bloodshed and retreated into obscurity. Nonetheless, Mialong was acclaimed as the most powerful dragon slayer of the everlasting saints, epitomizing the pinnacle of dragon slaying. It was only after his time that the ranks of dragon slayers swelled, forcing the dragon clan to seek refuge in the skies and the depths of the ocean. Upon discovering the old man's true identity, Yi Bufan was taken aback. "I am aware of your illustrious reputation. But how is it that you find yourself here?" Yi Bufan inquired after regaining his composure. Deep down, he had begun to formulate a hypothesis, yet he required confirmation. That moment, the dragon meat was ready, and Yi Bufan dutifully handed the roasted meat to Mialong. Mialong took a bite of the dragon meat and began to devour it ravenously. After a few mouthfuls, he expressed his satisfaction, saying, I haven't tasted fresh dragon meat in ages. This feels exquisite. Yi Bufan remained silent beside him. After a few moments, Mialong, leisurely consuming the roasted dragon meat, recounted, "Once, I discovered a location teeming with hundreds of dragons. At that time, I was on the verge of breaking through to the divine level. Fueled by youthful audacity, I led a group of dragon slayers into the dragon's lair. They were no match for us. But to protect their young, some dragons willingly sacrificed themselves, conjuring a powerful magical array that ensnared us for 2 centuries. Everyone else perished, leaving me as the sole survivor of that entrapment. Yi Bufan nodded slightly upon hearing this. It aligned closely with his suspicions. The dragon corpses scattered around indeed bore a connection to Mialong. Yi Bufan prepared ample dragon meat, and Mialong relished it thoroughly, perhaps due to his prolonged isolation. Mialong spoke at length, providing Yi Bufan with a wealth of information. For instance, aside from Mialong, no other living beings resided in this place. 60 years prior, a human had arrived here, and Mialong had imparted much knowledge to him. However, that individual never returned after leaving. Yi Bufan surmised that the human mentioned by Mialong was likely the owner of the spatial ring found beside the fire element dragon they had encountered. After satiating himself, Mialong gazed at Yi Bufan with fervent intensity and asked, "Would you consider becoming my disciple?" Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend, when Mialong sighed, saying, "I am nearing my end. Given my current frailty, I have but 6 months left to live. I can perish, but my hatred must endure. If you agree to be my disciple, I will devote myself to nurturing your growth. Your task is simple. Once you have gained strength, you must assist me in fulfilling my unfinished vendetta and become a powerful dragon slayer. What say you?" Mialong's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he awaited Yi Bufan's response. Just as he had stated, his hatred must not die. He sought Yi Bufan to accomplish what he could not. Yi Bufan felt an urge to outright refuse, as he bore no animosity towards the dragon clan. And his interactions with Leah had been quite pleasant. His newfound strength was also thanks to the dragon clan. Hence, he had no intention of becoming a dragon slayer. Yet, he dared not voice these thoughts. Moreover, the proposition sounded advantageous for him. Thus, he nodded and replied, "Certainly, I would be delighted. After all, Mialong would be dead in 6 months, and whether he killed dragons or not, Mialong would remain oblivious. Furthermore, Mialong could aid him in growing stronger, which posed no detriment to him." Upon hearing Yi Bufan's agreement, Mialong breathed a sigh of relief. "Then follow me. Not far ahead lies the lair of the dragons, where I have dwelled, and there are many of my treasures that I shall bestow upon you." Mialong turned and led the way forward while Yi Bufan observed Mialong's back, feeling a twinge of guilt mingled with caution. He would not so easily place his trust in Mialong, as an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Although Mialong appeared frail, his speed was unimpeded while Yi Bufan had to exert himself fully to keep pace with Mialong, which rekindled memories of his own formidable power during his saintly days. After traversing a considerable distance, Yi Bufan spotted a continuous range of mountains in the distance. He realized that this must be the dragon's lair. "Is the endless canyon truly this vast?" Yi Bufan inquired, astonished. The distance he had traveled was comparable to that from the withered leaf tribe to the life tribe, suggesting that the expanse of the endless canyon was indeed substantial. However, he had never heard of the endless canyon before, which perplexed him. Mialong, walking ahead, replied nonchalantly, "What you refer to as the endless canyon is a space forcibly created by the dragons using a magical array. It is essentially a separate realm from the outside world, and I cannot ascertain its true size." Yi Bufan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. It made sense why the endless canyon was so extensive yet remained obscure outside. Then, he pondered a more pressing concern. "If that is the case, will I be able to leave?" Yi Bufan asked urgently. The thought of being trapped here to perish like Mialong was intolerable to him. Mialong glanced back at Yi Bufan and replied calmly, "Do not worry. I have a method to ensure your exit." Following Mialong, they arrived at the base of the mountain, where Yi Bufan's eyes scanned the area and spotted several enormous dragon nests. At the foot of the mountain was another dragon nest, into which Mialong stepped. Inside the nest, the space was quite expansive but sparsely furnished, containing only a bed made of leaves and grass, along with some worn clothing. "You will reside here with me," Mialong stated flatly. Yi Bufan nodded, curiosity piquing as he asked, "Shouldn't a dragon's lair be opulent? Why is this place so austere?" He had expected the interior to be brimming with gold and treasures. Mialong regarded Yi Bufan with a knowing gaze and replied, I have relocated all the valuables from this dragon nest to other nests. There is no need for you to fret. Once you have trained under me and I have passed on, the treasures of hundreds of dragons will belong to you. Bufan's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of such wealth. And he nodded eagerly. The notion of inheriting the treasures from countless dragons thrilled him immensely. Mialong observed Bufan's reaction with satisfaction, appreciating his ambition. Only those with ambition could achieve great things. Greed was merely a form of ambition. What he despised the most were those who lived in tranquil complacency, content to let opportunities pass them by. Rest well today. Tomorrow we shall commence your training. Prepare yourself for hardship, for I will not show leniency, Mialong declared before striding out. Bufan refrained from inquiring about Mialong's intentions and settled onto the humble bed, contemplating the events that had transpired. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more he sensed something amiss. Everything felt too convenient, prompting a sense of unease within him. Mialong did not return that night, and for the first time in a long while. Bufan slept soundly on the bed. The next day, while still in a drowsy haze, he was abruptly thrown from the bed. Who is it? As Bufan was about to lose his temper. The indifferent voice of Mialong resonated. From now on, no breaks are permitted. You are to meditate daily, a dragon slayer. Your physique must be robust and agile. I shall primarily focus on training you in this regard. For such preparation will significantly enhance your chances against the mighty dragon. Furthermore, for the next 24 hours, after deducting 3 hours for sustenance, you will have 7 hours allocated for meditation. The remaining time must be dedicated to physical training. Upon hearing these words, Bufan's expression contorted into one of despair. The prospect of sleepless nights felt like a death sentence. He contemplated discussing the need for at least a modicum of rest with Mialong. But the latter's impassive demeanor silenced him. In the ensuing month, Bufan fully grasped the meaning of a fate worse than death. Each dawn, he was dragged out by Mialong, who claimed to be honing his agility. Yet it felt more like relentless torment. Engaging in combat with Mialong without the use of any magical powers, Bufan found himself mercilessly overpowered, suffering injuries that left him battered and bruised. On one particularly harrowing occasion, Mialong nearly wrenched Bufan's arm from its socket. After each grueling session, Mialong would provide Bufan with a bucket of bathwater infused with magical herbs, which would miraculously heal his wounds. Despite the pain endured, the benefits became increasingly apparent. Bufan sensed an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, and his reflexes sharpened to an astonishing degree. After a month, he had developed the ability to evade Mialong's attacks in most instances. Pleased with Bufan's progress, Mialong remarked one day, while savoring the roasted meat prepared by Bufan. Your reaction speed has reached the required standard. We shall commence training in other areas starting tomorrow. Bufan felt a wave of relief wash over him as long as he was spared from further beatings. He would be content. However, Mialong, casting a glance at Bufan, ominously added, prepare yourself for even greater trials ahead. 3 months passed, and Bufan had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was on the verge of ascending to the rank of a level 5 mage. Had he not devoted the majority of his time to physical enhancement, he would have already attained that status. The most striking change was in his physique. Though he appeared slender, his body was now a testament to sinewy strength. According to Mietian, Bufan's physicality had reached a masterful level. As night fell one day, Mialong settled beside Bufan. I have imparted to you nearly all that I can teach. Given the toll of recent exertions, my time is limited. Within a month, my existence will draw to a close. Your progress has been commendable, and I am quite satisfied that in the coming days, I must attend to arrangements for your departure. Take this time to rest well. When I return, it will signal your time to depart from this place. Mialong's voice was unexpectedly gentle. Upon hearing this, Bufan felt a pang of reluctance. Truth be told, he recognized Mialong's kindness. During this period, he had been bestowed with numerous treasures. After sharing a final meal of roasted meat, Mialong departed the dragon's lair. Lying in bed, Bufan felt an unsettling sense of restlessness after such a prolonged period of toil. He wondered about Li Ya's well-being. I wonder how Li Ya is faring, he murmured, his eyes filled with concern. As he calculated the passage of time, he realized they had been in this realm for nearly 5 months. Li Ya had not made an appearance, and Bufan had been too occupied to seek her out. He was uncertain whether he would ever see her again once he left this place. After tossing and turning for what felt like ages, Unable to find slumber, Bufan resolved to exit the dragon's lair and ascend towards the mountain's dragon nest, since he was destined to leave. He felt compelled to explore the mountain for any treasures that might be hidden there. Remaining behind would be a waste. As he stepped away from the dragon's lair, he failed to notice Miao Long standing nearby. Observing him with a cold gaze, that it was only after Bufan's figure disappeared into the shadows that Miao Long turned to depart. Navigating towards the mountain, Bufan found the terrain devoid of paths, overgrown with grass and weeds, compelling him to tread carefully in the less obstructed areas. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the first dragoness nest. Upon stepping inside, Bufan's eyes widened with delight. The interior shimmered with golden light, suggesting the presence of valuable treasures. This discovery lifted his spirits immensely. As he treaded through the dust-laden floor of the dragon's lair, he quickly stumbled upon an enormous pile of gold coins.